Konoha Village, Ninja School. Bailuhu, wearing white clothes, white hair and red eyes, was sitting in his seat, thinking deeply about the textbook in front of him. There were a pair of huge dark circles under his eyes. He, Hokage, is actually a time traveler and has been in the Naruto world for 12 years. Although he has been in the Naruto world for a long time, he has only been in contact with ninjas for 6 years. Naruto, he had certainly seen this famous anime in his previous life, but 12 years had passed in a flash, and now he only remembered the general plot. But even if he only remembered the general plot, it gave Bailuhu the direction to survive and become stronger. That is the bloodline limit, or bloodline. In Naruto, all the powerful and popular ones have a mouth-watering bloodline. Moreover, the closer the bloodline is to the ancestor at Satsuki, the stronger it is. But the sad thing is that he, Bailuhu, is just a commoner without any bloodline boundaries. But, for Hiriko, this is not a problem as he has no bloodline limit. Bloodline limits can be transplanted, and resources such as ninjutsu can be snatched. The real question is how to start. The book in front of Hiriko at this moment was not a textbook in the ninja school. Instead, it was a book about medical theory that Hiriko borrowed from the Konoha library. The writing was obscure and difficult to understand, and there were even some technical terms that Bailuhu had to look up in the dictionary one by one. However, the prerequisite for transplanting bloodline limit is to have extensive medical knowledge and precise chakra control. Chakra control can be practiced and medical knowledge can be learned. After using his talent as a small-town test-taker in his previous life, after 7 days and 7 nights of hard work, Hiriko finally finished reading this obscure book, Medical Ninjutsu, From Beginner to Divine Death. At this time, Bailuhu, with dark circles under his eyes, was looking at the cover of the book in front of him, carefully savoring the knowledge inside. Hey, Birahu, it's just a pity that it seems that someone doesn't want Bailuhu to be a quiet handsome man. Hey, please tell me what to do, please. Next to Bailuhu, there was a green figure with a watermelon head, harassing Bailuhu unwaveringly. What the hell is wrong with you? After his thoughts were interrupted countless times by the green watermelon-headed guy next to him, Bailuhu could no longer suppress the anger and murderous intent in his heart, and looked at the guy next to him who was of the same commoner background as himself. Matt Day. Seeing Bailuhu's cold eyes because his train of thought was interrupted, Might Dai's expression became serious. This is a very important matter. I need your guidance as Konoha's wise general. The wise general of Konoha, this is the title given to Hokuro because he has the memories of his past life that he is too mature and steady, and at the same time, he can give advice to the little kids in school who want to play pranks. Of course, it was also because the Nara clan was too lazy this time that they missed the title of wise general. Although he is known as a wise general, Bailuhu's science scores in every exam are. Even after using his talent as a small-town test-taker, he could only get second place in every exam. The one who ranked first in science was Orochimaru, who would be known as one of the 3 great ninjas of Konoha village in the future. Compared to Orochimaru, who is gloomy all day long, the little kids in the ninja school obviously like Hiriko more, who is willing to give them advice on pranks. The most obvious example is Might Dai, who also came from a commoner family and is beside Hiriko. No matter whether it is a big or small matter, I have to discuss it with Bailuhu. The things they discussed ranged from who would be the future Hokage of Konoha village to what to do if they couldn't hold back their pee in their pants during class. Go ahead. Hiriko threw aside the bunch of technical terms of medical ninjutsu in his mind and looked at Might Dai with a serious expression next to him. Might Dai clenched his fists, bit his lower lip, tears of excitement or gratitude overflowing from his eyes. Seeing Might Dai crying like this, Hiruzen suppressed the annoyance of being disturbed and waited earnestly for Might Dai's next words. I confessed to the girl in the next class, but she rejected me. With seeing Might Dai crying loudly, Bailuhu, who originally thought that something terrible had happened, was petrified. Is this why you came to me? After finally freeing himself from the petrification, Obaru's eye scanned Might Dai up and down like a laser. Although Hiriko and his classmates will graduate from the Ninja Academy in a few days, the students in their class are generally still around 12 years old. 12 years old. I'm afraid Xiao Xian's abilities haven't fully developed yet. Are you thinking about creating the next generation? Or maybe, the confession from Might Dai was not the kind of confession to the next generation that Hiriko imagined? Facing Hiriko, whose eyes were like lasers, Might Dai sniffed the snot that was about to flow out and said, That's right. In order to have no regrets in my youth, I went to confess my love to Uchiha Hana next door this morning. Seeing Might Dai's expression about to burst into tears, Bailuhu raised an eyebrow and couldn't help gossiping in his heart. What did you say at that time? Seeing the interested expression on Bailuhu's face, Might Dai, knowing that he had successfully attracted Bailuhu's attention, immediately began to describe it vividly. In the morning, when I was burning my youth on the school playground, I happened to meet Uchiha Hana, who was coming to school. The moment she appeared, she caught my attention. In order to burn my youth more fiercely, I rushed over without hesitation and gave her my true heart. As he said this, Matt flew across his face. Blushing, she stretched out her hand to Bailuhu as if simulating a scene, and said loudly in the classroom, "Hana-chan, I like you, marry me." In an instant, after Matt Dai finished saying this, the entire classroom fell silent. Even Orochimaru, who was sitting in the front and flipping through an unknown book like Hiruzen, couldn't help but look over. What a great guy, he actually dared to confess in public. By the way, who is Hana-chan? Is that Barahu's nickname? SHH. Shut up. Hana-chan is the Uchiha Hana from next door. The Uchiha clan, wouldn't they easily marry outside the clan? Might Dai must have been rejected miserably. It's almost impossible for a commoner to marry into an Uchiha family and rise to fame overnight. Bailuhu rolled his dead eyes and listened to the whispers of many little kids nearby. My heart is calm. It would be a miracle if Mighty Dai could succeed in his confession. Matt Dai, I advise you to give up this idea. Bailuhu sighed. Although he felt reluctant to hit this boy who was burning with youth, in order to make him face the reality, he still said, in order to maintain the purity of the bloodline, the Uchiha clan generally does not intermarry with outsiders. Listening to the whispers of the people around him and Bailuhu's exhortations, Might Dai gritted his teeth with a firm expression. Youth. Cannot afford to leave any regrets, Hirahu, since the Uchiha clan will not marry outside the family under normal circumstances. What about extraordinary circumstances? Faced with Might Dai's persistence, Hiruzen was choked by the question. If you ask Hirahu how he became an Uchiha and has Uchiha bloodline, Hirahu, who already has some ideas in mind, can talk for a long time. However, he really didn't know how to marry into the Uchiha family. This. At least we need to get the approval of Uchiha Hana's parents first. Right. After thinking for a long time with a wandering look in his eyes, Bailuhu could only utter this answer. However, when he heard Hirahu's answer, Might Dai's eyes lit up, as if he had found the meaning of life. Yoshi, then let's aim to get Hana-chan's parents to recognize us. Burn, youth. He. Orochimaru, who was sitting in the front, finally couldn't help listening to the conditions made up by Obito. His gloomy laughter instantly extinguished Might Dai's passion. Bailuhu is wrong. Orochimaru, who was only 12 years old, licked his lips, turned his head and said with a sinister smile, to be able to marry into the Uchiha family, first of all, you must be an orphan. Orphan. Might Dai was stunned and looked at Orochimaru. Uchiha Hana's parents are still alive, so doesn't that mean there is no hope for her? There is one more condition. Looking at Might Dai's clear yet foolish eyes, Orochimaru raised the corner of his mouth, that is, she herself has not opened the Sharingan. Only those Uchiha clan members who bear the name of the Uchiha clan but are not ninjas, and who do not even have the Sharingan, can marry freely. Listening to Orochimaru's conditions, Might Dai's back gradually faded and turned gray. Hana-chan, the gray-white Might Dai, fell down, vomiting his soul. Because the Uchiha Hana whom he admired had already opened a Megatama Sharingan, it is almost impossible to marry into the wife's family now. As Might Dai fell into despair, he was immediately surrounded by a group of little kids who wanted to have fun. There were even a few particularly talented children who composed poems about this scene and sang them everywhere. Matt Dai, I want to confess, I want to be your son-in-law. I was rejected. Might Dai, who had just recovered from the blow, blushed when he heard these catchy words. You bastards. Might Dai immediately rushed towards the little kids who were shouting the loudest. How could these kids beat Mighty Dai, who burns his youth every day? All of a sudden, the people surrounding him were knocked to the ground like dominoes by Might Dai's physical skills, and the scene was in chaos. Seeing this scene, Bailuhu rubbed the mole on his forehead. A little bit of memories arises in my heart. He vaguely remembered that he was just as naughty as a child in his previous life. Some gossips that everyone in the world wants to know. But later on, the gossipers and the gossiped about seemed to develop into school bullying. Thinking of this, Bailuhu paused, rubbing the black mole on his forehead, and looked at the people who were fighting in a group. He stood up and wanted to stop this farce. However, before Bailuhu could speak, a rough voice rang out in the classroom. You little bastards, sit back in your seats, it's time for class. When the group of people, including Matt Dai, saw the teacher coming in, they immediately scattered. Hearing the Chunin teacher's powerful voice, Obaru also sat back in his seat. Bailuhu and his friend's teacher was a big and strong man. However, the teacher looked big and strong, and spoke with a strong voice. But for some reason the text sounded muffled when read out, giving me a hypnotic feeling as if it was filling my brain with a magic sound. Not long after the class started, most of the students fell asleep while being brainwashed by his magical voice. Looking at the majority of students falling down in front of him, the teacher felt a little disappointed. But thinking that these were their last few classes before becoming ninjas, the teacher didn't want to disturb their last moments of blissful rest. When they become ninjas, they will naturally understand how important what I said is. However, under the teacher's muffled voice, the sleepy Might Dai did not notice that there was someone in the class who was staring at him. And Hiriko also didn't pay attention to what the teacher said, and didn't stare at Mighty's eyes. Instead, he frowned and looked at the medical ninjutsu book on the table in front of him, continuing his previous train of thought. He searched through all the information on medical ninjutsu in the Konoha village library. It was discovered that the ninjas in this world had only studied the structure of the human body at the cellular level. Just know that the human body is made up of cells and chakra is a mixture of cellular energy and spiritual energy. There was no knowledge about the types of cells and the DNA in the cell nucleus that plays a crucial role in cell differentiation. But it's no wonder. There is no such thing as a microscope in this world. To observe the structure of the human body, one relies on the Hyuga clan's Byakugan, a bloodline limit that can see through things and act as a telescope. The limit of the human body structure that can be observed by pupil techniques such as the Byakugan is only cells. They witnessed people's spiritual power and cellular power combined to form chakra. So this rule was made an iron rule. What Hiroko wants to do is to change his own bloodline through medical ninjutsu, become a noble Uchiha. To this end, he set his sights on the most special type of cells in the human body, stem cells. Stem cells are the most indispensable cells in the process of human development from an embryo to a baby and then to an adult. It can differentiate into cells of all tissues and organs in the human body and replace old and damaged cells. The younger the person, the more of these cells they have. Even human babies are made up of a mass of stem cells when they are embryos. Moreover, since this type of stem cell divides quite a lot, it is easy to transform it. All you need to do is transform the foreign Uchiha stem cells into special cells that have no rejection reaction to Hirahu and then inject them into the body. Afterwards, suppress your own stem cells, allowing the Uchiha stem cells to undergo natural metabolism, and you can painlessly obtain the Uchiha bloodline. And the question now is how to obtain Uchiha stem cells. There are two ways to obtain them. Point 1 is to go directly to the Uchiha clan and steal the unformed fetus in the body of an Uchiha pregnant woman, and then you can directly obtain a large number of Uchiha stem cells. However, after thinking about this method for a while, Bailuha gave up the idea of carrying it out. The Uchiha clan is the clan with the most jonin in Konoha village, and they are also being ostracized by the current Hokage, Tobirama Senju. At this time, he was hiding in a corner of Konoha village, watching any outsiders who came to his territory covetously. If Hiraho had chosen this method, he would have just entered the Uchiha clan's territory, and before he could lock onto his target, he would have been taken to the police department for tea by a group of Uchiha. The teacher's magical hypnotic voice echoed in his ears, and Bailuha's eyes narrowed slightly. Then only the second method remains. Stem cells are extracted directly from Uchiha adults. Adults also have stem cells. Although the number is smaller, many can still be isolated. If obtaining a baby embryo is like directly obtaining a large mass of stem cells, then isolating stem cells from an adult is done bit by bit. Now that they had chosen to isolate stem cells from adult Uchiha, there was only one technical problem left. That's how stem cells are isolated from adult humans. And Hiroko found the answer to this question in the book Medical Ninjutsu, From Entry to Death, in front of him. Medical Ninjutsu, the technique of extracting thin veins. Through chakra, the special potion is infiltrated into the patient's body, the toxins in the patient's body are separated from the cells, and then the potion attached with toxins is extracted from the patient's body. When seeing this ninjutsu in the book, even Obaru couldn't help but sigh. Some stubborn diseases that required expensive equipment to treat in the previous life can be easily cured with just one ninjutsu in the Naruto world. Although this medical ninjutsu can extract toxins from the patient's body, it also has its shortcomings. For example, the toxins are not completely extracted, which can only weaken the symptoms of poisoning, and it is completely useless against viruses that can replicate themselves, etc. But this ninjutsu is a magical skill for Hiroko. All you need to do is change the object of separation from toxins to stem cells. Then the plan to obtain the Uchiha bloodline has taken the first step. As Hiroko's mind was full of thoughts on how to transform this medical ninjutsu, time passed quietly. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the teacher with a magical voice left the classroom on time. The suddenly noisy classroom woke up Hiroko, who was immersed in the transformation ninjutsu. At this time, with dark circles under his eyes, Hiroko did not feel sleepy at all. Instead, he couldn't wait to find some small animals to practice the medical ninjutsu in the book in front of him. When I saw that the get out of class was over, I immediately picked up my books and prepared to leave school. However, unexpected events may occur and any plan may be interrupted unexpectedly. Hey, Biraho, let's burn our youth together. When he saw the person coming, Bailuha's expression immediately fell. I'm sorry, Matt Dai, I have other things to do, so I won't accompany you to burn your youth. With a wave of his hand, Hiruzen clearly rejected Might Guy's invitation to practice physical skills with him. However, the next moment, when Hiroko was about to bypass Might Guy and leave the classroom, his wrist was grabbed by a pair of rough big hands. Hirahu, you. Feeling the slender wrist of Irohu in his hand, Might Dai's expression became serious. Did you not eat well? If you are this thin, you will fail the physical training. Looking at Might Dai's serious expression, Bailuha's mouth twitched. I have always been rather thin, so my physical skills and endurance have always been in the middle to lower range among the class. However, this is also partly because Obito has liked to hang out in the Konoha library since he was a child, thus neglecting physical training. After all, this is the world of Naruto. Who can resist the charm of ninjutsu? And this weakness, in Okunaki's idea, could be easily solved by robbing the tomb in Konoha Cemetery and obtaining the cells of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. With the super regenerative healing ability and huge amount of chakra of Hashirama Senju. After that, practicing physical skills will be easy. In the original novel, Hirako made a mistake with the bloodline he wanted to fuse. What are Dark Release, Storm Release, Steel Release, and Swift Release? According to the current Hirako, the bloodline limit of fusion should be the Uchiha clan Sharingan, the regeneration of the Senju clan, and would release Shigeo, who was born with Sage Mode. The White Eyes are able to grasp intelligence within a radius of dozens of miles, as well as being immune to physical attacks to prevent himself from being kicked to death by Might Guy, and the waterization of the Kazuna clan. After gathering all these blood boundaries, Baileahu didn't know how he could lose. Therefore, the most important thing for Hirako now is not to practice physical skills, but to quickly develop ninjutsu that can steal stem cells. Moreover, all these studies need to be carried out by Baileahu in secret, because the entire Konoha village is actually ruled by a ninja family. Those guys will not allow civilians, who are consumables of war, to gain the same power as them. No, Might Die, I really have something important to do. Let's do it next time. I'll practice taijutsu with you next time. After pulling his wrist and finding that he couldn't pull it out, Bailuo gave a weak explanation to Might Die helplessly. Important things. Might Die raised his eyebrows. Isn't it possible that the important thing you mentioned is staring at a photo of your sister? I admit that your sister is very beautiful, but Baileahu, people can't be this hungry and thirsty. Listening to Might Die's earnest words, his expression froze. Hirako recalled that the last time he studied ninjutsu, he seemed to have used the fact that he had been looking at his sister's photo for a whole day to fool Might Die, a thick-skinned guy. Put your sister down, Baileahu. Mighty Die released Hirako's wrist, but before Hirako could run away, he took a step forward and hugged Hirako. Hirako, your taijutsu is almost at the bottom of the class. If you continue to lead me like this, I will abandon you. Having said that, even though Obi-Wan's face showed rejection, Might Die still dragged Obi-Wan, wanting to go to the playground together to burn their youth. Hirako, whose youth was forced to burn by Might Guy, had a look of stupor on his face. Baileahu admitted that hard work could indeed help one surpass those from big families. But Might Die, are you working in the wrong direction? Taijutsu has an inherent disadvantage when compared to ninjutsu. Might Guy had just stepped out of the classroom dragging the hopeless Hirahu when a stone hit him with a sound of breaking wind. Almost instantly, Mighty Die let go of the desperate Baileahu and raised his hand to catch the stone. As the stone slowly fell from his hand, Might Guy immediately glared at the person who threw the stone. The man had black hair and black eyes, and was wearing clothes with the Uchiha emblem. He was looking coldly at Mighty Die, who was wearing a green tights. That is. Baileahu, who had finally broken free from Might Die's arms, looked at the person who came and smiled with a gloating smile. Uchiha Daro is the fiancé of Uchiha Hana from the next class. Good luck to you, Mighty Die. Uchiha Dalan ranks in the middle of this class in Beiruo. Not all Uchiha in the Naruto world are geniuses. In the original work, Uchiha Itachi, as the son of the Uchiha clan leader, is fully supported by all the resources of the Uchiha clan, and Uchiha Sasuke is simply the reincarnation of Indra. The capital of the two people is evident. Those Uchiha clan members who had no capital, such as Uchiha Obito, were always the last in the class during school. The Uchiha Dalang that Might Die faced was actually an ordinary member of the Uchiha clan. His ninjutsu was average, his taijutsu was average, and his science grades were also average. Only his illusion skills were slightly better because they were the Uchiha clan's talent. You're the bastard who made such a big fuss and confessed his love to Huawa before. Uchiha Dalan's expression was extremely gloomy. He stared at Might Die with a ferocious look, as if he was going to eat Might Die in the next moment. The confrontation between the two people instantly attracted a crowd of onlookers in the classroom. When Hirako saw this, he planned to slip away and go home to study medical ninjutsu. Baileahu, since you are here, I hope you can be a good witness. Baileahu's plan to escape failed again. Looking at Baileahu's bewildered expression, Uchiha Dalan sneered, I want a duel with that guy. As he said that, Uchiha Dalan pointed at Might Die and said, if I win, you disgusting guy, stay away from Huawa. Good. Seeing this, Might Die also showed his teeth shining white, and pointed at Uchiha Dalan. Hirashige, be my witness, if I win, then you will cancel your engagement with Hana-chan, compete with me fairly. Uchiha Dalan pursed his lips and sneered, it's a deal. Wait, I have an objection. Baileahu, who was watching the two people betting, said angrily, why do you have to drag me into your matter? Facing Obaru's protest, Might Die and Uchiha Dalan said in unison, because Obaru, you are the most prestigious general among us. Bailu called. I should have known better than to give advice to you little brats. I should learn more from the Nara clan's lazy attitude. In the school playground, a group of little brats who were eager to watch the fun surrounded Uchiha Dalang, Might Die and Hirako. Looking at the confrontation between Might Die and Uchiha Dalang, several female screams of face-obsessed women were heard in the crowd. "Come on, Dallin, defeat that mighty Dai who makes me feel physically uncomfortable." "Ah, Dallin, you're the best." I have to say that no one in the Uchiha clan is bad looking. Even though Uchiha Daro is an ordinary guy in the clan, he is a handsome guy like the school idol in the school. Standing between Uchiha Daelang and Might Dai, who were confronting each other, Hiruzen yawned. After the excitement of finding a way to become stronger, the sleepiness and fatigue from working on the medical ninjutsu book for 7 days and 7 nights suddenly came over me. At this time, Baileahu no longer had any thoughts of looking for small animals for experiments. He just wanted to quickly get rid of the 2 troublesome guys in front of him and then go home and have a good sleep. After taking a few steps back to make room for the 2 duelists, Baileahu raised his hand. Then, the duel begins. As Baileahu raised his hand and lowered it, Might Dai's eyes were sharp, and he raised his foot and rushed towards Uchiha Dallin in front of him. A straight punch hit Uchiha Dallin's face. Uchiha Dallin's reaction speed was also very fast, and he took a small step back in an instant. He raised his hand and made a ninjutsu seal. Uchiha Dallin had heard of the achievements of Might Dai in front of him. He is a taijutsu idiot. Except for physical skills, I failed in ninjutsu, illusion, and science. Therefore, the best way to fight Might Dai is to keep a distance and use long-range ninjutsu to directly blast Might Dai until he loses his combat ability. However, Uchiha Dallin overestimated the speed of his own hand seals. Before the seal of the Great Fireball was completed, Might Dai rushed directly in front of Uchiha Dallin and punched him in the face. As Uchiha Dallin was knocked to the ground by a punch, there was a burst of boos and the heartbroken voices of girls who were obsessed with looks. "Get up, Dallin, you can do it. Defeat that disgusting mighty Dai." "Dallin, you act so arrogant all the time, but I didn't expect that when I took you out for a walk, I realized you are a piece of trash from the Uchiha clan. You can't even beat Might Dai." Amid the crowd, some mocking, some concerned, Uchiha Hana, who came after hearing the news, looked at the 2 dueling people and frowned in worry. She didn't want to see these 2 people get hurt no matter who they were. Uchiha Daelang is his childhood sweetheart who grew up with him, while Might Dai tries his best to make him happy every day. The 2 people who were dueling at this time did not take Uchiha Hana's thoughts into consideration. With Uchiha Lang was knocked to the ground, but Might Dai did not stop attacking, but punched Uchiha Dallin again and again. He knew very well that the punch just now was not enough to make Uchiha Dallin give up his engagement with Hwawa. However, the next moment, a white mist burst out from Uchiha Dallin, who was hit by Might Dai several times. After the white mist dissipated, a piece of wooden stake that was smashed into pieces by Mighty Dai appeared in front of everyone. The crowd watching the duel between the 2 suddenly burst into exclamations. Substitution technique. When was it performed? Amazing, as expected of Dallin-kun. Even Hirako, who was the referee between the 2, couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. This guy called Uchiha Dallin is really fast at forming hand seals. However, the speed of forming seals does not play a decisive role in battle, because hand seals only help chakra flow in the meridians in the correct direction, so as to perform ninjutsu. When a ninjutsu is practiced to a high level, the hand seals can even be simplified. Not to mention that there are also one-handed seals and no hand seal ninjutsu in the Naruto world. When the time comes, just clap your hands and whatever you shout will come true. Looking at the broken tree stump in front of him, Might Dai was shocked. If the Uchiha Daelang in front of him is a substitute, where is the real Uchiha Daelang? The next moment, on a crooked tree not far from where the 2 men were dueling, Uchiha Dallin made seals with his hands and held his breath. Fire style, Great Fireball technique. A fireball the size of a wash basin burst out from Uchiha Dallin's mouth, and the blazing flames rushed straight towards Might Dai. Among the crowd of onlookers, some guys who knew the value of the goods screamed in surprise. This is C-rank ninjutsu, the Great Fireball technique, as expected of an Uchiha. Uchiha Hana, who was watching the fight in the crowd, blinked in confusion when she saw Uchiha Dallin use the Great Fireball. She had seen some elders in the clan perform the Great Fireball technique. The smallest fireball it spits out is as big as a person. However, the basin-sized fireball that Uchiha Dallin used was a little too small. Facing the basin-sized fireball in front of him, Might Dai gritted his teeth and kicked directly at the fireball. Burn, youth. Seeing Might Dai's reaction, everyone was shocked. Even Baileahu opened his mouth unconsciously. The onlookers exclaimed in surprise. "It's burning, brother Ching-chun is really going to burn." "Might Dai, why are you so pessimistic?" Might Dai kicked the fireball, and the explosive wind pressure from his legs shattered the fireball into pieces. But at such a close distance, the fireball technique that scattered into sparks was able to successfully set fire to the clothes that Might was wearing. Might Dai gritted his teeth, letting the flames burn, and vowed to win this duel. Seeing this, Hiraho frowned, stepped forward to stop Might Dai, took off his white coat, and extinguished the sparks on Might Dai's body. At the same time, he said to the crowd and Uchiha Dallin, "Might Dai loses his ability to fight, Uchiha Dallin wins." Hearing the verdict of Beiruo, Uchiha Hana in the crowd breathed a sigh of relief. Also feeling relieved were the school teachers who were hiding in the dark and ready to put out fires at any time, and Uchiha Dalan. Uchiha Dalan, who was squatting on the crooked tree, was still a little frightened. It was the first time he had seen someone who wanted to use a hardcore ninjutsu. However, among the crowd, the only one who was not convinced was Might Dai. "Let me go, Biluahu, I can still fight." Looking at Might Dai with burns all over his body, Obi-Wan laughed angrily and grabbed Might Dai's burnt flesh. "You still want to fight when you're injured like this? Be careful or you'll miss the ninja exam in 3 days. It hurts, it hurts." Looking at the gloomy smiling face of Biluhu, Might Dai remembered the exam 3 days later and his face suddenly fell. The subjects of the exam are very simple, including the 3 most basic ninjutsu, substitution jutsu, clone jutsu, and transformation jutsu. However, Might Dai has a success rate when he uses these 3 ninjutsu. Sometimes when the condition is good, ninjutsu can be performed smoothly, and sometimes when the condition is bad, ninjutsu cannot be performed at all. "Let go, Birahu, I get it, I won't bother Hana-chan anymore." Feeling the stinging pain on his skin and facing Obaru's gloomy smile, Might Dai was finally defeated. Seeing that Might Dai had surrendered, Obaru finally loosened his hand that was pinching Might Dai, and instead emitted a bright green light. Medical ninjutsu, palm ninjutsu. Soon, the burns on Mighty's body visibly recovered into normal skin. Following a tingling sensation, Might Dai saw his injuries recovering, and looked seriously at Hiriko, who had 2 dark circles under his eyes. "Billy Yahoo!" Hearing Might Dai's voice, Hiruzen looked at Might Dai in front of him with a questioning look on his face. "It's great to have a friend like you, Biluo." Listening to Might Dai's slightly corny words, Biluo curled the corners of his mouth and revealed a smile. "If you still want to treat me as a friend, then stop causing me trouble." By the time Biluo returned to his room, it was already dusk. "I'm back." After opening the door, Biluo said this habitually and entered the house. Originally, Biluo did not have this habit, but after being corrected by his parents in this life, he developed this habit. The house was empty, but Biluo had already gotten used to living alone. "Put the bags in your hands on the sofa." Without even having dinner, he couldn't wait to return to his room, fell on the bed, closed his eyes and fell asleep. In this life, Biluo has both parents and an older sister. However, his parents were caught in the flames of the First Ninja World War and passed away. In order to raise the young Biluo, the elder sister followed the caravan on their travels. Often he doesn't go home for several years. Biluo still clearly remembers what his sister said to him when he last met her. "Hirahu, in this war-torn world, being weak is the original sin, so I hope you will study hard in the ninja school, become a powerful ninja in the future, and control your own destiny." Half asleep and half awake, Biluo vaguely thought that the last time he met his sister was several years ago. "My sister left before I entered the ninja school." The next day, the sun was shining brightly. There are still 2 days left until the exam to become a ninja. In order to allow students to relax and take the exam, the teacher specially gave the students 2 days of vacation. Biluo, who hadn't slept for a long time and woke up naturally, was awakened by the dazzling sunlight. "I walked into the living room sleepily, and saw the large and small bags that I had placed on the sofa yesterday." The rustling sound came from the sound coming from inside the bag made Biluo suddenly wake up. Inside the bag was a hamster bought from a pet store for an experiment, as well as yesterday's dinner, instant noodles. "It's just that I was too sleepy yesterday and fell asleep without even eating. Just in time to turn dinner into today's breakfast." After quickly finishing the instant noodles, Biluo picked up the box containing the hamster and went to the basement of the room. He slowly developed this basement by himself after his sister left. Used to develop medical ninjutsu. This basement played an indispensable role in my ability to master medical ninjutsu. Biluo also keeps some small animals in the basement, including but not limited to snakes, frogs, fish, rabbits, etc. There are also some second-hand medical devices collected by Biluo from outside. Placing the hamster cage next to the rabbit, Obaru added some food and water to the small animals, and then began to practice and develop ninjutsu. First, you should practice the medical ninjutsu, the technique of extracting small wounds. A huge bubble completely wrapped the furry rabbit. The poor rabbit's limbs were tied tightly, and the pale yellow liquid slowly seeped into its body. Only the rabbit head was breathing with difficulty outside the bubble. Biluo placed his hands in front of the bubbles, which were glowing green, feeling his own chakra running around in the rabbit's body, trying to extract something from the rabbit's body. Suddenly, something was violently released from the rabbit's body to the outside world, which stunned Biluo for a moment, and then he opened his eyes. The rabbit in front of me twitched twice and then became completely motionless. The bubbles dissipated, and Biluo looked at the motionless rabbit in front of him and raised the index finger of his right hand. Chakra gathered at the fingertips into a sharp chakra knife. Biluo frowned and began to dissect the rabbit in front of him, wanting to know the cause of the rabbit's death. Failure is common, the key is to know why you fail. This time, Obaruko strictly followed the instructions in the ninjutsu book in preparing the potion and the speed at which it penetrated into the body. Logically speaking, it should be impossible to fail. Soon, the autopsy results came out. Baileahu looked at the dead rabbit in front of him, the corners of his mouth twitched, and he asked the heavens silently in his heart. The rabbit died of fright. He rolled his eyes and threw the rabbit corpse aside. He decided to have braised rabbit for lunch. After carrying out his principle of never wasting anything, Baileahu looked at the various animals in the basement and raised his eyebrows. Then he picked out a particularly courageous fat hamster that had been watching him dissect the rabbit. Looking at the fat hamster in his hand that was not afraid of people at all, Baileahu used chakra to control the potion with a serious face to slowly wrap the hamster's body. As the potion seeped in, Baileahu began to concentrate on selecting the target to be extracted. Soon, Baileahu locked onto the cells he needed. Red blood cells. It is everywhere in the hamster's blood vessels and is red in color. After it is drawn out, it is very easy to see because of the color. Having locked onto the target, Baileahu's eyes were sharp, and the potion carrying countless selected red blood cells was slowly drawn out of the hamster's body. The pale yellow bubbles turned orange. Those are the red blood cells wandering in the potion. However, the red blood cells soon lost their activity in the medicine, ruptured and died. This was the next problem that Baileahu encountered. The potion used in the cell extraction technique is specially made to absorb toxins and is not suitable for preserving cells. But it is not a problem for Baileahu. Using the knowledge from his previous life, Hirahu decided to discard the special potion directly. Use distilled water and salt to prepare saline solution instead of special medicine to preserve cells. After adding some nutrients needed by the body into the saline solution, Baileahu extended his evil claws to the hamster whose red blood cells had been extracted and felt its body was hollowed out. The target of extraction this time is not red blood cells, but white blood cells. Macrophages next time. Lymphocytes again. The fat hamster, which had gone through countless extract ions, lay on its back in the cage with its belly up in the air, vomiting. It's not dead, it just feels hollowed out. Baileahu looked at the saline bubble in front of him, which was only the size of a fingernail, with shining eyes. The small bubble in front of him contains the hamster stem cells that Baileahu had painstakingly extracted from the hamster's body. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up, and Baileahu looked at the other hamster with a gloomy smile. Next, it's stem cell transplantation. Are you ready, little hamster? At this time, the other cute little hamster had no idea what his fate would be. At dusk, Matt Dye stood in his yard, sweating profusely. He clasped his hands together with a serious expression, as if he was experiencing a great battle. Suddenly, he looked up to the sky and howled like a madman. "Ah, burn your youth, clone technique." As Might Dye screamed as he tore the ground, a white mist rose up around him. Under Mighty Dye's flaming gaze, the smoke slowly dissipated. All I saw was a grayish-white Mighty Dye clone that was not passionate at all, lying on the ground in a twisted state. Instantly, Might Dye's angry voice resounded through the sky. "Ah, my clone, why don't you burn your youth? Is it because it is burned out?" Might Dye said with tears in his eyes, lying in front of the pale clone. "Come on, clone, you have to burn. Where is your passion? Use your own will to stand up." Finally, amid Matt Dye's exciting shouts, the people in the room could no longer sit still. I saw a slipper hit Mighty's clone lying on the ground with lightning speed. "You little bastard, if you want to learn ninjutsu, go find your good friend Hiruzen, don't yell in front of me." Seeing the clone he had worked so hard to create being smashed to pieces by a slipper, Might Dye clenched his fists and burst into tears. "Wait for me, clone, one day I will make you burn again." After saying that, without caring about his bad-tempered father in the room, he pushed open the door and ran towards Baileahu's house. As he ran, Might Dye gritted his teeth, feeling extremely sad and angry. "Hirahu, if you are the science genius, you will definitely find a way to help me practice ninjutsu. If you help me cultivate successfully, I know, my descendants including me, will all regard you as the best brother." Muttering inexplicable things in his mind, Might Dye soon arrived at Baileahu's door and started banging on it. Baileahu, please, make my I need your help." The sound of banging on the door and Mighty's loud voice mixed together so that even Biriko, who was hiding in the basement, could hear it. "Here I come." Hearing the sound of someone knocking on the door, Baileahu sighed helplessly and put the hamster with stem cell transplantation in his hand into a labeled cage. Then he went up to open the door for Matt Dye. I was also thinking that after the hamster experiment was successful, I would start the human experiment. First, use the name of medical ninja to conduct some experiments on people with AIDS and leukemia to accumulate some experience. Afterwards, he went to the Uchiha clan under the pretext of a physical examination to obtain Uchiha stem cells. And it's not just the Uchiha, other bloodline realms like Obito are also eager to collect some. However, when he opened the door, Hiruzen was somewhat surprised by Might Dye's appearance. The boy in front of him, who could burn his youth no matter what difficulties he faced, now had a ferocious face and tears in his eyes as he performed the dogusa in front of Baileahu. "Please, Hirako, please help me practice ninjutsu." Looking at Might Dye sitting down in front of him, Hiruzen raised his eyebrows. "This is really like giving someone a pillow when they feel sleepy. Just when I was thinking of finding a few people to practice with, Mighty Dai showed up. However, in order to live up to his medical ethics, Bai Luo did not immediately pull Might Dai, who was sitting in front of him, onto the experimental table. Instead, he helped Might Dai up with a smile. "Don't worry, Might Dai, you are my brother, how can I just ignore you? I promise to help you practice ninjutsu." Hearing Bai Luo's smiling voice, Might Dai raised his head excitedly. "Really? Really?" Bai Luo suppressed his uneasiness and gave Might Dai a thumbs up, showing his bright white teeth. "Because you are my friend." Seeing that Bai Luo agreed to his request, Might Dai stepped forward with tears in his eyes and hugged Bai Luo. "You are my lifelong good brother, including my descendants." Being held tightly in the arms of Might Dai, and having difficulty breathing, Bai Luo rolled his eyes and said, "Okay, let me go. Show me a clone technique first." "Good." Mighty Dai, full of energy, let go of Hirahu and made hand seals with great momentum. Clone jutsu. Bang! As white smoke exploded around the two men, a twisted and colorless Mighty Dai lay in front of them. Seeing this, Might Dai didn't care about anything else and passionately lay down in front of his clone. "Clone, how could you do this? Stand up, burn, how can you not burn?" Seeing Might Dai's eyes filled with tears, Bai Luo continued thoughtfully, "Might Dai, cancel this clone and use the clone technique again." Hearing what Bai Luo said, Might Dai wiped away his tears of excitement and said, "Okay, let's do it again." Clone technique. An avatar that was exactly the same as the previous one, and even had a more abstract style, appeared. "Might Dai, do it again." "Alright, clone technique." This time the ninjutsu simply failed to be released, and after a burst of white smoke dissipated, nothing appeared. "Might Dai, do it again." Clone technique. Again. Clone technique. Time gradually turned to night, and after using the clone technique dozens of times in one breath, Might Dai was a little out of breath and stood there holding his knees. "Okay, take a break." When Might Dai was seen forcing himself to continue using the clone technique even though he was sweating profusely, Hiruzen stopped him. "Call." Might Dai, feeling relaxed, sat down on the ground. Seeing this, Bai Luo opened the door and said, "Come in and have some rest. I'll go prepare dinner." "In that case, I won't be polite, Bai Luo." Hearing that Bai Luo invited him to his home, Might stood up with a somersault, instantly regained his energetic appearance, and walked into Bai Luo's home with anticipation on his face. After returning home, Bai Luo went into the basement, took out the rabbit that was frightened to death, and went to the kitchen. "While cooking, I was thinking about Mighty Dai's situation. It can be said that the reason why Might Dai cannot use ninjutsu is because of his bloodline. In this world of Naruto, a long time ago, there was actually no such thing as chakra. As in previous lives, humans rely on their own hands and tools to survive in this world. Until one day, Atsutsuki came to this world from outer space. They are the source of all this chakra. Ninjas who are able to use ninjutsu all have some Atsutsuki genes to a greater or lesser extent. After observing Might Dai using ninjutsu dozens of times, Obaru also found out the reason why he could not use ninjutsu. Simply, there is not enough chakra. Might Dai is a pure human being with very few Atsutsuki genes in his body. If there are few Atsutsuki genes, it will be quite difficult to refine chakra. Ordinary people who cannot become ninjas cannot extract a trace of chakra even after practicing for decades. The reason for this gap is simple: blood. Even though the Atsutsuki and humans can interbreed, they are not the same species at all. Might Dai's problem is also the problem that Hiraho has to solve. Moreover, Bai Luo already had a solution in mind. That is, Obaru transplanted his bloodline into Might Dai. Although Bai Luo was a commoner and had a weak bloodline, but he can still use ninjutsu stably. A little bit stronger than Might Dai, but only a little bit. Bai Luo was thinking while making dinner. In the living room, Mighty, who had already smelled the aroma of roasted rabbit, looked at the kitchen with drool, his mind already drifting to the fragrant rabbit. Soon, Bai Luo came out from the kitchen with 2 bowls of rice and a roasted rabbit. "I'm starting." Picking up the chopsticks, Might Dai couldn't wait to reach for the roasted rabbit in the middle of the table. As soon as Might Dai put the rabbit meat with its greasy aroma into his mouth, he jumped up and down in pain. "Eat slowly." Seeing that Might Dai was about to jump up from his chair, Bai Luo smiled and said, "How about staying at my house tonight? I'll clean up my sister's room for you to stay in." Hearing Bai Luo's voice, Might Dai swallowed the rabbit meat that filled his mouth with difficulty and said hesitantly, "This is not a good idea. I'm afraid my father will worry about me." Seeing Might Dai's hesitation, Bai Luo rolled his eyes and said, "Why should he worry? Don't you often stay out all night to exercise on the playground? When have you ever seen him worry?" "That's right." Might Dai took another big mouthful of rice and swallowed the rabbit. Soon, a bowl of rice and nearly half a rabbit went into Might Dai's stomach. Seeing that Bai Luo had barely eaten a few mouthfuls of rice, Might Dai stopped eating and said, "You should eat with us, Bai Luo." When Might Dai said that he wanted to eat by himself, Bai Luo smiled and said, "I have a small appetite. Just watching you eat makes me full. Is that so?" After hearing Hiriko's explanation, the carefree Might Dai no longer hesitated and cleared the table of food. After eating and drinking, Might Dai looked at the messy table in front of him and patted his stomach with satisfaction. Wow, it's been a long time since I had such delicious food. Seeing Might Dai's relaxed expression, Bai Luo smiled and said, as long as you like it. Soon, after eating and drinking, the exhaustion from practicing ninjutsu came over him. Might Dai fell on the sofa and tried to force his eyelids open. When he found that he couldn't do it, he stopped trying and fell on the sofa in a twisted manner, mumbling, Billahu, there is no need to clean up your sister's room, I can just sleep on the sofa. Looking at Might Dai, who was fast asleep, Obi-Wan showed an evil smile. Human experiments are prohibited in Konoha village, which is responsible for protecting the bloodline boundary. But Might Dai has a big mouth. If Bailia had told him his plan, it might be leaked out one day. Fortunately, Might didn't realize that he had put anesthetic in the roasted rabbit. At this time, the effect of the anesthetic was coupled with the fatigue from practicing ninjutsu. Let Might Dai sleep soundly. Might Dai, wake up. If you want to sleep, go back to your room and sleep. He walked forward and shook Might Dai hypocritically for a while, and seeing that Might Dai was still as motionless as a dead pig, Beiruo became excited. The bloodline replacement of the fat hamster in the basement has been successful. The blood type of the hamster whose bloodline was replaced is exactly the same as the original hamster. If you take two hamsters for DNA testing, the test report will show that these two hamsters, whose parents have nothing in common, have become twin brothers with almost 98% DNA similarity. The remaining 2% is contributed by genetic variation. After laying Might Dai flat, Bai Luo raised the corner of his mouth and said, have a good sleep, Might Dai. When you wake up, your wish will come true. Unable to suppress his excitement, Bai Luo took out the nutrient solution prepared with saline solution. Come on, the technique of extracting small wounds, no, it should be renamed the technique of pulling out ghost sprouts now. Under Bai Luo's control, the nutrient solution slowly seeped into his body. As the nutrient solution was extracted, Bai Luo skillfully removed a large group of his own stem cells. Although the number of divisions of stem cells cannot compare to that of cancer cells, which can divide indefinitely, their ability to divide can be said to be close to that of cancer cells. After extracting such a large number of stem cells, Bai Luo only needs to rest for a few days to recover. There is no cost in shortening your life. Next, looking at Might Dai in front of him, Hiruzen took a deep breath, calmed down his agitated mood. From today on, Might Dai, you are my brother with the same blood as me. With serious eyes, Hirahu pulled open Might Dai's shirt and slowly injected the nutrient solution containing stem cells in his hand into Might Dai's body. Medical ninjutsu, palm senjutsu. The hands placed on Matt's chest glowed with a green light. Under the stimulation of medical ninjutsu, Obahiro's stem cells replicated and multiplied crazily in Might Dai's body. Soon, the living space of Might Dai's own stem cells was squeezed into a corner of the body. It was pulled out by Bai Luo. Looking at the crimson Mighty Dai stem cell ball in his hand, Birahu fell into deep thought. By the way, the purpose of preparing the nutrient solution yourself is to simulate the environment of cell activity in the body. In that case, why not just draw out some body fluids? Why do you need to prepare the nutrient solution separately? Could it be that sometimes my IQ is on the same level as Might's? In the pitch-black space of consciousness, Might Dai suddenly felt a chill on his chest, as if something had invaded. Soon, the slight chill quickly turned into heat that filled Mighty's limbs and bones. The feeling of blood boiling made him want to wake up right now and do 100 push UPS. It's going to burn. Finally, as Might Dai continued to struggle, he finally opened his eyes. A bright ray of sunshine illuminates the simple living room in front of you, making it warm. An illusion. Feeling that his body was no different from usual, Might Dai sat up in a daze. Squeak! Hearing the noise in the living room, Bai Luo, with his waist-length white hair disheveled, came out sleepily. He looked at Might Dai, who was looking confused, and stretched out his hand to greet him. Hey, you're awake, Might Dai. The moment he saw Hirahu, Might Dai felt a sense of familiarity for some reason. It was as if Bailiahu was his biological brother who had been lost decades ago. The sense of intimacy that came from blood made Might Dai mistakenly believe that he was grateful to Obito for helping him train in ninjutsu. Seeing Bailiahu walking out of the room, Might Dai raised his thumbs and showed his blinding white teeth. Let's burn our youth together, Bailiahu. Seeing Might Dai's passionate look, Bai Luo secretly breathed a sigh of relief and showed a more reserved smile. You can try using the clone technique later. As for now, let's have breakfast first. After saying that, Bai Luo went back into the basement, randomly picked up a fish that was suffering from depression, and took it back to the kitchen to make breakfast. Breakfast is simple rice porridge with fried fish fillet. I'm starting. The fragrant fish fillet in front of Might Dai whetted his appetite, and he finished all the porridge and fish fillet in 2 or 3 bites. Bai Luo, who was standing by, did not just watch Might Dai eat like he did last night, but also ate up the rice porridge and fish fillet in front of him. The rabbit that was supposed to be eaten for lunch yesterday was forgotten by Bai Luo because he was busy doing experiments. It could only be delayed until dinner. The rabbits at dinner were drugged by Obi-Wan and all went into Mighty Dai's stomach. Now, even though Bailiahu has a small appetite, he is actually very hungry. After finishing the breakfast in front of him and eating until he was 80% full, Obi-Wan called Might Dai to come to the training ground in the Konoha forest. Let's begin, use the clone jutsu, Might Dai. Looking at Might Dai in front of him, Bailuo's face showed solemnity. Whether his method of replacing blood can be successful depends on what Might is wearing. Showed it. Good. Might Dai made hand seals with full momentum, even though he had performed the clone technique countless times last night and even though Might Dai had no hope in his heart at this moment. But, youth cannot be abandoned, clone technique. Amid Might Dai's deafening voice and Obi-Wan's heavy gaze, a cloud of white mist exploded around the two of them. As the white mist slowly dissipated with the wind, a Mighty Day clone appeared, wearing a green tights, showing dazzling white teeth and raising his thumb. Looking at the clone in front of him that looked exactly like Might Dai, Hiruzen smiled. And Matt Day was even more excited. Hey, did you see that, Birahu? Matt Dai clenched his fists tightly, tears of excitement streaming down from the corners of his eyes. Ah, I see. Bailuo, his lips curled up, his eyes sparkling. You did it. Hello, I succeeded. In excitement, Might Dai hugged Hirako. At this moment, the two people who were connected by blood saw something called hope. 2 days later, ninja school. The second-generation Hokage, Senju Tobirama, sat quietly in a chair, watching the next generation of Konoha village taking the ninja assessment in front of him. Matt Dai. The Chunin examiner at the side called out the names of the students who were coming forward for the examination. Yoshi. After practicing ninjutsu countless times in the past few days, Might Dai was full of confidence. He stood up with great vigor and walked forward. That Might Dai, doesn't he know how to use ninjutsu? Why is he so happy about this exam? Jiraiya, who was sitting among the crowd, looked at Might Dai's confident look and felt a little suspicious. In every exam, Jiraiya was ranked last, and Might Dai was ranked second to last. Jiraiya was particularly concerned about Might Dai, who always ranked second to last in the exams. After all, what people care about is always the first, no matter whether it is the first in a positive number or the last in a positive number. As for those who always ranked second, whether it was Luhu who ranked second from the top or Might Dai who ranked second from the bottom, they were not discussed that much among students and parents. After all, the one that parents compare their own children with is always the best or the worst. For example, if you don't study hard, you'll end up like Jiraiya. Or, look at Orochimaru, he doesn't even have parents but he still gets first place in every exam. Why can't you do that? Jiraiya heard words like these over and over again, so much so that Jiraiya was eager to get rid of the title of last. And changing the test ranking through studying is impossible for Jiraiya. You should know that there are some multiple choice questions on the science exam paper. Even if they choose randomly, ordinary people can guess some scores correctly. And Jiraiya, even if he fills in the answers randomly, can perfectly avoid the correct options and get a big 0. Its strength can be imagined. The ability to get 0 points in exams is, to some extent, quite impressive. In order to win the second-to-last position and get rid of his parents' nagging, Jiraiya practiced the 3 ninjutsu required for the graduation exam desperately, just to be able to beat Mighty in the exam. But when he saw Might Dai's confident look at this moment, Jiraiya couldn't help but feel a little uneasy. Might Dai. Could it be that he has successfully mastered the ninjutsu? Let's draw lots. The Chunin teacher who was presiding over the test saw Might Dai walking forward with his head held high, so he took out a lottery box and placed it in front of Might Dai. Yes. Looking at the lottery box in front of him, Matt Dai took a deep breath and took out a piece of paper from it. Transformation technique. Looking at the handwriting on the note, Matt Dai showed excitement. Bang! As the smoke exploded, a figure identical to the Chunin sensei who was conducting the exam appeared and gave the Chunin sensei a thumbs up. Matt Dai, test passed. Hearing the announcement from the Chunin teacher, Hiruzen in the audience smiled, but Jiraiya was struck by lightning. Teacher, Matt is cheating on him. The title of the last place would make people uncomfortable no matter who it is. In order to get rid of the last place, Jiraiya slammed the table in anger. Seeing this, Senju Tobirama became interested. He smiled as he watched a little brat report another little brat. Oh, since you said he cheated, then tell me how he cheated? That is. Jiraiya stood up and looked at Senju Tobirama who seemed to be smiling and gritted his teeth, thinking he would go all out. Because he didn't know any ninjutsu before, he must have cheated to suddenly know ninjutsu this time. Jiraiya's words caused everyone present to whisper. Can I learn the ninjutsu that I didn't know before? What kind of weird and outrageous statement is this by Jiraiya? But Bailuo smiled calmly. Might Dai did cheat, but no one would be able to tell it was cheating. Jiraiya, you bastard, I have practiced ninjutsu with great effort. Tell me, how to cheat in ninjutsu. After the exam, Might Dai, who was about to accept everyone's admiration and cheers, suddenly became angry when he heard Jiraiya's questioning voice. He rolled up his sleeves and planned to have a real-life PK with Jiraiya. That's enough. Seeing that the scene was heading towards chaos, Senju Hashirama knocked on the table, quieting everyone present down. No one who cheats can escape my eyes. After saying this majestic words, Senju Hashirama smiled at Might Guy and said, "Congratulations, you have passed the ninja test and officially become a genin." Looking at the majestic yet warm expression of Senju Tobirama, Might's eyes shone. "Yes, second generation Hokage, thank you, I will definitely devote myself to the village until my death." "Yes." Nodding to Might Guy, Senju Tobirama looked at the examiner beside him and said, "Continue the exam." "Yes." The Chunin teacher agreed, then said seriously, "Next, Obaru-kun." When the teacher called his name, Bailuaha stood up and walked forward naturally. He had already mastered the 3 basic ninjutsu: transformation jutsu, clone jutsu, and substitute jutsu. Also learned were treading water, climbing trees, and the Raiznan, which were described in great detail in the original work. With the initial completion of the demon geranium technique, what troubled Okuniko now was no longer the bloodline limit, it's simply the amount of chakra. Clone technique. After drawing the note, Bailuhu took a look at the contents and then made seals with both hands. Bang! After a puff of white smoke, a figure exactly like Bailuhu appeared beside Bailuhu. "Hirahu, pass." The examiner took one look at the 2 identical Bailuhu and announced that Bailuhu had passed the test. Next, Orochimaru. Hirako released his clone, looked at Orochimaru approaching, and returned to his seat with an expressionless face. Hirako wants to obtain a large amount of chakra, but does not want to become the Jinchuriki of the tailed beast. Not to mention that the Jinchuriki spends his entire life under the surveillance of the village and lives an extremely miserable life. Moreover, the presence of other creatures in the body also made Bailuo feel very uncomfortable. What should I do if the tailed beasts and the umbu are peeping at me when I go to the toilet? When he thought of this possibility, Bailuo felt like he couldn't even pee in the toilet. There are also many solutions for those who want a large amount of chakra. First, ninjutsu yin seal. Second, big knife shark muscle. Third, dragon vein. After listing all the solutions in his mind, Bailuo began to think about the solution. The large sword Samehada has the ability to devour the opponent's chakra. Having it is equivalent to having a blue absorbing energy. It is currently in the hands of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the Mist Shadow Village. However, it is not realistic to snatch the big sword Samehada now. At this time, Hirahu was still a rookie who ran out of mana after using 2 Raiznan. It is really a bit difficult for him to rob the sword Samehada from Wuiying Village now. Although the dragon vein is as unrealistic for Hirako as it is for Samehada, the risk of trying to get it is too great. First of all, Hirako needs to prepare a powerful sealing technique that can seal the huge chakra of the dragon vein into his body. This kind of sealing technique is usually only possessed by the Uzumaki clan. Secondly, the dragon vein is located in the ruins of Lulin in the Kingdom of Wind. The Kingdom of Wind belongs to the territory of the Sand Village. Now that the First Ninja World War has just ended, all the major ninja villages are in the stage of post-war recuperation, but their nerves are still tense, and war may break out again if they are not careful. If Hokage went there rashly, he would be caught as a spy by the Sand Village if he was not careful. Moreover, if he had the energy to prepare the dragon vein sealing technique, he would have learned the yin seal long ago. After considering the pros and cons, Bailuo quickly set his sights on the yin seal. Yin seal is a ninjutsu that can create a pool of chakra storage inside the body. It can store the chakra that is normally restored and overflowed in the pool. If the chakra is exhausted during battle, you can draw chakra from the pool for use. For Hirako at this stage, it is a very practical ninjutsu. Moreover, Hirako was a little concerned about the origin of this ninjutsu. That is, this ninjutsu is somewhat similar to the wedge used by the Atsutsuki clan to store their consciousness and data after death. The original book did not give much explanation for this similarity, only saying that the yin sealing technique was passed down from ancient times. If you want to evolve into the Atsutsuki clan, then studying their wedges is essential. After obtaining the blood of the Thousand Hands clan, Bailuo's mana bar recovery speed will become extremely fast. The yin seal is a ninjutsu tailor-made for him. The assessment is over. Following the announcement by the examiner, Hirahu came back to his senses and looked towards the podium. I saw Senju Tobirama personally picked up the ninja forward protectors placed aside and distributed them one by one to the group of naughty kids who had become genin in the classroom. Seeing Senju Tobirama coming to him and personally handing the genin forward protector to him, Obaru bowed his head slightly and said, "Thank you, second Hokage." What Obaru could be sure of at this time was that the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, would definitely be able to seal this technique. Even if Tobirama Senju doesn't do that, his niece, Tsunade, will definitely come into contact with him one day in the future. From now on, it is not too late to find a way to integrate into the circle of the future Sunin. As if noticing Bailuo's reservedness, Senju Tobirama forced a kind smile from his slightly serious face and reached out to gently touch Bailuo's soft white hair. The future of Konoha village depends on you. After saying that, he walked towards Might Dai, who was eager to try behind him, holding the ninja forward protector. Looking at the back of the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, Hokage's eyes were gloomy. Now let's try to see if we can get the yin seal from Tobirama Senju through formal channels. If that doesn't work, then he can only forcibly obtain the yin seal through the Sharingan after obtaining the Uchiha bloodline. After the distribution of the ninja forward protectors was completed, Hashirama Senju said a few brief words and hurriedly left the ninja school. At this time, the first ninja war had just ended, and Konoha village was in ruins. He didn't spend much time in the ninja school either. Alright, your team leader will lead you to complete the mission. Congratulations on graduating from the ninja school. The Chunin teacher who was in charge of the test clapped his hands, attracting everyone's attention. Before your team leader arrives, you all stay in the classroom and don't run around. After saying that, he also left the classroom. All the people who could calm the situation left, and the classroom suddenly became noisy. Hirahu, I really hope I can be assigned to the same team with you. Might Die behind him started to act up again. Seeing that Hiruzen ignored him, he didn't feel lonely being alone. I really hope the teacher leading the team is also a passionate man. That's impossible. Listening to Might Die's words, Obaru secretly complained in his heart. In the entire Konoha village, the only ones who talk about burning youth every day are you, your son Might Die, and your son's apprentice Rock Lee. While Baileahu appeared calm on the surface but was actually complaining inwardly, the first teacher in charge came to the classroom. The person who came was actually a familiar figure who often appeared in the anime that Obaru watched in his previous life, Sarutobi Hiruzen. At this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who looked very young, was quite high-spirited. As a direct subordinate of the village Hokage, his current status in Konoha is quite high. If we make an analogy, it would be the status of the 12 ninjas of Konoha after Tsunade became Hokage in Naruto Shippuden. Orochimaru, Tsunade, Jiraiya. Hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen say the name, Hiruzen showed an expression that was expected but also unexpected. Because in the original work, Hirako and the 3 ninjas of Konoha had known each other since childhood. Later, we also had the experience of working as a team to complete tasks. Now that I think about it, Konoha already has a standard action team with a leading ninja and 3 members. Since Orochimaru, Jiraiya, Tsunade and Sarutobi Hiruzen are in the same team, then Obito must be a member of another team. The time when Hirako joined the 3 ninjas team should be after the death of Senju Tobirama and Sarutobi Hiruzen became Hokage. As the 3 people whose names were called were taken away by Sarutobi Hiruzen, another ninja entered the classroom. He was wearing a suit with a Uchiha clan fan printed on it. He glanced at everyone in the classroom and shouted, "Hirahu, Might Die, Uchiha Dalan." When his name was called, Hirahu was stunned for a moment, then stood up and walked towards the Uchiha clan ninja. Uchiha Dalan also stood up and walked forward with an unhappy look on his face. As for Might Die, his mood was very complicated at this moment. He didn't know whether he should be happy or sad. Although he was very happy to be assigned to a team with his good brother Hirako, he was a little unhappy to be with Uchiha Daro, who once ignited him with a fireball. The 3 people with different moods followed the Uchiha clan ninja out of the school and came to a park in the forest. Okay, let's do it here. The Uchiha ninja who led the team in front of him stopped and looked at the 3 people with different expressions behind him. First, introduce yourself. My name is Uchiha Kagami. I like everyone in Konoha village and I don't hate anything. My future ideal is to become as great as the second Hokage. Upon hearing the self-introduction of his team's ninja, Uchiha Kagami, Obito couldn't help but stiffen. The second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, kept muttering evil Uchiha, every day. There are still Uchiha who worship Senju Tobirama now. They are simply the most stupid among the Yu Uchiha. Okay, let's start with you, Uchiha Daro. Hearing Uchiha Jing's words, Uchiha Dalan smiled and pulled the Konoha forward protector on his forehead. My name is Uchiha Daro. I don't have any particular favorite things, but what I hate most is guys who snatch women from me. Besides, my father's ideal is to become a great man like the second Hokage. Then my ideal is to become the man who becomes the Hokage. Hearing what Uchiha Dalan said, Hirahu was stunned. Uchiha Dalan is the son of Uchiha Jing? Uchiha Jing, who was sitting in front of the 3 people, appeared calm on the surface, but in his heart he was so ashamed that he wanted to find a hole to crawl into. This kid had been warned several times before not to reveal his father-son relationship with him and the team. How do you want your companions to view the 2 of us? Although Uchiha Jing was so embarrassed that he wanted to dig out a 3-bedroom apartment with his toes, he remained calm on the surface. Okay, next one, the one in green clothes. Snort! Might Die glared at Uchiha Dalan fiercely, stood up, showing his shiny teeth, and gave a thumbs up. My name is Might Die. What I like is the food made by Hirako. What I hate is a certain arrogant Uchiha. My ideal for the future is to burn my youth. Listening to Might Die's words, a question popped up in the minds of the 3 people present at the same time. What is the ideal of burning youth? Okay, next one. Although he didn't understand what burning youth was, it didn't stop Uchiha Jing from asking everyone to continue introducing themselves. My name is Beiluhu. I like to stay alone and read books. What I hate is a green-clothed annoying person disturbing me when I am reading. As he said this, Hirahu smiled, while Might Die beside him looked visibly disappointed. After all, 2 of the 4 people in a team clearly expressed that they hated him when they introduced themselves. My future ideal is to become a doctor who saves lives and heals the wounded. Uchiha Jing looked at the smiling, inexplicably determined Hiruzen in front of him, and smiled as well, a very remarkable ideal. After that, he stood up and said, "That's all for today. Let's gather at the mission hall in the village at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning to take on the mission together." Hearing that Uchiha Kagami was done like this, Uchiha Dalan became dissatisfied instead. "Why, Dad, didn't you say there is another elimination match? Hurry up and have the elimination match and eliminate that annoying guy in green clothes." Might Dai, who was standing by, clenched his fists in anger when he heard Uchiha Dalan say this. Even Hiriko, who was sitting next to him, had a much lower opinion of Uchiha Dalan. "That's enough, Dalan." Uchiha Jing, who knew his son's true nature, sighed and said, "The village has stipulated that an action team must consist of 3 genin and 1 jonin. If one of you is eliminated without authorization, the other 2 will also be eliminated. Do you want to go back to ninja school, Uchiha Daro?" Hearing his father's harsh words, Uchiha Dalan pouted in dissatisfaction, but didn't say anything else. Seeing that Uchiha Dalan didn't say anything earth-shattering, Uchiha Jing nodded to Hiriko and Might Dai. "See you tomorrow, then." As soon as he finished speaking, he disappeared. Uchiha Dalan left the park without even saying hello. In the park, Bailuho looked at Uchiha Dalan's leaving figure, and his eyes gradually became profound. "Ah, that's so frustrating." Mighty Dai on the side grabbed his hair and pounded the wooden stake beside him as if he had energy but nowhere to vent it. "This is family." Bailu sighed. His eyes drifted towards Might Dai. "If you are so unhappy, you can just fight him after the mission is over tomorrow. Keeping things in your heart will damage your body." Listening to Bailuo's ulterior motives, Might Dai gritted his teeth and a fire ignited in his heart. "I will prove it. Even commoners can defeat those families through hard work. Billahu, just open your eyes and watch." After that, as if he had no energy left, Might Dai stood upside down and left the park directly on his hands. Suddenly, Bailuo was the only one left in the entire park looking at the azure blue sky. Bailuo started to make plans in his mind. The last time Might Dai faced Uchiha Dalang, he lost because he didn't know ninjutsu. If the fire had continued to burn at that time, even Obi-Wan was not sure whether he could save Might Dai with his medical ninjutsu, so he stopped it in time. Now, I wonder if Might Dai, who has learned ninjutsu, can defeat Uchiha Dalang. As the breeze gently blew on the tips of her hair, Bailuo felt a little refreshed. Tomorrow, no matter who wins or loses between the 2 of them, the one who will benefit the most in the end will be Bailuo. The next day, 8 o'clock in the morning, the 4 people arrived at the Konoha village mission hall on time. "Let me see. With your current ninja level, you can only take D rank and C rank missions." In front of the receptionist, Uchiha Jing carefully looked at the many tasks, then picked up a scroll and said to the 3 people behind him, "I think this task is most suitable for you." Hearing that Uchiha Kagami had already selected the mission, Might Dai and Uchiha Dalan immediately came over excitedly. Then, the 2 of them instantly went from looking excited to looking disappointed. "What? Why are we weeding the second Hokage yard?" I heard Uchiha Dalan read out the content of the mission. Standing aside, Bailuo, who was originally completely uninterested in the mission, blinked. Compared to the 2 lost people, he aroused interest. While clearing weeds in Senju Tobirama's yard, he automatically ignored the second half of the task. All he could think about was how to get the yin seal from Senju Tobirama. "Okay, stop complaining, let's get going now without further ado." After putting away the mission scroll, Uchiha Kagami looked at the 2 lost people and Hiriko with a gleam in his eyes, and took the lead to walk towards Senju Tobirama's house. Tobirama Senju is not only the second Hokage of Konoha village, but also the current patriarch of the Senju clan. His house can be said to be quite big. Some children who are not good at finding their way may even risk getting lost if they go in. Standing on the tree and taking a look at the area of the house, Uchiha Dalan couldn't help but open his mouth wide. "It's so huge, it's even bigger than the Uchiha clan leader's house. How long will it take to clean it up?" Might Dai on the side was like a newborn calf that was not afraid of a tiger. "No matter how big the yard is, I will clean it up, burn, youth." After saying that, he jumped down and knocked on the door. "Hokage-sama, I'm here to help you clean the yard." Soon, the door slowly opened, but the person who opened the door was not the second Hokage Senju Tobirama as Might Dai imagined, but Tsunade Senju, who was very familiar to all 3 of them. Tsunade? Looking at the chubby blonde girl in front of him, Uchiha Dalan froze. "My first assignment was to do housework for my classmates. For some unknown reason, I have a feeling of being inferior to others." However, Might Dai, who was standing next to Uchiha Dalang, didn't feel anything. When he saw Tsunade open the door, he immediately ran over happily. "Tsunade-chan, I'm here to help you clean the yard." "Oh, it's you guys." Tsunade looked at the 3 people standing in front of the yard and smiled. "I thought it was another strange ninja who would take on this mission. If it's you guys, that's great." With that said, Tsunade led the group of 4 into the courtyard. As he walked, he said, as the Hokage, my great-uncle is always busy until very late at night. Sometimes he even spends the night in the Hokage's office. I really can't take care of such a big yard by myself. I don't know what Orochimaru is busy with every day, and Jiraiya. It's good enough that he doesn't make trouble for me. I really had no other choice, so I posted this task in the task hall. As Tsunade was talking, the group of 4 came to a courtyard that was almost as big as a football field in Hokage's opinion. This is it. Pointing to the open courtyard in front of her, Tsunade crossed her arms and said, I plan to plant some other plants in this area, so all the weeds on the land must be cleared away. Leave it to me, Tsunade-chan. Might Guy gave a thumbs up and without saying a word, he rushed straight to the green grass on the ground. Might Guy pounced directly on the weeds, then grabbed the green leaves hard, and brought up a large area of weed roots, stones, and soil. Baileahu also hurried over to help. Unlike Might Guy, Obaru took out the poison directly from his ninja tool bag. Gently drop the poison on the green grass, and soon, a large area of grass will wither at a speed visible to the naked eye. With a gentle pinch of the hand, it turned into ashes. Seeing that Obito was using poison, Tsunade quickly stepped forward and asked, Is the poison you used okay? We're going to plant some crops later. No problem. Seeing Tsunade's worried look, Hiroha smiled and said, This toxin will be degraded over time. Just wait for a day or so and the toxin will completely disappear. I see. Tsunade blinked and said, Then I'll go prepare lunch for you. I'll leave this yard to you. Watching Tsunade leave, Uchiha Dalan looked at Uchiha Jing beside him with some dissatisfaction. Hey, father, why did you take on this task? Do you know that you have made me lose face in front of my classmates? Is Tsunade-chan your classmate? Listening to Uchiha Dalan's complaints, Uchiha Jing was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, If we are classmates, isn't it reasonable to help each other? Looking at Uchiha Jing's smiling face, Uchiha Dalan was a little angry. Helping each other and the employer's task are two different things. Don't confuse the concepts, okay? Uchiha Dalan felt as uncomfortable as if he had gone through so much trouble to find a job after graduation, only to find that his boss was his classmate. It vividly demonstrates what it means that the starting point for some people is also the end point for others. It's natural to be angry. Well, don't be angry. I'll treat you to ramen after this mission is completed. And you see, Might Dai and Hiriko didn't dislike this mission either. Uchiha Jing smiled awkwardly, trying to divert Uchiha Dalan's attention to the two people who were weeding. This made Uchiha Dalan even angrier. Don't compare me to those two commoners, I am a noble Uchiha. Seeing that Uchiha Dalan refused to put down his pride, Uchiha Jing also put away his smile and said angrily, Even the most noble Uchiha has to eat. If you don't weed the field, you won't have dinner tonight. Hearing what Uchiha Jing said, Uchiha Dalan clenched his fists. If you don't want to eat, then don't eat. After saying that, he turned around and left the courtyard. Looking at Uchiha Dalan's back, Uchiha Jing sighed, then looked at the two people who were diligently weeding, and sighed, It would be great if Dalan could be as obedient and sensible as you guys. Bai Luo, who was spreading poison on the grass, paused. The reason why he accepted this task without resistance was because he saw clearly the nature of this world. That's power. Without power, there is nothing. Everything here, including dignity, money, rights and so on. The second-generation Hokage, Senju Tobirama, was stronger than him, so he could naturally step on his face and rub it on the ground madly. The reason why Might Dai didn't object was simply because he had no brains. He does not feel the so-called loss of dignity, and can automatically regard all monetary transaction relationships as emotions, friendships, and family ties. Such a stupid and rough guy would probably go there eagerly even if Tsunade didn't pay him and just wanted him to work for free. Stopping the work in his hands, Baileahu looked at Uchiha Jing. Teacher Jing, Uchiha Dalan left. Aren't you going to chase him? That child. Looking at Baileahu's sensible and well-behaved appearance, Uchiha Jing sighed helplessly. He will experience this kind of thing sooner or later. It's better to let him be alone now. As he said that, Uchiha Jing smiled and said, Thank you for your hard work today. Let's go eat ramen together tonight. Oh, not hard at all. Might Dai, who was standing by, raised his thumb with sweat all over his forehead, while in his other hand he did not forget to hold bundles of weeds covered with dirt. He showed his sparkling teeth to Uchiha Kagami. Looking at the two of them, Uchiha Jing curled the corners of his mouth. It's great to be young. A few hours later, just as Baileahu and Might Dai were weeding busily, there was another knock on the door. It was almost noon, and Might Dai, sweating profusely, had already collapsed on the ground due to exhaustion. Only Baileahu was still slowly spreading venom. As for Uchiha Kagami, he had disappeared long ago and no one knew where he was. Yes, this mission is only D-level and is not worth his time. Tsunade, who was preparing lunch in the kitchen, came out, glanced at the two of them, then walked straight to the door and opened it. Outside the door was Jiraiya, who had dressed up carefully and looked refreshed. Seeing Tsunade opening the door, holding a rose in her mouth, one hand on her waist and one hand on the door frame, she said, My Princess Tsunade, your knight is here. Without waiting for Jiraiya to finish his words, Tsunade rolled her dead eyes and slammed the door shut. Then, as he walked towards the kitchen, he hypnotized himself. There was nothing outside the door just now, but it actually knocked on its own. How strange. Looking at the heavily closed door in front of him, Jiraiya's expression, which he thought was flirtatious, froze. Hey, you flat-bottomed Tsunade, I'm here to help you weed the yard out of kindness. Is this how you treat me? Jiraiya didn't care about the crime of trespassing in Konoha village. He just climbed over the wall and jumped in. Then he excitedly ran to Tsunade and shouted. Tsunade, who was originally planning to return to the kitchen to continue preparing lunch for Hiruzen and might die, clenched her fists at this moment. You bastard pervert, how many times have I told you this? There is no way I will date an idiot like you. Looking at Tsunade's clenched fist, Jiraiya's mouth twitched, and his eyes drifted to the side. Don't be so self-indulgent, you flat-footed guy. My ninja way is to please girls, and girls don't include you, Tsunade. It's definitely not to avoid being beaten. Absolutely not. By the way, Tsunade has had such a violent tendency since she was a child that I wonder who will be lucky enough to marry Tsunade when she grows up. What did you say? Tsunade was so angry that when Jiraiya was pursuing her before, he at least put her in the group of girls. But now what happened? Ever since the Genin exam, Tsunade is no longer a girl in Jiraiya's eyes. It's a flat-bottomed dinosaur between a boy and a girl. Jiraiya saw that Tsunade was about to lose her temper, and with his sharp eyes he saw Hokuriko slowly spreading poison in the yard. The purple liquid in Okuniki's hand that looked like poison no matter how you looked at it, and the plants that instantly withered and died when they were contaminated by the poison, instantly gave Jiraiya an excuse to change the subject. In order to protect himself from Tsunade's fist, Jiraiya flew directly towards Obito, shouting, Ninja over there, stop, spreading poison in the home of the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, how dare you, are you a spy sent by another ninja village to assassinate the Hokage? Hirahu, who was still spraying poison, felt a little confused when he heard Jiraiya put such a big hat on him. However, this did not prevent Bailuo from responding in battle. Seeing Jiraiya rushing towards him, Hirahu directly threw the poison in his hand for weeding at Jiraiya. Countless purple venoms blocked Jiraiya in the air like spray, forming a poisonous mist. Jiraiya was not afraid at all. He simply wrapped his head with clothes and rushed towards Hiruzen. Then, relying on his excellent combat instincts, he kicked towards Bailuo. Stop! Tsunade, who was standing by, saw Jiraiya rushing into the purple poisonous fog, and for a moment, she felt a little hesitant. Tsunade had no idea what the ingredients of the venom used to kill weeds were. And now, Tsunade, who just graduated from the ninja school and became a genin, has just started to learn medical ninjutsu. It is impossible to analyze the composition of the poison, let alone develop an antidote. Seeing Jiraiya rushing into the poisonous fog, he was extremely anxious, but he knew that he could not follow Jiraiya into the area covered by the poisonous fog. Instead, he had to find a way to make Jiraiya stop fighting. He's the ninja I hired to mow the lawn. Jiraiya, stop, do you hear me? The poisonous fog slowly spread, enveloping Hiruzen and Jiraiya. In the poisonous fog, Hirako crossed his arms and blocked Jiraiya's powerful kick. Then he held his breath and looked at Jiraiya fiercely. The poison used by Bailuo to kill weeds had a famous name in the previous life. Paraquat. It was also a herbicide in the previous life. It kills weeds when sprayed on the land and then becomes blunt and disappears after a while. No harm to subsequent plants. However, it is highly toxic to the human body. Even a small amount of this toxin in contact with human skin can cause redness, pain, and other symptoms. Extensive contact will cause skin ulcers and difficulty breathing. Just inhaling or swallowing more than 6 milliliters can be fatal. You should know that a sip of water contains more than 6 milliliters. And the most important thing about this herbicide is that it has no antidote. In the previous life, in a world where medical technology was extremely advanced, no antidote was developed. Not to mention that in the ninja world, medical research has only been carried out at the cellular level. Once you are poisoned by paraquat, the only way to relieve the symptoms is to extract the poison from the cells. All we can do is leave it to fate. At this time, Bailuo didn't dare to speak to explain why he was here. I was afraid that the paraquat would be inhaled into the poisonous mist. Facing the paraquat poisonous fog surrounding him and Jiraiya in front of him, almost in an instant, Bailuo formulated a strategy. Attack with force and end the battle in the shortest time possible. At this time, Hiruzen had no wind-style ninjutsu that could blow away the poisonous fog, and even the Raiznan could not blow away such a large area of poisonous fog. After blocking Jiraiya's kick, Hiruzen punched Jiraiya directly in the face. At this moment, Jiraiya had just kicked out, and his balance was unstable, so he was knocked to the ground by Birahu's punch. Hateful. Seeing himself fall to the ground so shamelessly, Jiraiya was filled with anger. But no matter how aggrieved Jiraiya felt, Hokuriko took advantage of the situation and rode directly on Jiraiya's body. I just yelled at Jiraiya's handsome face. Granted, Hokage's power and stamina were weaker than Jiraiya's. However, knowing well the cruelty of the ninja world, Hirako had long ago mastered fighting skills and reaction speed that were no less than Jiraiya's. Although he is not as passionate as Might Guy, he is still more than capable of dealing with Jiraiya, who is still a little kid. Remain. He's the ninja I hired to mow the lawn. Jiraiya, stop, do you hear me? It was not until now that Tsunade's voice finally reached Jiraiya's ears. However, at this time, Jiraiya, who was being pressed to the ground by Hirahu, no longer cared whether he had wronged Hirahu or not. The only thing I was thinking about was counterattack. Let this guy who made him lose face in front of Tsunade also experience the feeling of being pinned to the ground and rubbed. In the gap between Obaru's attacks, the fingertips were directly stained with the blood from Jiraiya's nose caused by Obaru's beating. When Obaru noticed Jiraiya's actions, his pupils narrowed. He immediately stopped attacking and left Jiraiya's side. Jiraiya was seen making seals with his hands stained with blood. Psychic. If you can't beat them, just ask for help. Looking at Jiraiya using the summoning technique, Hiruzen frowned tightly. In the world of Naruto, not every ninja has summoned beasts to help him fight. Like Hiriko in the original work, his spiritualism is the four-legged beast he made himself using Gyuo. Jiraiya just graduated from Ninja Academy not long ago. He has already been to Mayaboku Mountain? Outside the poisonous fog, Tsunade looked at the poisonous fog that was gradually spreading and pursed her lips. At this point, we can only call for adults to stop them. Tsunade did not know the whereabouts of Uchiha Kagami and Sarutobi Hiruzen at this time. However, Tsunade still knew the whereabouts of her great-uncle, the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama. That's the Hokage's office. Even if Senju Tobirama himself was not there, he would leave a shadow clone there to handle official business. Thinking of this, Tsunade no longer hesitated. He ran straight to the Hokage's office. At this time, in the yard, only Might Dai was still sleeping soundly without any consciousness. Fortunately, the poisonous fog was still a long distance away from him. In the poisonous fog, Baileahu looked seriously at the white fog exploding in front of him. He looked as if facing a great enemy. Big boss Gamabunta, he's the one who bullies me. Jiraiya stood up and pointed at Hiruzen and complained loudly. It was as if he wanted to vent his resentment for being pressed to the ground and rubbed. As the white smoke dissipated, a toad as big as a human, with orange-red patterns on its body, holding a pipe and a sword, appeared in front of Baileahu. Is this poison? Jiraiya, hold your breath. As soon as Gamabunta appeared, he noticed the poisonous fog all around him and quickly reminded Jiraiya. Hearing Gamabunta's reminder, Jiraiya was startled and quickly covered his mouth and nose with his hands. However, it was too late when I noticed it. Bunta. I feel so much pain in my body. After struggling to spit out these words from his throat, Jiraiya rolled his eyes and fell down. Jiraiya. Looking at Jiraiya who fell down, Gamabunta stared closely at Hiruzen who had his mouth shut and said nothing in front of him. Are you the one who created this poisonous fog? You really are as despicable as those snakes in the Earth Dragon Cave? Hirahu couldn't speak, he just slowly grasped the kunao in his ninja tool bag. But it doesn't matter. After I knock you down, I can find the antidote for this poisonous fog from you. As he said this, Gamabunta swung the sword in his hand and slashed towards Obito. Clang! Sparks flew from the junction of the kunao and the katana. Bailuo gritted his teeth, took down the kunao that was blocking the katana, and took a small step back. This Gamabunta's power is too great, he just took one blow. The kunao in his hand was almost shaken and flew out of his hand. He watched as Gamabunta regrouped and continued to swing his sword at him. Bailuo dodged sideways. You can't fight head-on, you have to get out of the poisonous fog first, otherwise, you won't be able to hold on for long while holding your breath. Seeing that Hiriko dodged the attack, he ran back directly. Gamabunta did not suspect anything and picked up Jiraiya and chased after Hiriko. Don't even think about running. Hokage and Gamabunta, who was holding Jiraiya, rushed out of the coverage of the poisonous fog one after another. Seeing that they had left the range of the poisonous fog, Bailuo took a deep breath. Chakra knife. Chakra condensed into a blue blade on the dagger-like kunao. The blade was attached to the kunao and extended forward slightly, making the kunao look as long as the katana in Gamabunta's hand. After leaving the poisonous fog, seeing that Obito was about to continue fighting him in close combat, Gamabunta put away his sword and also took a deep breath. Water style, cannonball. Just now in the poisonous fog, Gamabunta did not use this move simply because the prerequisite action of this ninjutsu is the same as that of the Great Fireball. You need to take a deep breath to start. Breathing in the poisonous fog is tantamount to seeking death. Now that he has left the poisonous fog, Gamabunta can release his ninjutsu without any scruples. I saw a water ball like a cannonball, shot towards Hiriko with the breath of Toadbunta. Seeing the water ball coming, Baileahu immediately jumped away. The whole person moved in a Z-shaped pattern and approached Gamabunta madly. Looking at Gamabunta standing there, firing water-style ninjutsu like a machine gun, Obito's pupils contracted. Adrenaline in the body is secreted crazily. This distance is not enough, we need to get closer. Hirako doesn't know many offensive ninjutsu, only the Raise-nan and a chakra knife that he used to dissect experimental animals, which can barely be considered an offensive ninjutsu. However, Hirako's own chakra is only enough to use the Raise-nan twice before it is completely exhausted. However, in actual combat, there is no chance for Hirako to rest and recover his chakra. In addition, during the battle, Hirako inevitably used some auxiliary ninjutsu. Therefore, there is only one chance to use the Raise-nan to defeat Gamabunta. After one time, most of the chakra will be consumed. If it fails, Baileahu can only find a way to escape. Water style, cannonball. Just when Baileahu was not paying attention, a water ball like a cannonball hit him directly. The powerful impact force instantly exploded in front of Baileahu, causing him to bleed profusely. Ha! Hit! Looking at Baileahu in front of him, half of his body covered in blood, wet all over, and in a miserable state, Gamabunta took a puff of his cigarette with pride. Boy, hand over the antidote that maybe if I'm in a good mood, I'll spare your life. Looking at Gamabunta, he looked as smug as a victorious rooster. At this moment, Baileahu, who looked like a drowned chicken, just curled the corners of his mouth. The next moment, the whole person burst into a ball of white mist. The white mist dissipated, and all that remained was a tattered wooden stake. Substitution jutsu, when, looking at the tattered wooden stake in front of him, which seemed to be silently mocking him, Gamabunta's expression became serious. He tightly grasped the sword in his hand and said angrily, "Boy, you just want to fight me in close combat, I will grant your wish." The next moment, Gamabunta turned around to block. Clang! As expected, the silver-glowing katana and the azure chakra dagger collided. Feeling the strength in his hand, Gamabunta showed a mocking expression. "Boy, is that all the strength you have? Not even enough to give me a back massage?" Hearing Gamabunta's ridicule, Hirahood just smiled. The other hand that was not holding the kunai was directly exposed. I saw that on that hand, there was a ball filled with various chaotic chakras. He pressed directly towards Gamabunta, who was obviously only guarding against Hiruzen's chakra knife. Raise-nan. This was the first time Gamabunta heard Obito speak since the battle. The clear and pleasant voice of a young boy sounded in Gamabunta's ears, like a whisper from the god of death. The azure blue chakra ball was pressed directly onto Gamabunta's body. A sharp cramping pain traveled from the nerves and the skin to the brain. This made Gamabunta's eyes widen involuntarily. What the hell is going on, this jutsu? The ball made up of azure chaotic chakra enlarged in front of Gamabunta's eyes. The whole toad seemed to be torn to pieces in the storm. Boom! With a loud bang, Baileahu stopped panting. The chakra in the body has reached its limit. However, Gamabunta in front of him was knocked to the ground by his Raise-nan and could not get up again. "I admit that I underestimated you." Gamabunta was lying on the ground with his belly up, with a small hole opened on his claws and blood constantly flowing out. "But if I use this trick, how will you respond?" Psychic. Hearing Gamabunta's voice, Obaru was startled and was about to step forward to stop Gamabunta from performing hand seals. However, for Hirako, whose physical strength and chakra were at their limit, this short distance seemed like a long distance that he could never finish. Soon, Gamabunta completed the hand seal. As the white mist exploded, Hirako also rushed in front of Gamabunta. The next moment, a white light flashed across Baileahu. The Konoha forehead guard, which was cut in half by the sharp blade, slid off Beiruo's forehead. Fallen to the ground. Blood slowly flowed from his forehead and soaked into one of Baileahu's eyes. The sight in one of Baileahu's eyes was filled with scarlet blood. Your reaction is pretty quick, but the next move won't be so easy to dodge. The white smoke dissipated, and a thin, old toad appeared in the white mist. Baileahu knew this toad. To be precise, I have seen it in the Naruto works of my previous life. Deep Toad. The summoning beast summoned by Jiraiya when he activates Sage Mode. The Sage Toad who helps Jiraiya refine the natural energy chakra and thus activate the Sage Mode. Baileahu looked at the toad with his pupils trembling. This is totally beyond the level he can handle now. Escape. You must escape. With his muscles tensed, Baileahu turned around and was about to run away, but the next moment, the figure of Fukazaka Toad appeared directly on Baileahu's escape route. "You hurt little Jiraiya and Bunta like that, boy, you can't get away with this." The old voice carried a murderous intent that frightened Baileahu, and Fukazaka Toad lifted his grey cloak. A flash of white blade light appeared again, pointing directly at Baileahu's scratched forehead. Clang! The next moment, a dark figure appeared in front of Baileahu. The black suit with the Uchiha emblem gave Beiruohu a sense of security for the first time. "Are you okay, Baileahu?" Uchiha Kagami stared at him with his scarlet Sharinans and then gently turned his head to look at Hirako behind him. Looking at the person coming, Baileahu breathed a sigh of relief, then opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but in the end his eyes went dark, he lost consciousness and fell to the ground. After Uchiha Kagami confirmed that Obito was simply unconscious due to chakra depletion and physical exhaustion, he no longer paid attention to Obito. The Scarlet Sherinan stared at the sage Fukazaku in front of him. What do the toads from Mayaboku Mountain want to do in Konoha village? Are you spies sent by other ninja villages to collect intelligence? Facing Uchiha Kagamai's Scarlet Sherinan, Fukazaku toad confidently stretched out his claws and stroked his beard. Uchiha family boy, we at Mayaboku Mountain have no intention of being hostile to Konoha village, but the white-haired boy behind you injured little Jiraiya and Bunta. Hand him over to our Mayaboku Mountain for disposal, and the matter will be considered settled. In response to Fukazaku's words, Uchiha Kagamai remained silent. He didn't know the ins and outs of the matter. He only hurried over after seeing the poisonous fog emanating from the second Hokage's courtyard. Then we saw the moment when this toad killed his student Hirahu. At this moment, Jiraiya, who was lying on the ground with his eyes rolled up, and Gamabunta, who was also lying on his stomach in a miserable state, seemed to silently testify to the words of Fukazakugama. If you don't hand him over, we can go to war with Mayaboku Mountain and Konoha village. Fukazakugama's words were like a gust of cold wind that froze Uchiha Kagamai's heart. And that's why Fukazakugama was willing to go to war to vent his anger for Jiraiya. It's because of Gamamaru's prophecy. Jiraiya is the master of the child of prophecy. In order to hold on to the thigh that can summon the child of miracle prophecy, Gama Fukazaku was willing to avenge Jiraiya at all costs. Seeing Gama Fukazaku's determination to fight to the death if there was a disagreement, Uchiha Kagamai was shaken. After all, Hokage was just an ordinary civilian in Konoha village. Thanks to Uchiha Dero, he became a genin without having to go through the elimination test to become a genin. Uchiha Kagamai almost instantly weighed the importance of the safety of a civilian and that of Konoha village. The Scarlet Sherinan gradually returned to darkness. Uchiha Kagamai sighed. Konoha village had just experienced the First Ninja World War and was in ruins. We can no longer withstand another war with Mayabokuzen. I'm sorry, Baileahu, next year on this time, I will go to your grave to pay my respects. I see. Seeing that Uchiha Kagamai had lost his fighting consciousness, Fukazaku toad revealed a smug smile. In this way, I can vent Jiraiya's anger, and he will definitely recommend his descendants to the Son of Prophecy in the future. By then, the Toad clan of Mayaboku Mountain will prosper along with the Son of Prophecy. Stop. Just when Uchiha Kagamai was about to agree to Fukazakugama's conditions, the blonde girl arrived with the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama. Uncle, Jiraiya attacked Hirahu first, then Hirahu was forced to fight back. Tsunade's words choked Fukazaku. The smug smile froze on his face. Fukazaku, who originally thought that Jiraiya and Gamabunta were the victims, frowned deeply at this time. Attacking others and getting killed in return. You deserve to be injured like this. Hirako is the ninja I hired to help with weeding. When Jiraiya saw Iroko, he attacked without saying a word. Tsunade told the whole story directly to the Fukazaku toad in front of her. Jiraiya, that bastard, he hurt Hiroko like this just to divert my attention. Looking at the two people and the toad lying on the ground, Tsunade ignored Jiraiya and Gamabunta, and just gritted her teeth and came to Hokuriko. He took out a bandage and bandaged Bailuhu's still bleeding forehead. After hearing that Jiraiya attacked Higurashi just to attract girls' attention, Fukazaku toad has no face to stay here. Snort. With a cold snort, Fukazaku toad directly used his spiritual power to return to Mayaboku Mountain. And Senju Tobirama, who was following behind Tsunade, looked at the large cloud of poisonous fog in front of him and formed seals with his hands. Wind style, big breakthrough. As the exploding wind blades blew through the poisonous fog, all the fog was instantly blown away. Hokage-sama. Watching Senju Tobirama personally blow away the poisonous fog, Uchiha Kagamai knelt on one knee and said respectfully. As the poisonous fog dissipated, Senju Tobirama looked at the clusters of weeds that turned into ashes along with the poisonous fog and smiled. Your apprentice is very capable. Send Jiraiya's child and Hiroko to the hospital. When Hiroko wakes up, ask him if he wants anything. If it's not too much, then satisfy him. After saying that, he turned around and prepared to go back to the Hokage's office to continue working. Yes, Hokage-sama. Seeing Senju Tobirama leave, Uchiha Kagamai held Hiroko in one hand and Jiraiya in the other and went to Konoha Hospital. The pungent smell of disinfectant lingered in my nose. Bailuo opened his eyes in a daze. There was an unfamiliar ceiling in front of me. You're awake, Bilahu. Soon, when Baileahu's eyes were still out of focus and his brain was blank, a passionate voice came into Baileahu's ears. Matt Day? Hearing this voice, Baileahu suddenly woke up. He looked at Might Dai who was standing next to him, showing his shining white teeth. How long have I slept? Not long, just a few hours. Baileahu looked out the window. The golden sunset shone into the ward through the window. Time just lasted from morning to evening. Just as Hirahu was staring at the sunset in a daze, Uchiha Jing walked into the ward, looked at the dazed Hirahu, and said, Hirahu, you completed this mission beautifully. Hokage-sama has decided to give you a chance to fulfill your wish. How's it going? Is there anything you want? The voice of Uchiha Kagamai in his ear made Hirahu raise an eyebrow. This time, weeding the yard was just a D-level task. The reward given by Senju Tobirama was obviously not a reward for a D-level task. This is just a D-rank mission. Why is there such a huge reward for Baileahu? Hearing what Uchiha Kagami said, Might Guy on the side was a little confused. Did he miss something during the mission? Obviously, he worked very hard to weed. Although he was not as efficient as Baileahu spraying poison, he was also working very hard. It has nothing to do with the mission. Uchiha Kagami glanced at the strong-limbed but simple-minded Might Guy and explained. It's because Tsunade felt guilty about Jiraiya attacking you. After all, she, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru were in the same team, so she asked Senju Tobirama for this reward as an apology. After hearing Uchiha Jing's explanation, Might Guy suddenly understood. That's more like it. If that bastard named Jiraiya doesn't come over to apologize, I'll beat him up on behalf of Hiruzen. Upon hearing that it was Tsunade's compensation to Hiruzen, Mighty put his hands on his hips and shouted at Jiraiya to also give a gift as an apology. How is it? Have you decided what you want, Baileahu? Faced with this pie that fell from the sky, Baileahu did not feel the slightest bit of joy in his heart. It has been 6 years since he traveled to the ninja world from his previous life, but this is the first time that Hiriko has truly faced a battle between life and death. The fights in ninja schools are just fights that do not involve any loss of life. And the murderous intent of Fukazaka Toad that chilled him to the bone made Baileahu tremble with fear even now when he recalled it. Facing a battle where death could happen at any moment, everyone would be afraid. This is the path of a ninja. That once you become a ninja, you will be inseparable from death. Taking a deep breath, Hiriko suppressed the fear and uneasiness in his heart, looked at Uchiha Jing who was leaning against the door of the ward, and said with a firm look, I have decided, I want a ninjutsu. I've decided, I want to become stronger. Oh, what kind of ninjutsu? Looking at Hirahu's inexplicable eyes, Uchiha Kagami somehow seemed to see himself who had just become a ninja and escaped death from the battlefield. I want a jutsu called Yin Seal. I want to be strong enough so that no one can dominate my life. Yin Seal. I understand. Uchiha Jing nodded and was about to leave the ward to report to Senju Tobirama. Wait, Teacher Jing. Just when Uchiha Jing was about to leave the ward, Hirahu suddenly called him. What's wrong, Birahu? Looking at Uchiha Jing who had stopped, Baileahu smiled and showed a gentle smile. Teacher, to celebrate our team's first completion of the mission, come to my house for a party tonight. Hearing that Bailuo was planning to hold a party, Mighty Dai cheered, great, the food made by Bailuo himself is the most delicious. Uchiha Jing, who originally planned to treat everyone to ramen at his own expense after completing the mission, hesitated after hearing Bailuo's proposal, but Dallin and I are completely. He did not complete the mission with you. However, before Uchiha Jing could finish speaking, Bailuo interrupted him with a smile. Teacher, take Dallin with you. I believe that if Dallin can taste the fruits of his hard work, he will not be so resistant to completing the task. After listening to Hiriko's words, Uchiha Jing hesitated for a moment and finally agreed. Okay, Baileahu. I'll bring Dallin with me to see you in the evening. After saying that, he left Baileahu's ward. Hearing Baileahu's invitation to this couple, the Uchiha father and son, Might Day, immediately complained, Hirahu, why did you think of inviting Uchiha Dallin? Forget about Teacher Jing, but Dallin is a spoilsport. Facing Might Dai's complaints, Hiriko just smiled and comforted him. Dallin is just young and doesn't know the importance of things. If he grows up, he will definitely become a calm and reliable ninja. Might Dai curled his lips in dissatisfaction when listening to Hiruzen's words of comfort. Hiraku, you say that as if you were Uchiha Dallin's mother. Listening to Might Dai's complaints, Hiruzen just laughed and said nothing. Letting Uchiha Jing and Uchiha Dallin attend the banquet was just to give himself a better chance to take action. Just to obtain Uchiha stem cells. After getting the Uchiha cells, Obaru should find a way to rob a tomb. After all, Hashirama Senju is lying quietly in the cemetery of Konoha village at this moment. Hokichi's office. Senju Tobirama looked out the window at the thriving Konoha village and said without turning his head, did the child named Barahu make any requests? It's a jutsu called Yin Seal, Hokichi-sama. Behind Senju Tobirama, Uchiha Kagami knelt on one knee, lowered his head and looked down. Yin Seal. That's a forbidden technique. Listening to Senju Tobirama's voice, which seemed both emotional and hesitant, Uchiha Jing frowned slightly. Forbidden technique, or I should just reject him. Listening to the words of Uchiha Kagami behind him, Senju Tobirama raised the corners of his mouth and revealed a smile. No, it's just a ninjutsu from the forbidden book. I can still afford it. But, Uchiha Jing, you have to tell him the side effects of this ninjutsu. As he spoke, Senju Tobirama took out a ninjutsu scroll and handed it to Uchiha Kagami. Watching Uchiha Kagami put away his ninjutsu, Senju Tobirama nodded. By the way, how is your family doing? Haven't they recovered from Uchiha Madara's defection yet? Uchiha Kagami looked at Senju Tobirama's question, which seemed to be concerned, and bowed his head slightly. Thank you for your concern, Hokichi-sama. They are still the same. Same old. Huh. After listening to Uchiha Kagami's answer, Senju Tobirama looked out the window again and waved his hand. Go and take care of your own business first. Yes. Sensing the departure of Uchiha Kagami behind him, Senju Tobirama's eyes became dark and uncertain. Brother Hashirama. What on earth were you thinking, leaving these Uchiha guys who are a destabilizing factor to Konoha village in Konoha village? Those guys. Once they go crazy after losing their loved ones, even the tailed beasts can't stop them. Thinking about the uncontrollable aspects of the Uchiha clan, Senju Tobirama looked at a document on the table and stamped it with permission. Unstable. Uncontrollable, then they will just die a slow death like a frog in boiling water. Exclusion, discrimination. These would make the Uchiha feel uncomfortable, but they would not make them suffer to death. But by the time they realized something was wrong, it was too late to turn back. The document with the seal of Senju Tobirama reads, the Uchiha clan's plan to establish the Konoha Guard Department. Putting the documents aside, Senju Tobirama continued to correct them. There was an inexplicable light in his eyes. The only people in Konoha village need are villagers who are submissive and yearn for peace. Those guys who always awaken the Sharingan and shout that they can replace others should be wiped out as soon as possible. At dusk, Bailuo and Might Dai walked towards their room carrying large and small bags. I have to say that Might Dai is a very useful laborer. Most of the purchased ingredients were taken by Mighty Dai. When I opened the door, Uchiha Jing was already waiting in the living room. Hello again, Teacher Jing. After smiling and nodding to Uchiha Kagami, Hirahu called on Might Dai to put all the ingredients into the kitchen. Hirahu, this is the jutsu that the Hokage-sama promised to give you. Seeing Hirako and Might Dai enter the room, Uchiha Kagami, who came uninvited, took out a ninjutsu scroll and threw it to Hirako. Hirahu, this yin seal is a forbidden technique. Before you practice this ninjutsu, I have to tell you the price of practicing this ninjutsu. Listening to Uchiha Kagami's words, Hirahu was stunned. In the anime of his previous life, the two people who practiced the yin seal were Tsunade and Sakura, but Bailuo never heard any price from them. What price? After taking the ninjutsu scroll, Hirahu looked at Uchiha Kagami. Since he specifically reminded him of the price of practicing this ninjutsu, it meant that he should know what the price was. This price is very special. Seeing the curious look in Barahu's eyes, Uchiha Jing smiled and said, once you practice this ninjutsu, your body will be frozen at the moment of successful practice. No matter how much time passes, you will not grow up or get old, but your lifespan will continue to pass with time. Hirahu, you are only 12 years old now, right? I advise you to wait until you are an adult before practicing this ninjutsu. You know that adults have more strength and stamina than a 12-year-old like you do. Similar to the rejuvenating pill? Hiraho listened to Uchiha Kagami's explanation and raised his eyebrows. No wonder Tsunade was so old in the anime, but still looked so young. I understand, Teacher Jing, I will be careful. He solemnly put away the scroll recording the ninjutsu, and then there was a knock on Hirako's door. Seeing this, Bailuo hurried forward and opened the door. Outside the door, Uchiha Dalan glanced at Bailuo with an awkward look on his face. I'm here, if my dad hadn't insisted on me coming here, I wouldn't. Hearing that Uchiha Dalan clearly wanted to come because he was greedy but pretended to be coerced, Bailuo smiled. Welcome. I'll go to the kitchen to prepare now. You and Teacher Jing can rest in the living room for a while. After inviting Uchiha Dalan and Uchiha Jing to rest in the living room, Bailuo returned to the kitchen, drove out the clumsy Mighty Dai who was causing trouble for him, and began to prepare today's dinner. Soon, Bailuo brought plates of steaming hot food to the dining table. The crispy and refreshing, sour and very appetizing sauerkraut fish, the sweet and crispy sweet and sour pork, the spicy and fragrant mapo tofu, and the preserved vegetable braised pork that melts in your mouth. The variety of dishes on the table made Uchiha Dalan's eyes widen. These are all dishes I've never seen before. Uchiha Dalan looked at the steaming dish and couldn't help drooling. Seeing that Uchiha Dalan looked so naive, Uchiha Jing frowned. He planned to double the difficulty of Uchiha Dalan's training when he returned. Of course. Looking at Uchiha Dalan's greedy look, Might Dai puffed out his chest with confidence, as if he had prepared the dishes himself. My good brother Bailuo is a genius in the culinary world. As soon as Hirako came out with a bowl of fried chicken, he heard Might Dai addressing him. He smiled and put down the fried chicken. It's not that exaggerated. I just like cooking. The methods of making these delicacies were all learned by Bailuo in his previous life. However, it is difficult to replicate these dishes in the ninja world unless you are a medical ninja, because a lot of medicinal herbs are mixed into the dishes for seasoning. In the previous life, medicine and food had the same origin, but the characteristics of plants in the two worlds are not the same, especially when it comes to the medicinal effects of herbs. A plant that was harmless to humans in the previous life may become poisonous to the human body if you find the same plant in this world. In the ninja world, in addition to the knowledge learned in the ninja school, Hirako also studied a lot about the medical knowledge of this world. After Bailuo read the book on medicinal materials several times over, he was finally able to reproduce some of the famous dishes from his previous life. The dishes he served at this moment, besides being delicious, all have the effect of promoting sleep. It is guaranteed that those who feast on it will sleep worse than pigs in a while. All the dishes are served, let's start eating. Placing the fried chicken in the middle of the table, Bai Luwu invited them to start eating. I'm starting. Looking at the table full of rich dinner, Might Dai and Uchiha Dalan couldn't wait to reach for their favorite dishes with their chopsticks. Bai Liahu was also eating his dishes at a leisurely pace. While cooking in the kitchen, he had already drunk a cup of refreshing coffee. There is nothing wrong with eating a little bit of food with added ingredients at this time. Uchiha Jing looked at the table full of sumptuous food in front of him and felt a little guilty. He picked up a small piece of sweet and sour pork with chopsticks and put it into his mouth. The sweet taste made Uchiha Jing feel even more guilty. What on earth was I thinking at that time? Why did I want to hand over such a good child like Bai Luwu in exchange for peace in Konoha at that time? Taking another bite of the spicy and hot mapo tofu, Uchiha Jing kept questioning himself in his heart. If that scene happened again, would I make the same choice as before and hand over Bai Liahu? And Uchiha Jing already knew the answer. Meeting. Compared to an insignificant genin like Hirako, the safety of Konoha village is more important. Before they knew it, a large table of dishes had entered the stomachs of the 4 people present. Barahu looked at Uchiha Kagami and Uchiha Dalang, who looked like they were 8 months pregnant, with a smile on his face. He stood up and started to clean up the dishes. Wait, Biluahu, I'll help you. Might Dai beside Uchiha Dalang and Uchiha Jing struggled to stand up and wanted to help Hirako with housework. But his belly is no smaller than Uchiha Dalan and Uchiha Jing. Even the action of standing up was extremely difficult. No, I can do it myself. Hirako smiled and refused Might Dai's help. If you force yourself to move like this, your stomach will explode. Hearing what Bai Luwu said, Might Dai shuddered and immediately sat down obediently in the chair. Listening to the sound of water washing dishes in the kitchen, Uchiha Dalan felt a wave of sleepiness rising in his heart. Suddenly yawned, Dad, I want to sleep. Looking at Uchiha Dalan's sleepy look, Uchiha Jing did not become suspicious. Because it is already late at night, and after eating and drinking, people always want to sleep in. Come on, hold on, we'll go to sleep after we get back. Seeing that his son was about to fall asleep, Uchiha Jing could only ask him to hold on a little longer. After all, it's not very polite to fall asleep during a party at someone else's house. However, Hiruzen, who was washing dishes in the kitchen, overheard the conversation between Uchiha Kagami and Uchiha Daran. He poked his head out from the kitchen. I've prepared a guest room for you, so it's okay to sleep here. Having said that, he left the kitchen, intending to help Uchiha Dalan go to the room to sleep. Seeing this, Uchiha Jing's heart was once again pricked by guilt. Thanks a lot. Looking at Hokage, who was busy running around, Uchiha Kagami felt that he could only say such a pale word. No way, this is what I should treat you as the host. Hearing Uchiha Jing's words, Bai Luwu responded with a smile. Watching Hirako supporting Uchiha Dalan into the room, Uchiha Jing stared out the window in a daze. Might Dai was already snoring in his chair, leaning against the chair. In the bedroom, Beiruoho put Uchiha Dalan on the bed with a deep look in his eyes. After a long time, after extracting Uchiha Dalan's stem cells, Bai Luwu walked out of the bedroom and looked at the 2 people in the living room. At this time, Uchiha Jing had already lost consciousness and fell crookedly on the sofa. Seeing this, Bai Luwu curled the corners of his mouth, walked forward and called softly in Uchiha Jing's ear. Teacher Jing, if you want to sleep, just go back to your room and sleep. After calling for a long time, Hiruzen saw that Uchiha Kagami did not respond at all. My heart suddenly became excited. The next day, the sun rose. Uchiha Jing opened his eyes and looked at the unfamiliar ceiling in front of him. When he turned around, he saw Uchiha Dalan lying next to him and also sleeping soundly. The whole person suddenly came back to his senses. Dalan, wake up, it's time to get up. Hearing Uchiha Jing's call, Uchiha Dalan buried his head in the quilt in a daze. Dad, let me sleep a little longer. Looking at Uchiha Dalan's desire to continue sleeping in, Uchiha Jing could only smile helplessly. Then he pinched Uchiha Dalan's ear. Ah, it hurts, it hurts. Suddenly, Uchiha Dalan's screams resounded through the sky. What happened? Hearing the screams, Might Dai immediately stood up and opened the Uchiha father and son's room with sleepy eyes. Then he happened to see the scene of a loving father and a filial son, and then he closed the door silently. At this time, Bai Liahu was staying in his underground laboratory. When he heard the screams coming from above, he hurriedly left the laboratory. After Uchiha Jing and Uchiha Dalan finished packing and came to the living room, they saw Might Dai, who looked very energetic, and Hiruzen, who had a bandage on his head and dark circles under his eyes, but his face was full of excitement. Seeing that Bai Luwu was obviously weak, Uchiha Jing smiled and said, let's take a day off today. Gather at the mission hall again at 8 o'clock tomorrow. Great, I'm going to burn my youth. Upon hearing that they had a day off today, Might Dai cheered and rushed out the door. Then I'll go take another nap. Seeing Uchiha Dalan rubbing his eyes and about to go back to his room to sleep again, Uchiha Jing quickly grabbed him. He frowned and said, you have to train with me today, don't be lazy. After saying that, he took Uchiha Dalan and left Bai Luwu's house. Before leaving, Uchiha Jing looked at Bai Liahu and smiled, see you tomorrow. Beiliu, who also smiled, "See you tomorrow, Teacher Jing." Seeing the Uchiha father and son leave, Beiliu's smile suddenly disappeared. After closing the door, Beiliu went directly to the mirror in the basement. Looking at himself in the mirror, Beiliu untied the bandages wrapped around his head one by one. As the bandage was removed, the smooth white forehead was exposed to the air. Touching his forehead, Beiliu felt a little unnatural. Originally, there was a black mole between the eyebrows, but now, with the healing of the palm immortal technique, the wound healed without leaving any scars. Even the mole is gone. Looking at his emaciated body in the mirror, Beiliu took out a sealing scroll. Untie. As the white mist exploded, 2 containers filled with dark red liquid appeared in front of Beiliu. The container contained the stem cells of Uchiha Kagami and Uchiha Dalan. Looking at the stem cells in front of him, Beiliu licked his lips excitedly. Adhering to the principle that the older the stronger, Higurashi chose Uchiha Kagami's stem cells without hesitation. As Uchiha Kagami's stem cells penetrated into the body under the control of Hirohu's chakra, a tingling sensation instantly spread throughout Beiliu's body, causing him to clench his teeth tightly. Damn it, it feels like scratching an itch, but I can't. This tingling feeling is exactly the result of Uchiha stem cells replacing Obaru's original stem cells. Medical ninjutsu, palm senjutsu. A bright green light lit up in Beiliu's hand. The reproduction rate of Uchiha stem cells suddenly increased several times under the stimulation of medical ninjutsu. The itching sensation became more intense. Even the green light of the medical ninjutsu in his hand was like a light bulb with poor contact, going out and lighting up from time to time. At this moment, Beiliu would even rather turn this itch into severe pain to torture him, because compared to the tolerable pain, this itchy feeling goes deep into the bone marrow. Even more difficult. Finally, after several hours, Beiliu was lying in front of the mirror, sweating profusely. Beiliu's original stem cells had been forced into a corner, and then they were pulled out by Beiliu and put into a jar. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Beiliu stood up and looked at himself in the mirror. It is no different from the original self. It seems that it will take some time for Uchiha stem cells to differentiate into normal cell tissues and replace Hiroko's original organs. But, looking at himself in the mirror, Beiliu stretched out his right hand. Raise non. A deep blue ball appeared in Beiliu's right hand. Beiliu closed his eyes and sensed the chakra in his body for a while, then smiled with satisfaction. If my previous self would run out of blue after using 2 Raisnon, then my current self, who had the Uchiha stem cells transplanted, would have to use 6 Raisnon to completely use up the chakra in my body. Not only did the amount of chakra increase, but the recovery speed also increased significantly. Hiroko calculated his chakra recovery speed. After he used 6 Raisnon, his body's chakra would be restored to the amount that could be used for 4 Raisnon. In other words, the amount of chakra that Okuriko can use in a battle has increased from 2 Raisnon to more than 10 Raisnon. Satisfied that the Raisnon in his hand dissipated, Hiruzen took out the ninjutsu scroll given to him by Uchiha Kagami. It records the ninjutsu called Yin Seal. The beginning of the ninjutsu scroll is a warning to those who practice this ninjutsu. Once a ninjutsu is mastered, the age and appearance of the practitioner will be fixed at the age at which they practice the ninjutsu. They will be unable to grow up or grow old. It is okay to practice it in your prime, but it is not recommended to practice this ninjutsu when you are young. Looking at the bold warning at the beginning of the ninjutsu scroll, Hiroha smiled. Going to practice now. Question: when is a person's metabolism most active? The answer is when I was a child. Now Beiliu's whole body is like a ship. He constantly replaced his old wooden boards with brand new ones from the Uchiha family. When the Uchiha family's wooden boards replaced the entire sailboat, that was the moment when Hokuriko obtained the Uchiha family's blood boundary. The period when wooden boards are replaced fastest is, without a doubt, when children are young, because a small boat is better than a big boat in many ways. In order to obtain the Sharingan as soon as possible, and also because Hiruzen did not care much about the little bit of strength and stamina gained from his growth. Then he continued reading. He made seals with his hands according to the method recorded on the scroll, and soon the chakra gathered at his brows under the control of Beiliu. As time went by, a faint purple diamond-shaped mark appeared between Beiliu's eyebrows. The Yin seal has been mastered. Now all you need to do is fill the chakra into your forehead from time to time. However, Beiliu's face was a little pale. This Yin seal consumed 3/4 of the body's chakra just to condense it into a mark. It is conceivable that if Hiroha had not transplanted the Uchiha blood boundary before, this Yin seal would not have been successfully practiced at all. But I still succeeded. Beiliu looked at himself in the mirror, where nothing seemed to have changed, yet his appearance seemed to have changed drastically. He raised the corners of his mouth and revealed a ferocious smile. Next, I have to find a way to rob the tomb. I hope the spirit of the first Hokage will forgive me. He prayed to the first Hokage without any sincerity. After washing up, Beiliu took a bouquet of flowers and went to the martyr cemetery in Konoha. In the cemetery, Beiliu placed flowers in front of an unmarked tombstone. the owner of the tombstone in front of you died during the First Ninja World War. His entire body was burned by the fire escape and was unsightly. Only the Konoha forehead guard on his body could be barely recognized. Who is the deceased? Who are the deceased's family members? I have no idea. There are many people like him in Konoha's cemetery. However, not knowing who the owner of the tombstone is does not prevent Baileaho from paying homage. Looking at the blank tombstone in front of him, Baileaho frowned. Hashirama Senju's grave is not here. Could it be buried in the exclusive cemetery of the Senju clan, or has it been taken away by someone with ulterior motives? Baileaho, who was filled with worries, did not stay in front of the tombstone for too long. Returned to his own cabin. After the excitement of becoming stronger has passed, a deep feeling of drowsiness surged into Baileaho's heart. If the body of Hashirama Senju cannot be found in Konoha village, he will have to deal with Uchiha Madara. Got some Hashirama stem cells from him. Thinking of Uchiha Madara, Bailuo felt a heavy pressure in his heart. Madara-sama is able to rule the ninja world, so his strength is unquestionable, even though he is old now. It is not something that Bailuo can shake. My own strength is still too weak. Thinking about various things, Baileaho fell into a deep sleep. The next day, at 8 o'clock in the morning, in the Konoha mission hall, Baileaho, here. As soon as he entered the mission hall, Hirahu saw Might Dai in a green tight standing next to Uchiha Kagami and Uchiha Daelang, waving at him. Seeing this, Baileaho walked towards the three people. Looking at the purple diamond mark on Baileaho's forehead, Uchiha Jing frowned, but didn't say anything. He just nodded lightly to Baileaho. Uchiha Kagami has already told Hirahu the pros and cons of this yin-sealing ninjutsu. It is Hirahu's own choice whether to practice this ninjutsu now. Might Guy, who was careless, didn't notice the change in Beiruo at all. Seeing Bairuo coming, Uchiha Jing came to the desk for issuing tasks, took a task scroll, and said to the three people behind him, this time the task to capture the daimyo's lost pet cat, Dallin, you can't be as willful as you were in the last task. Hearing Uchiha Jing say this about himself, Uchiha Dallin just turned his head away and said with a pout, yes. Although he was still not very interested in this kind of small D-level mission, Uchiha Dallin did not slam the door and leave in anger this time. Then let's go. Uchiha Jing raised the corner of his mouth and looked at the three people in front of him with different expressions. Time flies and 3 years have passed. Search. In the woods, a green figure burning with youth was jumping between the branches. That's Mighty Dai. 3 years later, he looks more and more sloppy and rough. On Might's shoulders, he was carrying a white-haired boy who looked like a young child. It was Baileaho. At this time, Hiriko was sitting on Might Dai's shoulder with a look of despair. Following behind the two was Uchiha Dallin, who had become much more mature and steady after 3 years of mission training. During the 3-year mission, scenes of Might Guy carrying Beiruo away were often seen. The reason is simple. Although Hiriko's chakra and speed are very strong, his physical strength and power are still at the level of a 12-year-old. The ninja's raids often lasted for days and nights without stopping. Often, halfway through the journey, Baileaho's strength would be exhausted. As a last resort, he had to let Might Guy carry Bailuo and run away. Stop, Might Dai. Suddenly, Birahu, who had originally felt hopeless, suddenly became serious and patted Mighty's head. Good. Hearing Hiruzen's cry, Mighty braked suddenly and stopped on a branch. We were almost at the mission location, why did we stop? Uchiha Dallin, who was following behind, saw the two people in front stop, and immediately stopped as well and looked at Hirahu. There's a trap. Looking at the fishing lines in front of them reflecting the sunlight, the three of them became serious. It seems that the other party has some brains and knows how to set up some traps around their base. Might Guy, who was carrying Hirahu, grinned, revealing his shining front teeth. As usual, I'll go to the front, Dallin, you cover me, brother Baileaho, you hold the line, let's go. Having said that, he put Baileaho down and clenched his fists until they made a crackling sound. Be careful. Seeing how confident Might Guy was, Bailuo gave them some instructions and then stopped where he was and watched them move forward. Oh, burn your youth, you little bastards. Fire style, great fireball technique. In an instant, the hidden bandits were swept away by the two men like a tiger into a flock of sheep. The team of Baileaho referred to the strategy of warrior, mage, and priest. The warrior is Might Dai, the mage is Uchiha Dallin, and the priest is Obito. Compared to ordinary 3-person teams or 4-person teams, what their team is best at is long-term fighting. Ordinary ninjas tend to have high offense and low defense, and fighting 1 or 2 battles is their limit. Because Hiriko is a medical ninja, and Might Dai and Uchiha Daelang can complement each other's weaknesses. Instead, they became the second best team among the same class of ninjas, only behind Orochimaru, Tsunade, and Jiraiya. In the past 3 years, in addition to searching for the body of Hashirama Senju in Konoha, Hokage has also worked to make up for his own weaknesses. Physical skills. By attaching the chakra knife to clothes or cloth, the clothes or cloth become sharp, extremely hard, and easy to control. It is a good ninjutsu that can be used without any hand seals. The attack range is equal to the stretch range of the clothing, and the defensive capabilities are also quite good. At this time, Bailuhu's body was covered with bandages. These bandages are the medium through which Bailuhu uses this technique. Brother Bailu. Just when Hokage was distracted, thinking about returning to the village and where to go to search for the body of Hashirama Senju, Might Guy, who was fighting the bandits in front of him, suddenly let out a scream. It instantly brought Bailu back to his senses. One of the bandits made a hand seal and yelled at Might Guy, "Water escape, water cannon." After saying that, he took a deep breath and exhaled a ball of water cannon with a sound of breaking through the air. In an instant, the water cannon knocked Might Guy flying at an extremely fast speed. Hearing the sound of Might Guy's bones breaking, Hirahu's eyes twitched. This guy, doesn't he have the option to avoid this in his life? When he was a child, he could withstand Dalen's powerful fireball. When he grew up, he did not change his bad habits and could also withstand the enemy's ninjutsu. Do you firmly believe that you are an invincible cockroach? Looking at Might Guy, who was hit by the water cannon and hit the big tree and took a long time to slide to the ground, Uchiha Dalen felt a lot of pressure for a moment. Before, he had Might Guy in front of him to support him, but now he was facing the enemy alone and started to get flustered. What happened to the client? Didn't they say there were just a bunch of ordinary bandits here? Why did ninjas appear? After knocking down a robber who rushed up, Uchiha Dalen looked at the ninja in front of him, who was of unknown level, frowned, and complained to himself. At this time, Hirako had taken out a roll of bandages from his ninja tool bag, and using his chakra to control it, he used the bandages to wrap Might like a mummy. Hearing Uchiha Dalen's complaint, he responded helplessly, "The client is also a human being, and humans will make mistakes sometimes." After complaining, Uchiha Dalen gritted his teeth as he looked at the several water cannons attacking him. Fire style, fireworks technique. Several fireballs as big as water cannons came towards them. The water cannon and the fireball collided, instantly producing a large amount of fog that blocked the surrounding vision. Damn it, I can't see. Uchiha Dalen's eyes wandered around, with a mixed feeling of fear and excitement surging in his heart. Before he knew it, a scarlet Megatama appeared in his eyes. One Megatama Sharinan. In an instant, the surrounding scenery became several times clearer in Uchiha Dalen's eyes, and even the chakra in the enemy's body was clearly visible. The feeling at this moment made Uchiha Dalen ecstatic. Is this what the Sharinan feels like? I also awakened the Sharinan. However, before Uchiha Dalen could be happy for long, the enemy's movements instantly made Uchiha Dalen terrified. The ninja actually gave up on this obviously capable Uchiha and bypassed him to attack Obito, who was still treating Might Guy. Hiss, it hurts. Under the big tree, Might Guy leaned against the tree, while Obi-Wan used his chakra knife to pick out the bones of his ribs from his flesh in an unhappy manner. How many times have I told you? Why don't you remember? Don't use your body to resist ninjutsu, Might Guy. Do you think you are a cockroach? Watching Bailuo skillfully applying medicine and bandaging himself, Might Guy scratched his head, feeling a little embarrassed. Hey, Biru, let me ask you a question. Is there any way to make a person's taijutsu become very powerful? Listening to Might Guy's question, Bailuo looked at him deeply and said, yes, really. Hearing Hirahu's affirmative answer, Might Guy suddenly became excited, but the next moment, Might Guy's excited eyes turned into horror. Bailuhu, behind me. Amidst the steam, a black shadow attacked Biriko, who was bandaging Might, at lightning speed. Take care of one first. The opponent's ferocious expression fell into Might Guy's eyes. The kunao in his hand reflected the cold light and stabbed at Hiruzen, who was facing away from him. Just when the ninja was about to succeed, the clothes on Barahu's back were instantly torn into sharp strips, piercing through the chest of the nameless ninja. A few drops of blood flowed out of the ninja's mouth, and his pupils trembled as he watched Oburu slowly bandage Might's wound and then turned to look at him. Impossible. Why is it that your combat reaction ability as a medical ninja is stronger than that of the guy in green clothes? Looking at the ninja held in the air by his own cloth strip, Bailuo smiled and said, I can't tell you this, but can you tell me which ninja village you are from? Don't even think about it. The ninja was seen glaring at Barahu, but Hirako didn't care and dragged the ninja into the jungle. Soon, the ninja's screams of agony were heard from the jungle. As the smoke slowly dissipated, Uchiha Dalen finished taking care of the remaining bandits. Looking at Might Guy resting on the tree roots and Hirahu walking out of the small jungle nearby, I breathed a sigh of relief. Did you ask anything? Hirako shook off the blood on his hands, and seeing Might Guy and Uchiha Taelang looking at him, he blinked and said, he is a traitorous ninja from the Hidden Mist village, and he was just a genin who defected. There is nothing special to pay attention to. Just a genin and he defected. Hearing what Barahu said, Uchiha Dalen was stunned. Might Die on the side, there are too many bandits recently. Now the mission hall is full of missions to eliminate bandits. Other missions have been squeezed out. Hearing Might Die's sighing words, Bailuaha became alert and looked at Might Die. Are there no other tasks besides clearing out bandits, catching cats and dogs and cleaning the house? Well, at least that's what I found when I went to accept the mission. What's wrong? Is it serious? Seeing that Hirako was getting serious, Might Die also became serious. Well, it's a serious situation, Bailuhu explained with a frown. Because in this world, everyone longs for a peaceful and stable life. If I hadn't had to, I wouldn't have become a bandit and become the king of the mountain. If the vast majority of people are forced to become bandits, then World War won't be far away. Listening to Hirahu's seemingly reasonable analysis, Might Day suddenly shouted in horror, "World War!" However, Uchiha Dalan was not convinced. "Are you overthinking this, Hirahu? Before we set out, the Hokage-sama and the Reikage-sama of the Kumokage village agreed to sign a peace treaty in a week. How can a war be started just like that?" Hearing Uchiha Dalan's words, Might Day was relieved and laughed. "Oh, that's right, we will sign a peace treaty with the Hidden Cloud village next week. You are worrying too much, Obara. War will never start like this." Listening to the words of his two teammates, Baileaho laughed awkwardly. "Ha ha ha, I hope I'm overthinking it." However, in Obito's heart, fragments of memories of Naruto's previous life flashed through his mind. It seems that the second-generation Hokage, Tobirama Senju, was killed on his way to the Hidden Cloud village to sign a peace treaty. At this time, standing among the corpses of many bandits, Uchiha Dalan and Might Day were laughing happily. Only Obito was forcing a smile to laugh with them. "Okay, cut off the head of that Kirigakure traitor, bring it back to the village, and let that irresponsible client pay more." 2 days later, Hirahu and his group returned to Konoha. As soon as he returned to the village, Uchiha Dalan angrily took the scroll that sealed the head of the rebel ninja of Kirige village and went to the mission hall to confront the client. Might Day ran to Konoha Hospital mysteriously. Baileaho returned to his home and took out the money he had saved from completing missions over the years. After counting the funds, Baileaho nodded with satisfaction. At this moment, Hiriko was extremely certain in his heart that the Second Ninja World War would begin in the next few years. The reason is that the prestige of Konoha village among other ninja villages is entirely supported by Hashirama Senju, Tobirama Senju, and Uchiha Madara. Now Uchiha Madara has defected, Senju Hashirama is dead, and Senju Tobirama is about to die in battle. The current core ninjas of Konoha village, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Danzo, and even Uchiha Kagami, their strength is only at the level of Jonin. He is far from being strong enough to support a village. Facing such a weak Konoha village, it would be strange if other villages didn't get eager to take a bite of this piece of fat meat. And Baileaho should also make plans for himself early. In this battlefield that is like a meat grinder, the most important thing is not the means of killing, it's a means of saving lives. This is what Baileaho thought and did. Medical ninjutsu ensures your own survivability. The Yin Seal ensures one's combat endurance. The Uchiha bloodline ensures that one has the ability to turn the tide in desperate situations. What Hirahu lacked at this moment was the regenerative ability to survive a one-hit kill attack. Originally, Hiriko intended to obtain this ability through Hashirama's cells. However, Obito was a little anxious at this time because he couldn't find Hashirama's body in Konoha village. Instead, he turned his focus to another ability that was easier to obtain. One of the famous immortal duo in the previous Naruto manga. Kakuzu has 5 hearts. At this time, Kakuzu was still wandering outside after being driven out of the village because of his failed assassination attempt on the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. Arriving at the mission hall of Konoha village, Hiriko casually accepted a mission to go out of the village and eliminate bandits. He left Konoha village carrying a suitcase full of money, wearing a black cloak and a white mask without any patterns. After a while, Hokage arrived at a town not far from Konoha village. Just wandered around the town casually. Then Baileaho entered the luxurious public toilet in the town. In this ninja world, the mission halls in each ninja village are not the only places where missions can be accepted. Outside, there is a mission acceptance area to face rebel ninjas. This is what is commonly known as a gold exchange office. There are tasks that the major ninja villages want to do but cannot do on their own, such as assassinating important personnel from the enemy ninja villages and seizing important local resources. Of course, due to nepotism, the younger ones are often beaten first and then the older ones. Therefore, the rewards for combat missions are often several times higher than those for combat missions within the ninja village. In addition to combat missions, there are also general tasks such as cleaning the courtyard and helping the daimyo find pets, but most rebel ninjas don't look down on such small tasks. For some reason, these gold exchange offices are usually set up in luxuriously decorated public toilets. Baileaho walked into the public toilet with an expressionless face, looked around and went straight to a wall covered with a wooden board. After knocking on the wooden board, it was soon lifted up, revealing a face behind it that was wearing a mask just like Hiriko's. "Are you here to post a mission, or to receive a mission or a bonus?" Seeing Baileaho's attire, the experienced person behind the wall recognized Baileaho's identity as a ninja at a glance and asked in an neither humble nor humbly manner, "I need you to deliver a message to a bounty hunter named Kakuzu." Baileaho said, taking out a thick stack of banknotes from his bosom and placing them in front of the man. "As long as he comes to this town to see me within 3 days, the money will be his." Looking at the thick stack of banknotes in front of him, the masked gold exchange merchant took it up and made a rough estimate. Then he knew the number in his mind. "I understand, I will pass on the message to you. Do you have anything else to say?" "There is none left." "Then welcome to visit us next time." After leaving the luxurious public toilet, Baileahu took a deep breath of the fresh and natural air outside. The amount of money he just handed over to the gold exchange merchant was a full 5 million taels. This is the money that my sister has sent me over the years while doing business. He looked around, and as expected, he saw many malicious eyes hidden in the darkness staring at him. Really, you can't escape this everywhere. The confidentiality of the gold exchange is really poor. Those people were most likely eyeing the money on Baileahu. In addition, because Baileahu is relatively short, people think that Baileahu is easier to bully. Coming to a slightly remote path in the town casually, Baileahu shook off his black cloak. In an instant, the whole person exploded like a hedgehog. The black cloak was torn into strips, stabbing madly at the eyes and the shadows around. Oh no, we've been discovered. There were bursts of screams and cries, and soon, the sound disappeared completely. Baileahu calmly retracted the sharp strip of cloth, shook his cloak that was torn into strips, and walked out of this remote path with a slight smell of blood. The thoughtful person looked at Baileahu's cloak that was still dripping with blood from time to time, and immediately swallowed his saliva, extinguishing the little thoughts in his heart. Pretend not to notice Baileahu. Baileahu ignored those people who had the intention but not the courage to commit crimes. Those people who were hiding in the corner and trying to rob just now were just ordinary thugs. He couldn't last more than a single round against Baileahu. After finding an ordinary hotel that was not very conspicuous in the town, Baileahu moved in directly. Calm down and wait for Kakuzu's visit later. In the previous anime, Kakuzu was the finance minister of the mercenary Akatsuki organization. The whole person loves money extremely. Even the cause of his death was that he killed a monk in a Fire Nation temple and exchanged the monk's head for a bounty, which angered the Fire Nation. This led to Konoha village sending out ninjas to defeat the immortal duo. Afterwards, he was beaten to death by the unsportsmanlike Konoha Xiaoqiang. It was a disaster that came from the sky, and his death was tragic and unjust. After carefully sorting out the character of Kakuzu in his memory, Hirohu closed his eyes slightly and fell into a doze. The cloak on his body silently turned into thin black lines, covering the entire hotel like a spider web. The outside of Konoha village is different from the inside of Konoha village. Even if you are staying in a hotel, you need to remain vigilant, not to mention that the person you will face later is Kakuzu, a famous rebel ninja. Kakuzu, who became a rebel ninja and lived to be over 70 years old, was not an easy character to get along with. Soon, it was the next morning. Baileahu opened his eyes, but his expression could not be seen on his masked face. Only a cold voice came out of the room. Since you are here, come in, S-rank rebel ninja, Kakuzu. Outside the door, hearing the cold boy's voice, Kakuzu raised his eyebrows in surprise, then pushed the door open. I never thought that there are still people who know my level and still have the courage to meet me. Looking at the thin and masked Hirohu in front of him, Kakuzu's hoarse voice was filled with a smile. Tell me, why did you come to me? Do you want to kill someone, or do you want to do something shameful? Neither. Hirohu calmly observed Kakuzu's expression. I came here to make a deal with you. Oh, Jiaozu raised his eyebrows. Yes, what kind of deal? For Kakuzu, who loves money by nature, being able to obtain wealth directly, legally and reasonably without fighting is like pie in the sky. I'll pay you 1 billion taels for your secret technique, Earth Grudge. When Kakuzu heard Obito's straightforward offer, his eye twitched. 1 billion ryo is basically equivalent to the amount of money that a ninja would need to save in about 2 to 3 years. For Kakuzu, an S-rank rebel ninja, this is not a small amount. Although they have accepted the price psychologically, some greedy people still want to try to raise the price. I could only say with a slightly awkward expression, you are making things difficult for me, boss. Looking at Kakuzu's expression, Obaru narrowed his eyes under the mask and said, then let me add another piece of information. For days later, Kinkaku and Ginkaku from the Hidden Cloud Village plan to launch a rebellion when the Reikage and the Hokage sign a peace agreement. This piece of information can be sold for a good price in Konoha village and Kumagakure village. Looking at the calm and composed Hiroko in front of him, Kakuzu was thinking wildly in his mind. After a long time, he raised his head and looked at Baileahu in front of him. Are you so sure that those two guys, Jinjiao and Yinjiao, will start a rebellion? Looking at Kakuzu's expression, Hirohu curled the corners of his mouth, knowing that the deal was settled. I have my own intelligence channels, and if they are not planning to launch a rebellion, you can always go and cause trouble for me, Konoha Danzo. Looking at Hiroko's masked face, whose true features could not be seen, Kakuzu raised his eyebrows, but still took out a scroll of ninjutsu from his arms. Make a deal. And Hirohu, looking at the scroll in Kakuzu's hand, also took out the briefcase behind him. Open it directly in front of Kakuzu. Seeing the suitcase full of money suddenly made Kakuzu's breathing heavier. Swallowing their saliva, Kakuzu and Hiroko exchanged the items in their hands. As soon as he got the scroll, Baileahu couldn't wait to open it and read it. After Kakuzu sealed the suitcase full of money into the scroll, he turned around and prepared to leave the inn. Before leaving, looking at Hiroko who was obsessed with ninjutsu, Kakuzu was in a good mood and gave Hiroko a good guy card. Next time you have someone to kill, you can hire me and I'll give you a 20% discount. Yeah, I'll remember that. Baraha responded to Kakuzu without even raising his head. The chakra threads scattered throughout the incense that Kakuzu had left the inn. Only then did Hirahu turn his attention to the ninjutsu scroll in his hand. Kakuzu was originally an elite jonin from the Takigakur. Although he is very powerful, he was sent by the high-ranking officials of the ninja village to assassinate the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. After being defeated by Wood Release, Kakuzu was imprisoned by the high-ranking officials of the ninja village. After returning to the village, they wanted to sentence him to death and seek forgiveness from Hashirama Senju, who was furious about the assassination. It can be said that he is as shameless as Konoha Danzo. In a rage, Kakuzu killed all the high-ranking officials of Takigakur, stole the village's secret technique, the Earth Grudge, and then turned into a rebel ninja and disappeared. Afterwards, Hashirama Senju was very generous and gave the seven-tail Shijiki to the Takigakur. I don't know whether Hashirama Senju felt pity or gloating when he distributed the tailed beasts to the Takigakur. And the earthly resentment was Kakuzu's trophy. In addition to practicing on your own, it would be great if you could trade it for a considerable sum of money. As for the resentment caused by the transaction, his weaknesses were revealed. With Kakuzu's strength, no one could kill him even if they knew his weakness. Soon, as time slowly passed, after quickly reading the Earth Grudge ninjutsu, Obito closed the scroll, took a deep breath. The shock in his eyes could not calm down for a long time. This scroll of the Earth Grudge ninjutsu can be said to have directly shattered the worldview that Hokuro had formed after 15 years of hard study in his previous life. A person, under the stitching of Dyuanyu, could be put together as easily as building blocks, completely ignoring the rejection reaction between organs of different people. And once this ninjutsu is mastered, what carries the ninja's consciousness is no longer the human brain, but the tentacles that are cultivated from blood vessels and look like silk threads. As long as the heart that supports the energy of the tentacles is not dead, this ninja is immortal. And the most incredible thing for Bailuhu is the technique of fusing 5 hearts into one and the secret technique of Dyuanyu. This simply opens the door for Hirako to merge his bloodline boundaries. Let Bailuo scream in his heart that it is incredible. Bailuhu was sure that the ghost bud technique he used in the anime in his previous life must have been inspired by the Earth Grudge. However, that self should have changed the 5 hearts merged into one to the 5 bloodline limits merged into one. Putting away his resentment, Bailuhu left the hotel excitedly and headed quickly towards the mission target he had accepted when leaving the village. Compared to himself in the original anime, the current Bailuahu is more concerned about the characteristics of Dyuanyu Zhong's immortal heart and indestructible consciousness. After reading the entire Dyuanyu secret technique, Bailuahu dared to be sure that this secret technique was a ninjutsu with quite amazing potential. With the knowledge from the previous life and the ninjutsu training in this life, Oboro can definitely make this ninjutsu burst out with a power comparable to that of a cage, no, a power beyond that of a cage. With a sharp look in his eyes, Bailuahu moved quickly through the woods. Now, it's time to collect some experimental materials and take action on those robbers. Soon, Bailuahu found the target of the mission. Amid the bandits' screams and wails, Bailuahu collected sufficient experimental materials, sufficient and fresh human organs and stem cells. He casually stuffed his blood-stained mask into his arms and returned to Konoha village without stopping. As soon as he completed the task, he couldn't wait to go home and go into his underground laboratory to continue developing ninjutsu. However, as soon as he opened the door of his room, Bailuahu was stunned. Sister, you're back. The room was no longer as dark and silent as before. A slender woman with the same long, smooth white hair as Bailuahu was lighting a candle that emitted a warm glow. Looking at Bailuahu, who was standing outside the door in a daze, even though he was 15 years old, but still looked like a 12-year-old, she showed a distressed expression. What are you doing in a daze, Bailuahu? It's rare that your sister is back. Come and taste her cooking. Looking at the heartbroken expression of Bailuahu nodded subconsciously, walked into the house, and sat opposite his sister, Bailuahu. Seeing the person in front of him picking up food for him very naturally, Bailuahu felt uncomfortable. I could only keep my head down and deal with the increasing amount of food in my bowl. Bailuahu, are you? She didn't eat well after I left. She's already 15 years old, but her body is still like a child's. She hasn't grown up. Listening to Bailuahu's nagging opposite him, Bailuahu's mouth twitched that he really wanted to say that this was due to the inseal. Even if he was hundreds of years old in the future, he would still look like a child. But thinking that his sister actually had little contact with ninjas, he gave up the idea of explaining the principles of Yanseal ninjutsu and looked up and asked, Sister, why did you think of coming to Konoha village to find me? Hearing Bailuahu's question, Bailuahu was silent for a moment, then raised her head. Bailuahu, actually, I have good news to tell you. Good news? Bailuahu raised his eyebrows, but had a bad feeling in his heart. Sister, I have someone I like and we are planning to get married. After hearing what Bailuahu said, Bailuahu suddenly remembered his sister's age. My sister is 6 years older than me. When I was 6 years old and went to ninja school, my 12-year-old sister followed the caravan to various countries to do business. People in the Naruto world generally start working at a young age. At the age of 12, you can start working and earning money like adults. You can get married and have children at around 15 years old. People's lifespan is often very short. 30 or 40 years old is considered old. Because most people in this world die from wars and plagues, it is quite rare for someone to live to be 60 or 70 years old and die of natural causes. To be precise, except for the powerful and influential people, dying of old age is a luxury for ordinary people. My sister is 21 years old this year and is getting married now. It can be said that she is an old tree that has blossomed. Congratulations, sister. Your brother-in-law must be a very good person. Seeing Bailume's shy look, Bailume smiled and gave her blessings. Hearing Bailume's blessing, Bailume looked at Bailume with some hesitation. Bailume, I came here mainly to discuss something with you. Looking at Bailume's hesitant expression, Bailume tilted his head, with a puzzled look on his face. What's the matter? Your brother-in-law is not from the fire country, so in order to be able to take better care of you, Bailume, I hope that you can leave the fire country with me. Seeing Bailume nervously pinching the corner of her clothes, Bailume lowered his head slightly. Some people were afraid to look at Bailume's expression at this moment. I'm sorry, sister. I become a ninja of Konoha. If I leave the village rashly, I will be regarded as a traitor and hunted down by the Umbu. Hearing Bailume's refusal, Bailume looked a little at a loss, as if she had never expected her brother to reject her. She could only awkwardly pick up some more food for Bailume. Is that so? Hiruko has become an indispensable person in Konoha village. I am sorry for being rude. Listening to Bailume's unnatural voice, Bailume was silent. The real reason was not that he was being hunted by the Umbu, but because Oburu was still unwilling to give up on Hashirama's cells. Eat more, Bailume. We won't have much time to meet each other in the future. Listening to his sister's voice, which sounded as if she was disappointed or relieved that there was one less light bulb around her, Bailume felt as if his conscience was being tortured. Do I really have to give up my happy life with my sister in order to pursue power? However, this bit of confusion only flashed across Bailume's mind for a moment and then disappeared again. Bailume's heart became firm. Without power, all the beautiful things are nothing but flowers in the mirror and the moon in the water. I will go find my sister, but not now. On this day, Obaruko, for once, put aside his research and wandered around Konoha village with his sister. Hirumi doesn't have much time left in Konoha, and tomorrow she will leave Konoha village again with the caravan and embark on her journey. The next day, Hiruko sent his sister, Hirumi, to the caravan gathering place at the gate of Konoha village. In front of the gate of Konoha village, Hirumi was holding the gift given to her by Hirumu, looking at her caravan companions who were waving at her, and suddenly put her face in front of Hirumu. What happened? Looking at his sister's big face in front of him, Bailume shrank his neck a little at a loss. Bailume, are your eyes black? I remember your eyes used to be a beautiful red. Looking at Bailume, who was looking at him from left to right, Bailume smiled stiffly. Sister, you must have remembered it wrongly. The color of my eyes has always been black. It seems I remembered it wrongly. Retracting her gaze, Hirumi slowly walked towards the convoy with a look of deep reluctance. Bailume, remember to eat well when I'm gone, otherwise you won't grow taller. Also, remember to go to bed early. Don't stay up late. I know it even if you don't say it. Bailume, you always stay up late to read books. And more, don't be picky about what you eat. Listening to his sister's blessings, who kept looking back every few steps, Bailume's arms were sore from waving them. Finally, Hirumi left with the caravan. This made Bailume feel relieved. Bailume was caught off guard by his sister's arrival. Even the abnormality of the eyes was noticed by my sister. Ever since Obi-Wan had the Uchiha stem cells transplanted into Obi-Wan, the color of Obi-Wan's eyes has gradually changed from red to black. Uchiha Dallin and Might Dai often went on missions with Hiruzen, so they didn't notice this slight change. On the contrary, it was Hirumi, who hadn't met Hirumi for several years, who noticed it immediately. Bailume knew that his eye color had changed, and it was even a good thing for him, because those in the Uchiha clan who can open the Sharingan all have pitch black eyes. But Okuniki seemed to be indifferent to the fact that he opened his Sharingan, because Obara knew that in order to open the Sharingan, one needs a strong emotional impact, joy, anger, sorrow, or happiness. No matter what kind of strong emotion, it can open the Sharingan. Bailume had countless ways to get himself excited. For example, you might cast gripping magic on yourself, recall moments of social failure in your past and present lives, read novels in which people are tortured to death, and so on. But Hirahu is not a member of the Uchiha clan. Even though the Uchiha clan is now suppressed by the Hokage, it is still not a behemoth that a small figure like Hirahu can afford to offend. After Hiruzen awakens the Sharingan, it will inevitably be used in battle. If the news that Bailume possessed the Sharingan reached the Uchiha clan, then Bailume could from then on, he changed his name to Uchiha Hirahu. At that time, Hiriko would be dragged into the abyss of the Uchiha clan's fight against the Konoha regime. There is no peace. More importantly, Hirako still wanted to treat the awakening of the Sharingan as his own trump card in battle and would not show it to others easily. Is she your sister? She is such a beauty. Just as Baileahu was watching the caravan gradually going away, a voice suddenly appeared beside Baileahu. You. Matt Dai, when did you show up? Hearing this slightly rough voice, Bailuo looked at Might Dai, who was wearing a green tights beside him, and was a little frightened. I followed you the whole time you went out. Didn't you notice? Looking at the innocent little eyes of Might Dai, Bailuo smoothed his frizzy hair down and rolled his dead eyes. What do you want from me? Let me make it clear first, I won't burn my youth with you. I'm not looking for you to train this time, don't worry. Hearing Bailuo's words as if he was ready to escape at any time, Might Dai said with a big heart that he would spare Bailuo's life this time. Really? That's great. Bailuo patted his chest and breathed a sigh of relief. Ever since Might Dai knew that Okibo's weaknesses were physical strength and power, he would come to harass Okibo from time to time, wanting Okibo to wear the same green tights as him and run around Konoha. Then he succeeded in irritating Bailuo and was beaten with a bandage by Bailuo before he finally calmed down. I came to you this time because I got a map of acupuncture points that can release the limits of the body from the doctor in the hospital, so I wanted to learn from you, my good brother who is also a medical ninja, about how to practice. As he said that, Might Dai took out a ninjutsu scroll and handed it to Hiruzen. Seeing this, Hirahu opened the ninjutsu scroll without hesitation. Just by taking a look, a word popped up in Baileahu's mind: 8 Gates of Dunjia. Kai Shiu was injured and Du Jing was shocked to death. The locations of these 8 acupoints are clearly written on the scroll. Have you practiced yet? After closing the scroll, Hirahu frowned and looked at Might Dai in front of him. Not yet. What's wrong, Hirahu? Looking at Hirako's serious expression, Might Dai spoke quickly. That's good. Baileahu returned the scroll in his hand to Might Dai and said calmly, do you know why the brain limits its own power? Why? Might Dai tilted his head, somewhat confused. Looking at Might Dai's brainless appearance, Bailuo showed an expression that said you are hopeless. Because if you push your muscles to 100% of their strength, you'll easily overexert yourself and strain your muscles. Not to mention the 8 gates of ninjutsu. Once you open the death gate, even gods can't save you. Hearing Hirako complaining about the 8 gates in a bad mood, Might Dai laughed out loud twice, patted Hirako on the shoulder, with an expression of good brothers on his face. Don't worry, I won't drive to the point of death, and even if I get hurt, don't I still have you, my good brother? Looking at Might Dai's wild smile, Bailuo keenly sensed his little tricks from his words. You are not trying to practice the 8 gates by yourself, so you are easily injured. So you want to ask me, a medical ninja, to practice with you so that you can learn my palm immortal technique for free. Seeing Might Dai's smile gradually change from wildness to embarrassment at having his thoughts exposed, Bailuo rolled his dead eyes. Okay, I'll practice with you. To be honest, even though he was physically weak, Hirahu was still curious about the famous 8 gates ninjutsu in his previous life. Upon hearing that Hirahu agreed to practice with him, Might Dai jumped up with joy. Great, Biraho, let's go to the training ground now. Then, without waiting for Baileahu to say anything, he carried Baileahu on his shoulders and ran into the forest at full speed. At dusk, Baileahu dragged his tired body back to his room. The facts once again proved how weak Baileahu's body was. 8 gates ninjutsu, this is a secret technique that can double one's physical fitness. The stronger your physical fitness, the greater the increase you will get after using the 8 gates. Perhaps this secret technique is a trick for Might Dai that can double or even dozens of times his strength. But for Baileahu, it was a loss-making thing. Because Baileahu's physical fitness is weak, even if the 8 gates of ninjutsu is activated, there will not be a very obvious increase. Moreover, if you are not careful and open the 8 gates too many times, you may become disabled. On this day, because of practicing the 8 gates, Obaru had almost exhausted his chakra just by treating the after-effects of opening the 8 gates for Might Dai. After climbing onto his bed in a somewhat awkward manner, Baileahu had only one thing in his mind before he fell asleep. That means I will never practice with that bastard Might Dai again. But the next day, morning, as soon as Baileahu opened his eyes, he saw a guy in green tights shaking in front of him. For the first time in his life, Hirako decided to destroy his image as a gentle doctor. Might Dai, you shameless bastard, get out of here. The white bandages wrapped around Bailuo's body moved without wind, and he threw Might Dai, who was twisting and turning in front of him, out of the house. He also deftly locked the door and windows of the room before retracting. Looking at the house with locked doors and windows in front of him, Might Dai blinked. He was just about to go in and wake up Baileahu and ask him to train with him, but before he could even finish his words, he was thrown out by Baileahu. It can only be said that after all these years of getting along, Hirahu was able to know Might Dai's thoughts just by exchanging glances. After brushing off the dust on his body, Might Dai shouted towards the house, Hiroshi, if you don't go to the training ground to train, your physical skills will decline. Then came Baileahu's angry shout after he got up. None of your business. After that, no matter how much Might Dai called out outside the house, Hiruzen did not respond. Inside the room, it took a while for Hirako to recover from his morning grumpiness after throwing Might Dai out. After 3 seconds of silence for his gentle and elegant personality, Hokage no longer paid attention to Might Dai, who was shouting outside and trying to get his medical ninjutsu for free. He then entered the underground laboratory in the room and continued to take out the secret technique of the Yuanyu and look at it. No matter how many times he saw this secret technique, Baileahu would be amazed. And in Hiriko's opinion, there is considerable room for improvement in this ninjutsu. As Baileahu made a seal, he pointed a small part of the capillaries at the tip were tempered by chakra into silk tentacles that could be freely controlled. As the small dark red tentacle pierced the fingertips and stretched out the fingertips, Baileahu's eyes became solemn. The human heart originally developed from a special blood vessel. What Beiruo needs to do now is to use chakra to manipulate stem cells on this small tentacle to cultivate a mini heart. If successful, the Yuanyu's weakness of only 5 lives would be automatically broken. Because once Baileahu's experiment is successful, Baileahu, who has practiced the earth's resentment, will spread these mini hearts all over his body. At that time, as long as one heart is alive, Baileahu will be immortal. Maybe Baileahu will be injured and bleed, but it is impossible to kill him. Under Bailuo's full concentration, the tentacles on the fingertips squirmed and tied a knot. The interior of the cluster began to evolve into a normal heart. Finally, Bailuo's fingertips trembled. On that tiny tentacle, a tiny heart was beating regularly, which made Bailuahu, who had already prepared for failure, look incredulous. It worked. It was so simple. Looking at the mini heart in front of him, Birahu took out a kunao, became furious, and directly cut off the small tentacle in front of him from his fingertips. However, even if the small tentacle left the body, in Bailuahu's perception, the small tentacle with a mini heart seemed to still grow on the body and could be controlled at will. Seeing this, Bailuo licked his lips and controlled the stem cells in his tentacles to begin dividing and differentiating. Soon, a small brain, a pair of small eyes, and internal organs such as the liver, kidneys, spleen, and stomach were all reproduced by Baileahu at a reduced scale. As Bailuo increased the input of chakra, the stem cells showed Bailuo why they were called omnipotent stem cells. In front of Baileahu, the original small tentacle had disappeared, and replaced by a mini Baileahu the size of an index finger. Mini Baileahu slowly opened his eyes and looked at Baileahu. At this moment, 2 visions appeared in Bailuahu's consciousness. One is the giant himself in the eyes of the mini Bailuahu, and the other is the mini Bailuahu in the eyes of Bailuahu. The big and small Hirahu looked at each other, feeling excited, happy about their research success, and safe from having to worry about being suddenly killed in this ninja world. A hint of scarlet appeared in Baileahu's eyes. At this time, 2 Hokages, one big and one small, had ferocious smiles on their faces, and the single Megatama Sharinan in their eyes slowly rotated. It looks like a big devil whose evil plan is about to succeed. After a long time, Baileahu finally calmed down the excitement in his heart and began to formally practice the transformed earth grievance. This practice lasted for 5 full days. At the main gate of Konoha village, Uchiha Kagami, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Danzo, Mito Kato-en, and Yutain Kohara walked into the village in a panic. The 5 people had different thoughts, but there was a hint of sadness and silence in their expressions. Senju Tobirama is dead. Even though Konoha village and Kumagakure village had spent a large sum of money to buy the news from Kakuzu in advance that Kinkaku and Ginkaku would launch a rebellion during the peace talks. However, the lack of hard power still caused the same casualties as in the original work. The second Raikage died on the spot, and the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, fled with 5 of his trusted subordinates. On the way, Senju Tobirama covered the 5 people and blocked Kinkaku and Yinkaku, and died in battle. Before leaving, Tobirama Senju passed the position of Hokage to Sarutobi Hiruzen. What are you going to do, 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen? At the gate of Konoha village, Yutain Koharu, who had been silent for a long time, looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was thinking about something. After the death of the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, there is no longer a Hokage-level ninja left in the village. We must find a Kage-level ninja as a backer as soon as possible, otherwise, the only fate waiting for the land of fire in Konoha village is to be plundered and devoured by the surrounding ninja villages. Listening to Yutain Koharu's words that directly pointed to the weak points of Konoha village, Sarutobi Hiruzen closed his eyes and thought for a moment. Soon, he had a plan in mind, and looked up at Yutain Koharu. It is not necessary to rely on a Kage-level strongman. Hearing that Sarutobi Hiruzen had other plans in his words, Mito Kato-en said directly, just tell us what you want to do. We are all the confidants of the second Hokage and will support you. Seeing the expressions of the crowd agreeing with Mito Kato-en's words, Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled and said, it's very simple. All you need to do is spread the word that I am a ninja god comparable to the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. After hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, Danzo, who often used dirty tricks, was the first to react. Do you want to create an image of yourself among the people as another Kage nin comparable to Hashirama Senju so as to intimidate other ninja villages? Relying on rumors spread by ignorant people, he established himself as the god of ninja in another sense. Sing a wonderful song about the empty city plan, so that other ninja villages will not dare to act rashly. Soon, others also understood Sarutobi Hiruzen's thoughts. Danzo, Utane Koharu, and Mito Kato and expressed their support directly. Because compared to taking the trouble to train a cage-level ninja, just praising Sarutobi Hiruzen is enough to stabilize the other ninja villages. The price and cost are self-evident. But even if your reputation spreads far and wide, what if a cage-level ninja really comes knocking on your door? Seeing that the other 4 people wanted to support this plan, Uchiha Jing saw the shortcomings of this plan at a glance. If the iron-headed boy really steps forward to challenge him, Sarutobi Hiruzen's reputation will be ruined at the very least. In serious cases, Konoha village would fall apart overnight and be completely devoured. Don't worry, Jing. Seeing Uchiha Kagemai's worried look, Yudin Kohara smiled and said, "The strategy will only last for a few years. By then, with the talented Konoha village, it will be easy for us to find a cage nin. Then we can just push that descendant to become the Hokage." Listening to Yutane Koharu's light words, Uchiha Kagemai pursed his lips, but said nothing more. For now, even Uchiha Kagemai can only follow Sarutobi Hiruzen's plan. The 3 cage nin when Konoha village was founded. Senju Hashirama died. Uchiha Madara was stabbed in the back by Hashirama Senju, and he faked his death and hid outside, and his whereabouts are unknown. Tobirama Senju died while covering the escape of Sarutobi Hiruzen and others. It can be said that the strongest people in Konoha now are Sarutobi Hiruzen, Uchiha Kagemai and other senior ninjas. Soon, the news of Senju Tobirama's death in battle and the news that the new ninja god, Sarutobi Hiruzen defeated and killed Kinkaku and Ginkaku spread throughout Konoha. Of course, the actual situation was that Senju Tobirama fought alone against Kinkaku and Ginkaku, and died together with them. But if Danzo and the others don't tell us, who else will know the truth? In less than a day, Sarutobi Hiruzen's reputation among the people has surpassed that of Senju. Tobirama stepped into the blue sky. At this time, Beilayuhu, who had just finished practicing the earth resentment, went out to eat and heard the discussion of passers-by. Hey, did you hear that? The 2 vicious criminals Kinkaku and Ginkaku who killed the second Hokage were killed by the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen alone. You're lying. If that's the case, doesn't that mean Sarutobi Hiruzen is stronger than Senju Tobirama? Of course, the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen is now known as the god of ninja. That's right, I heard that when Lord Sarutobi Hiruzen was fighting Kinkaku and Ginkaku, he killed both of them with just one blow of his palm. Your version is wrong. I heard that Lord Sarutobi Hiruzen only used one finger to stab Kinkaku and Ginkaku to death. After listening to a conversation between passers-by, Beilayuhu lost interest in listening any further. Hiruzen Sarutobi's strength was known to Obaru when he watched anime in his previous life. He is an old man who can't even beat his own apprentice. He was so weak that he was easily knocked down by Naruto's seduction technique. It must be incredible that he could crush and kill Kinkaku and Yinkaku of Senju Tobirama. Of course, although this piece of news could not fool Okadama, it could confuse other ninja villages who did not know Sarutobi Hiruzen. Various means of spying on information were launched against Konoha village. "Boss, give me some ramen." Hirako opened the door curtain of Ichiraku ramen cart and sat in front of the cart. Good. Soon, a bowl of steaming ramen topped with barbecued pork, eggs, Naruto rolls, and bamboo shoots was placed in front of Beruo. "Please." At this time, the owner of the ramen shop was still a young man full of vigor and vitality. "I'm starting to eat." Beilayuhu unfocusedly pried apart the chopsticks. "Put the noodles into your mouth." The taste is average, far inferior to the delicacies from the previous life that Beilayuhu carefully reproduced. But Beilayuhu came here to eat just to fill his stomach easily. Not picky about taste. While eating ramen, Beilayuhu's eyes wandered. Senju Tobirama is dead. However, Hirahu was very envious of the forbidden techniques left behind by Tobirama Senju. The famous ninjutsu such as Impure World Reincarnation and Flying Thunder God were all developed by him. Now should be the best time to steal the forbidden technique while the power of Hokage changes. Fortune and wealth are achieved through risk, so take advantage of this opportunity before Tsunade squanders all of Senju Tobirama's wealth. Tonight is the best time to take action. Just in time, all the famous ninjas in Konoha village will go to the grave of Senju Tobirama tonight to pay their respects in silence. Then, it will be time for Beilayuhu to take action. I finished the ramen in a hurry. Beilayuhu then placed a mini version of himself on the ground. Let the smaller version of himself go to the cemetery and observe the funeral held by Sarutobi Hiruzen and others. He put on a cloak and a mask and went directly to the courtyard of Hashirama Senju, waiting for an opportunity to steal the forbidden technique. A silver moon hangs high in the sky. In front of the tombstone, a group of Konoha high-ranking officials dressed in black lowered their heads and remained silent. Tsunade, who had grown into a young girl in the crowd, was sobbing quietly. "My condolences, Tsunade. We should always look forward." Jiraiya, who was also dressed in black, patted Tsunade on the shoulder. It was rare that he did not irritate Tsunade as usual. He seemed unusually calm. Orochimaru watched the interaction between Tsunade and Jiraiya in silence. At the same time, in the residence of Senju Tobirama, Baileahu turned into a black shadow and shuttled freely in this huge courtyard. Soon, he found the office where various manuscripts and scrolls were placed. However, when Baileahu picked up a scroll and was about to open it to take a look, a hissing sound of a poisonous snake and a sound of breaking wind came towards Baileahu. Zhang, as if he had foreseen the future, the kunao in Baileahu's hand directly cut the attacking poisonous snake into two halves. It seems someone has the same idea as me. Looking at the figure emerging from the office entrance, Baileahu frowned. The scarlet Sherinan in his eyes slowly rotated. Sherinan, are you an Uchiha? Orochimaru slowly showed up, looked at Hiruzen's scarlet eyes and licked his lips. Hirahu put away the scroll in his hand and did not deny his identity as an Uchiha. Anyway, the Uchiha clan has been ostracized by the Konoha high-level officials. He can also be blamed for stealing the Thousand Hands Tobirama's secret technique. At this time, Orochimaru's purpose of coming here was obviously the same as that of Obito. Steal the secret technique of the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju. The next moment, Orochimaru and Hiruzen both used the least noisy fighting method, Taijutsu. Bang! Baileahu held a kunao in his hand and waved it repeatedly, cutting several snakes that approached him in half. Seeing that the little snakes were unable to do anything to Oyuki, Orochimaru twisted his body seductively into a snake-like mollusk and slid quickly towards Oyuki. Seeing Orochimaru coming, Obito quickly took care of the small snakes around him. The kunao upper chakra blade emerged. The crimson Sherinan stared at Orochimaru's movements. In an instant, Beiruo thrust out a kunao. However, what happened next made Baileahu's pupils shrink. Orochimaru opened his mouth, which was as big as the abyss. He spat out the tip of the sword, held the sword in his mouth, bypassed the kunao with chakra blade in Baileahu's hand, and slashed towards Baileahu's neck. Substitution technique. Hirahu's pupils contracted, and he used ninjutsu to exchange the position of a scroll with himself. Orochimaru looked at the ninjutsu scroll that was about to be cut and slammed on the brakes. Pulling the kusanagi sword out of his mouth and holding it in his hand, Orochimaru smiled and put away the ninjutsu scroll that Obito had replaced with using the substitution technique. It was a close call. I almost destroyed this scroll. A hoarse voice sounded in Tobirama Senju's office. Hirahu looked at Orochimaru, who was happily putting away the scroll. The next moment, his cloak was torn apart by chakra and stood up like a hedgehog. The black cloth strips turned into sharp iron whips and lashed towards Orochimaru. However, Orochimaru calmly threw the scroll next to him to Hiruzen. In an instant, the strip of cloth that had made a sound of breaking through the air turned directly into something as soft as silk. He gently wrapped the scroll and handed it to Baileahu. Zhang, seeing this, Orochimaru raised the kusanagi sword in his hand and cut off several strips of cloth that were coming towards him. In an instant, the cut strips of cloth fluttered around the room. From time to time, snakes crawled out from the dark corners and started to tear at the sharp strips of cloth. In this way, the two of them fought while dividing the ninjutsu legacy of Tobirama Senju. However, both of them felt how difficult the other was. Even if Orochimaru was scratched by Obito's cloth strip, he could negate the wound by spitting himself out. Hirako was even more direct, that he just used the earth's wrath to connect the parts that were stabbed by the kusanagi sword, and that was it. The two fought for a long time, and even almost divided up all of Senju Tobirama's ninjutsu scrolls, but they didn't have a single injury on their bodies. Suddenly, Obaru and Orochimaru, who were in a stalemate in physical skills, stopped moving at the same time. The funeral at the cemetery has ended, whether it was Obito or Orochimaru. They both have to speed up. The faint strips of cloth on Obito's body and the snakes on Orochimaru's body all changed their directions and began to pounce on the remaining ninjutsu scrolls like hungry tigers. After a while, all the scrolls with words in Senju Tobirama's office were divided up by Okuniki and Orochimaru. I had a lot of fun playing with you today, my kind. Hearing the suggestive words from Orochimaru, Obito was too lazy to respond. Tsunade and Jiraiya are coming back soon. After all, Orochimaru is their teammate. Even if he stays here, he can fool them with his words. I can't do it myself. Substitution technique. As the white smoke dissipated, a rotten tree stump remained in its place. But Baileahu had already turned into a black shadow and went away. Orochimaru licked his lips, his smile dark. What should I do next? At night, Obara circled around the Konoha village for a long time before he put away the mini-self that he had sent out for reconnaissance. After taking off the mask, Baileahu returned home and couldn't wait to take out his harvest. The manuscript of Tobirama Senju. The second-generation Hokage, Tobirama Senju, was the first person to develop forbidden techniques. His manuscripts are priceless. Waterstyle. Konoha Village's future development plan. Dark movement technique. Multiple shadow clones. The Uchiha clan's response strategy. Looking at the scroll in his hand, Baileahu felt something was wrong. Most of the ninjutsu recorded on the scroll are specifically for the Uchiha clan. For example, the water jutsu that targets the fire jutsu, the dark walking technique that can blind the person being cast, and the shadow clone that makes it impossible for the Sharingan to distinguish whether it is a clone or the original body. The scroll revealed that Tobirama Senju's mastery of water jutsu was comparable to that of the Mizukage of the Kirigakure village. In addition to the water-style ninjutsu that occupies a large amount of space, there are also some ninjutsu of other attributes. This wave can be said to directly make up for the lack of conventional ninjutsu of Hiriko. You have to know that in Konoha village, it is not an easy thing to acquire ninjutsu. Some well-known ninjutsu have all been listed as forbidden techniques by the Konoha high-level officials. It is conceivable that even the Yin Seal, a ninjutsu that simply stored chakra, was listed as a forbidden technique. Only medical ninjutsu, three-body jutsu and other ninjutsu that do not have strong destructive power are placed in the Konoha library for people to learn at will. And those that are slightly more destructive, such as water jutsu and water dragon bullet jutsu, it would cost a lot of money to buy ninjutsu scrolls from Konoha's high-ranking officials. However, Hiriko had already traded all his savings of the past few years to Kakuzu, so it was impossible for him to buy ninjutsu from those greedy high UPS. As for learning ninjutsu from Uchiha Kagami, the noble Uchiha clan does not allow the secrets of their family to be revealed to poor ninjas. It can be said that in the past 3 years, Kuriko and Might Dai only learned some ninja common sense from Uchiha Kagami, and Uchiha Kagami did not teach them anything else. Sort out the messy scrolls. Hirahu looked at the pile of water-style ninjutsu and some other messy ninjutsu scrolls in front of him. There was some silence in my heart. Next, I still have to make up for my shortcomings in ninjutsu. However, with the Sharingan, it will undoubtedly be a lot easier for me to make up for these shortcomings. At the same time, in front of Senju Tobirama's mansion, the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru's shadow clone walked towards the mansion talking and laughing. Thanks to the lively Jiraiya, the atmosphere among the group was not too quiet because of the departure of Senju Tobirama. Suddenly, Orochimaru's shadow clone burst into a white mist and disappeared. Shadow clone. Seeing Orochimaru disappear, Jiraiya shouted in displeasure, "You are too disrespectful to the second Hokage. You even used your shadow clone to attend the funeral instead of yourself." Jiraiya. Hearing Jiraiya's annoying voice, Tsunade glared at him fiercely. "Don't talk about Orochimaru like that. Maybe he didn't come to attend his great-uncle's funeral because of something important." Hearing Tsunade say this, Jiraiya immediately curled his lips in dissatisfaction. "Really, Tsunade, you are too protective of that guy Orochimaru. Well, if you weren't so naughty, Jiraiya, Tsunade wouldn't have said that to you." Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was standing behind the two of them, smiled and tried to smooth things over for Tsunade and Jiraiya. After hearing his teacher, Sarutobi Hiruzen say this, Jiraiya shut his mouth and said nothing more. He just followed Tsunade and Sarutobi Hiruzen and entered the courtyard of Senju Tobirama in front of him. "We're here. This is where my great-uncle usually does his research. Sarutobi-sensei, the documents you'll need to hand over when you become Hokage are all here." Standing in front of a wooden sliding door, Tsunade slowly opened it. However, the scene that appeared in front of the three people made their pupils shrink. Under the silver moonlight, the entire office was in a mess. Orochimaru stood in the moonlight coming through the window, his body full of kunao, pierced by Orochimaru himself. The bright red blood stained the clothes and dripped onto the ground. Orochimaru. Seeing that Orochimaru was swaying as if he could not hold on and was about to fall to the ground, Tsunade hurried forward and supported Orochimaru. A bright green light emerged from his hands, and he was about to do his best to treat Orochimaru. However, Orochimaru grabbed Tsunade's wrist and stopped her from healing. He raised his head with difficulty and looked behind them, seeing the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen with anger in his eyes. "Sarutobi-sensei, I'm sorry that I failed to fulfill your request and protect the legacy of the second Hokage." Looking at Orochimaru, whose face was pale and with drops of cold sweat dripping down his face, Sarutobi Hiruzen closed his eyes and took a deep breath. "It's not your fault, Orochimaru. Thank you for your hard work. Can you tell me the characteristics of that thief?" Hearing the rage that was about to explode in Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice, Orochimaru's fingers gripping Tsunade's wrist slowly lost strength. His eyes are writing wheels. Orochimaru didn't finish his words before he lost all his strength and fell limply into Tsunade's arms. It was as if he could no longer hold on and passed out. "Orochimaru, wake up, you can't sleep now." Looking at the unconscious Orochimaru, Tsunade shook him vigorously, trying to use great force to create a miracle. Let Orochimaru wake up. Little did he know that Orochimaru felt his brain trembling as Tsunade shook him vigorously, and then he actually suffered a concussion and passed out. Orochimaru. Looking at Orochimaru in her arms who showed no signs of waking up, Tsunade sobbed amid her roar. In just one day, Tobirama Senju left Tsunade forever. Does that mean Orochimaru will also leave her forever? Sarutobi Hiruzen opened his eyes and looked at Tsunade who was sobbing and Jiraiya who was silent in front of him. "Tsunade, Jiraiya, take Orochimaru to the hospital." "Yes." Jiraiya nodded, then helped Tsunade up and carried Orochimaru. The three of them rushed towards Konoha Hospital. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the messy office in front of him and clenched his fists. Uchiha clan. No wonder Tobirama-sensei treats you like this. What Konoha village needs is peace and order. It doesn't need those restless Uchiha. It's really rare that Mr. Jing would ask us to complete the task together. In a park in the forest of Konoha village, Obaru, Might Dai and Uchiha Dailang sat quietly, waiting for Uchiha Kagami to arrive. Hiriko sorted out his ninja tool bag and said to Might Dai, who was doing one-handed push-ups beside him, I remember that after Mr. Jing took us on 1 or 2 missions when we first became ninjas, he never teamed up with us to complete any missions again. Listening to Hirohu's words, Uchiha Dailan smiled awkwardly. Father, he's actually been very busy, following Master Senju Tobirama. Sometimes he doesn't even have time to go home. By the way, Hirohu, Mighty Dai. Uchiha Dailan looked at the two of them with a sincere face. There is one thing I want to tell you. What is it? Looking at Uchiha Dailan's sincere expression with a little shyness, Might Dai stopped doing push-ups, and even Obaru looked over. Facing the two people's gaze, Uchiha Dailan's face flushed. After this mission is completed, I will get married. At this, Bailyuhu was stunned. How old are you now? Are you getting married? Hearing what Bailyuhu said, Uchiha Dailan became angry and said, I am an adult. It is not too young to get married now. Mighty Dai, who was next to Bailuo, showed an envious expression. That's great. I want to get married too. Only Bailuo was full of black lines on his face. You too. What do you think of marriage? Marriage is the grave of love. Listening to Bailyuhu's complaints, Might Dai looked at Bailyuhu with some confusion in his heart. What are you talking about, Bailyuhu? Isn't it a blessing to be able to eat the hot meals made by your wife when you go home at night? How can it be a grave? Listening to Might Dai's words, Obaru didn't know how to refute for a moment. In Bailyuhu's opinion, eating a steaming hot meal is not something to be happy about, because Bailyuhu felt that he could also eat hot meals in a restaurant. He is really an insulator from love. Listening to Might Dai's vision of married life, Uchiha Dailan couldn't help but smile. After we get married, I don't plan to go out on missions with you guys. I plan to join the Konoha Guard department, then I can take care of her and work again. Listening to Uchiha Dailan's plans for the future, the dreamy expression on Might Dai's face froze. It's bad enough that Uchiha Jing is not there, but even Uchiha Dailan doesn't intend to complete the mission with them. What should they do then? You know, many tasks require a team of 3 or even 4 people to complete. Without Uchiha Kagami and Uchiha Dailang, if there were only Hiriko and Might Dai, they would have to take on the task of catching cats and dogs and live a hard life. For a moment, Might Dai turned pale as he listened to the sonorous voice that Uchiha Dailan would join the Konoha Guard department in the future. Uchiha Dailan, this mission, won't it be the last time we complete a mission together? As if not noticing Might Dai's disappointed look, Uchiha Dailan nodded with a smile. Well, this is the last one. This time, Might Dai was completely petrified. Soon, a dark shadow appeared in front of the 3 people. Looking at Hiriko and Might Dai, whom he hadn't seen for a long time, Uchiha Jing nodded. I heard from Dailan that you have grown very quickly in the past few years. So, before we set off, please introduce yourself to your specialties. Uchiha Kagami, good at illusion and fire ninjutsu. Hearing Uchiha Jing start as usual, Uchiha Dailan quickly said, Uchiha Dailan, good at fire escape. Might Dai, good at taijutsu. Hirohu, specializes in medical ninjutsu. Listening to the self-introductions, including that of his own son, Uchiha Jing nodded. Then let's go. Following the figure of Uchiha Jing, everyone present followed Uchiha Jing and left the gathering place. This mission is in a small village on the border of the Fire Nation. According to the information passed back by the intelligence personnel, ninjas from the Sand Village appeared there, and they seem to be plotting something. Our mission is to disrupt their plans. This is an A-level mission, be careful. Listening to Uchiha Kagami's mission introduction, Uchiha Dailan and Might Dai felt their blood ignite for the first time in a long time. Only Bailuahu felt the pressure of the coming storm. In this period when the Fire Nation is full of bandits and robbers. In addition, ninjas from the Sand Village appeared. This made Bailuo smell the smoke of war. However, even if war comes, Bailyuhu, who has been prepared, is not afraid at all. With Kakuzu's secret technique of earth resentment and his own excellent medical ninjutsu, Bailyuhu's ability to survive is extremely strong. Soon, under the leadership of Uchiha Jing, after 7 days and 7 nights of sleepless running, Uchiha Kagami, Uchiha Dailang, Might Dai and Hokuro finally arrived at this small village on the border of the Land of Fire. Go further and you will reach the territory of the Rain Country. This is where our mission target is located. The 4 of them were exhausted from the journey. Looking at the small village in front of me, which covers an area of less than a few kilometers, Uchiha Dailan couldn't help but wonder, Father, are the ninjas from the Sand Village really in this remote village? Hearing Uchiha Dailan's puzzled question, Uchiha Jing's eyes were full of solemnity. Don't underestimate any ninja. Since the intelligence personnel said they are here, they must have done something shameful here. Talking about the writing wheel in Uchiha's mirror, the eyes slowly emerged. Seeing this, Uchiha Dailan immediately opened his Sharingan. Dailan and I will go in to investigate. Bailyuhu, you and Might Dai will stay outside the village to meet us. After arranging the tasks for the three people, Uchiha Jing and Uchiha Dalan slowly walked towards a peaceful village ahead. Hiriko is a medical ninja and is best placed in the rear to support the combatants. The reason why Uchiha Kagami did not bring Might Guy with him into the village was because Might Guy was too conspicuous. Even in the Fire Nation, Might would stand out in his green tights. If they wanted to gather local intelligence, only Uchiha Jing and Uchiha Dalan would have to do it themselves. The deep red 3 Magatama Sharinan in Uchiha Kagami's eyes scanned around. The next moment after stepping into the village, a big question mark appeared in Uchiha Jing's mind. What's wrong with the people in this village? How come they have so much more chakra than ordinary people? Pete Hokage-sama, the rootsmen have already set off. Should we? The masked Umbu personnel knelt on one knee and reported to Sarutobi Hiruzen in front of the Hokage's desk. Listening to his subordinates' reports, Sarutobi Hiruzen held his pipe in his mouth and took a deep breath. During the time he became Hokage, the pressure on him could be said to have increased dramatically. The life and death of the village suddenly fell on his shoulders. Don't worry about the people at the root, just let them be. Yes. After hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's answer, the masked Umbu personnel responded and left the Hokage's office in an instant. As the Umbu left, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the desk, where there was a document signed by Tobirama Senju allowing the Uchiha clan to join the Konoha Guard Department. It seems that the Uchiha clan is a thorn in the eyes of both Senju Tobirama and Sarutobi Hiruzen. Apart from Sarutobi Hiruzen and Senju Tobirama, Danzo undoubtedly understood the meaning of Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third Hokage. He casually gave Uchiha Jing a small task, which was to lure him out of the village and then send people to kill him. As a result, Uchiha Kagami, the strongest man of the Uchiha clan, is now in a situation where there is no chance of survival. Once Uchiha Kagami dies, the Uchiha clan's political career in Konoha will be cut off. Because the one who can become a Hokage can only be the one who has the closest relationship with the previous Hokage, and this close relationship is undoubtedly the master-disciple relationship. Uchiha Kagami is a disciple of Senju Tobirama, but neither Sarutobi Hiruzen nor Shimura Danzo want to let an Uchiha person sit on the throne of Hokage. Because, the Uchiha clan and the Senju clan were a famous clan before the establishment of Konoha. Once the Uchiha clan becomes Hokage, Konoha village will be controlled by the Uchiha clan forever. Then his Sarutobi clan led by Sarutobi Hiruzen, Danzo's Shimura clan, and even other small clans will never be able to make a comeback. It's no wonder that Sarutobi Hiruzen made such malicious assumptions about the Uchiha clan. Human hearts are always sinister. But as the Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen could not openly kill Uchiha Kagami and cut off the Uchiha clan's political future. Now Danzo did it for him. Then he, Sarutobi Hiruzen, could pretend that he knew nothing and wait for the results. Looking at the bright sunshine outside the window, Sarutobi Hiruzen exhaled a puff of smoke. If you survive this attack, Jing, don't return to Konoha village. Konoha village cannot accommodate you, the great Uchiha, the border of the Fire Nation. In front of a small village covering only a few kilometers, Hiriko and Might Guy watched Uchiha Kagami and Uchiha Dalang enter the village. While Might Guy wasn't paying attention, Obaru also opened his Sharinan and looked at the village in front of him. However, the amount of chakra per capita among the Chinins in the village made Hiruzen Hyuxin feel a little uneasy. But before Bailuhu could open his mouth to remind him, the moment Uchiha Jing and Uchiha Dalan stepped into the village, a purple barrier that blocked out the sun and sky blocked Bailuhu's sight. Boundary for purple flame formation. In the purple barrier, Uchiha Dalan was horrified to find that all the villagers around him took out their kunao and stared at them. What is going on? Facing the villagers who were eyeing him covetously, Uchiha Dalan swallowed and the hair on the back of his spine stood up. When Uchiha Jing faced this situation, his eyes were full of confusion. Some of the villagers in front of him were people he had seen in Konoha village. There are even some people who are the reserve team of Konoha Umbu and members of the Root organization. But why did I didn't do anything? Why did they look at me with such hostility? The moment the 4 purple flame formation rose up, Uchiha Jing did not have time to figure out the key point. A kunao was shot straight at him. Blow. Unable to make the sound of tearing the air, Uchiha Jing instinctively dodged. The next moment, Uchiha Jing quickly formed seals with both hands. Fire style, great fireball technique. A huge fireball was spewed out from Uchiha Kagami's mouth, burning and distorting the air in front of him. The huge fireball obscured the vision of many Root members ahead. However, the members of the Root organization were well prepared for Uchiha Kagami's fire-style ninjutsu. Water-style, great waterfall technique. A torrent of water gushed out of the mouths of several Root members. The combined water-style ninjutsu of several Chinins almost instantly extinguished the fireball spit out by Uchiha Kagami with overwhelming momentum. However, after extinguishing the fireball, these members of the Root organization discovered that Uchiha Kagami and Uchiha Dalan had disappeared. Alert! The leading Jonin instantly issued a warning. As a man with rich experience in fighting ninjas, he knew very well that once he lost sight of the enemy, it would be the most dangerous moment. As expected, screams broke out from the crowd the next moment. "Everyone, attack! This is the order from Lord Danzo. Anyone who dares to retreat will be killed." Listening to the orders given by the leading ninja, the other personnel heard terrifying screams. He was desperately wanting to back down, but he still had to bite the bullet and go forward to attack Uchiha Kagami. At this time, Uchiha Kagami had already used the Great Fireball technique to block his vision and hit Uchiha Dalan, who was holding him back. He appeared directly and madly attacked the ninja in front of him. Although he was still puzzled by the attack on him by the root ninjas, Uchiha Kagami could not care less in order to survive. After casually twisting off a ninja's head, Uchiha Kagami set his sights on the leading root jonin who had been giving orders. Feeling Uchiha Kagami's malicious gaze, the root jonin looked at Uchiha Kagami with a ferocious smile. He quickly made hand seals with both hands, secret technique, black the art of sneaking. In an instant, Uchiha Jing's eyes fell into darkness, making him feel cold in his heart. The dark walk technique is a ninjutsu developed by Tobirama Senju, specifically targeting the Uchiha clan. The effect is to make the victim's eyes go dark and he can't see anything. If you can't see, you can't use the Sharingan's advantages, not to mention Uchiha Kagami, he really relies too much on the Sharingan. All his fighting power is built around the Sharingan. Once the Sharingan is destroyed, then Uchiha Kagami's strength would be reduced to only 1/10. Uchiha Kagami, with a cold heart, had to fight with the help of hearing and touch. However, Uchiha Kagami, who had not specially trained his hearing and sense of touch in the dark, reacted very slowly. After barely avoiding a few kunao and shurikens, Uchiha Jing stepped into empty air. Ahead is a crack created by a ninjutsu. However, Uchiha Kagami, who had lost his sight, was unable to detect it at all. The next moment, dozens of kunao and shurikens hit Uchiha Jing's body. Uchiha Dalan, who was hiding in the ruins and watching Uchiha Jing fight, opened his eyes wide. "Dad!" Outside the four purple flame formation, the situation of Hirahu and Might Dai is not good either. Three masked figures stood in front of Bailuahu. "I'm sorry, kid. Don't blame me. Your teacher is Uchiha Kagami after all." Looking at the four purple flame formations that suddenly rose up, and the three masked figures in front of him wearing umbu costumes. What on earth is going on? Matt Dai felt like he was haunted. At this moment, Obaru saw from the corner of his eye that the shadow under the feet of a root ninja was shaking slightly. Shadow binding. Seeing the shadow stretching towards Might Dai, Hiruzen pushed Might Dai away. After pushing Might Dai away, Higurashi quickly dodged the shadow that was extending towards him. Seeing Beiluhu evade, the ninja who was controlling the shadow binding technique said to Beiluhu with a complaint, "Why don't you just be trapped by me and watch the battle here? I don't want to kill ninjas from my own village." Listening to those familiar and lazy words, Might Dai looked at the ninja who used the shadow binding technique with confusion and shock in his heart. "You are a member of the Nara clan. Why are you here? And why are you attacking us?" Hearing Might Dai's shocked and questioning words, the Nara clan ninja sighed helplessly and said no more. The other ninja next to him made a heart shape to Might Debi heart-turning technique. However, the operation was not completed. A bandage directly wrapped up Might Dai, allowing him to dodge another control ninjutsu. "Hirahu, what should we do? They seem to be the Inoshikajo of Kanaha." The bandage rolled Might up and brought him to the side of Bailuo. Seeing the Yamanaka clan's ninja's failure in performing the spell, the Nara clan's ninja frowned and said, "Hey, you two genin, please stop fighting, wait here for the outcome of the battle in the four purple flame formation." Bailuahu looked at the three Inoshikacho ninjas in front of him and curled his lips. "Okay, we'll wait here." Hearing Hirahu's agreement, the Yamanaka clan ninja smiled happily. "I knew you were a reasonable person." Looking at the Ino, Deer and Butterfly trio in front of him, Bailuahu finally understood the whole story. Kanaha's top leaders are going to take action against Uchiha Kagami. Although he didn't know the reason, he and Might Dai were obviously innocent people who were dragged into it. With Bailuahu's current strength, it's best not to get involved in this mess. However, the next moment, Might Dai, who was beside Hirako, rushed out directly. At the same time, the fat ninja from the Akimichi clan among the three opposite sides also rushed out. 8 gates, open, human bomb tank. The two figures collided with each other in an instant, and the powerful impact force instantly caused gravel to fly everywhere. Might Dai only opened one door, but was ultimately unable to withstand the ninjutsu of the Akimichi clan, and was pushed back step by the high-speed spinning Akimichi, who looked like a thorny meatball. Looking at the two people fighting, Nara Aki hurriedly shouted, "What are you doing, Akimichi Maruyoshi? Come back and wait here." On the other side, Bailuahu also frowned, "Put it back, Mighty." Listening to the calls from both sides, Might Dai and Akimichi Merida finally separated and returned to their teammates. As soon as he arrived next to Bailuo, Might Dai clenched his fist and punched the tree next to Bailuo in Bailuo's disbelieving gaze. Hot tears burst out from his eyes. "Hirahu, Uchiha Dalan, he is our teammate who completed the mission together. How can you abandon him like this?" Looking at the tearful Might Dai, Hirahu clenched his fists and said, "Might Dai, this is a matter between the Uchiha clan and the Konoha high-level officials that we cannot interfere without authorization. Billy Yahoo! Without waiting for Hirahu to finish, Might Dai interrupted Hirahu's voice loudly and roared. Uchiha Dalan is our companion, Biru. I misjudged you. Companions are the most important to me. Might Dai's words were like a sharp knife piercing Bailuo's heart. Whether in his previous life or this life, Bailuo himself is an extremely calm person. The effect of being calm to the extreme is indifference and selfishness. Perhaps in some harmless matters, considering their friendship, Obito will accommodate Might Dai and Uchiha Dalang and support them. They were given the illusion that Bailuo was a very gentle and casual person, but when it came to some major issues, Bailuo could be extremely stubborn. For example, now the Konoha high-level officials want to settle accounts with Uchiha Kagami. That's enough, Might Dai. That's Konoha and Uchiha's business. It's not something that we little minions can solve. Listening to Bailuo's stern voice without any emotion, Mighty Dai gritted his teeth, his heart feeling extremely cold. Might Dai retracted his fist and turned to face Ino, Shikaku, and Joe. I will never regret my youth. Burn it, even if you don't help me, I will save Uchiha Dalan. On the other side, among the three people, Ino, Shika and Joe, Naraaki looked coldly at Akimichi Maruyoshi, who ran out without listening to his advice. Why did you even go up there and fight those two genin? Seeing Naraaki's cold eyes, Akimichi Maruyoshi Hiti shuddered and said weakly, I don't want to either. The order from Danzo requires us to kill Uchiha Kagami and all of his disciples. Listening to Akimichi Marura's words, Naraaki frowned tightly and his brain began to work wildly. Danzo tried to kill Uchiha Kagami because Uchiha Kagami, as the apprentice of Senju Tobirama, was qualified to run for the position of Hokage. And now the third Hokage is Sarutobi Hiruzen. Even if the next Hokage appears, it can only be someone from Sarutobi Hiruzen's lineage. Since Uchiha Kagami's apprentice has lost the qualification to run for Hokage, why does Danzo still want us to kill them? Seeing Nara Shikamaru frowning, Yamanaka Mizuki of the Yamanaka clan beside him became a little impatient. Naraaki, I know you are smart, but Danzo has carved a curse seal on us that if we don't obey his orders, we will die. Naraaki. Listening to the words of his two teammates, Naraaki's tense mind felt even more stressed. After a long time, Naraaki sighed helplessly and looked at Might Dai, who was roaring at Hiruzen on the opposite side, and Hiruzen, who was in a trance because of Might Dai's roar. I felt a little guilty. I'm sorry, although you are also Konoha's ninja, but for our lives, we have no choice but to let you die. Konoha Whirlwind. A powerful kick was thrown at Akimichi Maruyoshi, but the next moment, Might Dai could no longer move. What? Looking at the black shadow connected to his own shadow, Might Dai's muscles exerted force crazily. Veins even popped out on his forehead. However, the body did not move at all. Akimichi Marura looked at Might Dai, who was unable to move, and gave a cold smile. Boy, let me teach you a lesson. Taijutsu is indeed better than ninjutsu that requires both hands to form seals at very close range. As he spoke, Akimichi Maruyoshi pulled out a kunao from his tool bag and aimed at Might Dai's neck. But at medium or even long distances, ninjutsu is undoubtedly the strongest. After saying that, he swung the kunao in his hand, wanting to behead him with one blow. Might Dai's pupils dilated as he looked at the approaching kunao. Is this the only way to go? I just boasted to Beilu, and then I was defeated in an instant? No, absolutely not. Might Dai will never watch his companions die, since the current strength cannot break free and speak. Hush, open. Just as the kunao was about to hit Might Dai's neck, the restraints on Might Dai loosened. The next moment, Might Dai, like a tiger out of a cage, punched the unsuspecting Akimichi Maruyoshi. Bump! This punch, carrying Might Dai's rage and burning youth, directly caused Akimichi Marura to spit out blood. What is going on? Impossible. Might Dai's sudden punch stunned Akimichi Maruyoshi. Subconsciously, Akimichi Marura looked at the shadow of Might Dai. At this moment, how could Might Dai's shadow be connected to Naraaki's shadow? Without paying attention to the situation of Naraaki and Yamanaka Mizu behind him, Akimichi Marura hurriedly dealt with Might Dai's physical skills. Each of his punches was more powerful than the last. Secret technique, the technique of multiplication. Akimichi Maruyoshi's right hand suddenly swelled up and he slapped Might Dai. Looking at the huge slap coming towards him, Mighty Dai became ruthless. 8 gates of ninjutsu, open the gate of life, open the gate of injury. With the 4 doors opened, Might's body became red with blood, and the capillaries in his body could not withstand the blood supply from his heart, which was like a high-pressure water gun, broken into pieces. Li and Hua. In an instant, Might Dai's fist blew up with a sound of explosion, and he hit Akimichi Maruyoshi's huge palm with a fist far faster than the speed of sound. The moment when the two intersect. Amid the flying gravel, Akimichi Marura couldn't help but scream. Might Dai's fist was too hard, even though Akimichi Maruyoshi's palm had greatly enhanced its defensive capabilities due to the multiplication technique. But this slap was like a human slapping a nail. It hurts my heart. Hiss. Taking a deep breath, Akimichi Ryomaru put away the multiplication technique and looked seriously at Might Dai, who was wearing a green tights in front of him. He admitted that he had underestimated this ninja who was only a genin. I'm going to get serious from now on, super multiplication technique. Looking at Akimichi Ryomaru who had transformed into a giant in front of him, Might Guy roared in anger. There is a price to pay for opening the 8 gate stud. It's okay to open the first 3 gates, but once you open the 4th gate, your body will be likely to be torn apart by the huge amount of chakra and blood flow. As for Might Dai, his capillaries are already in a state of collapse. We must fight quickly and decisively. This battle, it's a battle between humans and nails, who is stronger, who is weaker, who lives and who dies. It's about to start. The sharp bandage split the huge rock beside Nara Aki into 2 like a sharp blade. At this time, cold sweat broke out on Nara Aki's forehead. If he had not been quick-wit and had quickly revoked the shadow binding spell, his fate would have been no better than the boulder next to him. Why? In front of Nara Aki, Bailia said in a cold voice, I was planning to watch the battle. Why do you still want to kill Might Dai? Hearing Bailia questioning words, Nara Aki swallowed his saliva and said helplessly, no comment. No comment. Hiraho looked calm, and the next moment the bandages tied to his body danced wildly and shot towards Nara Aki. Hidden behind the bandages, Obaru opened his Sharingan and instantly saw the chakra of the 3 people present. There was a hint of understanding in his eyes. The 3 pig deercat in front of him had a curse mark planted on their hearts that did not belong to their chakra. This curse seal is obviously Danzo's means of controlling them. Seeing this, Bailuhu also gave up his hopeful mentality of watching the battle. No matter what Danzo's reason is for wanting to kill him, Hiruzen will definitely take revenge on him. The life and death of the 3 Inoshikacho in front of him had been controlled by Danzo. Even if you die in his hands, don't blame Bailuhu for being cruel and ruthless. Secret technique. The art of turning the mind. Secret technique, shadow stitching technique. In an instant, the mindless spirit attacked Bailuo and tried to occupy Bailuo's body. The shadow under Nara Aki's feet was like the 2-dimensional world breaking through the 3-dimensional world. It rushed out of the ground directly and turned into black tentacles and attacked the bandages waving on Bailuo's body. Zhang, the bandages and shadow tentacles entangled and cut each other. Bailuo took a small step back to avoid. He saw the spirit that was shooting towards him from the Sharingan. He quickly formed seals with his hands and aimed at Shen Zhongshui, who had lost consciousness due to his spirit leaving his body. Water escape, water breaking wave. A high-pressure water gun like a sharp blade sprayed out from Beiruo's mouth, aiming directly at the unconscious Yamanaka Mizu. Seeing this, Nara Aki was so frightened that he was scared to death and made hand seals repeatedly. Secret technique, shadow imitation technique. The black tentacles that were entangled with Bailuo's bandages suddenly retracted into the 2nd dimension and were in a stalemate with the shadow of the bandages. In an instant, Bailuo's body stiffened, he raised his head suddenly, and shot all the water in his mouth, which was like a sharp blade, into the sky. He is now in the same posture as Nara Aki. Both of them clasped their hands together, looked up at the sky, and did not move. Even the bandages that were extremely sharp before were scattered on the ground because the flow of chakra in Barahu's body was disturbed. Right now, water in the mountains. Nara Aki shouted loudly with trembling hands. The information in front of him clearly only showed that Hiruzen was a civilian ninja, but for some reason, his chakra was abnormally huge. Even if that huge amount of chakra was dormant, it put Nara Aki under tremendous pressure. The shadow binding technique cannot control Obito for long and will exhaust Nara Aki's chakra. Hearing Nara Aki's shout, the spirit that was still floating in the air quickly returned to the body. Yamanaka Shui quickly took out a dagger-like kunao from his ninja tool bag. Without any hesitation, he stabbed the kunao in his hand directly into Bailuhu's chest, pierced Bailuhu's still beating heart. Looking at the kunao in front of him that pierced his heart, Bailuhu's pupils dilated, his muscles tensed, and his body gradually stiffened. Seeing this scene, Nara Aki felt a little relieved. Then he unlocked the shadow imitation technique. Yamesui, it's time to come back to your senses and help Akimichi Maruyoshi kill the guy in the green tights. However, after Nara Aki finished speaking for a long time, Yamanaka Mizu, who was standing in front of Barahu with his back to him, did not respond at all. This made Nara Aki feel uneasy. The next moment, Shen Zhongshui fell directly to the ground with a look of horror, but his body was already stiff. Looking at Beiruohu who had lost the protection of the mountain water, Nara Aki's bed trembled. The appearance of the enemy in front of him has exceeded his common sense as a human being. In the wound on Hirahu's chest that was pierced by the kunao, countless dark red tentacles that were wriggling like thin threads were twisting, intertwining, and merging wildly in his chest. Soon Nara Aki saw a brand new heart reappearing amid the intertwining and wriggling dark red tentacles. What's this? Watching the wound on Bailuohu's chest being closed by the dark red tentacles, it quickly healed without a trace. Nara Aki swallowed his saliva and screamed at Bailuohu with a horrified look, "Who the hell are you?" Listening to Nara Aki's roar that seemed like his sanity was on the verge of collapse, Beiruo tilted his head. Me, I'm just a regular medical ninja. Hearing Birahu's half-hearted answer, Nara-Aki made hand gestures like a madman. You're lying. Shadow scene technique. The pitch-black shadow broke through from the second dimension to the third dimension, dancing like a tentacle and whipping towards Beiruo. Seeing this, Bailuha used a bandage to deal with the shadow tentacles and calmly reached out to make a seal. Shadow clone. As the white smoke dissipated, 3 figures of Birahu appeared in front of Nara-Aki. In an instant, the 3 Hirahu formed a triangle, surrounding Nara-Aki in the middle. Seeing this scene, Nara-Aki broke out in a cold sweat. Even though he was filled with fear, his mind instinctively came up with a plan. However, now, when the bandages and shadow tentacles intertwined, the plan to directly transform the shadow stitching technique into the shadow imitation technique and thus directly control Hiriko failed. Shadow mimicry can only control one person at a time. Once controlled, the remaining 2 Bailuha will give him a fatal blow. The only option now is to rely on real strength. Nara-Aki can no longer play tricks. Shadow, hanging technique. In an instant, the dark shadow tentacles retreated back to the second dimension and wrapped around the 3 Biraha like strands of black silk. Looking at this scene, Nara-Aki's eyes were fierce. Since your heart is not your weakness, then let me see if your brain is your weakness. Crack. In an instant, the 3 Bailuha were tightly entangled by the black shadows that looked like silk, into strange shapes. The tentacles formed by the black shadows twisted the heads of the 3 Birahu and slowly turned behind them. The spine groaned as if it could not bear the weight. The 3 Birahu felt the force of the black shadow on their bodies and smiled mockingly. You don't think my head is really my weak spot, do you? Listening to the 3 Bailuhu speaking in unison, Nara-Aki was shocked. The next moment, a whistling sound of wind came from above. This made Nara-Aki look up at the sky unconsciously. In the air, another Bailuhu appeared at some point. I saw Okuru falling from the sky holding a blue Raisnon. Bang, bang, bang. The ones bound by the shadow strangulation operation were actually 3 shadow clones. Instantly, 3 shadow clones exploded and Raisnon fell from the sky. But Hiruzen will not hold back like Naruto. Nara-Aki was hit on the forehead by the Raisnon, and his head exploded like a watermelon. Brain matter and blood were splattered all over the ground. Without having time to savor the joy of victory, Hiriko looked directly at the battlefield where Might Dai was fighting Akimichi Merura. At this time, Mighty's muscles were trembling and his body was on the verge of exhaustion. Akimichi Maruyoshi is so fleshy. Although Might Dai has strong attack power and can beat Akimichi Merura so hard that it hurts his heart. However, it would be extremely difficult to kill him, or to bypass him and break the 4 purple flame formation that trapped Uchiha Dallin and Uchiha Jing. Dallin. Might Dai's leg muscles were working in overdrive, and he rushed towards Akimichi Maruyoshi once again. However, this time, Akimichi Merura did not intend to use his hands to block Might Dai's attack. Akimichi Maruyoshi simply pulled up a tree next to him and swung the trunk towards Might Dai. Hammering nails with your hands is something only a retard would do. Normal people would use a hammer. Bump. The huge tree fell straight towards Mighty Dai. The blasting air currents from the 2 intersections instantly created a large hole in the ground. With this attack, the trunk of the tree was directly broken by Might Dai. Mighty Dai stood in the huge pit created by the smash, gasping for breath. His body was extremely sore, and this was already Mighty Dai's limit. Looking at the giant Akimichi Maruyoshi in front of him who was afraid of him, Matt Day gritted his teeth. Duman. However, at this moment, the bandaged hand gently patted Matt Dai's shoulder. Also put Might on and open the 8 gates. The 5th the door's spell casting process was interrupted. Billy-Yahoo. Looking at the thin and small figure of Bailuahu, Might Dai was overjoyed. He couldn't even maintain the 8 gates. He fell to the ground gasping for breath and exhausted. However, a relieved smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. I knew you would never abandon your companions, Billy-Yahoo. Seeing Might Dai fall to the ground as if he had found his backbone, Obi-Wan responded faintly, then looked at the giant in front of him. Akimichi Maruyoshi. Now that you have decided to kill someone, just do it. None of the root ninjas present here will be able to go back. However, Hiriko's cold expression instantly angered Akimichi Maruyoshi. When Hokuro came to Might Dai, Akimichi Merura also took the time to look at the whereabouts of his teammates Yamanaka Mizu and Nara Akira. All that came into view was the body of Yamanaka Mizuna with a pierced heart and the headless corpse of Nara Aki. You bastard, how dare you kill Nara Aki and Yamanaka Mizu? In a rage, Akimichi Merura slapped Barahu madly. The huge palm blocked Hirahu's calm sight as if covering the sky and the sun. In an instant, the palm fell down with a loud bang. Hiriko directly picked up Might Dai and hit him in his palm. After creating a shadow clone to take care of Might Dai, Hiriko looked at Akimichi Merura with a cold face as he bombarded the surroundings frantically as if he was venting his anger. The Akimichi clan's secret technique, the technique of multiplication, can make the human body larger, increasing defense and destructive power. However, this also has weaknesses. As the Akimichi clan grows larger, their movements will become slow and clumsy. Facing a ninja is like a human swatting a fly. I can only rage clumsily and impotently. In Bailuo's eyes, the Akimichi clan's amazing defensive power had already been solved. Yin seal, release. Hirako looked calm as Akimichi Maruyoshi slapped the ground frantically, trying to crush him to death. The purple diamond seal on his forehead gradually turned into a series of mysterious black curse marks, covering Bailuo's face. A huge amount of chakra rolled in Bailuo's body, and the vascular tentacles derived from the practice of Dyuanyu were ready to move. It directly pierced the surface of Bailuo's body and spread outwards madly. At this moment, Bailuo looked like a dark red sea urchin. Countless vascular tentacles are growing wildly and wantonly with the support of huge chakra and stem cells. Many hearts hang on the vascular tentacles like tumors, beating to provide energy and power to the tentacles. What's this? At this time, Akimichi Maruyoshi had already stopped his helpless and furious exclusion, and looked with horror at the tentacle monster in front of him, which was almost a circle larger than his own size after the super multiplication technique. Countless tentacles tangled and intertwined, and then a light green light emerged from the sharp tips of the tentacles. Medical ninjutsu, Chakra's scalpel. The core of the tentacle monster, Hirahu opened his Sharingan and looked coldly at the terrified Akimichi Maruyoshi in front of him. This medical ninjutsu is a must-have ninjutsu for medical ninjas. He is able to perform a series of physical surgeries such as suturing and cutting of internal organs while leaving the patient's body surface intact. It is the ultimate in minimally invasive surgery, non-invasive surgery. If something needs to be removed from the body, it can be removed through a minimally invasive incision after the operation is completed. Let death from massive bleeding due to physical damage during surgery become a thing of the past. When facing Akimichi Maruyoshi, Obara chose this ninjutsu because this ninjutsu acts on organs and other tissues inside the human body, completely ignoring the skin on the surface of the body. In other words, this ninjutsu is a true damage ninjutsu that completely ignores defensive capabilities. It's perfect for dealing with Akimichi Maruyoshi, a guy who has become thick-skinned and tough after using the super multiplication technique. After a light representing medical ninjutsu appeared at the tip of the tentacles, countless tentacles moved at the sound. The tentacles flashing with green light crawled towards Akimichi Maruyoshi madly and darkly. Don't come over here. At this moment, Akimichi Maruyoshi was extremely terrified. Those densely packed tentacles with green fluorescence seemed to challenge the physiological limits of human beings. An ordinary ninja would feel that his eyes were polluted in an indescribable way even if he took a glance at it. Not to mention Akimichi Maruyoshi, who faced the tentacles head-on. In Akimichi Maruyoshi's eyes, the densely packed and wildly wriggling tentacles looked like silky and dark poisonous snakes, or twisted and struggling worms. This crazy scene on his retina stimulated Akimichi Maruyoshi's nerves and made him turn around. Deep down in my heart, I had already thrown the idea of revenge for my companions into the sky. Run, run, this thing is so disgusting. I don't want to be caught. However, after performing the super multiplication technique, Akimichi Marura's clumsy body was still several beats slower than Hirako's flexible tentacles. In this slow motion, the tip of the flexible tentacle, emitting the green light representing medical ninjutsu, gently touched Akimichi Maruyoshi's ankle as if a breeze was caressing his face. The next moment, the gigantic Akimichi Maruyoshi fell directly to the ground. The slight touch of the tentacle had severed Akimichi Maruyoshi's Achilles tendon. Even though there were no wounds on his body, Akimichi Marura had lost the ability to stand, run, and escape. No, don't. Akimichi Maruyoshi's huge body fell to the ground, creating a huge human-shaped pit in the entire senlang. The arms waved wildly, trying to stop the tentacles from attacking. However, under the gaze of Obito's Sharingan, the tentacles calmly wielded the chakra scalpels. The Akimichi Maruyoshi in front of him, who was known for his aggressiveness as a pig, was cut into pieces bit by bit like a butcher cutting up an ox, like poultry. Finally, under the siege of tentacles, Akimichi Marura no longer struggled. The whole person lost his breath like a puddle of mud. Even though his body's surface was intact, his insides had already been torn to pieces by the scalpel. In the forest, Obi-Wan's shadow clone kindly used his hands to block Might Guy's view. The other hand was emitting a bright green light, healing Mighty Dai's injuries. After a long time. After the shadow clone finished treating Might Guy, Akimichi Marura also lost his vital signs. The shrunken body lay in a huge human-shaped pit, and the Sharingan in Okuru's eyes unknowingly became two Megatama. Even though his expression was calm, Bailuo was still extremely excited. This was the first time that Hirako used a chakra scalpel to dissect a ninja alive. The information he got made Bailuo extremely surprised. After completing their task, the tentacles slowly retracted into Bailuo's body. Stem cells go from being active to being dormant again. The excess vascular tentacles are differentiated into chakra and stored in the yin seal. Beiruo looked at Akimichi Chuji, who was like a pile of rotten meat, and was silent. Then he frowned. After cutting the Achilles tendon, Beiruo's next goal is to cut off the back of Akimichi Maruyoshi's neck. The nervous system. It can directly paralyze Akimichi Maruyoshi's entire body below the neck. But an exception occurred. Akimichi Marura did not lose control of his body after Obito used the chakra scalpel to cut off his nervous system. Instead, he waved his arms wildly to try to stop the tentacle's attack. What does this represent? This means that the nervous system that Akimichi Maruyoshi uses to control his body's actions is not the human body's own nervous system. If you want to make Akimichi Maruyoshi lose his ability to resist, you can only cut off the fascia or muscle tissue. Combined with Bailuhu's interpretation of the Earth Grievance secret art, a terrifying conclusion appeared in Bailuhu's mind upon closer thought. At the beginning, the ninja's consciousness was carried by the brain, but as the ninja continued to become stronger, until the end, it will no longer be the brain that carries the will, but the chakra. Chakra can control the body, chakra can reshape the body, chakra can carry consciousness. Then ninja equals chakra, chakra equals ninja. Thinking of his conclusion at this moment, Atsuki once again recalled the Atsutsuki Momoshiki he saw in Naruto in his previous life. Being able to absorb and play with chakra at will, doesn't that mean being able to play with and absorb any ninja at will? Thinking of this, Bailuhu's dark pupils became uncertain. Atsutsuki Momoshiki has weaknesses in absorption, which are fairy techniques, yin-yang escape techniques, and physical techniques. Therefore, their research on chakra should not be strong. At most, they know the results but not the reasons behind their application. Then, the ninjutsu that I collected in the original Naruto, including the Mingtun ninjutsu that can absorb all chakra, is quite worthy of research. Even though the upper limit of absorbing ninjutsu is not high, Hiruzen can still get a glimpse of Atsutsuki's strength from the dark release. In the forest, with the help of Bailuo's shadow clone, Might Dai came to Bailuo's real body. Seeing Bailuo, Might Dai showed a silly smile. I knew that you, Bailuo, are someone who values your companions as much as I do. Hiroho ignored Might Dai and looked at the 4 purple flame formations rising into the sky in front of him. There are ninjas at the 4 corners of this barrier to maintain it. If you kill or defeat these 4 ninjas, the barrier will dissipate. Listening to Hiroho's words, Might Dai said impatiently, "What are you waiting for? Go and save Uchiha Dalan." Listening to Might Dai's passionate urging, Bailuo was silent for a moment. Do you really want to go? You should know that there are not only Uchiha Kagami and Uchiha Dalang in the 4 purple flame formation, but also the root organization that wants to kill them. Might Dai paused as he was about to take a step forward, then looked at Hiroko, who was standing motionless behind him. His expression lost its former passion and became extremely solemn. Bailuo called you, are you afraid? Seeing that Bailuo was silent, Might Dai smiled again. It doesn't matter if you are afraid, Bailuo, just wait here, I will go and rescue Uchiha Kagami and Uchiha Dalan. After saying that, he walked towards the 4 purple flame formation without hesitation. Hiroho looked at Might Dai's back and clenched his fists. There is no doubt that facing the vortex between the Uchiha, the Root, and the Konoha high-level officials, Hiruzen was afraid. He is just a helpless civilian ninja. If he rushes in and gets involved, he will definitely die without a burial place. No matter how righteous the reasons that Bailuo had used to convince himself were, it is undeniable that Bailuo is actually very timid. The Uchiha clan and the Konoha high-level officials are both behemoths to Obito. However, seeing Might Dai's determined back, Bailuo followed him as if possessed by a god. It feels like there is a layer of lard in the brain. Although I was a little confused, I felt relieved for some reason. No matter what, Uchiha Dalan has been their teammate for 3 full years. Perhaps over the past 3 years, Okuniki had already unknowingly recognized Uchiha Daro, who once called himself the eldest master of Uchiha. Looking at the taciturn Bailuo following behind him, Might Dai smiled. I knew it, Bailuo, you value your companions as much as I do. This is the 2nd time Might Dai has said this. Although Might Dai firmly believed it, Bailuo kept questioning himself in his heart. Am I really someone who values my companions as much as Might Dai does? Inside the 4 purple flame formation, Uchiha Dalan, who was hiding in the ruins, watched Uchiha Jing being pierced by several weapons. He couldn't help but open his Sharingan wide. The 3-Magatama Sharingan was spinning wildly, as if trying to form some pattern, but in the end, it returned to its 3-Magatama form, with no changes at all. Dad! Uchiha Dalan covered his mouth tightly and roared in his heart. The leading Root Jonin looked at the fallen Uchiha Kagami and sneered with disdain. Is this the strongest of the Uchiha clan? It seems that he is just so-so. Under the deliberate sneak attack and the targeting of the 2nd Hokage Senju Tobirama's ninjutsu, Uchiha Jing was knocked down without any chance to fight back. The abilities of the Sharingan, such as copying ninjutsu, seeing through taijutsu, breaking illusions, etc., cannot be fully utilized under the dark walking technique. Cough, cough. Uchiha Kagami, whose body was pierced by several weapons, struggled to stand up. He did not forget that his child, Uchiha Dalan, was still hiding in the ruins nearby. If he died like this, with Uchiha Dalan's ability, he would definitely not be able to defeat the senior ninja in front of him who would practice ninjutsu against the Uchiha clan. Even if I die, at least. He, it's no use, you're a dying guy, and you still want to kill me. He watched Uchiha Kagami stand up with difficulty, and then slowly move towards him by relying on the sound to determine his position. The leading ninja showed a mocking look. Today, he finally understood why their root leader, Lord Danzo, liked to watch the weak struggling to survive in desperate situations. Because it's so exciting and thrilling. The pleasure of abusing the weak and the roar of the dying trying to survive made the leading ninja take a deep breath. Looking at Uchiha Jing, who was moving slowly forward, he had a cruel smile on his face. Since you want to get close to me so much, I will do as you wish. After saying that, he instantly appeared behind Uchiha Kagami indifferently and made seals with his hands. Water escape, water prison technique. The water flow climbed up Uchiha Jing's body and wrapped him in the water ball. The leading jonin showed a vicious smile. You will drown in this water ninjutsu that I prepared specially for you, Uchiha clan. Gurgle. The water stream covered Uchiha Jing's mouth and nose. The feeling of suffocation instantly made Uchiha Jing's body struggle involuntarily. However, Uchiha Jing's heart was filled with peace, even joy. Water escape, the art of water prison. This is a ninjutsu that traps a person in a water ball and drowns him. Before the person being cast dies, the caster's palm cannot leave the water ball that traps the person being cast. In other words, the person who leads the team of Jonin is right next to Uchiha Kagami. I have already determined that the leader of the team is at that position. Uchiha Jing made hand seals with both hands and spit out a bubble. Gurgle, burst. The next moment, all the detonating tags in Uchiha Kagami's ninja tool bag were detonated. Detonate the detonating talisman in the water prison. Not to mention what will happen to the caster, the trapped Uchiha Kagami will definitely die. The kind that died without a complete body. Looking at the gradually brightening light of the detonating talisman in the water prison, the leading ninja's eyes were bloodshot. He even screamed, "Are you crazy, Uchiha Kagami?" While screaming, the Jonin tried to release the water prison jutsu and get out of the range of the detonating tag. But it was too late. Bump! The violent explosion instantly engulfed Uchiha Kagami and the leading root ninja. With the detonating tag, Uchiha Kagami and the leading ninja were blown to pieces. The many root ninjas who were watching on the side looked at each other in bewilderment. Intimidated by Uchiha Kagami's counterattack before his death, they dared not move forward. This counts as mission accomplished, right? After all, Uchiha Kagami is dead. Well, mission accomplished. Buzz! The four purple flame formations slowly twisted and dissipated. The moment the four purple flame formation was opened, countless root ninjas turned into afterimages and rushed towards Hokuriko and Might Dai. Faced with the countless afterimages flying towards him, Bailia has slightly adjusted his center of gravity and prepared to unlock the Yin seal and fight again. Might Dai beside him nervously unlocked the first door of the 8 gates of ninjutsu. However, contrary to Hiriko's expectations, those afterimages ignored Hiriko and Might Dai, who were ready for battle. He simply avoided the two of them and left the village on the border of the fire country. Looking at the group of root ninjas scattering like birds and beasts, Beiruo had a premonition of something and a sense of foreboding arose in his heart. Uchiha Daro, Teacher Jing, where are you? Walking into the original village, there were no villagers anymore and there were ruins everywhere. I'm here. After a long time, an extremely weak voice sounded from the ruins. Uchiha Daro. Hearing that weak response, Mighty Dai's eyes suddenly lit up. However, when I looked towards the place where the sound came from, I only saw a large area of ruins. Dallin should be buried under the rubble. Hirahu also heard the weak voice, and then looked towards where Uchiha Dallin was. It was a place of waste and rocky terrain. It seems that he was affected by the ninjutsu and became like this. Dallin, I'm here to save you. Hearing that Uchiha Dallin was under the ruins, Might Dai hurried forward and threw stones aside. Soon, Might Dai dug Uchiha Dallin out from under the rubble. Looking at the long-lost blue sky, Uchiha Dallin looked dazed. The sound of the detonating talisman still echoes in my mind. Great, Dallin, you're okay. Looking at Uchiha Dallin, who looked dazed but had no injuries on his body, Might Dai happily stepped forward and hugged Uchiha Dallin. If it were any other time, Uchiha Dallin would have avoided Might Dai's arms with disdain. However, this time, he didn't even have the strength to dodge. He let Might Dai hold him and shake his shoulders. After shaking Uchiha Dallin for a while, the nervous Might Dai looked around. By the way, where is Teacher Jing, where is he? When Uchiha Dallin heard Might Dai mention the Uchiha mirror, he trembled and came back to his senses. Father. He's dead. He died to protect me. After hearing Uchiha Dallin's trembling words, no matter how thick-skinned Might Dai was, he fell silent. After a long while, Might Dai said in a low voice, I'm sorry, I'm late. If I and Hiriko had come earlier, maybe Teacher Jing wouldn't have to die. Looking at Uchiha Kagami, who was hugging Might Dai, Obara said indifferently, let's go back to Konoha. This mission has failed. There is not much point in staying outside any longer. Hearing Bailia, whose indifferent voice, Uchiha Jing didn't react much, but just nodded absent-mindedly. Yeah. When a person faces the death of someone closest to him for the first time, His first reaction was not sadness, hatred, or resentment, but blankness. Because everyone knows that they will die and those close to them will die. Death is a natural thing. However, when this matter-of-fact thing happens around people, they will find themselves at a loss. Night. Billahu and Might Day went to the river to catch some fish and hurriedly brought them back to the camping site. Because of Might Dai's injury and Uchiha Dalen's heartache, the team's progress inevitably slowed down. 8 grilled fish. Hiriko continued to treat Might Dai for the aftereffects of using the 8 gates, and Uchiha Dalen was curled up in a simple tent. Tears couldn't stop flowing from the corners of my eyes. Now, he didn't even dare to cry, for fear of attracting the attention of the hateful people. Konoha's Mission Hall. Today, the third Hokage sat in the mission hall for a rare moment, watching the ninjas coming and going to accept their missions. There was a kind smile on his face, and he nodded to the ninjas he was familiar with from time to time. The root team that Danzo sent to assassinate Uchiha Kagami has returned, bringing with them the news of Uchiha Kagami's death and the information that Uchiha Daro, Might Dai, and Hiriko are still alive. Calculate the distance they have traveled and how fast they are going. Today should be the day when Hokage, Uchiha Kagami, and Might Dai come to the mission hall to hand in their missions. The reason why the submission of this failed mission attracted the attention of Sarutobi Hiruzen was because every ninja was the most valuable asset and consumable of the ninja village. Sarutobi Hiruzen had to confirm whether the team led by Uchiha Kagami had seen the truth behind this doomed mission and whether they had developed a rift with Konoha. If so, then nip this team in the bud. Anyway, they are just 2 civilian ninjas and an Uchiha who will be liquidated by the Konoha high-level officials sooner or later. Don't forget that the top fighting force in Konoha now is only him, Sarutobi Hiruzen and other Konoha high-ranking officials. Sarutobi Hiruzen was well aware of his own strength. There are only Jonin, at most elite Jonin. It definitely won't reach the level of the shadow of a village. Any betrayal by a ninja can deal a fatal blow to the currently weak Konoha village. Time passed slowly as Sarutobi Hiruzen was lost in thought. Finally, a figure appeared in the hall of Konoha. The man who came had white hair and black eyes. It was Baileahu. At this time, Hiriko had already sent Uchiha Dalen and Might Dai home to recuperate. After all, Hiriko wasn't sure whether Uchiha Dalang and Might Dai had noticed the behind-the-scenes of this mission. The black one developed by the second-generation Hokage, the art of sneaking, sniping Hiruzen and Mighty Dai's Inoshikacho outside the 4 purple flame formation. All of this proves that the Konoha high-level officials are behind this doomed mission. What if Uchiha Dalen and Might Dai noticed something was wrong and started messing around in the mission hall? Then Hiriko would have to defect from Konoha early. In Konoha today, there are still many bloodline limits that Obaru has not yet obtained. He couldn't bear to defect. Senju Hashirama's cells, the Hyuga clan, the Uzumaki clan, etc. They are all treasures for Bailuhu. Even if I don't fuse myself, I still need the backup of these bloodline stem cells. What if it could be used? Looking at Sarutobi Hiruzen sitting in the center of the mission hall, Hiruzen looked normal. Facing the scene of the Hokage himself coming, Obaru was mentally prepared. Then, after nodding and greeting Sarutobi Hiruzen politely, Hiruzen walked towards the desk to hand in the task in a humble manner. After handing the mission scroll to the civilian staff inside, he said calmly, "The mission failed." "Really? Thank you for your hard work. Please explain why the mission failed." The civilian staff member took the task scroll handed over by Baileahu and looked at Baileahu. The eyes are calm. In the eyes of civilian personnel, mission failure is commonplace, and the key point is why the mission failed. The reasons for these failures often contain a huge amount of information. We were attacked by ninjas from an unknown force. Uchiha Kagami was killed, the village was destroyed, and the mission failed. Listening to Baileahu's story, the clerk in front of him wrote it down quickly. "Thank you for your hard work, Hirahu." It must not be easy to return to Konoha village alive while being hunted by those ninjas. Just as Baileahu was waiting for the clerical staff to finish recording and then go home to continue the experiment, a kind voice sounded behind Baileahu. Baileahu immediately pretended an expression of shock and surprise, turned around and bowed slightly towards the person who came. Third Hokage. Listening to Obito's respectful voice, the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen seemed to be very pleased. "I don't feel it's hard. This is what I should do." Baileahu lowered his head slightly and said these words in a respectful voice, feeling disgusted. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the respectful Hiruzen and curled the corners of his mouth into a kind smile. "Your leader, Uchiha Kagami, is dead. What are you going to do? Do you want me to assign a new Jonin to your team?" Hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, Obaru's pupils shrank. Hirahu dares to bet that the next Jonin sent over will definitely be Sarutobi Hiruzen's confidant. And if any of the 3 of them make any unusual moves, that Jonin will definitely kill them. Thinking of this, Baileahu sighed in his heart. "It seems that my team has to disband. Uchiha Daro and Uchiha Hana get married and will go to work at the Konoha Guard Department. And for me, the best place is not to stay in the team and do tasks. Instead, he went to work in Konoha Hospital. Even the bloodline family of Konoha village has times when they have a headache or fever and need to go to the hospital. Not to mention that in today's ninja era, it is common for ninjas to fight each other while on a mission and then get injured and go to the hospital. And this is when Hiroho got his hands on stem cells. Thinking of the various benefits of working in a hospital, a green figure with boiling blood emerged in Baileahu's mind. He went to Konoha Hospital, and Uchiha Dalan went to Konoha Guard Department. So where should Matt Day go? However, this passionate figure only flashed across Baileahu's mind for a moment, leaving no trace. No thanks, Hokage-sama. Baileahu's voice was low, and seemed to be filled with the despair of having failed in his mission. Uchiha Dalan plans to work in the Konoha Guard Department, and I plan to work in the Konoha Hospital. The team I am in is already in name only. Listening to the frustrated voice of Hiruzen, Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed and said, all good things in life must come to an end. Don't be discouraged, Hiruzen, that you will always be a ninja that Konoha is proud of. I agree, Birahu. You can go to work at Konoha Hospital tomorrow. I will help you with the formalities. Baileahu nodded. Then I will take my leave, third generation master. Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hand and said, go ahead. After leaving the mission hall, Obito's eyes flickered that he had passed the test of the third Hokage. But I have to give Matt Dai a lesson when I get back. The information about the pig, deer, and butterfly trio who sniped himself and might die in this mission must not be revealed. Matt Dai had to keep this matter to himself. No, just Might Guy's promise is not enough. I might as well cast an illusion and make Might Guy completely forget about this matter. Thinking about the follow-up of this incident, Baileahu slowly came to the place where he and the other two had agreed to meet. It was in a park in the forest. When he arrived at the park, Baileahu immediately saw a green figure swinging happily on the swing in the park. That naive, silly, and happy look made Baileahu's mouth twitch. What did he say, Sandame-sama Hokage? Next to Might Dai, Uchiha Dalan saw Hokuriko and asked with a lost look. The Sandame-sama Hokage has given his permission. After Baileahu finished his indifferent answer, there was a moment of silence. After a long time, Uchiha Dalan took a deep breath and cheered himself up. He took out a big red invitation letter and handed it to Baileahu. In a week, my engagement with Uchiha Hana will be held. My father has passed away, and I hope you can come to support us. Baileahu took the invitation and smiled. I will definitely go. And me. Hearing Uchiha Dalan inviting Hirohu to attend the engagement, Might Dai, who was swinging on the swing, quickly jumped off the swing, came to Uchiha Dalan and licked his face, wanting to get an invitation. I want to attend your wedding too. Seeing how shameless Might Dai was, Uchiha Dalan could only helplessly take out another wedding invitation and hand it to Might Dai. Seeing that both of them had their own wedding invitations, Uchiha Dalan waved his hand and said, then I'll leave first. After saying that, Uchiha Dalan left the park in an instant. Mitaki. After Bodalang left, Matt Dai also wanted to go home and rest. So he said to Baileahu, then I will go back too. However, Baileahu called him. Wait, Matt Dai, I have something to tell you. Hearing the voice of Baileahu, Might Dai was stunned for a moment, stopped the teleportation technique that was about to be launched, and looked at Baileahu. Is there anything else, Baileahu? It's about this mission. Baileahu said sternly, when you go back, you must not tell anyone that we encountered Zulu Dai during this mission. Why? For a moment, Might Dai didn't react, but seeing Hiriko's serious expression, he also became serious in his heart. Although he didn't quite understand, he nodded seriously. I understand, Baileahu, I won't tell anyone. Mighty Dana didn't understand, but he still planned to follow the instructions and keep the matter to himself. Baileahu felt somewhat relieved, but still said to Might Dai, the next thing is the last thing. Might Dai, look into my eyes. Hearing this inexplicable request from Baileahu, Might Dai looked into Baileahu's eyes in confusion. The next moment, Baileahu's dark eyes lit up with a scarlet light. The two Megatama Sharinan appeared. Genjutsu, Sharinan. In an instant, Might Dai felt as if something had invaded his mind and was modifying his memory at will. However, Might Dai, who knew nothing except some basic ninjutsu, could only helplessly allow that power to modify his memory. Then everything went black and he passed out. Baileahu, the patient in Ward 20 needs an 4 drip. Go give him the injection. Okay. Baileahu nodded and watched the doctor who gave him instructions enter the operating room. He stood up, took the medicine handed to him and went to the place where the herbs were kept. He handed the prescription to the nurse in charge of the pharmacy, and soon the nurse came over with a bottle of medicine and handed it to Baileahu. After taking the medicine, Baileahu went to Ward 20. It has been a week since I came to Konoha Hospital. At this time, Baileahu was just a small nurse working in the hospital. Do some odd jobs like giving injections to patients. However, even if it was just odd jobs, this job had a significant impact on Baileahu's research. In just 1 week, Okatazawa collected stem cells from the Shimura clan, the Sarutobi clan, and the Senja clan. At this time, pushing open the door of ward number 20, Baileahu was stunned when he looked at the people in the ward. Hayaga Hizashi, Niji's father. At this time, Hinata Hizashi had a bandage on his forehead, his face was pale, and he was lying on the bed dying. Seeing this, Hirako stepped forward and grabbed Hayaga Hisashi's hand. He skillfully tied a soft rubber band around his wrist. Looking at the blue veins bulging on Hinata Hisashi's wrists, Baileahu randomly picked a thick vein, disinfected it, and inserted the needle into it. After fixing the needle with tape, Baileahu moved his fingers. After looking at Hinata Hisashi for a long time, he finally left Ward 20. The patients and doctors coming and going outside did not notice that there was a deep red blood cell hidden in Baileahu's sleeve. These are the Hayaga stem cells that Obaru pulled out from Hayaga Hisashi. The reason why Hinata Hisashi came to the hospital was because of the caged bird curse seal on his forehead. It should be that someone from the Hayaga main family used the caged bird curse to torture Hayaga Hisashi again. This kind of thing is very common among the Hayaga clan, but it is rare for someone to be tortured to the point of being on the verge of death and then sent to the hospital like Hayaga Hisashi. Because ordinary Hayaga branch families would only go back home and lie down after being tortured like caged birds by the Hayaga main family. If they could survive, they would continue to work for the Hayaga main family. If they couldn't survive, they would die. After leaving the ward, Bailuo returned to the nurse's lounge, leaving a shadow clone waiting for the patient's call. The main body couldn't wait to return to the basement of his home and culture the Hayaga stem cells in a culture dish. After labeling the culture dishes, Hirahu looked at the laboratory shelves filled with stem cells of various bloodline boundaries with satisfaction. Then Bailuo looked aside with flickering eyes, and saw the manuscript of Senju Tobirama piled up in the corner by Bailuo. This noon is the auspicious day for Uchiha Dalen's wedding. At that time, in addition to him, Hirako and Might Die, there will also be a large number of Uchiha clan members participating. Looking at the pile of manuscripts, Baileahu walked forward and started flipping through them. From a pile of documents, he picked out a document titled Uchiha Clan's Response Strategy. The above describes in detail the strategy of how to make the Uchiha clan, who control the Konoha Guard, be ostracized and eventually eliminated. What's even more interesting is that at the end of the document, there is the handwritten signature of Senju Tobirama. It would be most appropriate to use this document to appease Danzo and even Sarutobi Hiruzen. Putting the document in his arms, Baileahu pondered for a moment. What should I give Uchiha Dalen on his wedding day? Although this document will be presented to the elders of the Uchiha clan through Uchiha Dalen's wedding, but the document was not the gift that Hirahu wanted to give to Uchiha Dalen. Thinking of this, Baileahu's eyes wandered around the laboratory. After a long time, it finally stopped on one object. It was a rabbit with staring scarlet eyes. This rabbit is the product of Beiruo's experiment, and it has the blood of Uchiha Dalen. That is the bloodline of the Uchiha clan. So it was not surprising to Obito when this rabbit awakened the Sharingan. But because the rabbit's eyes are originally red, most people cannot see it even if the Sharingan is awakened. And Bailuo was amazed at the rabbit, because it had been a long time since Hirako transplanted the Uchiha clan's blood into this rabbit. He didn't notice that the rabbit's eyes turned dark like his own, they were still as scarlet as before. This made Baileahu a little confused. Was this a failed experiment, or a successful one? However, regardless of whether the experiment failed or succeeded, the value of this rabbit had been greatly reduced for Obito, who had already obtained the Sharingan. Then just give it directly to Uchiha Dalen. At that time, whether the rabbit is braised or steamed will not be any of Baileahu's business. Just put the rabbit in the cage. Hirako took the invitation and Senju Tobirama's manuscript and left the room. He walked straight to the Uchiha clan's territory. Along the way, Baileahu looked at the clean and tidy road surface and the hawkers shouting everywhere, and felt a little emotional. The roads in Konoha village were not so clean before. From time to time, there would be some drunken homeless people and ninjas causing trouble on the main road, and they both have one thing in common, which is that they are insecure at any time. Drink today, and enjoy yourself. Why would you cause trouble to others, haha. It was only after the Uchiha clan took control of the Konoha police department that their fierce methods made those homeless people and ninjas restrain themselves a little. Arriving at the Uchiha clan's territory, Baileahu looked at the scene in front of him, made his steps slow down a bit. The Uchiha clan's territory is like a small village within a village in Konoha village. At this moment, in this small village, half of the people were celebrating, while the other half were mourning. The interweaving of red and white conceals the half-crying, half-laughing expressions of the people inside. Yes, a week ago was the day Uchiha Kagami died. Uchiha Kagami is currently the strongest person in the Uchiha clan. At this time, Uchiha Kagami's body had been in state for 7 days, and it was time to bury it. After hesitating for a long time, Hirahu took a step forward and stepped into this place called the Uchiha clan for the first time. When we walked in, we saw crowds of people waiting for their meals. Soon, Hokage found Uchiha Dalen. The reason why Obaru was able to quickly find Uchiha Dalang in the crowd was thanks to Might Dai. At this time, Might Guy was holding a green tights, showing his big white teeth, and smiled and gave Uchiha Dalen a thumbs up. Dalang, I'm here to attend your wedding, look what gifts I brought. Clang clang clang, burning youth tights. Uchiha Dalen had an awkward expression on his face. Facing Might Dai's passionate smile, he could only force out an unnatural smile and took the green tights. Billahu, you're here too. Facing Might Dai's shining white teeth, Uchiha Dalan saw Oburu walking towards him out of the corner of his eye, and immediately felt like he had seen a savior. He was afraid that Matt Day would ask him to try putting on a straitjacket on the spot. Oh, Birahu. Hearing Uchiha Dalan say this, Might Dai also quickly turned his head to look. As expected, I saw Bailuo, who was still a child at that time. Uchiha Dalan, congratulations on your marriage, and my condolences. Seeing Uchiha Dalan, Bailuo curled the corners of his mouth and smiled, then handed the cage in his hand to Uchiha Dalan. This is a gift I prepared for you. Looking at the cute snow-white rabbit in the cage, Uchiha Dalan smiled and said, Welcome, Bailuo, Might Dai, seats have been prepared for you. As he said that, Uchiha Dalan led Might Dai and Hiriko to a table, and then hurriedly left to greet other people. Bailuo pulled out a chair and sat on it, then began to look around for someone who might be suitable to pick up the Senju Tobirama manuscript in his hands. By the way, Billahu, why are we at the table with the children? I'm not a child. As the members of the Uchiha clan gradually arrived, Matt Dai looked at the children playing and laughing around him. Although he complained that Uchiha Dalan did not arrange him to sit at the adult table, he quickly became friends with the children. Amid the laughter, Matt's green tights were soon filled with children. Maybe it's because I'm still a child. Hiriko glanced at Might Dai, who said he was disgusted but whose body was honest, and continued looking for his target. Suddenly, a deafening question made everyone at the banquet quiet down. Uchiha Dalan, tell me how your father Uchiha Jing died. The man had black hair and black eyes, with wrinkles all over his face. He angrily questioned Uchiha Dalan. Seeing this person, the Uchiha people below immediately started whispering. It's Elder Yan who's here to question the cause of Uchiha Jing's death. Uchiha Dalan is dead. Elder Yan is the most irritable elder in our Uchiha clan. It's not certain that he will die, but he will inevitably suffer physical pain. Amid the whispers of many Uchiha people, Hokage looked at Uchiha Yan with a flickering gaze. On the stage, Uchiha Dalan looked at the furious Uchiha Yan with a bitter expression. Elder Yan, didn't you interrogate me when I came back? I was buried in the rubble when my father died. I didn't actually see how my father was killed. Hearing Uchiha Dalan's answer, which was exactly the same as a few days ago, Uchiha Yan frowned and snorted coldly. After the banquet, come to Nanga Shrine. Hearing Uchiha Yan's voice, Uchiha Dalan suddenly felt uneasy. Nanga Shrine, that's where the people in power hold meetings when something big happens to the Uchiha clan. Ordinary Uchiha are not qualified to enter. But at this point, Uchiha Dalan, who is just an ordinary member of the Uchiha clan, has no right to refuse the instructions of the Uchiha elder. I can only bow my head silently. Yes. Soon after this little episode, the Uchiha clan's lively banquet began. At the banquet, Might Dai and a group of Uchiha children had a great time. Bailuo was concentrating on dealing with the dishes on the table in front of him. As time passed, people who had eaten and drunk their fill left the banquet one after another. Hokage was no exception, and pulled the reluctant Might Dai away from the Uchiha clan's territory. Uchiha Yan watched Uchiha Dalan clean up the banquet with a bitter face. Then he followed me to the Nanga Shrine. It was already night and a full moon rose in the sky. Along the way, Uchiha Yan looked at Uchiha Dalan's reluctant look and sighed. Dalan, do you still mind what I questioned you about at your wedding? Listening to Uchiha Yan's old voice, Uchiha Dalan lowered his head silently. I dare not. Hearing Uchiha Dalan's answer, Uchiha Yan sighed. It seems that what you said is true. Glancing at Uchiha Dalan, who kept his head down and remained silent, Uchiha Yan walked in front and said with emotion, since the death of the old clan leader Uchiha Madara, our Uchiha clan has not produced a cage-level strongman. Uchiha Dalan continued to remain silent. Uchiha En continued to talk. When Konoha was founded, our Uchiha clan was tired of the endless wars, so we worked together with the Senju clan to create Konoha. But just as Uchiha Yan was about to continue speaking, a black shadow flashed past the two of them. Who? Uchiha Yan immediately became alert and assumed a fighting stance. However, after a long time, the attack that Uchiha Yan had imagined did not happen. There were only pieces of paper falling to the ground as a black shadow flashed by. Seeing this, Uchiha Yan was a little curiously. I went forward, picked up the paper and looked at it. The moment he saw the title, Uchiha Yan's pupils contracted and he immediately picked up all the papers nearby. Then he kept silent and rushed to Nanga Shrine with Uchiha Dalan. This made Uchiha Dalan curious about what the third elder Uchiha Yan had picked up. But Uchiha Yan guarded the documents in his arms tightly and never let Uchiha Dalan see the contents. Soon, the two arrived at the place where the Uchiha clan held a secret meeting. Nanga Shrine. Uchiha Yan opened the door of the shrine, and the people inside stopped whispering when they saw Uchiha Yan and Uchiha Dalan walk in. A pair of Sharingan stared at the two of them, making Uchiha Dalan a little at a loss. Uchiha Yan was obviously used to the gazes of these Sharingan eyes, and walked straight to the person sitting in the first seat. Bang! Uchiha Yan threw a stack of documents in front of the first person. Uchiha Yan said to the person in front of him with an angry look, "Look, this is a trap set for us by that old guy Senju Tobirama. Tell me what you think after you read it. For a moment, everyone in the meeting turned their eyes to the stack of documents that Uchiha Yen threw on the table. The person sitting in the top seat, the Uchiha elder, Uchiha Take, picked up the document, quickly frowned, and began to read it carefully. After a long while, he sighed and passed the document to the others, motioning them to take a look at it together. This document passed around among the Uchiha people. The people who were originally whispering fell silent. Do you have anything to say, Uchiha Takeru? Uchiha Yen stared at the great elder Uchiha Take who was sitting in the first seat. At that time, if we had rejected Uchiha Madara's invitation, you and I should have foreseen that the Senju clan would attack us. In the entire Konoha village, there are only 2 clans that can have a transcendent status. For the Senju, how can we allow others to sleep soundly beside our bed? Uchiha and Senju, sooner or later, there will be a winner and a loser. You want to leave Konoha village, now is your last chance, otherwise, the Uchiha clan will be destroyed sooner or later under the continuous attacks of successive Hokages. Listening to Uchiha Yan's heart-wrenching voice, Uchiha Zu pursed his lips. An old voice sounded in the Nanga shrine. Even if we leave Konoha, where can we go? It's too late now that all the major clans outside have formed ninja villages, but our Uchiha clan only has the deterrent power of Uchiha Madara, but we don't have the corresponding strength. Even if we betray Konoha and join other ninja villages, they won't dare to accept us given Uchiha Madara's powerful strength. By then, our Uchiha clan will only be able to become fugitive rats wandering between various ninja villages. Someone even worse will spy on our Sharinan and slaughter us all. Uchiha Take's voice was like a deafening roar, leaving many Uchiha people with shock and sadness. At a time when many ninja villages have been formed, they, who have become famous in the ninja world, can no longer do without Konoha village. At this time, the strongest person in the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Kagami, was only a jonin, and Uchiha Kagami is dead. The Uchiha clan, which has no strength, cannot leave the protection of Konoha village even if they know the strategy of cutting flesh with Senju Tobirama's blunt knife. Because once they go out, they will be eaten up by other ferocious ninja villages. If you stay in Konoha village honestly, you can at least survive for a while. Looking at the gathering, everyone fell into deathly silence after hearing the voice of the great elder Uchiha Take. Uchiha Yen gritted his teeth and roared, "Are we just going to watch our Uchiha clan's reputation being ruined? And then those hooligans stood on the high ground and said that you had a bad reputation and deserved to be beaten?" Uchiha En's roar echoed in the shrine. "Then can we give up the right to the Konoha Guard Department? In this way, our Uchiha reputation will not be ruined by harsh law enforcement." Among the Uchiha, the still young Uchiha Daro raised his hand and spoke weakly. Hearing Uchiha Dalan's words, the Uchiha below were immediately excited. "That's right, since Konoha is using the Guard Department's duties to ruin our reputation, why don't we just give up the Guard Department?" Hearing the chaos below, Uchiha Take knocked on the ground with his cane. Silence. Hearing the great elder's serious voice, many Uchiha fell silent. "You guys, do you know what it means to give up the Guard Department? Go out of the Uchiha clan territory now and take a look. Who can find a Senju clan ninja out on the streets?" Uchiha Take's voice was calm, but the chill in his words made many Uchiha extremely frightened. Those Senju clan ninjas no longer look like ninjas, they've all become civilians. This is what happens when all the high-ranking officials in Konoha are dead. We must seize the power of the Konoha Guard, and we must hold on to it tightly, before a new Mangekyo is born in our Uchiha clan, before our Uchiha clan has the ability to establish a ninja village outside. Maintaining the status quo is the best option. This world is a world where the strong prey on the weak. Right now our Uchiha clan is very weak, so even if they put us on the fire, there is no room for resistance. Remember everything in this document. When you return, just do as usual and don't tell anyone. The Uchiha clan meeting ended in silence and dead silence. All the Uchiha clan members who attended the meeting learned about Senju Tobirama's plan, but they did not have the strength to save the Uchiha clan from danger. So maintaining the status quo is the best scenario, but it is also thanks to this document. The Uchiha elders gradually learned the reason for Uchiha Kagami's death. It made Uchiha Dalan's life more comfortable. After all, ever since Uchiha Yen read that document, he never questioned him again. However, this also made Hirako, who was unaware of the Uchiha clan's predicament, a little confused. He has already put Senju Tobirama's conspiracy against the Uchiha clan directly in front of the Uchiha clan. Why didn't they react at all? Why don't you at least question Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo? The land of wind, sand village. Cho walked slowly towards the Kazekige's office with the 2 puppets. The third Kazekige Sama. Pushing open the office door, Cho looked at the back of the Sandei Kazekige, seeming to be hesitant to speak. "What's wrong, Cho?" The Kazekige turned and looked at Cho, a document in his hand. "Lord Fengying, the production of gravel gold has been decreasing year by year. I'm afraid it won't be long before all the gravel gold is mined out." Listening to Cho's report, Sandei remained silent. The sand village relies on the bloodline limit of gold release to endlessly mine gold called gravel gold in the sand. Now once all the gold mines have been mined, the sand village would be equivalent to losing its job. In this country of wind where yellow earth is flying everywhere and there are absolutely no natural resources, it can be said to be a desert. Once the economic pillar is cut off, the consequences can be imagined. However, besides selling gravel gold, there was another way out for Feng Ying. Don't worry about Li Jin for now, Cho, take a look at this. After a moment's silence, the Saname Kaze Cage handed a document to Cho. Seeing this, Cho temporarily gave up the idea of finding a new source of economic support for the sand village and turned to look at the documents. Notice on increasing fair privileges. Looking at the signatures of the 5 cages on the document, Cho's pupils dilated and she looked at the third Kaze cage. The voice was bitter. Lord Feng Ying, is this the way out you are looking for us? Hearing Cho's voice, the third Kaze cage turned away as if he couldn't bear to see Cho's extremely heartbroken face. The voice was cold and heartless. The Kingdom of Wind is a desert, and even if there are oases, they are only a few. We want to ensure that the ninjas and civilians can survive after the gravel mining is completed. Then only war can bite off a piece of fertile land for us to survive. In the slightly dim underground laboratory, a slender tentacle extended from Bailuhu's right hand. This tentacle is different from other vascular tentacles. Various nerves extend from the surface of the tentacle, connecting to a white eyeball on it. This Byakugan was cultivated by Obaru using Hizashi stem cells. I saw this white eye with only one eyeball staring at a petri dish on the table in front of it under the control of the tentacles. As Bailuhu made hand gestures, one vascular tentacle after another connected to the Byakugan. Eye roll, open, following a violent wriggling of the tentacles. A large amount of blood and nutrients were transported from Bailuhu's body into the white eyes. Suddenly, a 360-degree vision appeared in Bailuhu's mind. There is actually no difference between good and bad in the Byakugan of the Hyaga main family and the branch family. The only difference is the caged bird curse. The curse that the main family used to enslave the branch family created an artificial weakness for the branch family. That is, the branch family's Byakugan only has a 359-degree field of vision. The field of vision at the back of the head became a blind spot due to the obstruction of the caged bird curse. Of course, this blind spot is harmless under normal circumstances. But what if you are discovered by the enemy during a life and death battle? Then you will die without a burial place. Although the Byakugan in Obaru's hand was cultivated using Hyaga Hizashi stem cells, it does not have that blind spot. It's just because there is no caged bird curse seal engraved on it. As the Byakugan vision opened, Bailuhu could see everything within a radius of dozens of miles. But at this time, Hirahu was not paying attention to the movements of Kanaha outside. Instead, he fixed his Byakugan vision on the petri dish in front of him. There are 2 types of cells in this culture dish. One is Uchiha stem cell, and the other is Uzumaki stem cell. After failing to find Hashirama cells for a long time, Hiruzen chose the Uzumaki clan as a last resort. The Uzumaki clan and the Senju clan all inherited the bodies of immortals. The Uchiha clan and the Hyaga clan inherited the Sage's Eye. The combination of the power of the Uchiha clan and the Senju clan gave birth to the Rinnegan. The Uzumaki clan and the Uchiha clan, who also inherited the bodies of immortals, do not know whether they can give birth to the Rinnegan. At this time, Bailuhu's experiment had obviously encountered a bottleneck. In the culture dish, the Uchiha stem cells and the Uzumaki stem cells clearly occupied the 2 sides of the culture dish. They don't blend into each other at all. This made Bailuhu frown. If this continues, even if these 2 stem cells are used to differentiate into an eye, this eye will either be a Sharinan or an ordinary eye of the Uzumaki clan. It will never merge into the Rinnegan. As the Byakugan's vision becomes more focused, each stem cell is clearly visible in Bailuhu's eyes. If Hiruzen was allowed to wait for the Uchiha stem cells and Uzumaki stem cells to automatically fuse, he would probably become like Madara. To wait is to wait until you die of old age. Bailuhu doesn't have that much time to wait for the natural fusion of cells, so Bailuhu decided to manually fuse the stem cells. This is a huge project. In the cell, what determines what the organism looks like and what functions it has is the gene chain. The gene chain contains all the information about human evolution from single cells to the present, as well as records of all the viruses and bacteria that humans have encountered so far. It is a huge database. If I have to use a metaphor, it is a pile of shitty code in a software. You don't know what will happen if you delete or add something in the code. Will it crash completely, or will it still run as usual, or is the software simply relying on a bug in this mountain of code to run? Even now, the human mother's immune system is prevented from attacking the baby in her body by a certain fragment inserted into the gene by the virus. Under the gaze of the Byakugan that was acting as a microscope, Bailuhu gently extended another tentacle. A drop of viscous black liquid dripped into the petri dish. That was a virus specially cultivated by Bailuhu and controlled by Chakra. Suddenly, countless viruses entered the culture dish and began to invade stem cells under Bailuhu's control, modifying the genetic chain of stem cells. Fortunately, whether it is the Uchiha clan or the Uzumaki clan, they are all human beings. There are many identical places in the genetic chains of cells, but Bailuhu will not care about those identical gene chains, and will focus on those different gene chains. For example, use a virus to extract a certain gene from the gene chain of a group of Uzumaki stem cells, and then install it into the Uchiha stem cells. Then let these modified stem cells differentiate into eyes and see if there is any difference. This process is tedious and takes a long time. Before I knew it, 3 years had passed in the experiment. In the basement, Obito's Sharingan eyes were wide open, under the dual gaze of the Sharingan and the Byakugan on the tentacles. All I saw was the cells in front of me differentiating and proliferating wildly under the catalysis of the Hirahu chakra. After a while it turned into an eyeball. The circles of purple circuits on this eyeball made Bailuhu very surprised. This familiar purple circuit, isn't it the samsara eye or something else? However, the next moment, the Rinnegan in the petri dish in front of him was seen expanding wildly and uncontrollably. It swelled to its limit in Luhu's horrified eyes, and then exploded into a bloody mess as if a balloon had been punctured. Bump! Countless stem cells, mixed with the viruses used by Bailuo to modify genes, floated up and down in the culture dish. Putting down the seal in his hand, the Sharingan in Bailuhu's eyes unknowingly reached 3 megatama. His fingers were trembling a little. The stem cell in front of him was the one that was closest to success among the cells that Bailuo had transformed. Through exhaustive method, Bailuo tried one gene fragment after another. Only this is the closest to the samsara eye. But now, the eyes that were cultivated with great difficulty exploded. From the pile of minced meat, Bailuo picked out some usable stem cells, put them in a culture dish, and left the underground laboratory. Bailuo felt that he should go out and relax. Bailuo has been feeling a little depressed because he has been stuck in the laboratory modifying gene chains for the past 3 years. In order to obtain the Rinnegan, Obito used his shadow clones to fool himself with the work at the hospital and the harassment from Might Guy. I have to say, shadow clone is really useful. It's just that the amount of chakra consumed is a bit high. Creating a shadow clone requires half of the body's chakra. 3 of them are divided to deal with various things, and only 1/4 of the chakra is left in the body. This amount of chakra has become a warning line in Hirahu's heart. If he continued to create shadow clones, without activating the yin seal, Obi-Wan would not have enough chakra to conduct experiments. After a long time, he opened the door. There was a bright sunshine in front of Bailuhu's eyes. This made Bailuhu, who was in a depressed mood after experiencing several failures, feel a little better. However, this good mood did not last long as it was broken by a green figure. Burn, youth. In the distance, a passionate figure was seen rushing madly towards where Bailuhu was. Mighty Dai came to Bailuhu and braked suddenly, then showed a naive smile. Bailuhu, I'm married, let's go out for dinner together today. Seeing Might Dai's excited expression, Bailuhu was stunned for a moment, then agreed, yes, I will go. But in my heart I was complaining about who would marry such an idiot like Mighty. Seeing that Bailuhu agreed, Might Dai couldn't wait to carry Bailuhu and ran to the restaurant. Go, let's go eat. With Might Dai's extremely fast speed, the two of them soon arrived in front of a restaurant. Honey, I'm back. Pulling Bailuhu into the restaurant, Mighty Dai greeted the person standing behind the cashier in a natural manner. I saw that the man was 8 feet tall and 8 feet wide. His muscles were taut, his waist was as thick as a barrel, and he looked like a big man. He spoke in a rough voice and gave Mighty Dai a wink. Hubby, you're back. Oh, you brought a friend with you. Why didn't you tell me earlier so that I could put on some makeup and greet you? When he saw Might Gai's wife, Obito felt a chill run down his spine for a moment, and he gradually understood why Might Gai had such a good talent for physical skills. With such strong parents, and his bloodline of being able to perform Higarashi's ninjutsu just barely above the passing line, it would be strange if you were not good at physical skills. For a moment, Bailuhu, who was originally curious about who Might Dai's wife was, lost his appetite. All he could do was look unhappy, and he said to Might Dai weakly, well, Might Dai, I have something urgent to do. I'll have dinner with you in a few days. Hiriko swore to heaven that it was not because his friendship with Might Dai was not strong enough, but because Might Dai's wife looked too scary. These muscles, these chest muscles, and this waist circumference are simply not something a normal person can achieve. Looking at Bailuhu's cowering expression, Might Dai laughed and patted Bailuhu's shoulder. Don't worry, Bailuhu, this restaurant is owned by my wife. We can eat together for free. Hearing Might Dai's generous words, Bailuhu felt even more desperate for a moment. Might Dai, you guy, you misunderstood my predicament. It's not about money. This is a question of whether your wife will strangle me to death when I am halfway through my meal. Of this meal made Bailuhu tremble with fear. He was afraid that he would accidentally offend Might Dai's wife and be strangled to death. But to Hiraho's surprise, Mighty Dai's wife had a good temper. After the meal, he was not angry at all despite Might Dai's carefree attitude. Only Bailuo was forced by Mighty to drink several glasses of wine. I left the hotel in the evening feeling dizzy. At the same time, I made up my mind. You must stay away from Mighty Dai, and Ita's best to stay as far away as possible. Just as Bailuo was rushing home, a masked figure appeared in front of Bailuo's door. And Umbu looked at the locked door of Hirahu's room and knocked politely. Then after a long time, there was no response from Bailuo. This made the Umbu frown. Bailuo is not at home, where should I go to find him? But soon, this question in Umbu's mind was solved. The Umbu saw the approaching figure of Barahu from the corner of his eye. At this time, Bailuo tilted his head, had a ruddy face, staggered, and walked over with an ambiguous look on his face. Just as Barahu was about to reach the front of the Umbu, his step stumbled. He was tripped by a protruding rock on the land and fell to the ground. Just when the Umbu thought that Bailuo would get up, but Bailuo turned over on the ground, and then lay there completely motionless. Faithfully implement the principle of sleep where you fall. Seeing Hirako like this, the Umbu felt that they were completely defeated. He walked straight forward, picked up the limp Hirako, and ran towards the Hokage's office. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen was puffing smoke as he looked at the three disciples in front of him that he was proud of. Orochimaru, Jiraiya, Tsunade. Master, what's the matter with you calling us here? It's already so late, and the beauties in the women's bathhouse are still waiting for my favor. Looking at Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had remained silent since the three of them arrived, Jiraiya began to grumble with some dissatisfaction. Jiraiya, don't say that. Sarutobi-sensei must have something important to tell us since he personally called us here. Orochimaru said something to Jiraiya in a hoarse voice, but he was also unhappy when he looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Perhaps because Sarutobi Hiruzen interrupted his experiment, Orochimaru looked unhappy. I called you here because of an important matter, but there is another person besides you. Sarutobi Hiruzen was puffing out smoke and looking out the window with a deep gaze. We'll talk when he gets here. Listening to Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, Orochimaru, Tsunade, and Jiraiya, who were standing in front of the desk, looked at each other. Soon, an Umbu came to the Hokage's office with the technique of instant body movement, put down the sleeping Hirako who was sleeping soundly, and left. Looking at Hiruzen lying on the ground, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a little embarrassed. He could only tap Bailuo's head with his crutch, hoping to wake him up. Under the blow of the crutch, Bailuo instinctively covered his head and stood up shakily. His dark pupils looked at the four people present in a daze, and he muttered words that the four people could not understand. Strange, gravity. Why is it tilted? Chinese. Looking at the four people who had gathered, although Hiruzen was still shaky, Sarutobi Hiruzen still nodded with satisfaction. Then his expression became serious. He looked at the four people and said in a deep voice, "The war has begun." When they heard Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, the expressions of the three people except Obaruko all became serious. The Sand Village and the Rain Village simultaneously declared war on us. Now the Sand Village has assembled thousands of ninja troops at the border of the Rain Village, attempting to annex the land of the Rain Village and then invade Arcanaha, the territory of the Land of Fire. And those guys in the hidden Rain Village are also ambitious. They are also eager to grow stronger and are ready to gather ninjas on the border between the Land of Fire and the Land of Wind. This is an S-level mission. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked serious as he looked at the four people in front of him. Tsunade, Jiraiya, the two of you lead the team to stop the Rain Ninja. Orochimaru, you and the medical ninja Hirako lead the team to stop the Sand Village Ninja. Upon hearing that a war was about to break out, the atmosphere in the Hokage's office became solemn and grim. Well, Saname, there's no problem with Tsunade and I, but is there really no problem with the ninja named Hirako who is teaming up with Orochimaru? He's still drunk, and he still looks like a child. Can he really go to the battlefield? In the solemn atmosphere, Jiraiya, who had grown up, weakly raised his hand and glanced at Hirako, who was still drunk. After hearing Jiraiya's voice, before Sarutobi Hiruzen could explain anything, Orochimaru spoke with a gloomy smile. I don't know who was poisoned when he was a kid fighting for Tsunade, and couldn't cure it even after going to the hospital, so he came to me for help. Hearing Orochimaru's reminder, Jiraiya instantly recalled the only time when he almost saw the god of death when he was a child. Then he looked at Hokuto, who had not changed much from his childhood, and was immediately shocked by her beauty. You were the one who pinned me to the ground. It's been 6 years now. You haven't changed much since then. Compared to the shocked Jiraiya, Tsunade keenly noticed the purple diamond mark on Hokage's forehead. I blinked, feeling a little regretful. Yinseal, Hirahu, did you practice this ninjutsu when you returned? It would have been better if you could practice it later, otherwise you would have remained a child forever. Listening to Tsunade's words, Jiraiya stroked his chin and said thoughtfully, Yinseal, does this mean that Barahu is not actually a child? By the way, since Billahu was about the same age as me when he rubbed me, then you should be 18 years old now, Billahu, like me. As he spoke, Jiraiya was shocked. 18 years old, still a child, doesn't that mean Bailuo is immortal? Hearing Jiraiya's exclamation, Tsunade explained, no, you won't be immortal, but your appearance will remain the same until you die of old age. Hiruzen, who was standing aside and listening to the conversation between Tsunade, Jiraiya and Orochimaru, rubbed his face, trying to sober himself up. The third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was standing by, couldn't stand the nonsense these three people were talking about anymore, so he knocked on the office table with his pipe. Alright, the ninjas assigned to you have already been notified to gather at the gate of Konoha. Pack up and set off in an hour. We must keep the war out of the land of fire. Seeing that the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen was getting impatient, Orochimaru, Tsunade, and Jiraiya immediately became serious and said in unison, yes. They left in an instant. Bailuho shook his gradually waking brain and left in an instant. Although Hiriko was somewhat unhappy with Sarutobi Hiruzen's act of forcing him to assign an S-level mission, but he still went home obediently and sealed the various stem cells being cultivated in the laboratory into the scroll. This war is also an opportunity for Okuniki, an opportunity to obtain the bloodline limit outside Konoha village. So no matter how unhappy we are, we still have to participate in the war. For Hiriko, nothing else matters except various bloodline limits, which he treasures very much. I wish I could cultivate all the bloodline stem cells in the laboratory in my own body. An hour later, after packing up, Hirohu gulped down a cup of sobering tea to completely clear his mind, and then arrived at the gate of Konoha village. At this time, many ninjas carrying luggage were bustling at the door. Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade are all here. Seeing that Bailuo had regained consciousness, they all nodded to show their friendliness. Okay, those whose names are called, come over here. Seeing that most people had arrived, Orochimaru's hoarse voice floated in the crowd, like a cold poisonous snake, instantly quieting the crowd. Kato Dan, Thousand Hands Rope Tree AAA soon. The crowd split into two groups under Orochimaru's cold voice. Looking at everyone getting ready to go, Tsunade bit her lip and gently pulled on the corner of Orochimaru's clothes. What's wrong? Feeling the corner of his clothes being pulled, Orochimaru turned around and looked at Tsunade, who looked a little worried. The boy in your team named Senju Noeki is my brother, Orochimaru. I hope you can take care of him. Hearing Tsunade's words that sounded like a request, Orochimaru suddenly realized and gave Tsunade a gloomy smile. Don't worry, Tsunade. I will take care of him within my ability, as long as he doesn't commit suicide. Hearing Orochimaru's promise, Tsunade breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Jiraiya, who was still organizing the team on the side. Goodbye then, Orochimaru. Orochimaru watched Tsunade walk towards Jiraiya, and also turned to look at his team. Beiruohu, Kato Dan, Senju Noeki. Pair after pair of eyes looked at Orochimaru quietly, as if their lives were pinned on Orochimaru. This made Orochimaru feel inexplicably heavy. Let's go, to the land of rain, to stop the sand village. The speed of ninjas moving together is undoubtedly slower than the speed of a small group of ninjas moving together. In order to take into account the uneven levels of instant body movement skills among the ninjas in the team, even Orochimaru, Sarutobi Hiruzen's most proud disciple, had to slow down. Take care of the rookies who just graduated from ninja school and joined the war. But it was precisely because of the slow speed that the physically weaker Bailuho was able to follow the team closely and did not have to be carried by others like before. In this war, Sarutobi Hiruzen forcibly recruited all the ninjas in Konoha village who were capable of carrying out missions. It is worth mentioning that in this war, Sarutobi Hiruzen was unable to mobilize the elite ninjas of his family. The Uchiha clan was stationed in the guard department as usual, while the Hyuga clan sent out a few scapegoats from the branch families to fool Sarutobi Hiruzen. Like the Hyuga clan, most of the other clans sent out some unimportant genin in the clan. Therefore, the main force that blocked the Sand Village and the Rain Village this time were all civilian ninjas who graduated from the ninja school in recent years. Oh, by the way, among these civilian ninjas, there are also some members of the Senju clan who are treated as civilian ninjas. It was under such circumstances that Senju Noeki joined Orochimaru's team. However, this can only be blamed on the fact that Hashirama Senju decentralized power too much when he was in power. He did not retain any power for his family at all. The Senju clan had no say in the center of power and ended up being thrown onto the battlefield like weeds on the roadside. Let it die on its own. The sky was gloomy and a drizzle of rain continued to fall. The Land of Rain is a small country bordering Konoha and the Sand Village. It is a country where it rains most of the time throughout the year. This dark, damp feeling. So cold. A ninja next to Bailuhu took off his green vest with chattering teeth and a complaining look on his face, then squeezed out the water and put it back on. As a medical ninja, Hiriko was always protected in the center of the team. As I walked along, I felt that the wide white robe on my body had become much heavier due to the continuous rain. Just then, there was a commotion in front of the team and all the ninjas stopped moving forward. What happened up front? Looking at the stagnant team, Bailuho secretly raised his heart and prepared for battle. In this ever-changing battlefield, even a medical ninja in a relatively safe position may one day be ambushed and beheaded by the enemy. Being cautious, sensitive, and suspicious are the keys to survival on the battlefield. Soon, Orochimaru, with a gloomy face, came to Obito, holding a corpse that was broken into several sections. I recognize that corpse. It was this Senjin Ueki that Tsunade wanted Orochimaru to take care of before the team set off. He is Tsunade's younger brother. Bai Liuhu, can you save him? Looking at the corpse in front of him that had been broken into several pieces, Bai Liuhu pursed his lips helplessly. Orochimaru, I'm a medical ninja, not a god, I can't revive the dead. As Bai Liuhu finished speaking, there was silence at the scene. For Hiriko, there are many ways to resurrect people in this Naruto world, but there is a price to pay. The thousand hands rope tree in front of him, who had only met Bai Liuhu once, was not worth the price Bai Liuhu paid. After a long while, Orochimaru spoke in a low voice, sorry, I was rude. The copper-yellow snake pupils on its face showed no emotion. The area ahead is full of traps set by the sand ninjas that he was blown up by the explosive tags because he went in rashly. You should all take this as a warning and don't treat the battlefield as a game of house. Listening to Orochimaru's cold words, I couldn't tell whether it was an exhortation or a warning. Coupled with the bloody body sections in front of Hiriko, many ninjas watching on the side began to tremble. Feeling the terrified looks around him, Orochimaru seemed to have reached his destination and simply ignored the Senjin Ueki who was lying with his eyes open on the ground. He turned and went to the front of the team, continuing to lead the team through the trap. As the team gradually went deeper into the trap area, Bai Liuhu became busy. Many Konoha ninjas were injured by the sand ninjas' traps. Some ninjas were lucky and were still alive when they arrived in front of Hiriko. However, most ninjas passed away before they ever saw Okuniki. In the green tent, 3 shadow clones and one of Bai Liuhu's real bodies were busy. There were constant cries of pain and wails. The ninja in front of Hiriko was pierced through the body by a long sword. Although still alive, he was dying. Seeing this, Bai Liuhu grabbed the handle of the knife on his stomach with one hand, and the other hand emitted a bright green light. Medical ninjutsu, palm senjutsu. After making preparations, Bai Liuhu directly drew out the long sword in his hand. Under the light green light, the wound of the injured person in front of him healed visibly, forming a shocking scar. At this moment, in the military green tent, only Barahu and his shadow clones were busy. Because many doctors and nurses in Konoha Hospital are ordinary people and do not know any medical ninjutsu, even when performing surgery, an ordinary scalpel is used, not a chakra scalpel. Medical ninjas are quite rare in the ninja world, because after graduating from ninja school, you have to fight and complete missions in order to survive. Many ninjas are willing to do anything to become stronger just to get more mission rewards. To them, medical ninjutsu, a ninjutsu that relies on teammates to heal them, is as unreliable as their own teammates. After all, you can't guarantee that your teammates will always be great. You just need to heal your teammates, and they can help you win the mission easily. This also resulted in medical ninjas being as rare as giant pandas in Konoha village. The only medical ninja who has gained some fame, besides Jiraiya, Orochimaru and Tsunade, is Obito, who is stationed in the hospital. After hastily sewing up the intestines of the injured man in front of him using the palm magic technique, Bai Liuhu ignored him. For Hiriko, his task at this time is to pull those ninjas who are about to die out of the mouth of the god of death. As long as they are out of danger, I'm glad. As for other minor injuries, let them figure out how to deal with them themselves. Soon, 3 shadow clones carried the wailing ninja in front of them away. The dying girl was put back on the operating table. Bai Liuhu took this opportunity to disinfect his hands. After the disinfection was completed, Bai Liuhu looked at the girl in front of him, placed his hands on her, and a bright green light lit up. However, soon, Bai Liuhu frowned. The girl didn't seem to be injured. The moment he noticed the girl's physical condition, Bai Liuhu was startled and wanted to stay away from this. The girl was not injured, but she was dying. A bang! Even though Bai Liuhu reacted quickly, the girl was even faster. She reached out and grabbed Bai Liuhu's hand that he was trying to pull back. The air around the two of them suddenly became dry. Scorch escape, steam kill. A blazing fireball formed on the girl's other hand and instantly shot towards Bai Liuhu, who was wearing a white robe. The next moment, the shadow clone beside Bai Liuhu rushed over quickly and blocked the attack with his body. I saw that Bai Liuhu's shadow clone withered quickly, and the whole person disappeared in a white mist like a corpse. A green light quickly emerged from Bai Liuhu's captured hand. Chakra's scalpel. Instantly, the girl felt a pain in her wrist, and her entire palm dropped limply. Seeing this, the girl quickly jumped away from Bai Liuhu. Looking at the solemn expression of Bai Liuhu, he smiled and said, "Not bad, you actually made me cripple one of my hands." Looking at the girl's orange-yellow sideburns, Bai Liuhu also recognized the person. Burning escape, Yakang. It is one of the bloodline limits that Chiruko fused in the original work. Looking at Yakang's arrogant and fearless appearance, Bai Liuhu's eyes were sharp and he quickly made hand gestures with his hands. Water escape, water-breaking wave. The next moment, a high-pressure water gun like a sharp blade sprayed out from Barahu's mouth and shot straight towards Yakang. However, the expression on Yakang's face seemed a little meaningless. Flame Emperor, Great Flame Ring. A huge fireball appeared above Yakang's head at the moment she was hit by the high-pressure water gun exhaled by Obito. Boom, a huge fireball exploded instantly, and the dry and hot air wave overturned the entire military green medical tent. Yakang himself, when hit by the high-pressure water gun, turned into a puff of white smoke and dissipated. The moment the explosion affected him, Bai Luo hurriedly left the tent, looking at the tent that was torn into a pile of scrap metal and the wailing that could be heard from time to time. With a wooden face, Hiruzen created another shadow clone to rescue the ninjas affected by the battle. However, even though Hiruko tried his best to rescue them, only 3 ninjas survived. The other wounded were all turned into charcoal like mummies under the burning escape. Soon, as if sensing the explosion, Orochimaru quickly arrived with a team of ninjas. Looking at the messy scene in front of him, he frowned, stopped a busy shadow clone, and asked, "By Liuhu, what happened here?" Seeing Orochimaru, the shadow clone stopped what he was doing and said, "Yakura from Tsunagakure attacked here and is now rescuing the surviving wounded." Looking at the busy Hiruzen, Orochimaru's frown gradually relaxed. No need to save him. What? Listening to Orochimaru's gloomy voice, the shadow clone couldn't believe his ears. Those wounded soldiers, even if they survive, can't make much contribution to the war, and will drag down the ninjas who are still capable of fighting, so there's no need to save them. Birahu, you also go to the battlefield. Listening to Orochimaru's almost cold-blooded words, the shadow clone was stunned for a moment, then directly released the clone technique and turned into a ball of white mist. The information was passed to the main body. Soon, Okuniki's true form appeared in front of Orochimaru with a gloomy face. "Do you think what you said is something a human can say?" Facing the accusation of Baileahu, Orochimaru remained calm. "This is not a moral issue, this is a fact. Even if you save all those burdens, they will only be a burden to others. It is better to let them die here. And, Baileahu, I am the operational commander in this battle. You must obey me, otherwise it will be considered as treason." Looking at Orochimaru's gloomy pupils, Obaru felt for the first time that he, a man who was willing to do anything to survive, was actually quite kind. Faced with the silent Hiruzen, Kato Tsubeki beside Orochimaru couldn't help but speak. "Mr. Baileahu, don't worry about the disabled. They sacrificed their lives for the village, so they will feel honored, and you are more needed on the battlefield." Baraha took a look at the little girl, Kato Tsubeki, who was Kato Dan's younger sister. The ninjas surrounding Hirahu all had the same look in their eyes as Kato Tsubeki. They all ignored the wounded who were wailing on the ground and stared at Hirahu with hope, hoping that this medical ninja who lived a life of luxury in the rear every day would go to the battlefield like them and experience their situation. After a moment's silence, Baileahu raised his head and smiled, a smile that looked either sad or helpless. "Okay, I'll go to the front line, but I just hope you won't regret it." Seeing that Hiruzen had given in, the surrounding ninjas all showed expressions that were unclear whether they were gloating or relieved. They seemed to be thankful that they were not burdened by the disabled and sick, and they also seemed to want to see how frightened Baileahu, the delicate flower they protected, would be when she saw the cruelty of war. However, those people are destined to be disappointed. Baileahu showed no expression on his face, he just looked at everyone present with indifference. Before coming to the meat grinder of the Rain Kingdom, Obi-Wan had already hidden pieces of tentacles with miniature hearts in hidden places in the forests of the Fire Kingdom and the Rain Kingdom. So even if his current body died in battle, he could still be resurrected through the differentiation of stem cells through those tentacles. But there are people around who want to see themselves having fun. Once you die, you are really dead. The soul will be dragged into the underworld, where it will be in a daze and no longer conscious. Then let's go. Orochimaru glanced at Hiruzen, who had a calm expression, and the crowd around him who seemed to be gloating. He turned and walked away, with an unknown expression on his face. After fighting for so many days, Orochimaru realized that among the wounded, there might be some who would once again fight bravely for the village without fear of life and death, but the vast majority had lost their fighting consciousness, becoming timid and dragging their feet. Once bitten by a snake, one will be afraid of ropes for 10 years. Ordinary people would be like this, let alone ninjas. After all, only a few people are willing to sacrifice themselves for the greater good of Konoha village. Once you are injured and dying on the battlefield, you will no longer have the courage to go to the battlefield. After all, ninjas are like cats. They will get close to whoever gives them benefits. They are not samurai and do not emphasize obedience and loyalty like samurai. It's understandable that it has become like this. According to Orochimaru's calculations, if there were no drag from those injured ninjas, perhaps the battle would have ended even faster. As for how many people will die because of this, Orochimaru felt like he was becoming a little numb. Life on the battlefield is worthless. Generally. Worthless. Let me tell you about the current situation on the battlefield. On the way, perhaps to show his respect for Hiruzen as a doctor, Orochimaru took the initiative to talk about the situation on the battlefield. He succeeded in making Bailuo turn around and look at him. The team we are trying to stop is led by Yakura from the Sand Village. Yakura is good at Scorch Release Bloodline Limit, but the battlefield environment of Rain Country is not suitable for her, so now she has been suppressed by me. Scorching Release, a bloodline limit formed by a mixture of Wind Attribute Chakra and Fire Attribute Chakra. It will evaporate the moisture in the air. Once it hits the human body, the moisture in the body will also be burned away. Those killed by the burning escape will eventually become a dry mummy. But in the land of rain where it rains from time to time, it is undoubtedly much more difficult to perform scorch release. But she is only at a disadvantage. She is still breaking through the defense line from time to time, trying to get past us and go to the Fire Nation. At this point, Orochimaru's face flashed a ferocious look. What I need is to seriously injure her or even kill her, so that those sand ninjas will have to retreat. Hirahu, I need you to be the bait on the front line and lure her into the trap. Bite. A kunai flew straight towards Beiruo. Then it was blocked by flying bandages. Baileahu looked around and hid behind a tree. The Byakugan hidden in Baileahu's body was madly absorbing the energy in the blood, providing him with a vision of dozens of miles in radius. The Byakugan is different from the Sharingan. The Byakugan has the ability to see through things, so Obaru did not place this Byakugan, which was used as a microscope during experiments, on the surface of the body. Instead, he kept it inside the body, letting it squeeze together with a pile of internal organs. At this moment, within the Byakugan's field of vision, the dynamics of the entire battlefield were in full view. After moving gracefully through the encirclement of a sand village team, Baileahu looked in one direction with a serious expression. In the Byakugan's vision, Yakang was leading a small team in a mad charge towards Baileahu. The target is very clear, it is the medical ninja Hirako. However, just as Baileahu was about to slip away, he paused. The reason was very simple. Orochimaru was hiding in the bushes behind him with a gloomy face. He also secretly dealt with several ordinary sand ninjas that Hirako had just avoided. Seeing the unnatural behavior of Baileahu, Orochimaru, who was hiding in the bushes, licked his lips and whispered, "Keep going, don't show any abnormality." Hearing Orochimaru's cold voice, Hiruzen narrowed his eyes and continued running towards his destination. There was a dying Konoha ninja lying on the ground. Baileahu's goal was to stop his bleeding urgently and then send him to the rear. Doctors in the rear areas have their own practices, and doctors in the battlefield have their own practices. The field doctor can only stop the bleeding wounds of the ninjas on the battlefield and ensure that the injured ninjas are still alive. However, the delicate work such as surgery, bone setting, and steel plate insertion are done by doctors in the rear areas. Coming to the dying ninja, Hirahu felt his pulse, then took out a bandage and bandaged him up. Soon, the ninja in front of him was wrapped up by Hirako into a mummy. But at the same time, his injuries have stabilized. It's just so sad. Just as Hirako was about to drag the ninja in front of him away from the battlefield, a long voice sounded in the nearby forest. Yakang. Hearing this voice, Hirahu silently put the seriously injured ninja down. Yakang was coming for him. If he let him go, maybe this ninja would have a chance of survival if he pretended to be dead on the battlefield. But if Barahu insisted on taking this ninja with him, it would kill him instead. In this battlefield filled with corpses, most of the ninjas who were bloodthirsty were not in the mood to identify whether the body lying on the ground was still breathing. They just attack anyone standing. The last time we met, you were treating the wounds of the Konoha ninjas behind the scenes, but now you're on the battlefield. Yakang jumped onto the branch, smiled and said condescendingly to Baileahu, "Did those guys in Konoha finally find out? It doesn't matter if the guy who is holding others back dies." As he said that, Yakang jumped off the branch, came to Baileahu and stretched out his hand. "Want to come to our sand village? Those guys in Konoha who don't cherish their companions are not worthy of your loyalty. Come to our sand village. We will never let a medical ninja like you go to the front line of the battlefield." At this moment, the smile on Yakang's face made Baileahu feel a little moved. Konoha village's bloodline boundaries have been almost collected by Hirako, so it would be a good idea to move to another village to continue collecting bloodline boundaries. However, the next moment, Orochimaru's cold and slippery voice made Obito temporarily dispel this idea. Indeed, it was a mistake of all commanders to send medical ninjas to the front lines of the battlefield, but in this ninja world, no matter how many ordinary ninjas die, it will not help. As long as we can lure out a leader like you, we can end the war as soon as possible. Maybe this decision will result in fewer deaths than continuing to fight you. As Orochimaru's cold voice rang out in the forest, several sand ninjas behind Yakura became visibly panicked. "Calm down." Yakang scolded the people behind him, then looked around. "Orochimaru, come out. You don't want this precious medical ninja to die here, do you?" The moment Yakang's voice fell, he. A sinister laugh sounded behind Yakang, making Yakang feel creepy instantly. In an instant, Yakang shuddered and his hands quickly danced and formed seals. Scorch escape, steam kill. Several scorching fireballs formed around Yakang and madly bombarded Orochimaru behind her. Orochimaru was hit directly by several fireballs and turned into a pile of cracked soil. Ninjutsu, Earth Stand. Orochimaru's true form slowly walked out from the bushes behind Higurashi, with a sneer on his face. "Yakang, I am a little impatient to be entangled with you for such a long time. Let us fight it out here." As Orochimaru finished speaking, four purple light curtains rose up beside the few people. A square box was formed, covering Orochimaru, Hokuriko, Yakura and the three ninjas behind Yakura. Master Yakang, it's a barrier, the 4 purple flame formation, we are trapped. Amid the exclamations of the 3 sand ninjas, Yakang also showed a bloodthirsty smile. It just so happens that I've been fed up with your pestering these past few days. How about a showdown? That's exactly what I want. Scorch escape, steam kill, shadow snake hand. Orochimaru, knowing that Yakang was a difficult person, took advantage of the time when Yakang was forming hand seals and made a mad rush forward. Several snakes popped out from Orochimaru's sleeves and bit Yakang first. Seeing Orochimaru running towards him, Yakang smiled lightly and jumped back a distance. It was only this short distance, and before Orochimaru could hurt him, the mark of Scorch release was successfully formed. Several fireballs appeared out of nowhere and directly attacked the poisonous snakes that were baring their fangs at Yakang. All those eyeless snakes were burned into dried snakes. Seeing this, Orochimaru sneered and made a seal. This level is not enough. Spiritual communication, 10,000 snake formation. As Orochimaru opened his mouth, densely packed poisonous snakes swarmed out of his mouth frantically. Everyone who saw this scene felt their scalp tingling. The disgustingness of this ninjutsu was comparable to that of Hiruzen's transformation into a tentacle monster. The snake slid darkly, twisted, hissed, and crawled towards Yakang. Seeing this, Yakang looked a little disgusted. What a disgusting ninjutsu, you guys step back. After hearing Yakang's instructions, the 3 ninjas behind her hurriedly left this terrifying battlefield. Flame Emperor, Great Flame Ring. The scorching fireball expanded wildly and exploded among the hissing snakes. The dry and scorching flames instantly burned a large group of snakes into jerky. Looking at the sharply reduced number of snakes, Yakang curled his lips. Several burning fireballs around him killed the snakes approaching him one by one. It seems that your strength is just this level, Orochimaru. Hearing Yakang's mocking words, Orochimaru was not angered, but showed a sinister sneer. Really? Then I hope you can catch my next move. Secret technique, the technique of taming a giant snake. This secret technique is a ninjutsu that even Tsunade and Jiraiya don't know about. As soon as Orochimaru finished speaking, his neck stretched wildly and he shot towards Yakang with his black hair. Yakang, who had been on guard against Orochimaru, quickly fired several burning attacks to block in front of him. However, Orochimaru's neck was very flexible and he dodged the obstruction of the scorch release, and he opened his mouth wide towards Yakang. It seemed that Orochimaru was about to bite Yakang. The next moment, Yakang, who had died in Shekau, turned into an unknown sand ninja. That sand ninja was one of the 3 ninjas who came with Yakang. As the venom from Orochimaru's snake mouth was injected, the sand ninja soon died. However, Orochimaru spit out the ninja in dissatisfaction. He said coldly to Bailuhu, who was still watching the show, Bailuhu, stop the remaining 2 sand ninjas. Faced with the orders from Orochimaru, the battle commander, Hiruzen could only step forward helplessly. You really know how to order people around. Although he complained, Hiruko also wanted to end the battle as soon as possible so that he could return to Konoha to continue his experiments. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Under the control of Obaruko, several bandages shot towards the 2 sand ninjas. Seeing this, the 2 sand ninjas each took out a puppet. Clang! The junction between the bandage and the puppet made a sound like the sound of steel clashing. At the same time, outside the 4 purple flame formation, Kato Tsubeki looked at the sand ninja in front of him and swallowed. If you want to break the 4 purple flame formation, you can only start from the 4 corners outside the 4 purple flame formation. There is a Konoha ninja in each corner to maintain the barrier. Once one of the ninjas dies, the 4 purple flame formation will be released. If Yakang, who was caught with great difficulty, escapes, the battle will continue endlessly. Behind Kato Tsubeki are the Konoha ninjas who maintain the barrier. When she thinks of her responsibility to protect Konoha and the will of fire, her blood can't stop boiling. Looking at the sand ninja controlling the puppet in front of him, Kato Tsubeki gritted his teeth and looked determined. Come on, for Konoha village, for the will of fire. In an instant, countless kunao and thousands of needles attacked Kato Tsubeki like a storm. But after she only used the kunao in her hand to block a few flying kunao, she was grazed by a few tiny senbon needles on her shoulders, leaving a few tiny wounds. In an instant, half of Kato Tsubeki's body was paralyzed. Seeing the wound on his shoulder turning visibly purple, Kato Tsubeki was terrified. It's poison. The ninjas of the sand village are best at using puppetry and poison. We have to suck out the poisonous blood quickly. With trembling hands, Kato Tsubeki took out a brand new kunao from his ninja tool bag and drew a cross on his poison wound. At this moment, she no longer had the energy to stop the sand ninja from destroying the 4 purple flame formation. He could only pray in his heart, hoping that the poisonous blood would flow out of the wound he had made. However, things don't always go as planned. The purple area was spreading wildly. The numbness gradually spread from half of the body to the whole body. Finally, the kunao in Kato Tsubeki's hand fell to the ground powerlessly. She no longer had the strength to hold the kunao steady. The toxins were destroying her body tissues madly. Tsubeki. Finally, Kato Tsubeki's abnormality attracted the attention of Kato Dan, who was also trying to stop the sand ninja's attack. Seeing Kato Tsubaki's body gradually being corroded by the purple-blue poison, Kato Dan hurried forward and picked up Kato Tsubaki. Seeing Kato Tsubaki's breath getting weaker and weaker, Kato Dan looked around in panic. Medical ninja, where is the medical ninja? However, the Konoha ninjas who heard Kato Dan's call were silent. Their medical ninjas have already been driven to the battlefield. They are in the 4 purple flame formation guarding behind you. Listening to the silence all around him, Kato Dan knelt on the ground weakly. The Konoha ninjas were still fighting the sand ninjas indifferently. Clang! A sand ninja who broke through the encirclement directly bypassed Kato Dan, who had no will to fight, and rushed towards the Konoha ninja who was maintaining the 4 purple flame formation. Screams rang out behind Kato Dan, but Kato Dan had no intention of paying attention. He could only helplessly call out the name of Kato Tsubaki in his arms. Chun, 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 don't leave me alone. Kato Dan didn't know that Orochimaru had transferred the only medical ninja in the team to the front line to fight. I just thought the medical ninjas were too busy, so they didn't come. In previous battles, ninjas only needed to quickly bandage their wounds after being injured. Special ninjas came and sent them to Beiruohu in the rear for treatment. Because Beiruo can use shadow clones, therefore, Baileahu alone is equivalent to an entire medical team. And now, Baileahu is on the battlefield, within the 4 purple flame formation. Then those ninjas who were carrying the wounded would naturally stop carrying the wounded. Bump! The 4 purple flame formation shattered and disappeared in a violent shaking. Inside the barrier, countless poisonous snakes twisted their bodies, trying to inject their venom into Yakang's body. However, countless burning fireballs surrounded Yakang, blocking the attack of the snakes. Orochimaru stretched his neck and watched the 4 purple flame formations around him shatter and disappear in a violent shaking, knowing that he could not wait any longer. Psychic magic. 10,000 snakes. Huge snakes appeared at Orochimaru's feet. Facing Orochimaru, who had summoned them, the deafening voices of the snakes sounded very disrespectfully. Orochimaru, if you want me to help you, you have to give me a sacrifice. Looking at the deafening sound of thousands of snakes, Yakang's face turned ugly. Just the swarm of snakes was enough to make her and Orochimaru helpless against each other. With the addition of thousands of snakes, she will be defeated sooner or later. At this time, the 4 purple flame formation has been broken. The best way is not to continue to tangle with Orochimaru, but to get out as soon as possible, restore the chakra, and then fight Orochimaru. Thinking of this, Yakang's eyes wandered around, looking for an opportunity to escape. Orochimaru listened to Manja's words and licked his lips. The woman in front of you is my sacrifice to you. As for whether you can eat the sacrifice, it depends on your ability, Manja. 10,000 huge snakes stood proudly on the battlefield. Shaking its head and tail, the huge snake head rushed straight towards Yakang. Seeing thousands of snakes attacking, Yakang quickly jumped to avoid them. Bang! As the earth shook, a huge hole was created by the snake heads of thousands of snakes. Looking at the hole, Yakang swallowed. If an ordinary person was hit by this, he would definitely be crushed into meat paste. But Yakang doesn't have a summoned beast of the same size as Wanshi. It would be too disadvantageous to use Scorch Release to fight against Mande and Orochimaru at the same time. Thinking of this, Yakang began to consider backing out. Yakang's goal this time is to kill Konoha's medical ninja, thereby cutting off the logistics of Konoha's ninja. At this point the 4 purple flame formation had been broken, so she should fight quickly and decisively. Thinking in his heart, Yakang quickly looked towards where Baileahu was. At this time, Baileahu was sitting on a rock, crossing his legs and watching the battle. The 2 sand ninjas who came with Yakang fell to the ground with abnormal blushes all over their bodies. Yakang could tell at a glance that the 2 ninjas died of poisoning. Useless waste. Yakang sighed inwardly. At this moment, she no longer expected to kill Baileahu. She just wanted to leave the battlefield and return to the rear of the team to recuperate. What's wrong? Is this not enough? Orochimaru looked at Yekura with wandering eyes, licked his lips, and guessed that Yekura was going to escape. Indeed, Yakang's Scorch Release is excellent, and its destructive power is very strong whether it is for single target or group damage. However, compared to Orochimaru, Scorch Release still has a fatal flaw. That is, Scorch Release consumes a lot of chakra. One of them used summoning techniques to summon a group of snakes to fight, while the other used his own chakra to transform into burning escape technique to fight. The mana consumption is naturally different. However, Orochimaru still had a lot of chakra left in his body at this time, but Yakang's chakra was almost exhausted. Go, Wanshi, she will escape if we don't attack. The huge purple snake raised its head and responded somewhat unhappily to Orochimaru's voice. I know, what a hassle. As he spoke, Wanshi once again used his weight advantage to smash towards Yakang. He looked at the thousands of snakes flying towards him, and Orochimaru who was commanding the thousands of snakes at will while secretly blocking his retreat. Yakang's brows were tightly furrowed. We have to find a way to get out. At this time, there were small snakes wandering around Yakang everywhere. Besides Orochimaru, there was also Obito watching the battle. She was not sure when Baileahu would join the battle and force her into a dead end. But what Yakang didn't know was that Hirako didn't want to get involved in the battle between Orochimaru and Yakang at all at this time. For Baileafu, survival is the most important thing. Unless there is someone he cares about, he will not fight if he can. As the huge purple snake fell again, Yakang did not dodge this time. Scorch escape, Flame Emperor, Great Flame Ring. The huge, scorching fireball hit Wan Qi's chin directly. Half of Wan Qi's face was burned black. Hiss, Orochimaru, I can't do it anymore, you can do it yourself. The thousands of snakes were startled by the burning escape and instantly turned into a ball of white smoke and disappeared. Seeing that Manzo was so unreliable, Orochimaru smacked his lips in dissatisfaction. What an unreliable guy. Yakang smiled. As expected, Orochimaru actually doesn't have a very good relationship with his summoning beast, Manda. In that case, Scorch escape. Just when Yakang was about to make a concerted effort to break out using the burning escape technique, the ground suddenly shook. Before Yakang could finish the seal, a giant purple snake, only slightly smaller than the Wan snake, broke out of the ground beneath Yakang's feet. The fanged mouth swallowed Yakang into its stomach in one gulp. Another giant snake was summoned, when Birahu, who was watching the fight on the side, narrowed his eyes for a moment, but then quickly relaxed. Orochimaru had summoned so many snakes before, so it was just a matter of convenience for him to secretly hide a snake underground. The purple snake that swallowed Yakang raised its head proudly. It seems to be saying, look, I have done what thousands of snakes cannot do, isn't it awesome? However, the next moment, the purple snake was no longer happy. Its body trembled and curled up into a ball, and the whole snake swelled up unnaturally as if it was being inflated. Instantly, the sky was filled with blood rain. In the rain of blood, Yakang appeared again in front of Orochimaru and Hiruzen with billowing hot steam. Orochimaru, I have to admit that you are a strong enemy. The orange hair tips swayed in the wind, and at this time Yakang's body was covered with large areas of burns. After she entered the snake's belly, she stuck close to her own skin and launched a burning escape. The blazing flames transformed the water in the giant snake's body into steam, causing the snake's body to explode. But launching Scorch Release so close to the body would also be harmful to Yakang himself. At this moment, the large burns on Yakang's body stung her nerves. Facing Orochimaru and Obito, who were almost unharmed, Yakang felt heavy-hearted and gritted his teeth to fight to the death. Teacher Yakang. Just as Yakang was preparing for a desperate fight, a clear female voice appeared behind Yakang. Roll. Hearing this familiar voice, Yakang was startled, and quickly turned to look. In front of Orochimaru, even I, who had reached the bloodline limit of Scorch Release, was in such a mess, let alone Wan, a fledgling civilian genin. Seeing Yakang's surprised expression, Wan smiled softly. Teacher Yakang, I'm here with everyone to save you. The next moment, several sand ninjas and Wan landed in front of Yakang. Looking at Orochimaru, whose expression was gradually becoming serious, and Obito, who had been watching the battle, Wan said with a firm gaze, let us stop the ninjas of Konoha. Lord Yakang, you retreat first. Listening to Wan's voice, Yakang nodded silently. Seeing those several sand ninjas standing in front of Yakang, Orochimaru stretched his neck angrily. Want to launch a final surprise attack. The next moment, Wan pulled out a piece of cloth from his back and waved it directly, covering all the sand ninjas' hiss. By the time Orochimaru rushed into the center of the cloth, Yakang and the others had long disappeared. The wide strip of cloth fluttered and fell to the ground. This made Orochimaru feel a little unwilling. She escaped. Hokage looked at Orochimaru, who was unwilling to give in, and curled the corners of his mouth. Although Yakang ran away, Orochimaru achieved his mission goal this time. Judging from the large areas of burns on Yakang's body, she can't go out to fight without resting for a month or two. Thinking of this, Baileafu stretched lazily. I can finally go back to Konoha and continue my experiments in peace. At the entrance of Konoha village, a sparse group of ninjas staggered back to Konoha. The villagers who were eager to watch the fun were whispering on both sides of the road as they watched the wounded team. Hey, have you seen my Sanlang? Your Sanlang? I didn't see him. How about you look for him again? Orochimaru walked in front of the team, looking at the villagers who were whispering around him and wanted to go forward to look for someone but were afraid to do so because of the reputation of the ninja, with an indifferent expression. Mission accomplished, but the war has just begun. For a period of time afterwards, the Sand Village will always be ready to take action against the Rain Country and the Fire Country. Lord Orochimaru, Lord Hirahu. Just as Orochimaru was daydreaming, an Umbu appeared in front of the two of them. Hokage-sama invites all returning ninja to attend a combat meeting. Looking at the respectful Umbu, Orochimaru nodded. I understand, I will take them with me. Watching the Umbu disappear, just as Orochimaru was about to lead the team to the office, an angry female voice sounded behind him. Orochimaru, bump. Amid the astonished looks of the other ninjas and Obaru's as expected gaze, Tsunade punched Orochimaru, who had let his guard down, and knocked him headfirst. Looking at Orochimaru being planted upside down in the ground, Obaru touched his chin and felt that Orochimaru must be in pain. Orochimaru, tell me, where did Noeki go? Looking at Orochimaru, who was knocked headfirst by her, Tsunade grabbed Orochimaru's ankles with both hands and pulled him out of the ground. Looking at Tsunade, whose expression revealed a hint of anger, Orochimaru remained calm. Dead. Tsunade's pupils contracted when she heard Orochimaru's indifferent answer. What did you say? Nawasha relied on my protection and rushed directly into the trap set by the Sand Ninja and was killed by the detonating talisman. After hearing Orochimaru's concise description of the cause of Noeka's death, Tsunade's anger that had surged in her heart was directly extinguished like a basin of cold water. Tsunade weakly let go of Orochimaru's fingers, covered her face, rushed into the crowd and disappeared. Orochimaru, why don't you chase after Tsunade and comfort her? Maybe you can help alleviate her resentment towards you. Hiriko said to Orochimaru, who stood up. Perhaps it was because he saw too many dead bodies on the battlefield this time. Baileahu's heart was calm at this moment. Orochimaru glanced at Hiruzen, whose expression was calm, and his voice became hoarse. She just found out that her brother is dead. It would be best to leave her alone. If I go after her, it would have the opposite effect. Is that so? Hirahu looked at Orochimaru, who was now awake, and turned to look at the crowd of people whispering around him. The purpose of those people surrounding him was probably the same as Tsunade's. I want to see if my family members who participated in the war have returned safely. Shortly after returning to Konoha, the team led by Orochimaru and Hiruzen hurried to the Hokage's office building. In a rather large classroom, the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen stood at the podium with a serious expression. The purpose of this meeting is to exchange experiences about our first combat mission and what the combat team would like to improve. As soon as the third Hokage finished speaking, Tsunade stood up impatiently. Third Hokage, there are too few medical ninjas in the team. I suggest that each combat team be equipped with at least one medical ninja. Hearing Tsunade's impatient speech, the people in the audience were instantly in an uproar. Medical ninja? This is simply a fantasy. Yeah, medical ninjas are as rare as animals nowadays that it's impossible to equip each combat team with one. Listening to the uproar coming from below, Sarutobi Hiruzen took a puff of the pipe in his hand and looked at Hiriko, who was silent in the crowd. Hirahu, you've been working in the hospital for so long. What do you think of Tsunade? Facing the Sandame's question, Hiruzen stood up and answered with dead eyes. Sandame, this is simply impossible. Most of the doctors in Konoha village are ordinary people, not ninjas. Moreover, there are too few medical ninjas. It will take a long time to train a group of medical ninjas from now on. It will not have any effect on this war. Listening to Obito's words, Tsunade clenched her teeth, but she had to admit that Obito's answer was the current situation of Konoha. There are too few medical ninjas, and it is too late to train more now. The only thing we can do is to educate all the ninjas who are participating in the battle about first aid. In addition, the stingy guys in Konoha's upper echelons are unwilling to provide resources for training medical ninjas, making it even more difficult to achieve Tsunade's vision. I support Lady Tsunade. However, amidst all the doubts and even opposition, a clear voice brought Tsunade, who was feeling a little embarrassed, back to her senses. Kato Dan, the man whose sister died in the defense of the Four Purple Flame Formation. There are indeed too few medical ninjas nowadays, so I support Lady Tsunade. Every combat team must be equipped with a medical ninja, even if it is a shadow clone of a medical ninja. Seeing Tsunade holding her head high again as if she had received some support, whose face was full of despair. Please spare me, you two, I'm already busy as a dog while I'm treating you in the rear. You still want my shadow clone to follow each of your combat teams to the battlefield, not to mention whether I have that much chakra. Although the shadow clone has a physical body, it is also a very fragile existence. If you are not careful, it will disappear directly. Plus, the return of the shadow clone will also bring the same amount of fatigue back to the original body. Do you two want me to die suddenly? Faced with Obaru's questioning, Tsunade remained silent. Tsunade doesn't know how to use shadow clone yet, so she is not very clear about the various disadvantages of using shadow clone to treat a group of ninjas. At this time, he seemed a little at a loss when facing the accusations against him. Okay. Listening to the quarrel between the three people, Sarutobi Hiruzen puffed out smoke and made a final decision. Let's put the matter of the medical ninja aside for now. Do you have any other suggestions? The meeting lasted from morning till noon. During this period, various suggestions were put forward and rejected. It made everyone involved in the meeting feel exhausted. Baileahu left the depressing meeting room, looked at the blue sky outside, and took a deep breath. My mood seemed to improve with the bright sky. At this moment, a figure appeared beside Baileahu. Baileahu. You are Lord Baileahu, right? The man had an ordinary appearance and was wearing a coarse linen shirt. He didn't seem to be a ninja. Looking at the petite Baileahu at this moment, there was some uncertainty in his tone. I am Baileahu, what can I do for you? Ah, you are Baileahu. Here is a letter for you. Please accept it. After Baileahu personally admitted it, the visitor took out a letter and handed it to Baileahu. Letter. Baileahu took the letter with some doubts. When Hiriko was still attending the ninja school, his sister Hiromai often sent letters to Hiriko. When sending the letter, I will also give Baileahu this month's living expenses. However, since Higurashi graduated from the Ninja Academy and his sister Higurashi married someone else, no one has sent any letters to Higurashi anymore. After opening the envelope, Baileahu began to read it quickly. However, after finishing reading, his face turned ugly. Her elder sister, Hirumai, had been traveling with a trading company for years. During her business trip, she and her brother-in-law decided to settle down in the Rain Country. However, just after the two settled down for some time, war broke out in the Rain Kingdom. Konoha, the Sand Ninja, the Rain Ninja, and the Iron Kingdom, which was geographically separated from the hidden Rain Village by tens of thousands of miles, all came to the Rain Kingdom and started a melee. In the chaos, her brother-in-law died, leaving the pregnant Hirumai alone to struggle in the Rain Country. A few days ago, Hirumai finally found the caravan she used to travel with, and then she sent the letter. The letter did not mention any of the above, but Baileahu deduced his sister's current predicament from the information inadvertently revealed between the lines. Where did this letter come from? After quickly reading the envelope, Baileahu looked sharply at the person who came to deliver the letter. Seeing Baileahu's serious expression, the man who came to deliver the letter scratched his hair, looking confused. This is a letter sent by our trading team in the Rain Country. They are now transporting goods all over the Rain Country, and I don't know exactly where they are. Looking at the sturdy man's confused expression, Baileahu clenched his fists and said, "How about this? I'll follow you and you take me to the Rain Country to find your company's team." Hearing Baileahu's words, the man obviously felt a little embarrassed. However, the next moment, a cold kunai was pressed against the man's neck. "Do as I say," Baileahu threatened with a cold face. At this moment, Baileahu had no way of turning a blind eye to Bailume's plight. Even though Hirako and Hirumai didn't meet often, Hirako was still grateful to Hirumai for supporting him in the ninja school. It was bad enough that she had no abilities when she was in ninja school, but now Hirumai is alone, pregnant, and in the war-torn Rain Country. How could Baileahu feel at ease after hearing this? Feeling the vague murderous intent around him, the messenger quickly raised his hands tremblingly. "I understand, I'll take you there right away." Hearing the man's agreement, Baileahu took the man directly to the Konoha mission hall, casually accepted a mission to patrol the village, and hurriedly left Konoha again. Clatter! Baileahu stepped over a shallow puddle and ran forward quickly with the man in his arms. Master Baileahu, please slow down." The man who was being held by Baileahu felt dizzy and almost nauseous. "Is it right here?" Baileahu paused, slowed down, and looked at the man he was holding. "Yes, it's in the town ahead." Seeing that Baileahu stopped, the man squinted his eyes to identify the direction and said with certainty, ahead was an unknown town in the land of rain. Along the way, Baileahu relied on his Byakuyan to pass directly through the forest where wars were frequent and infiltrated this place. Seeing that they had arrived at the destination, Baileahu put the man down and made hand gestures. "Eye roll, open." Along with several blood vessels in the body, the tentacles worked harder to supply nutrients to the white eyes. The scenery within dozens of miles came into Baileahu's mind. Soon, Hirahu found his target, Hirumai, whose belly was slightly bulging. Seeing Bailume's slightly weather-beaten face, Baileahu simply left the messenger behind and ran towards the town. "The last time I didn't want to follow my sister was because my sister had a husband and didn't need a light bulb like me to take care of her, not to mention that Obaru was more concerned about Hashirama's cells. This time, seeing his sister in such a predicament, how could Baileahu just sit there and do nothing? Along the way, Baileahu's eyes were almost clearly pointed at where Bailume was. Seeing his sister exchanging goods with others at the stall safely, Baileahu felt relieved. "Elder sister." Soon, Baileahu came behind Bailume and called out quickly. As if she heard a familiar voice, Hirumai was slightly startled, turned her head, and then saw Hirumu, who was almost exactly the same as 6 years ago. "Sister, I'm here to see you." Suddenly seeing Hirahu appear behind her, Hirume couldn't believe her eyes. "You are Baileahu." After all, Baileahu should be 18 years old at this time. Countless times, Bailume has imagined how tall and handsome Baileahu would be when he grows up. Looking at Baileahu now, he looks exactly the same as when he was 12 years old. Hearing Bailume's incredible voice, Baileahu showed a happy smile. "That's right, sister, I am Baileahu, I came to find you." However, what greeted Baileahu was not Hirumai was equally happy and excited. "Baileahu, you must have been picky about your food in recent years, otherwise, why haven't you grown taller?" When he heard Bailume's voice, for a moment, Baileahu lost the joy of reunion after a long separation, and just froze where he was. How could he explain to his sister who didn't understand ninjas that his age had been locked at 12 after practicing the yin seal? This is a transformation technique. "I'm just afraid that you won't recognize me, sister, I don't really look like this." After thinking for a long time, Hirahu felt that it was too difficult to explain the principle of the yin seal to his sister who didn't understand ninjas. Then Baileahu had an idea and immediately made hand gestures. Transformation. Bump. As a cloud of smoke slowly dissipated in front of Hirumai, a tall and upright figure appeared in front of Hirumai. With waist-length silver hair and a handsome face, he instantly attracted the attention of everyone around him. His dark pupils were as deep as the abyss. Bailuhu came in a hurry with a slightly tired expression. This caused Hirumai, who had already lost her husband, to have 2 streams of hot blood spurt out of her nostrils. "Sister, are you okay?" In a trance, a magnetic voice sounded in Oyam's ears. Instantly, the tips of Biliam's ears turned red, and she stammered, Biliahu, change back quickly. Seeing that Hiraho had recovered to his childhood state, Hirume finally breathed a sigh of relief. After wiping the blood from his nose, he said with a smile, "My Biliahu has grown up and is so handsome now." Looking at Bailume's smiling face, Bailuhu also smiled. I have to admit that Naruto's seduction technique is really effective. Although Bailuo felt that he was a little sorry for his sister, it was good that he could save himself the effort of explaining himself. The caravan's carriage was rumbling. Biliahu was sitting in the driver's seat of the carriage, bored, holding a straw in his mouth. "Bilahu, how long do you plan to stay in the rain country?" In the carriage behind Bailuhu, Bailume lifted the curtain and looked at Bailuhu, who was driving the carriage following the convoy. "About 4 years." Hiraho recalled how long the war lasted in the original Naruto novel and answered Hirume with some uncertainty. 4 years. After getting the answer from Bailuhu, Bailume stared at Bailuhu's back in a daze. She was a strong woman throughout her life, and would never speak out about any suffering or torture she endured. Looking at Biliahu's back at this moment, for some reason, she felt as if there was another figure in her heart who was helping her hold up the sky. As if by some strange coincidence, she sat down next to Bailuhu, looked at his delicate and childlike face, and asked, "Hey, Bailuhu, can you stay a little longer?" Hearing what Bailume said, Bailuhu was stunned. Then he turned and looked at his sister. For the first time, Bailuhu saw a slightly weak look on his sister's face. The tomboy style of previous years has long disappeared. But it's true, the person they loved died, and the Rain Kingdom was in war for years. It is a luxury for ordinary people to escape from the quagmire of war. I guess the only person my sister can rely on right now is herself. If he wanted to become stronger, Konoha, which had hidden Hashirama's cells, could no longer help him much. Now that most of the bloodline limits of Konoha village have been collected, maybe if you go out for a walk, you can encounter more strange bloodline limits and greatly increase your strength. "Well, if you want, I can stay with you as long as you want," Bailuhu answered seriously. Just as Hiraho finished speaking, the voice of the team leader Inu Shiro came from the front. "Everyone, speed up, it's going to rain soon, we have to get to the next town before it rains." Following the leader's voice, the speed of the entire convoy suddenly increased. The rain country is a rainy country. Once it rains, the whole road becomes very muddy. A carriage could easily overturn if driven in such conditions. The caravans would find a town to rest before it rained. Wait until the rain stops before continuing on your journey. Hearing Inushiro's voice, Hirako hurriedly accelerated the carriage and caught up with the main force. "Sister, please go back to the carriage and rest. I'm here." Listening to Bailuhu's words, Bailume nodded, returned to the carriage, and gently stroked her slightly bulging belly. With a loving smile on his face, Bailuhu was driving the carriage in front, and when his Byakugan saw the scene in the carriage, he couldn't help but sigh. "The fetus in my sister's belly is probably 4 or 5 months old. Fortunately, my sister had been pregnant for only a short time before I arrived, and the baby in her body did not affect her activities too much." Otherwise, Bailuhu couldn't imagine how his sister would have kept the baby in that situation. Soon, as the convoy accelerated, the sky gradually became gloomy. Finally, the convoy entered the town before the rain came. "Boss, come to 10 rooms and give the brothers a few more dishes to fill their stomachs." There are benefits to following a caravan that although the journey is rough and frosty, you won't have to worry about food and drink once you enter a town. The boss of the caravan, Inu Shiro, waved his hand generously, indicating that all the expenses would be on his shoulders. Bailuhu followed Bailume and also enjoyed the same treatment as the caravan. The two of them occupied a room, and not long after they put down their luggage, the proprietress served them several dishes and food. The dishes were not rich and the food was just enough to fill the stomach. But Bilahu and Bilame began to eat voraciously. After eating and drinking, Bailuhu asked Bailume to rest in the room. He went downstairs to help the caravan unload the goods and set up a stall at the market. Looking at Hirako, who looked only 12 years old, the team leader Inu Shiro sighed deeply. "Hayam is such a jerk. Hey, kid, even if you come to help me, I can't pay you." While unloading the goods from the carriage, Bailuaha rolled his eyes at Inu Shiro and said, "It doesn't matter. I'm here to work on behalf of my sister. You just need to pay my sister's salary honestly." Looking at Hirako using his thin arms to lift cargo that was several times larger than himself, Inu Shiro's eyes twitched. "In the end I chose to pretend I didn't see it. Although Beiruo's physical fitness is relatively weak for a ninja, but he is an outstanding one among ordinary people. Transporting these goods is no problem at all." Soon the caravan arrived at the market. This instantly made the market very lively, and the vendors shouted even louder. As Inu's hero placed the caravan's various goods on the ground, a group of people soon gathered around. To the people in their small town, all the caravan's goods were rare items. Soon, thanks to Inushiro's eloquent speech, more than half of the goods were sold. The rest of the people surrounding the caravan were very poor and could not afford to buy goods but came to see the world. Billy Yahoo! At this moment, a familiar voice from the crowd made by Luo, who was busy, raised his head. When he saw the person coming, Biliahu immediately frowned. "Sister, didn't I tell you to rest in your room? Why are you here?" Seeing that Hirahu's brows were tightly furrowed because of her arrival, Hirume smiled and said, "I was worried that something might go wrong since it was your first time to go out with brother Shiro, so I followed you quietly." Listening to Liame's reason for coming out, Liahu rolled his dead eyes. "Really, sister, do you think of me as a child? I'm already 18 years old." Hearing Hirahu's protest against her leaving the room, Hirume smiled and was about to explain when a chaotic cry of surprise suddenly came from the side. "Catch him, that thief stole my bread." He was the owner of a bakery, and he was very angry at the lack of bread on his shelves. A child with an orange hedgehog head was holding a loaf of bread that was almost half the size of his body, and was moving nimbly among the crowd. Behind him, the angry bakery owner was chasing him, out of breath. "Make way, everyone, make way." The orange hedgehog-haired kid ran and yelled, causing chaos in the entire market. "You bastard!" The bakery owner was so angry at this arrogant little brat that his nose was crooked. Just as the orange hedgehog-headed kid was running away frantically, Inushiro, who had traveled all over the country for many years, relied on his tall stature to block the kid's way. Bump! The orange-haired kid failed to brake in time and crashed directly into Inushiro. Looking at the little kid lying on the ground, Inushiro picked him up and breathed roughly on the kid's face. "It's not okay for a child to learn to steal at such a young age." As he said that, Inushiro took the bread out of his hand and returned it to the bakery owner. When the bakery owner saw his bread being returned to him, he snorted at the child and said, "You're lucky today." After saying that, he went back to the bakery. Watching the food that was about to be in his hands fly away, tears flashed in the eyes of the orange-haired child. This was the bread he had stolen with great difficulty, that if he didn't take the bread back, he and his friends would starve in the next few days. Seeing the child about to cry, somehow, Hirume softened her heart. "Well, leader, how about taking him in to work in the caravan? At least this kid can fill his stomach." Hearing what Oyam said, a complicated look flashed across the eyes of the orange hedgehog-haired kid. He wanted to find a job that would support himself and his companions, but he didn't want to abandon his companions. If he joins a trading group, he will inevitably leave his friends. Inu's hero heard Hirume's pitying voice, closed his eyes and sighed. "Hiromi, the caravan is not a charity. It is very dangerous to be a merchant. If you are not careful, you will be robbed by those roaming bandits. Besides, Hirume, having a pregnant woman like you in the caravan is already very inconvenient. We can't take care of several more children just for you." It can be seen that the team leader Shiro is very dissatisfied with Hirume. The little bit of kindness that was shown when taking in Hirume was now completely exhausted by Hirume's words. Listening to Inushiro's words, Hirume's mood gradually fell to the bottom. The caravan of merchants shouldn't have taken in a pregnant woman like me. Now that he had been taken in as an exception, it would be an act of audacity to ask Inushiro to take in an orphan again. When the child heard that he would not be working in the caravan, an expression of either relief or disappointment flashed across his face. Just then, a cry of surprise was heard again from the bakery. "Ah, my bread." It turned out that while the bakery owner was chasing the orange hedgehog-headed kid, his other companion took advantage of everyone's attention being on the orange hedgehog-headed kid and went in and secretly took a few loaves of bread. Now, after being teased twice, the bakery owner decided not to be polite anymore. He picked up a kitchen knife and came to Inushiro aggressively, pointing at the child and cursing at him. "You little bastard, you've been stealing bread from my shop every day, haven't you? I'm going to kill you today, and you won't be able to steal bread again." As he said that, he raised a kitchen knife and chopped at the child fiercely. The bakery owner's ferocious expression even frightened Inushiro. It can be seen how angry the boss, who was robbed every day, was at this time. Seeing that the orange hedgehog-headed child was about to die on the spot, Hirume quickly stood in front of him and opened her arms to protect the child behind her. "Wait, what did he steal from you? I'll buy it back with your money." However, the exasperated bakery owner could no longer hear anything. Swinging the kitchen knife and chopping it down, Liame was so scared that she closed her eyes. Clang! Sparks flew at the junction of the kunao and the kitchen knife. Looking at the ninja's iconic kunao, the bakery owner's eyes were filled with fear. Ninja, you're a ninja." With that said, the bakery owner no longer cared about the orange hedgehog head who often stole bread, and fled back to his bakery in a hurry, then locked the store tightly. Even the people who were watching the fun nearby quickly dispersed, as if they were afraid that the ninja Hiragu would cause them trouble. Seeing Hirahu putting away his kunao expressionlessly, Hirume behind Hirahu finally opened her eyes. You're a ninja. Which village ninja are you from? Konoha, Omega-kur, Tsunaga-kur. Inushiro, who was beside Hirumai, was the first to react. Looking at Hirumai's frightened expression, he quickly asked, "Does it matter which village the ninja is from?" Hearing Inushiro's question, Hirahu turned around and looked at him. Ever since the Konoha forehead protector of Okuniki was cut in half by the old toad, Okuniki never wore the Konoha forehead protector again. There wasn't even any Konoha symbol on his body. Hearing Birahu's answer, Inushiro smiled helplessly. Indeed, there is no difference. After several wars, the people of the Rain Country have already. It was seen as an ominous sign. Normally, when I see a ninja, I basically try to avoid him. Ninjas are tools and weapons in the hands of national daimyo and even nobles. Ninja villages such as Konoha Village, Omega-kur Village and even Sand Village are not actually engaged in production. Since there is no production, where does the money come from? Of course, the money was earned by completing missions, being a sword in the hands of daimyo, and being a tool in the hands of nobles. I'm just surprised that there are ninjas in my team. Facing Inushiro's words, Bailuwa said calmly, "I came here only for my sister. Wherever my sister is, I will be there." Inushiro fell silent, as if he didn't know what to say. Just as Hirako and Inushiro were looking at each other, Hirumai's voice interrupted. "Hey, Birahu, can we stay here and do something to make a living? I want to take in this child." Hearing Bailume's almost pleading voice, Bailuwa turned his head away and did not look at his sister's expression. He was afraid that he would feel guilty. Instead, he looked at the orange hedgehog-headed kid who was sandwiched between the three people and was behaving well. "My sister wants to take you in. What's your name?" Hearing Bailuwa's question, the little kid with the orange hedgehog hair looked a little stubborn. "My name is Yahiko, and, you adults, stop being so self-indulgent. I don't need you to take me in." However, as soon as he said this, Yahiko regretted it. "But I need something edible." Looking at Yahiko's timid yet brave appearance, Oyomi couldn't help but smile knowingly. However, when Hirako looked at Yahiko, his eyes were deep. Yahiko, perhaps many people don't know much about this name, but his other name is very famous. The official leader of Akatsuki, Pain. He's the guy who almost wiped the entire Konoha off the map by himself. How many floors does it take to carry a bag of rice? Answer: carry it to the second floor. However, at this time, Yahiko was just a dirty little kid. Looking at Yahiko's cowardly yet brave appearance at this moment, Hirahu curled the corners of his mouth. "If this is my sister's wish, are you worried about your companions? Don't worry, my sister and I will adopt your companions as well." It should be said that even if her sister didn't say it, Hirako would take the initiative to stay and take care of Yahiko. Yahiko's companion, Nagato, has what Hiruzen desires. Samsara I. The sages I evolved from the Mangekyo Sharinan combined with the cells of Hashirama Senju. It's like giving me a pillow when I feel sleepy. It was as if Baileahu was struggling to solve a difficult math problem. At this time, the answer was right in front of Baileahu. How could Baileahu not copy? Really? Hearing Obito's words, Yahiko opened his eyes wide in disbelief. Even if ordinary people adopt, they will only adopt 1 or 2 children. To Yahiko, the idea of adopting all the homeless children, including Yahiko, was simply a pie in the sky. Birahu, will this? When Hiruzen heard that she planned to adopt all of Yahiko's friends, Hiruzen hesitated. She was worried that she would not be able to support these children. "Don't worry, sister. I will teach them how to survive in the Rain Country, so don't worry." Hearing Hirumai's worried voice, Hirumai responded with a smile. Hearing Baileahu's promise, Baileahu was relieved, but at the same time she felt a little embarrassed. "I'm sorry, Baileahu, for making you worry so much." Hearing that the two had made this decision, Inushiro on the side didn't say much. "Since you two siblings have made your decision, goodbye." The dog Shiro who led the caravan left. Only Hirako and Hirumai were left, and they went to their small base under the leadership of Yahiko. "Konan, Nagato, come out. A kind-hearted person is planning to adopt all 3 of us." In the simple little tent, Konan with blue hair and Nagato with eyes circled with purple lines poked their heads out and looked at Hirako and Hirumai behind Yahiko. "Are you really planning to adopt all 3 of us?" Compared to Yahiko's carefreeness, Konan's eyes were full of suspicion. Looking at Hirumai, whose belly was slightly bulging, and Hirumu, who was not much older than them and was also around 12 years old, his eyes were full of suspicion. She seriously suspected that rather than Baileahu and Baileame adopting them, it would be more accurate to say that Baileahu and Baileame came to eat and drink for free. After all, there is war everywhere in the Rain Country right now. Not to mention these wandering orphans, there are also many adults who are wandering around and have no place to live. How rude. Seeing Zionen's suspicious eyes, without waiting for Hirumai to say anything, Hirumai smiled and took a step forward. "I'm a ninja, raising you kids is a piece of cake for me." Hearing the word ninja, Nagato behind Konan visibly flinched. Nagato's parents were killed by Konoha's ninjas, and then Nagato ended up on the streets. Sensing the fear in Nagato's heart, Konan mustered up the courage and said to Hiruzen, "Ninja, those guys fighting in the forest outside, which ninja are you from, Rain Ninja, Konoha, or Sand Ninja? Hearing Konan's question, Bailuo looked at Nagato hiding behind Konan and understood. I'm neither. I'm a rebel ninja. Under Konoha's intense war mobilization, Hirako only hurriedly participated in a blocking battle and then found a reason to leave Konoha. In the eyes of Konoha's top leaders, Hirako's behavior was undoubtedly due to his fear of fighting, which led to his defection. Although Hirako had legitimate reasons for leaving the village, he was not sure whether Konoha would list him as a traitor. But even if he was listed as a rebel ninja, Obaru would not be surprised at all. Rebel ninja. Hearing these two words, Konan, Nagato, and Yahiko were slightly stunned. But behind Bailume felt her eyes turn red. His hands grasped the corners of his clothes awkwardly. Could it be that it was because of the letter I sent to Baileahu? That is why Baileahu was willing to betray his village to come and see me? Looking at the confused eyes of the three children, Bailuahu smiled and explained, it is a general term for ninjas who do not obey the orders of the village and leave the village on their own. Is that so? After hearing Bailuahu's explanation, the three little ones looked at each other, and finally Bailuahu and Bailume accepted it half-believingly. In the evening, Bailuo went to the nearby river to catch a big fish and returned to the base of the three little ones. Looking at this big fish that can be eaten for several days, the three little ones are all very happy. Yahiko looked at Hirahu with anticipation. Brother Hirahu, can we become ninjas like you? Looking at Yahiko's expectant expression, and Konan and Nagato's ears silently perked up. Bailuo smiled and said, sure, if you want to learn how to become a ninja, I'll teach you. But there is a condition. Looking at the finger raised by Hirako, Yahiko looked serious. Don't worry, Brother Baileahu, I will complete it no matter what the conditions are. Looking at Yahiko's serious little face, Hirahu curled the corners of his mouth and looked at his sister who was eating grilled fish silently beside him. The condition is that you help me protect my sister, Hirumai. When she heard Hirahu mention her name, Hirumai's eating of grilled fish paused slightly. No, Baileahu, you don't have to protect me, I'm not that fragile. Hearing Hirumai's rebuttal, Yahiko smiled widely. It's decided, let us protect Sister Hirumai. Besides, Sister Hirumai is pregnant now, she needs protection even more. Hearing Hiruzen's conditions and Yahiko's promise, Konan and Nagato also smiled. During the time that Hirahu went out fishing, they had been spending some time with the strong-willed Hirumai. That feeling was like Hirumai was his long-lost mother. The next day, in the forest next to the town. Today is a rare day in the rainy country with sunny weather. Hirumai sat aside and started to weave straw sandals with the dry grass she picked up, planning to go to the market to exchange them for some money after she finished weaving. And Baileahu stood in front of the three little ones and talked incessantly. Chakra is the basic energy for a ninja to use ninjutsu. It is a mixture of cellular energy and spiritual energy. After giving a long lecture on the basic concepts of ninjutsu, Hirako looked at the three people in front of him who were listening attentively, paused, and then continued in a low voice. However, the idea that cellular energy mixed with spiritual energy to form chakra is just an illusion for most ninjas. The reality is that some people are born with enormous chakra, while others are born with the inability to refine even a little chakra no matter how hard they try. This is also the difference between ninjas and ordinary people. Hearing what Hirahu said, Yahiko raised his hand and asked, how can we be sure that we can refine chakra? Hearing Yahiko's question, Bailuo raised the corner of his mouth. It's very simple, you will know if you try it. Yahiko, Konan, and Nagato understood what Hirako meant and sat on the stone, trying to refine chakra, while Hirako walked to a big tree nearby. Quickly seal with both hands. Water escape, water breaking wave. The high-pressure water gun came out of Bailuo's mouth like a sharp blade, cutting down a large area of forest in front of him. It is impossible for him and his sister Hirumai to stay in Yahiko's secret base or hotel forever. Before sunset tonight, Hirako needs to choose a place and build a wooden house as a residence for himself, his sister, and Yahiko. Somewhere underground in the land of rain, Uchiha Madara no longer has the lofty ambitions of his youth. With a head full of silver hair, he sat on a stone chair, waiting for someone who could take over his will. What's wrong? Just when Madara thought he would have to wait forever, a white figure crawled out from the roots of the trees in the cave. That was a white Zetsu. Master Madara, there is a guy who claims to be a rebel ninja who has adopted Nagato and is teaching him ninjutsu. When White Zetsu finished speaking, the other White Zetsu said as if he wanted to take credit for it, Lord Madara, do you want to kill that ninja? After hearing White Zetsu's information, Uchiha Madara closed his eyes slightly. No, he will come into contact with the existence of ninjas sooner or later. Now that there is a ninja who is willing to teach him, it saves me some effort. Just continue to monitor closely. In the evening, an exquisite wooden house appeared in front of Baileahu. On this day, apart from teaching Yahiko, Konan and Nagato ninjutsu and building houses, Hokage was also observing Nagato's Rinnegan with his Byakugan. The purple pupils with circles of lines in Nagato's eyes are actually not Nagato's original eyes, but it was Uchiha Madara's eyes. Wow, is this where we are going to live in the future? It's so beautiful. Looking at the small wooden house built by Bailuhu, Zionin seemed to have stars in his eyes. Nagato, Yahiko, and Hirumai were standing next to them in admiration of their equally new wooden houses. Seeing the surprised expressions of the four people, one big and three small, Beilayu couldn't help but feel better and said with a smile, "Yes, this is where we will live from now on." Hearing Hirahu's affirmation, Yahiko and Konan rushed into the house excitedly. Curious, I touched here and looked there. Even Hirumai walked in unconsciously. However, just when Nagato was about to go in, Obito's voice reached his ears. Nagato. Right, there is something I want to talk to you about alone. Hearing Hirahu's voice, Nagato paused and turned to look at Hirahu. Even though Nagato didn't know how to use it, the Rinnegan with ring-shaped patterns instantly brought considerable pressure to Obito. Is there something wrong, brother Baileahu? Seeing Nagato's confused expression, Baileahu said seriously, I want to talk to you about your life experience and your eyes. Looking at Barahu's serious expression, Nagato visibly flinched. Seeing Nagato's expression, Okuriko obviously realized that he was too impatient, so he quickly smiled and said, of course, if you don't want to talk to me, that's fine. Perhaps the serious atmosphere between Hiriko and Nagato attracted the attention of Yahiko and Konan at this time. Seeing Nagato, who was obviously a little timid, Yahiko quickly ran to Nagato, protected him tightly, and shouted loudly to Hiruzen. Nagato, reject him, we can live well without him raising us. Listening to the cries of his friends, Nagato's mind flashed through scenes of his family being destroyed. The ninjas of Konoha entered their own homes to search because they were out of supplies. His own parents tried their best to stop him, but in the end they lost their lives. If I hadn't awakened the power of these eyes at the critical moment, I would have followed my parents to the underworld. After that, he wandered around with Yahiko and Konan. But apart from the outburst when his family was destroyed, Nagato was no longer able to exert this power. What if Yahiko and Konan are in danger? Do I have to stay like before? Did their people just stand there helplessly watching them being killed? Just like watching your parents die with your own eyes? Nagato had had enough of the powerless feeling of watching his loved ones die. That's enough, Yahiko. I want to talk to brother Hiriko alone. Seeing Yahiko standing in front of him, Nagato felt a little warm in his heart. For this hard-earned warmth, Nagato was willing to face the extremely powerful Beiruo in their eyes. Hearing Nagato's firm voice, Hiriko and Yahiko were both stunned. It seemed that he had not expected that after only 2 days of contact, Nagato was willing to have a private chat with Hiriko. Let's go then, let's go over there. Hearing Nagato's agreement, Hirahu pointed to a big tree nearby and motioned for them to go and talk under the tree. However, neither Nagato nor Yahiko had expected that Hokuro was also very nervous at this time. The pair of Rinnegan that Nagato possesses belong to Uchiha Madara, which means that there must be Madara's spies nearby, and White Zetsu is eavesdropping. I'm afraid that everything that Hokuriko and Nagato talked about would have been overheard by White Zetsu. Whether or not to tell Nagato the truth that these Rinnegan were not his original eyes kept turning over and over in Okuniki's mind. Telling Nagato would mean that he would attract the attention of Uchiha Madara. To study the Rinnegan, even if Okuriko himself does not have any desire for Nagato's Rinnegan, Nagato's cooperation is still needed. Seeing Baileahu's signal, the two of them left the wooden house one after another and came to the shadow of the big tree next to them. On the treetops, a white Baizetsu had silently watched the two people below. However, Hiriko and Nagato knew nothing about White Zetsu's surveillance. No, Hiraha knew that White Zetsu was monitoring Nagato, but Hiraha didn't know where White Zetsu was monitoring him. You have red hair. Are you from the Uzumaki clan? Hearing Baileahu's question, Nagato was stunned. I'm sorry, my family has never told me about my people. Seeing Nagato lower his head, Baileahu shook his head. No need to apologize, this is not your fault. The Uzumaki clan is naturally strong in vitality, and your chakra volume in the future will definitely not be very small. Hearing Oyaryu's voice, Nagato raised his head, his eyes flickering and awake. Really? Looking at Nagato's appearance, Hiraha smiled. That's true, but... Hearing the turn of words, Nagato blinked, and the excitement that had risen in his heart receded like a tide. Your eyes, if I'm not mistaken, are the eyes of the samsaric world. Looking at the bewildered Nagato, Baileahu said cautiously while thinking, the samsara eye is too powerful for you, Nagato. It will devour most of your vitality to nourish itself. So Nagato, it's possible that you have less chakra than others. After all, the Rinnegan is not Nagato's own, just like Kakashi who had a transplanted Sharingan, lack of blue and kidney deficiency will always be with them. It can be said that it is normal for them to be out of chakra at any time. Be it the Rinnegan or the Sharingan, the people in this world have only developed the transplantation of bloodline limits to the stage of organ transplantation. They are not like Hiriko, who fundamentally transformed his bloodline into that of the Uchiha clan, so naturally they cannot perfectly master the Sharingan and the Rinnegan. Hearing what Hiriko said, Nagato suddenly became visibly disappointed. Is that so? Seeing Nagato like this, Hirahu quickly waved his hands. It's okay, Nagato. Even if the amount of chakra is small, I can still help you develop the samsara eye. You know, the Samsara Eye is the eye of the immortal, it must be very powerful. However, Oboru's comfort did not make Nagato feel much better. Brother Baileahu, I know you want me to be happy, but these eyes, except for the burst of power when my family died, are no different from ordinary eyes at other times. I tried many times, but I couldn't burst out the power like before. After listening to Nagato's story, Okunaki's expression became serious. The Sharingan, Byakugan, Rinnegan and other bloodline limits can be plug and play even by Kakashi, who is only a few years old. This is especially true for the Byakugan in his body that was cultivated using Hyaga stem cells. Sometimes, Hirako would have the illusion that the Byakugan was the limit of his own bloodline. However, Hokage himself only merged the Uchiha bloodline. The Hyaga bloodline was not integrated, and that Byakugan was merely a tool used by Beiruo for experiments. If a situation like Nagato occurs, then it should be. Nagato, look me in the eyes. Hearing Hirahu's suddenly serious voice, Nagato was stunned for a moment, then looked at Hirahu's dark pupils with a timid look. The next moment, a scarlet color appeared in Baileahu's eyes, and 3 pitch-black Megatama slowly rotated in his eyes. At the same time, the Byakugan in his body opened its 360-degree field of vision and looked deeply at Nagato. At this moment, Nagato looked at the Sharingan in Okuru's eyes and became stunned. Nagato felt that these eyes were strangely similar to his own Samsara Eye. At this moment, besides Nagato, the other person who noticed Obito's Rinnegan was White Zetsu, who was peeking out from the treetops. After a long time, Oboru put away his Sharingan, looked at Nagato's expectant eyes, and stroked his chin to think. Under the dual vision of the Sharingan and the Byakugan, Oboru clearly saw the seal on the Rinnegan. Nagato's Rinnegan was sealed by Uchiha Madara when it was transplanted. Now the Rinnegan on Nagato is no different from ordinary eyes. While this seal limits the power of the Rinnegan, it also protects Nagato from having his vitality devoured by the overly powerful Rinnegan. I have to say that for Nagato, this seal is really amazing. When Nagato is emotionally excited, that is, when he is in danger, the seal will loosen, giving Nagato a brief period of power. At the same time, it will reduce the power consumption of the Rinnegan and allow Nagato to grow more healthily. The most amazing thing is that this seal will be released little by little as time goes by. This means that the Rinnegan will grow with Nagato. Looking at Nagato's expectant eyes, Beiruo really wanted to tell everyone about the seal, but he swallowed the words back into his stomach. If I tell Nagato about this seal and the fact that Nagato's Rinnegan is not his own eye, Hirahu felt that Madara-sama would come to silence him tomorrow. Although Baileahu has his own resurrection backhand, but Baileahu didn't want to give his first blood to such a thing because he knew too much. At this moment, facing Nagato's expectant eyes, Hirahu could only shake his head silently. I'm sorry, Nagato. I can help you develop the Rinnegan, but this is the first time I've encountered such a situation. Faced with a situation that even Hirako was not quite clear about, Nagato lowered his head in silence. I won't blame Brother Baileahu. Also, thank you Brother Baileahu for telling me this. I will work with Brother Baileahu to develop the Samsara Eye. Seeing Nagato's lost look, Hirahu clenched his fists. Strength is a life-saving straw for Nagato, who was wandering around in the rain country. Even though these eyes did not belong to Nagato, Nagato had no choice. Taking a deep breath, Baileahu cheered himself up. Go back, Nagato, the development of the Samsara Eye is a long and arduous task, and it cannot be mastered in a short time. Inside the wooden house, Yahiko breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Nagato returning safely, and quickly ran up with Konan to surround Nagato. Great, Nagato, you're okay. Looking at the happy faces of Yahiko and Konan, Nagato couldn't help but smile. These are his companions, he will definitely protect them well. A month passed quickly. Hirumai's belly became more and more bulging. Yahiko, Konan and Nagato gradually became qualified ninjas under the guidance of Okunaki. What amazed Bailuo was that all three of them had very strong physical fitness. Although he was a little malnourished due to his wandering life since childhood, but as long as they have enough nutrition, they will grow much faster than the children in the ninja school. Of course, this is also because Hirako would not instill in them the will of fire or the idea of loyalty to the village. When Okunaki was studying at the Konoha Ninja School, the teaching of taijutsu and ninjutsu were secondary. The course of Will of Fire is the top priority of teaching. During this month, Bailuo also started experimenting again. Fortunately, Nagato's Rinnegan is actually Uchiha Madara's Rinnegan. Follow the cells in the eyes of reincarnation and copy them. Oboru actually used Uchiha stem cells to replicate a pair of eyes that were almost identical to the Rinnegan. Looking at the Rinnegan hanging on the tentacle in front of him, Bailuo's heart was filled with excitement. Now that you have the answers, wouldn't it be easy to do the test? Just use viruses to copy the gene chain and that's it. Just as Bailuo was observing the pair of Samsara eyes on the tentacles, a loud noise reached Baileahu's ears. The subsequent vibration raised a cloud of dust in the underground laboratory. What's going on? Bailuo quickly stuffed the tentacles and the pair of Samsara eyes on the tentacles into his body, and hurriedly left the underground laboratory. came to the wooden house on the ground. Brother Biru, something bad has happened. The Rain Ninja and the Sand Ninja are fighting near the town. As soon as he arrived in front of the wooden house, Hirako saw Yahiko hurriedly running into the house, speaking in a panic. What about Hirumai and your friends? Where are they? Hearing what Yahiko said, Obaru's heart sank slightly. The town they were in was actually in the heart of the Rain Country. The fact that the Sand Village can get here means that the Rain Ninjas have begun to lose the battle. Habarumi's sister, Konan, and Nagato are setting up a stall at the market in town to sell straw sandals. Let's go, Yahiko, since the war has spread here, we should leave. Hearing that Hirumai was still in the market, Hirumai hurriedly ran out of the cabin with Yahiko. He planned to take Hirumai and the others away from this place of trouble. However, when Hirako just left the wooden house, a laugh sounded beside Hirako and Yahiko. Hee, I never thought I would see you here, Kanaha's medical expert, Birahu. Hearing the familiar voice, Baileahu stopped and looked in the direction where the voice came from. He narrowed his eyes and replied without losing any momentum, you are really quick, Yakang. It has only been about a month since the war with the Rain Country started, and you have already fought here. Yahiko, who was standing by, saw that Hirako had stopped, and he also stopped out of curiosity, wanting to see who was coming. Under the gloomy sky of the land of rain, a slender figure, accompanied by many Sand Village ninjas, vaguely surrounded Obaru and Yahiko. The person who came was none other than Yakang, who had fought with Orochimaru before. It's just that all the rain ninjas except for Hanzo of the Salamander are too useless. Seeing the serious look on Bailua's face, Yakang smiled lazily, how about it? My previous invitation still counts. Do you want to betray Konoha and come to my sand village as a guest? Hearing Yakang's undisguised intention to recruit, Hiraho frowned and glanced calmly at the sand ninjas who surrounded him and Yahiko. Why, Yakang, I am just a little medical ninja, I shouldn't be worthy of your attention, right? Hearing Biraho's question, Yakang laughed, who knows, anyway, all the Konoha ninjas you treated praised you highly, and some even gave you the title of medical saint. Listening to Yakang's words, Bailuo felt something was wrong. Although he was somewhat famous in Konoha Hospital, his fame was definitely not to this extent. With a tight frown, Hiraho signaled Yahiko to leave, then looked at Yakang. Sorry, Yakang, I have more important things to do that I don't have time to go to Tsunagakur with you. After saying this, Hiraho was about to leave with Yahiko. However, the next moment, a sarcastic smile appeared on Yakang's lips. What a shame, it's not up to you to decide whether to go to the sand village or not, Obaru. Scorch escape, steam kill. For fireballs came whizzing over, apparently trying to restrict Baileahu's movement and force him to stay where he was. Feeling the dry burning sensation coming from behind him, Baileahu turned around and quickly formed seals with his hands. Yahiko, go to the market and tell them to hide, I'll go find you once I get rid of Yakang. Water style, water dragon bullet. A stream of water shaped like a dragon's head spurted out of Beiruo's mouth and headed straight towards the 4 incoming molten fireballs. Boom! The impact of the ninjutsu immediately caused a large amount of steam to explode. Seeing such a huge ninjutsu battle scene for the first time, Yahiko, who had just become a ninja, was stunned for a moment, nodded, and quickly ran towards the town. For a moment, large patches of mist blocked Yakang's eyes, but it didn't matter, because Yakang was not the only one who came here. What are you still standing there for? Bring that kid back, use him to threaten Hiraho, make Hiraho follow us back to Tsunagakur. Yes. Hearing Yakang's instructions, the ninja next to him quickly responded and hurriedly chased after Yahiko. However, the white mist only blocked the vision of Yakang and Sand Ninja, but did not block Obaru's eyes. In the mist, Obaru stared with a pair of scarlet Sharingan, and the Byakugan in his body opened up a 360-degree field of view. The Sharingan looked straight at the Sand Ninjas who were planning to pass him and chase Yahiko, while the Byakugan quickly locked onto the running Yahiko, as well as Hirumai, Konan and Nagato who were still setting up stalls in the town. Water style, big explosive water wave. A torrent of water several times larger than the previous water dragon bomb was spurted out from Bailua's mouth. In an instant, the surging water blocked all the Sand Ninjas who were going to chase Yahiko. On a branch nearby, Baizetsu whistled as he watched the battle scene where Beiruo was using water escape technique. That Biru is pretty strong. I saw large areas of water covering the ground. Looking at the water under his feet, Yakang looked up and saw a vast expanse of white all around. Soon, a Sand Ninja planned to blow away the annoying steam. Wind style, big thrust. However, before the Sand Ninja could use wind release, the figure of Beiruohu appeared behind him like a ghost. The kunao in his hand directly cut the artery in his neck. For a moment, screams accompanied by gushing blood could be heard from far away. In the white mist, the occasional screams made the Sand Ninjas visibly agitated. Yakang looked at the water flowing under his feet and quickly formed seals with his hands. Wind style, big breakthrough. Under the protection of several burning fireballs, Yakang finally successfully performed this ninjutsu. The violent gale that came out of his mouth directly blew away all the surrounding fog. Suddenly, the surrounding vision became clear. However, this wind escape was too late for the Sand Ninjas. Because after the fog dissipated, only a few sand ninjas standing sparsely appeared in front of Yakang. Most of the sand ninjas were killed in Hiruzen's sneak attack when their vision was blocked by the fog. Looking at the water under his feet that had been dyed red by the blood of the sand ninjas, Yakang's expression gradually became ferocious. I changed my mind, Birahu, you will die here. Flame Emperor, Great Flame Ring. The burning fireballs around Yakang quickly merged into an extremely large fireball. It flew straight towards Bailuhu not far away. Facing this ridiculously large fireball, there was no fear on Bailuhu's face. Yin Seal, Release, Water Escape, Water Formation Wall. The purple diamond on the forehead instantly turned into mysterious lines. Bailuhu quickly formed seals with his hands, and the huge chakra accumulated over the years was instantly mobilized by Bailuhu. A huge wall of water appeared in front of Bailuhu. Faced with this powerful wall of water, Yakang's burning escape was extinguished instantly like a candle in the wind. However, the next moment, Yakang actually used the technique of instant body movement to bypass the water wall and quickly approached Hirahu with a kunao in hand. Clang! Several bandages blocked the kunao in Yakang's hand. Looking at the bandage in front of him that looked like a sharp steel blade, Yakang's mouth curled up. Scorch escape. In an instant, Birahu's dancing bandages were directly ignited by the burning escape. The burning flame mixed with wind and fire climbed up the bandage like a hot knife through butter and burned madly towards Bailuhu. Seeing the flames coming towards him, Hirahu took out a kunao and cut off the burning section of the bandage. While Hirahu was cutting the bandages, Yakang used the teleportation technique to get close to Hirahu. For Yakang, his scorch release is a ninjutsu that is a mixture of fire release and wind release. At this time, he was at a disadvantage when facing Hiruzen, who was proficient in some of the water release ninjutsu of the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama. Water style restrains fire style, but the pursuit of sharp wind style is helpless against water style, which uses softness to overcome hardness. So for Yakang at this time, the best solution to defeat Bailuhu is to compete with Bailuhu in physical skills. According to the information received by Tsunagakur, Okuriko's physical skills can be said to be quite weak. Even when he was on a forced march, Bailuhu still needed his companions to carry him. Otherwise, Bailuhu's physical strength would not be able to sustain it and he would stop working halfway. Looking at the thin figure of Bailuhu right in front of him, Yakang's expression gradually changed from ferocious to excited. This means that once he gets close to Bailuhu, it means he has won. For those sand ninjas who died in your hands, go to hell and atone your sins, Hirako. Yakang looked at Bailuhu, who seemed to have not reacted yet, raised the kunao in his hand, and pierced Bailuhu's heart directly from the back. For a moment, time seemed to freeze here. Feeling the sharp kunao in his body, Bailuhu rolled his eyes silently. This was the second time his heart had been pierced. Do these ninjas have an obsession with their hearts? Can't you attack somewhere else, like the neck? If the neck was cut off, Bailuhu would need to spend some time to sew it back together, and the heart. We have plenty of hearts. Gradually, Yakang felt something was wrong. Yakang had clearly stabbed the kunao into Bailuhu's body, but why was Bailuhu still like nothing happened? The next moment, the blood vessels in Bailuhu's body sprouted like tentacles. Countless dark red tentacles emerged from the wound on Bailuhu's back, and almost instantly turned Yakang, who had no time to dodge, into a hornet's nest. On his deathbed, Yakang murmured as he looked at the dark red tentacles wriggling from Bailuhu's wound. What on earth are you? What kind of monster is this? The next moment, Yakang's consciousness fell into darkness. On the treetop, Baiju looked at the slippery and wriggling tentacles behind Bailuhu and swallowed his saliva. The many sand ninjas in front of Hirahu saw Yakang's body fall to the ground like a broken doll, and they immediately scattered. Most ninjas are like this. They have no absolute loyalty to anyone and will work for whoever gives them benefits. At this time, their boss Yakang was dead, so they didn't dare to step forward and stroke Bailuhu's tiger whiskers. They could only scatter in disappointment. The dark red vascular tentacles held up Yakang's body, seemingly devouring it, but the actual situation was that Bairuo was distracted. While extracting Yekura's stem cells, he turned around and rushed to the town market to reunite with his sister Hirumai, as well as Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan. However, the next moment, Bailuhu was forced to stop again. Two waves of ninjas appeared in front of him again, blocking him. This time, the ninjas' leaders, Hanzo of the Omegakure village, and Cho of the Sand village. Looking at Hanzo and Cho, Bailuhu narrowed his eyes and asked in a cold voice, "What do you mean? I have something urgent to do now and I don't have time to care about your fight." Facing Bailuhu and the dark red tentacles behind Bailuhu that were wrapped around Yakang's body, Cho snorted coldly. "Boy, you want to leave after killing our sand ninja Yakang? You are too naive." Compared to Cho's hostility, Hanzo's expression was somewhat amusing. "Medical ninja Hirahu, do you want us to join forces to kill that puppet old woman Cho?" After hearing that Hanzo of the Salamander was trying to join forces with Hiruzen, Cho's attitude had to soften. "Kid, as long as you join forces with me, Tsunagakure, and kill that old man with the snorkel, we will never make things difficult for you. and the matter of Yakang will be over. How about it? Seeing that both sides extended olive branches, Baileahu did not want to accept them at all. I have something urgent to do now, so I'm leaving now. Even though he was looked at with disdain, Bailuhu's heart was filled with worry for his sister Bailome. However, seeing Hirahu who was in a hurry to leave, Cho and Salamander Hanzo blocked Hirahu's way at the same time. Standing in front of Hirahu, Salamander Hanzo's expression changed from amusement to indifference. Today, you must choose a side to join. And Cho on the side also responded. Otherwise I'll team up with the old guy with the snorkel to kill you. Perhaps in Baileahu's eyes, he was still just a small fry who only knew some medical skills. Compared to the group of Jinchuriki and Uchiha who would drive Gundams at the slightest disagreement in the Fourth Ninja World War in the future, Hiruzen at this moment was indeed just a small minion who was not easy to kill. But that was the Fourth Ninja World War, where the numbers were rapidly expanding. At this time, the world of Naruto has progressed to the Second Ninja World War. In the eyes of Cho and Hanzo of the Salamander, Hirako, who was now able to kill Yakang, already possessed a power that made them extremely fearful. However, although Hirako possessed this power, he was still unclear about his own combat power position in the ninja world. Hokuro, who belongs neither to Konoha nor to Sand Village or Omegakure, is seen by Cho and Hanzo as an unstable factor on the battlefield who may stab them at any time. At this time, Hanzo of the Salamander and Cho had the same idea. Either Hirako and they would stand on the same front, or they would kill Hirako who chose to be hostile. There is no third option. But Hirako didn't think as much as Cho and Salamander Hanzo. Looking at the two people who were determined to block his way, Bailuo was really angry for the first time. Even though he was harassed by Might Guy every day, Bailuo remained very stable. Looking at the two people who surrounded him, he laughed angrily. I really don't understand. Am I, a small follower, so important to you? It's so important that you're forcing me to take sides. As he said this, Bailuo covered his eyes with his right hand. The bright green light representing the medical ninja emerged from the right hand. Cho frowned at Bailuhu's inexplicable action, and said to Bailuhu who seemed to be angry, "You are too powerful. People who are too powerful are uncertain factors on this battlefield." Salamander Hanzo said the second half of the sentence. Any uncertainties on the battlefield must be eliminated, because no one would want to let a tiger sleep next to them. Listening to the two people's explanations that seemed to be in tacit understanding, Bailuhu put down his right hand. He slowly opened his eyes, which had been replaced by the Rinnegan. He looked at Cho and Salamander Hanzo with a cold expression. If you do this, I will make you regret it. Seeing the Rinnegan in Obito's pupils, Cho and Salamander were suddenly shocked. That is the eye of the immortal. White Zetsu, who was hiding in the treetops and observing secretly, was even more shocked. He directly produced a spore, which swam along the roots of the tree towards the town market where Nagato was. We have to quickly check if Nagato's Rinnegan is still there. In the town's market, the originally lively and orderly crowd is now hurriedly packing their bags and wanting to leave this place that is about to become a battlefield. The nobles who were able to escape had already left, and the beggars who had nothing also wandered away. The only people still in the market at this time were those who had some assets but were not that wealthy. They were reluctant to leave their dinner companions, so they hurriedly packed up their bags and left. However, the pace of war will not stop because of their pause. Boom! A detonating talisman exploded in a corner of the market, and a cloud of sand and stones were blown up, hitting everyone in the market. Nagato, Konan, Hirumai's sister. Amid the fleeing crowd, Yahiko went against the flow of people and came to the market, just in time to see the detonating tag explode. His heart sank slightly, but he didn't dare to delay too long and looked around quickly, trying to find his companions. Nagato, Konan, Hirumai's sister. Yahiko called out everywhere, and luckily, he soon found his friends. We're here, Yahiko. In an inconspicuous straw hut in the corner of the market, Nagato with the Rinnegan, Konan, and Oyomi with a slightly bulging belly were all hiding here. Seeing that all three people were safe, Yahiko breathed a sigh of relief. Great, you are all okay. Seeing that Yahiko was the only one who found the three of them, Hirumai's heart suddenly sank. She looked at Yahiko and asked hurriedly, Yahiko, where is Hirumai? Why didn't he come with you? Looking at Hirumai's worried expression, Yahiko was stunned. The last scene he saw before leaving Hirako was the scene where Hirako and Yekara were fighting with ninjutsu. Who has the upper hand and who loses? Yahiko didn't know. Will Baileahu die because of this? Yahiko didn't know. Looking at Oyurum's worried expression at this moment, Yahiko also felt uncomfortable. Sister Hirumai, brother Hiruma was trying to help me find you. I'm afraid he is now trying to stop the ninjas from the hidden rain village and the hidden sand village. Hearing what Yahiko said, Hirumai became panicked. No, I can't leave Hirumai alone. I have to go back to help Hirumai. Hearing what Hirumai said, Yahiko panicked instantly. Hirumai had instructed him to take Hirumai with him and hide, but Hirumai, who was pregnant at the time, wanted to go back to help Hirumai. Isn't this definitely holding Baileahu back? Sister Hirumai. Just when Hirumai was anxiously trying to leave the hut, Nagato and Konan beside her pulled Hirumai back together. Nagato's pair of samsara eyes looked seriously at the anxious Hirumai. Konan and I, Yahiko, go support brother Hirako, sister Hirumai, you just stay here. Xiaonan at the side also hurriedly advised, that's right, sister Hirumai, you are still pregnant, abortion is not good, let's go support brother Hirumai. And even though we are still very young, we are also ninjas. Seeing how anxious Hirumai was at this moment, Yahiko remained calm and showed a sunny smile. Don't worry, sister Bei Liame, we will definitely come back with brother Bei Liuhu. So, sister Hirumai, just stay here peacefully. Looking at Yahiko's smile that seemed as bright as the sun, the rationality in Oyomi's heart gradually overwhelmed her anxiety. As a commoner who is not even a genin, even if I go to Bailuhu's side, I will only be a drag on Bailuhu. Looking at Yahiko, Konan and Nagato who were blocking her way, Hirumai lowered her head slightly, her white hair covering her eyes full of worry. Then I'm leaving Bei Liuhu in your hands. Please bring him back. Looking at Hirumai who finally decided not to go out to look for Hirumihu by herself. Yahiko, Nagato and Konan all breathed a sigh of relief. The three of them looked at each other and said solemnly in unison, we will definitely bring brother Baileahu back to see you. Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan left. Only Hirumai was hiding quietly in a thatched shed in the market. From time to time, the sounds of fighting between Sand Ninja and Rain Ninja could be heard from outside, but Oyomi didn't dare to look outside. Finally, the sounds of fighting slowly subsided. After an unknown amount of time, 3 Sand Ninjas were whispering in a corner of the market. Isn't this too cruel? Humph, a weak person should behave like a weak person. Oh, it doesn't matter. Anyway, this trap can only fool those rookies who have just started out. After setting up the trap, the 3 Sand Ninjas hurried away. The next moment, a loud cry echoed throughout the market. The hysterical cry as if a baby had just been born made Hirumai, who was pregnant, couldn't help but stick her head out of the straw hut. Look in the direction where the sound comes from. There was a child who was only 3 or 4 years old, standing in the deserted market, crying at the top of his lungs. There was no one around him. Looking at the crying child, Hirumai gently stroked her bulging belly. After a long time, she made up her mind. He slowly crawled out from the straw hut where he was hiding and gently approached the crying child. The fingers, which had become rough from weaving straw sandals, stroked the child's hair. Hirumai looked gentle. Be good. Don't cry. Your mother is here. The child stopped crying and looked at Hirumai blankly with his chubby little face. The next moment, an intense flame enveloped the unknown child and Hirumai. Boom, and all of this was reflected in the retina of the white eyes in the distance. In the jungle, Nagato, Yahiko and Konan all paused as they heard the earth-shaking explosion coming from the market. This sound came from the market. Xionan stopped walking and looked towards the direction of the market worriedly. Seeing Konan stopped, Yahiko and Nagato also stopped. Looking at Konan's worried expression, Yahiko pursed his lips. Konan, at this point, we can only trust sister Hirumai. I believe that she can hold on until the moment we return with brother Baileahu. Seeing Yahiko so convinced, Konan was silent for a moment and suppressed the ominous feeling in her heart. Yes, Yahiko, I believe you. Tears of blood flowed from Baileahu's eyes. Looking at Hanzo and Cho in front of him, Hirahu's expression became even colder. The original 3 Magatama Sharinan in the body was spinning wildly, as if trying to form some pattern. But in the end, there is still no Mangekyo Sharinan. Even though he witnessed his sister's death with his Byakugan, Bailuha knew that he still had the means to resurrect his sister. The death of her sister was not enough to allow Obito to open the Mangekyo Sharinan. Whether or not his sister will be resurrected and brought back to this world depends solely on Bailuha's own will. Hirako will definitely revive her sister Hirumai, but not now. This war-torn ninja world is not suitable for an ordinary person like my sister who is fragile but full of love. The prerequisite for resurrecting Hirumai as an ordinary person is, let the ninja world be at peace, let ordinary people no longer have to worry about the years of war. Let everyone live and work in peace and lead a happy life. However, now, Cho and Salamander Hanzo in front of Obaru are obstacles for Obaru. Suddenly, Baileahu raised his hands, and the tears and blood in his eyes became more and more violent. Shinra Tensei, a huge repulsive force instantly burst out from around Hirahu, directly pressing Hanzo and Cho to the ground. Even the ground was pressed into a huge pit by the powerful repulsive force. Supported by the repulsive force, Baileahu's figure slowly floated into the sky. The power of knocking down the leaders of both sides with one move made Hirako look like a god in the eyes of other ninjas. Is this the power of the Rinnegan? Looking at Barahu floating in the air, Baizetsu exclaimed. Just at this time, the spore clone that Baizetsu had separated out came back and told Baizetsu a bombshell piece of news. What? Nagato's Rinnegan is still on his face. Where did Hirako get his Rinnegan? For a moment, this news made Baizetsu scratch his head and couldn't figure out how the second pair of Rinnegan appeared. The battle of Baileahu was still going on. Damn it! Cho, who was pinned to the ground, felt that her ribs were about to break, and she stretched out her fingers with difficulty to control the chakra lines. However, under the influence of repulsion, the puppet controlled by the chakra line could not get close to Beiruohu at all. "Puppet old woman, you can't do this." Seeing this, Salamander Hanzo did not forget to taunt Cho, and the next moment, a large amount of purple poisonous mist gushed out from Salamander Hanzo's body. Looking at Beiruohu floating in the sky like a god, he gloated, "Beiruohu, your invisible power is indeed very strong, but if I use this move, how can you deal with it?" Seeing the scene, before Obaru could react, the ninjas brought by Hanzo and Cho nearby fled away in fear. The poison does not distinguish between friend and foe. Even if it is a rain ninja, it will die if it is touched by the poison of the salamander. That's the poison of the salamander. On the treetops, even White Zetsu silently withdrew from the range covered by the poisonous fog and looked at Hiriko, who was floating in the air. "How are you going to deal with this, Hiruzen? The samsara eye doesn't have the ability to detoxify." Seeing this, Beiruohu, who was floating in the sky, took out a universal antidote from his clothes and injected it into his body. Looking at Hanzo's increasingly incredulous expression, Beiruohu sneered, "Have you overlooked the fact that I'm a medical ninja? Although the universal antidote can only remove a small amount of the toxicity of the salamander toxin, it's enough to get rid of you before I inhale enough salamander toxin to kill me." After he finished speaking, the dark red vascular tentacles behind Hirohu threw away Yekang's body, whose stem cells had been extracted, and were ready to attack Hanzo of the salamander. "Come on, Wang Xiang Tianyan." Tears of blood flowed from Beiruohu's eyes. This pair of hastily reproduced Rinnegan emitted an astonishing burning and stinging sensation throughout Beiruohu's body. Beiruohu always had the illusion that his pair of Rinnegan would explode at the next moment. In front of Hirohu, Hanzo and Cho, the salamanders who had been pinned to the ground by the repulsive force, suddenly floated up uncontrollably, flying towards Beiruohu quickly. As Cho and Salamander Hanzo approached, the dark red vascular tentacles behind Obito also became ready. A glowing green light emanated from the tips of the crimson tentacles. Medical ninjutsu, chakra scalpel is already ready to use. Once Cho and Salamander Hanzo get close, all that awaits them is to be chopped into paste by countless chakra scalpels. Seeing that she was about to fall into the group of tentacles, Cho became ruthless and directly controlled several puppets to follow the suction force and crash into Hanzo of the salamander. "I would rather die than let my friend die." Old man with a snorkel, "Sorry. You damn old woman." Under the impact of the puppet, Hanzo of the salamander, who was originally flying towards Obaru at the same speed as Cho, suddenly flew towards Obaru at a faster speed than Cho. Looking at the squirming and twisting tentacles around Obito, Hanzo Salamander quickly adjusted his body's center of gravity. He threw the sickle with the chain in his hand directly towards Beiruohu. He didn't dare to approach Beiruohu, whose mere appearance made his scalp tingle. He could only hope that the toxin he released and the poison on his sickle would kill Beiruohu sooner. However, facing the oncoming sickle, Beiruohu didn't even bother to give it a glance. Shinra Tensei. Instantly, the sickle that was approaching Beiruohu with a sound of breaking through the air seemed to hit a transparent wall. After pausing for a moment, it flew directly into the distance. Crack! Under the alternation of gravity and repulsion, Hanzo, who was holding tightly onto the sickle chain, felt that his arm was about to be dislocated, but it was also thanks to that sickle. The gravitational force that was attracting the salamander Hanzo also stopped. Beiruohu suppressed the stinging and burning sensation in his eyes and frowned. Can only one of gravity and repulsion be used at the same time? You cannot use Wangxian Tianyan when using Shinra Tensei. In that case, looking at Hanzo and Cho of the salamander falling to the ground, Hirohu also fell to the ground and looked at the two people in front of him with a cold expression. Earth-shattering star. Before Cho and Salamander Hanzo could regroup on the ground, a gravity point appeared again. This time, the point of gravity was no longer on Beiruohu's body, but in the air. But how could Hanzo, who had just landed on the ground and took a breath, allow himself to fall into a passive position again? Psychic, Salamander. In the gap before landing, Hanzo of the salamander quickly bit his finger and pressed his blood-smeared palm to the ground. After a burst of white smoke, a salamander as big as a small hill appeared in front of Beiruohu, and Cho next to her is not at all inferior to Hanzo of the salamander. White secret technique, the 10 near Matsu. As Cho untied the sealing scroll she was carrying, 10 puppets with different postures guarded Cho. The salamander used its huge weight advantage to protect the salamander Hanzo tightly. Cho used a puppet to hook herself to the big tree next to her to prevent herself from flying away uncontrollably. Seeing this, Hiriko remained unmoved and simply increased the chakra supplied to the Rinnegan. As the stinging and burning sensation in my eye sockets became more severe, the gravity became stronger. Large pieces of rocks and trees flew into the sky, and in Baizetsu's shocked eyes, a meteorite-like sphere was formed in the air. At this moment, Cho and the salamander could no longer hold on. It appeared for a short while, and before the salamander could spit out the poisonous mist, it directly cancelled its spiritualism, and the big tree that Cho had hooked with the puppet also sucked Cho up to the sky. This time, Hanzo and Cho will not be as lucky as before. Beiruohu planned to bury them alive in the sphere formed by the Chibuka Tensei. Hateful. After being sucked into the sky, Hanzo the salamander waved his poisonous sickle and was buried after struggling for a moment. And Cho didn't struggle on the surface of the sphere for long before she was also buried. Looking at the battlefield that had returned to peace, White Zetsu, who was watching the battle from the treetops, said with emotion, "It's over. By the way, what did Uchiha Madara say?" Following White Zetsu's question, a spore clone popped out and answered. Banara said that if possible, bring the guy named Bailuo back to see him. Perhaps, Hirako is the best candidate to inherit Uchiha Madara and complete the Moon Eye project. After listening to Spore's answer, Baizetsu was silent for a while. "I'll try to bring him back." Trample, trample, trample. Finally, after a hurried journey, Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan finally arrived under the huge sphere composed of Chibuka Tensei. Looking at the huge sphere in the sky that can make people develop gigantic fear, and Birahu under the sphere, the three people were stunned for a moment. Is this still the Hirako who often taught them ninjutsu and caught fish together for a snack? The cold and gloomy purple samsara eye, and the dark red tentacles that kept wriggling behind it. The usually kind and even doting Hibiki who was very doting on his sister Hibiki. Could it be such a monster beneath its harmless appearance? Soon, it was Yahiko who reacted first as he took a step forward and shouted to Hirahu, "Brother Hirahu, Sister Hirume wants you to go back. Let's go back together." Below the Chibuka Tensei, Bailuo felt the increasingly unbearable stinging pain in his eyes. Burning sensation. The voice just said indifferently, "Yahiko, stay away from me, the battle is not over yet." And Hirahu's voice became low, as if he remembered the conditions under which he taught Yahiko and the others ninjutsu. "Protect Hirumai." However, at this time, Hirumai's body was in the market, together with the body of the child that was used as a trap, indistinguishable from each other. However, Baileahu never told anyone about this matter. "The battle isn't over yet." Hearing Hirahu's voice, Yahiko rolled up his sleeves with a determined look in his eyes. "Then Hirahu brother, let us help you end the battle." Seeing that Yahiko was still trying to move forward, Hirahu raised his voice and shouted, "Yahiko, back off." Drops of blood and tears fell from Baileahu's eyes, dyeing a small puddle in front of Baileahu's toes red. Looking at Hiriko's appearance at this time, Yahiko finally stopped and began to slowly retreat under the pull of Konan and Nagato. Seeing this, Bailuo looked up and looked at the Chibuka Tensei in the sky. Chibuka Tensei is a sealing technique. At this time, Cho and Salamander Hanzo, who were buried deep in Chibuka Tensei, are still alive. But now, Obaru was using the Rinnegan for the first time and was not very proficient in it. At this time, Hirahu could feel that the gravitational point of this Chibuka Tensei was very unstable. It may dissipate at any time, and then Cho and Salamander Hanzo will break out of the seal directly. In that case, Barahu's pair of lavender samsara eyes looked towards the Chibuka Tensei in the sky. "Fall, shake the heavens and earth." It was unclear whether the words that came out of Bailuhu's mouth were cold or calm. As soon as Bailuhu finished speaking, the Daibakutan star in the sky, which looked like an asteroid, directly lost the repulsive force that supported it to float. Slowly, like a meteorite attracted by the Earth's gravity, it fell straight to the ground. Boom! The moment the earth-shattering star hit the ground, a violent shock wave swept across the surroundings. Cho and Hanzo of the salamander were buried deep inside the sphere, unable to move. He fainted directly from the huge shock. If they were lucky, they would just have some concussions, but if they were unlucky, both of them would have to spend the rest of their lives in wheelchairs. With a sharp explosion, the original Chibuka Tensei's gravitational point disappeared directly after Beiruo's operation. It turned into a pile of shapeless hills. Cho and Salamander Hanzo were buried deep under the mountain. "It's over." Baileahu glanced at the small hill which had been silent since he smashed it out. He turned around and ran straight towards the market. Seeing this, Yahiko, Konan and Nagato hurriedly followed Hiriko's pace. As they moved forward, the tears and blood in Baileahu's eyes became more and more violent. Yahiko and the other two looked at the tears and blood flowing from the corners of Hirahu's eyes, opened their mouths to ask questions, but finally closed their mouths silently. Finally, with the four of them moving forward at a very fast speed, they soon arrived at the market where Hirumai was hiding. "Well, I'll lead the way." Just as Yahiko was about to guide Hiriko to the small thatched hut where Hirumai was hiding, Baileahu, however, seemed to have predicted the future and walked straight to another part of the market. Seeing the direction that Hirahu was walking, Nagato and the other two were slightly startled. Yahiko even ran directly to Hirahu and said, "Hey, Hirahu-sama, Hirume-sama isn't over there." Seeing Yahiko trying to stop him, Hirahu paused slightly. "No, she's over there." After saying that, Baileahu no longer cared about the three of them and walked forward. It was a hole created by an explosive talisman. In the pit were the bodies of Hirumai and the unknown child. Baileahu saw through it at a glance. This was a very simple trap. It can only fool the rookies who are just starting out. Use detonating talismans to set up a barrier array around, and then place the child controlled by the illusion inside the barrier array. Then he used magic to make the child cry loudly. Once someone passes through the barrier array and approaches the crying child, The detonating talisman used to set up the barrier array will be detonated. Blast all the people within the barrier into pulp. Seeing this bloody scene, Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan fell silent. Only Hiroha stepped forward, took out the sealing scroll, and sealed Hirome and the child's bodies in the scroll. After doing all this, Baileahu finally couldn't help it and squatted on the ground, covering his lavender samsara eyes. Ugh, the sorrow of Hirume's death, and the intense pain and burning sensation in his eye sockets. Finally, Baileahu couldn't bear it anymore. In addition to this faint sadness, a hint of doubt emerged in Baileahu's mind. I replicated the Rinnegan based on Uchiha Madara's Rinnegan genes. Obviously, the cells and structures that make up the samsara eye are exactly the same, but why is there a problem with the samsara eye that I copied? Did I make a mistake at that step? In a trance, Baileahu seemed to feel that the pair of samsara eyes in his eye sockets were slowly melting in the astonishing burning and stinging pain. No, it's not seeming, it's real. Yahiko, Konan and Nagato were at a loss as to what to do when they saw Hiriko in so much pain. What should we do? Baileahu calls his brother. In the eyes of the three people, the lavender eyes of Baileahu no longer existed, and only an empty eye socket was left looking at them. The original Rinnegan had long since turned into a pool of mincemeat, flowing out along with blood and tears. At this moment, Baileahu seemed like a ghost returning from the underworld, struggling in pain in front of the three of them. However, even though Obito's expression was so terrifying, Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan still approached Obito. Gritting her teeth, Zionin gently placed her hand on Baileahu's head, gently stroking Baileahu's long white hair. Brother Baileahu. I'm sorry, we didn't protect Sister Bailume well, but, Brother Birahu, we will always be by your side. So, while comforting Hirahu, Konan sniffed. Tears also flowed uncontrollably from the corners of her eyes. Even though they had only been in contact for a short month, Hirume was like a mother in the hearts of the three of them. Pamper them and take care of them. However, this beauty is short-lived in the rain country where wars are frequent. It's just like a mirage in the mirror. Once you reach out and touch it, it will shatter. Perhaps Zionin's comfort worked. Baileahu gradually stopped his screams of pain and closed his unwilling and empty eyes. He lost consciousness and fell to the ground under the gaze of the three people. Yahiko sighed as he looked at the unconscious Hiruzen. Konan, Nagato, let's take Brother Biraho away. This place is too close to the battlefield and we can't stay here for long. Nagato listened to Yahiko's voice and nodded. Zionin silently wiped away the blood and tears from Baileahu's face. Just when the three of them were planning to take Baileahu away from the market, a white mass of flesh suddenly appeared on Baileahu's body. What's this? The three of them were suddenly startled and quickly kept a certain distance from the lump of flesh. I saw the mass of flesh squirming and growing wildly, and in an instant it formed a white figure with only half a face. It was Uchiha Madara's spies scattered outside, White Zetsu. I'm still worried about how to complete Madara-sama's order. After all, I can't beat such a strong guy. White Zetsu, with only half of his face exposed, picked up the unconscious Hiruzen, and then smiled at Yahiko, Nagato and Konan who were full of vigilance in front of him. I didn't expect the opportunity to come so soon, but it was also within my expectations. After all, the Immortal's Eye is not a power that is so easy to control. As he said this, White Zetsu took a deep look at Nagato, whose expression was obviously a little timid. Goodbye, then. After saying that, White Zetsu left with a teleportation technique. Wait, put down Brother Baileahu. Seeing White Zetsu carrying Hiruzen and about to run away, Yahiko hurriedly chased after him. However, how could Yahiko, who had only trained as a ninja for a month, catch up with White Zetsu? He could only watch by Zetsu and Baileahu disappear in front of him. The three of them were alone again. Tick, tick. The sound of water dripping from the cave ceiling was so obvious and harsh. In the darkness, Baileahu, who had just regained consciousness, reached out and touched his empty eye sockets. The vascular tentacles in the body deftly dug out Okuru's original 3 Magatama Sharinon from a pile of internal organs, quickly put it into the eye socket. The moment the nerves were reconnected, Baileahu regained his vision. As his vision recovered, Baileahu felt his body instantly relaxed a lot. It was like taking off a heavy armor, and this feeling made Baileahu think deeply. The Rinnegan dissolved after the battle for unknown reasons. After eliminating various problems in his mind one by one, Oboro had to face the most likely factor that caused the dissolution of the Rinnegan: lack of hard power. That is, when his mental strength is not yet strong enough to use the Rinnegan and wantonly use those S-level ninjutsu. Even if he uses the chakra that he has accumulated in the past, he can perform miracles with great force. But.it is still not enough for the power of the Rinnegan. Even Nagato, who had the bloodline of the Uzumaki clan and had a strong vitality, was sucked into that monstrous state by the Rinnegan in the later period. Baileahu thought that his own strength might not be enough to be absorbed by the Samsara Eye. His own strength was not enough, and the ninjutsu that Hirako used before against Cho and Hanzo of the Salamander was able to directly crush them. This directly exhausted the power of the Rinnegan itself, causing the first pair of Rinnegan replicated by Okuniki to choose to self-dissolve. Hey, you're awake. Just as Baileahu was silently thinking about why the Rinnegan dissolved, a low voice came from beside Baileahu. The strange voice startled Baileahu for a moment, and then he turned his head away. A white figure with only half a face appeared in Baileahu's sight. White Zetsu. It is an existence that is both familiar and unfamiliar to Baileahu. He was familiar because of his famous name in the original work, but he was also unfamiliar because this was the first time that Baileahu saw him in reality. Seeing Baileahu's pair of intact dark eyes, Baizetsu laughed. Great, I thought your eyes were already blind, so I specially prepared our Baizetsu's eyes for you. Here Baizetsu spread out his palms, and a pair of eyeballs with yellow pupils were in Baizetsu's hands. He stared at Baileahu as if he would never close his eyes. Looking at Baizetsu's familiar look and the eyeball in his hand, Baileahu pursed his dry lips. The voice was deep and asked, "Who are you, and why did you bring me here?" These two questions were asked even though he knew the answer, but Baileahu had to ask them anyway, even though he knew Uchiha Madara's identity and purpose from the original work of his previous life. But it was the first time for both of them to actually meet each other. Hearing Baileahu's calm question, Baizetsu scratched the tuft of green hair on his head. "You can call me White Zetsu. As for why I brought you here, you will know in a moment." As Baizetsu's voice fell, the dark cave fell into silence again. Baileahu is not a talkative person. Being able to concentrate on doing experiments and research every day for 10 years makes Baileahu full of patience. On the other hand, White Zetsu began to scratch his head in the pitch-black silence. Finally, in the dead silence, Baizetsu uttered a sentence that was inconsistent with his character. Do you know what it feels like to have a bowel movement? One of my clones keeps asking me this question, and it's getting annoying." After hearing what Baizetsu said, all kinds of information began to emerge instinctively in Baileahu's mind. The urge to defecate means that the stool is stuck in the intestines and cannot be discharged. The human intestines will swell, and the swollen intestines will send pain signals to the brain. The pain was a cramping feeling. No, colic is a symptom of diarrhea. Normal defecation will not cause colic. The urge to defecate is simply the feeling of being unable to hold it back. But that feeling was so subtle that Baileahu felt he had no way of expressing it. And so the silence continued. But this silence made Baiju panic. He thought he asked something he shouldn't have asked, so he quickly laughed it off and tried to change the subject. "Ahaha, is that hard to answer? I'm not really interested in things like poop." Just when Baizetsu was about to say something else, an old voice came from the depths of darkness. "White Zetsu, step back." Seeing this, Baiju could only leave the cave in disappointment. Baileahu's gaze also shifted to the person who made the old voice. The first dancer in the ninja world, Uchiha Madara. At this time, Uchiha Madara's black hair had already turned into silver, but he is not yet so old that he needs a tube. For Uchiha Madara, he would not insert those troublesome pipes unless he had no other choice. Facing the aged Uchiha Madara, Baileahu silently lowered his head and said, "Thank you for saving me." At this moment, there were only 4 words in Baileahu's mind: respect the strong. Seeing Baileahu's humble attitude, Uchiha Madara curled his lips and said, "Rather than thanking me, there is one thing I want to know more about: your thoughts, views on peace." Hearing Uchiha Madara's words, Baileahu was slightly startled, raised his head and looked at Uchiha Madara. Seeing Hirahu's reaction, Uchiha Madara did not wait for Hirahu's reply, but continued speaking. "You have seen it too. The Rain country is in the midst of war and is in great chaos. Ordinary people are displaced and children are starving. There is even a rule in the Rain country that was created by war. The children of the Rain country will never grow up, because they will be killed by war before they grow up. And what caused all this was people's greed, desire, and hatred." Hirako had been listening to Uchiha Madara's words in silence. But at this point, Baileahu couldn't help but refute. "No, war is the continuation of politics. The ones who decide to start a war are the daimyo, nobles, and shadows in the ninja villages who stand above the common people. It's definitely not the greed, desire, and hatred in people's hearts." After Birahu's rebuttal, the cave fell silent. "Is this what you thought?" In response to Okuniki's rebuttal, Uchiha Madara thought for a moment. Then he continued, "If you are the daimyo, noble, or shadow who can start a war, you will be able to see it. Greed, desire, and hatred are the beginning of all wars. But it doesn't matter if you don't understand. I will let you see those dirty things and make you accept my ideas." Moon Eye. Crack. Before Baileahu could react, he realized what the words he had seen meant. Uchiha Madara's big face filled Baileahu's vision. In Okuru's pupils, the 3 Magatama Sharingan in Uchiha Madara's eyes quickly spun and deformed. Directly passing through the kaleidoscope, the eternal kaleidoscope, it froze in the lavender eye of reincarnation. Looking at the purple Rinnegan, Obaru was shocked and quickly tried to look away, not wanting to look into Uchiha Madara's eyes. Bang! However, it seemed that he had anticipated Bailuo's intention to divert his attention. Uchiha Madara grabbed Bailuo's neck and straightened Bailuo's face so that Bailuo could only look into his eyes. Look into my eyes. Under the stimulation of the Rinnegan, 3 Megatama appeared unconsciously in Okuniki's eyes. Under the gaze of Uchiha Madara, the 3 Megatama in Baraho's eyes kept spinning, as if trying to block something. However, in the end, it was powerless and turned into purple lines exactly the same as the Rinnegan. Before falling into hallucination, Bailuo's mind was full of questions. Wasn't Uchiha Madara's Rinnegan already given to Nagato? Why can he still use the power of the Samsara Eye? In the dark and damp cave, Uchiha Madara looked at Hirahu, who was in a daze, with satisfaction. The Rinnegan patterns in his pupil showed that Bailuo had been completely trapped in the illusion and unable to extricate himself. What a waste! Had I actually wasted the power of the Rinnegan and the transcription seal on him? At the entrance of the cave, Baiju poked his head into the cave, half of his face full of regret. It seemed as if he was heartbroken that Uchiha Madara had wasted the remaining power of the Rinnegan. Looking at White Zetsu peeking out of the cave, Uchiha Madara walked out of the cave silently. After seeing White Zetsu, Uchiha Madara thought about it and decided to explain it to White Zetsu, in order to prevent the slightly crazy White Zetsu from delaying his plans. Compared to the talents who can replicate the Samsara Eye, the little Samsara Eye power in my hand is not worth mentioning. And White Zetsu, you also said that Beiruo's weakness is not his heart. At this point, Uchiha Madara paused and said, if that's the case, the control method of burying the detonating talisman next to his heart is useless. And he worked on Bailuo's brain and set up control methods. Uchiha Madara looked at White Zetsu with a somewhat gloomy and uncertain look in his eyes. He was afraid that he might accidentally damage Hirahu's brain and create a second White Zetsu with an equally crazy brain. So, the safest way is to use the illusion of the Rinnegan directly to make him accept my plan from the bottom of his heart. Is that so? Listening to Uchiha Madara's explanation, White Zetsu always felt that Uchiha Madara had something unsaid and was hiding it from him. That's it. Uchiha Madara nodded affirmatively to White Zetsu, then used a crutch to support his still old body and slowly left the cave. White Zetsu, take good care of him. When he wakes up, he will be our companion. Master Bailuo, wake up. In the darkness, it seemed like someone was calling Bailuo. Let Bailuo open his eyes in confusion. What came into view was the shadow cast by a big tree, and to Bailuo, a face that was both familiar and unfamiliar. Hiruzen was sure that he had seen this face in the original Naruto work in his previous life. But I just can't remember his name. The only information I could recall was these 6 words, Konoha's gatekeeper. Who are you? After staring blankly at the person in front of him for a long time, Bailuo finally asked this question. Master Bailuo, you don't remember me? That's right, how could a big shot like you, Bailuo, remember a small shrimp like me? The moment he heard Bailuo's question, the person in front of him seemed to have suffered a major blow. But soon, he cheered up again, smiled at Bailuo, and said, I am made of steel, Lord Bailuo, I used to be the gatekeeper of Konoha village. As he said that, Gang Zisha stretched out his hand and helped Bailuo up. It was not until then that Bailuo realized that he was lying in a patch of grass. The vast grassland dances gently under the bright sunshine and the breeze. It made Bailuo feel relaxed and happy. Although this picturesque scenery instantly made Bailuo feel better. But Hokage did not forget that he came here after being hit by Uchiha Madara's Rinnegan illusion. The most urgent task now is to break free from the illusion. Thinking in his mind, Baraho immediately stretched out his hand and formed a seal, and the 3 Magatama Sharingan appeared in his pupils. Illusion, break it. The chakra in Hirahu's body became disordered for a moment, and then gradually returned to calm. However, the scene before my eyes did not fluctuate in the slightest. There is no sign of being broken. This is still the case even with the 3 Magatama Sharingan. The difference in levels is too great. With his current strength, Bailuo is unable to break the illusion of the Rinnegan. In that case, Okuniki can only stay in the illusion and see what Uchiha Madara wants to tell him. After all, Uchiha Madara wanted to work for him himself. Lock yourself in illusion forever. This is obviously not in the interests of Uchiha Madara. Thinking of this, Bailuo looked at Gang Zisha who was standing beside him and said, Is there something you want to talk to me about, Gang Zisha? Faced with Bailuo's previous series of actions to dispel illusions, Gang Zisha scratched his hair, looking a little confused. However, seeing that Bailuo was looking at him, Gang Zisha quickly said with a smile, It's not an important matter, Lord Bailuo, I'm here to thank you. Thank you for ending the wars that have been going on in the ninja world. This has allowed both civilians and us ninjas to live a life without having to struggle for survival. As he spoke, Gang Zisha took out a bouquet of roses from his ninjutsu scroll and placed it in front of Barahu. But, Lord Hirako has never returned to us since he brought peace to our world. Everyone misses you, Lord Bailuo, go back and have a look. Looking at the bouquet of roses handed to him, Bailuo opened his mouth, wanting to say that he had not done anything yet. But looking at the smile on Gang Zisha's face, Baileahu was silent for a moment and still accepted it. But Hirako kept reminding himself that this was an illusion cast by Uchiha Madara. I absolutely cannot sink here. We must find a way to tear apart this false sky. Seeing Baileahu accept the rose, Gang Zisha took Baileahu's hand with a smile on his face. Then let's go, Master Baileahu, everyone is waiting for you. On the roadside, a woman with a child was hurrying along. However, halfway through the journey, the child's stomach began to growl. So the child cried and refused to leave. Wow, Mom, I'm hungry. The child's shrill crying attracted the attention of people who were traveling nearby. Among them, Bibaruhu and Gang Zisha were also included. Seeing that the child refused to leave, the woman stopped helplessly and clasped her hands together. Would release, the technique of growth of all things. After the woman quickly made a seal, she sowed a seed on the soil in front of her. Soon, a sapling rose from the ground and grew into a big tree. Red apples swayed on the branches, and when they were ripe, they fell into the children's hands. Suddenly, the child stopped crying and happily started to eat the apple. Is this wood release? Looking at the ninjutsu performed by the woman, Hirahu could hardly believe his eyes. Yeah, would release. Gang Zisha echoed Baileahu's voice affirmatively. This is all thanks to Master Baileahu. It was you who broke the bloodline limit of the 1,000 hands. In the current ninja world, every citizen over the age of 18 will receive a transplant of senju cells, plus the ninjutsu you invented that can produce food and wood instantly. In today's human ninja world, I can proudly say that we have said goodbye to famine. No one will die of hunger anymore. Because, with your research and development, food and fuel are no longer resources that can be controlled by anyone. Listening to the sound of steel, Baileahu watched the woman and child walk away laughing. There was silence for a moment, and then for the first time, Baileahu looked at Gang Zisha seriously. Tell me about the current situation in the ninja world. Gang Zisha blinked, looked at Baileahu's serious expression, and laughed. Even if Master Baileahu didn't ask me, I would explain it to you. Compared to the wars in the past, the ninja world today is much more serious. Gang Zisha said this with an extremely excited expression on his face. Now everyone knows wood release, so people are learning the 4 pillars house technique that can build houses and the 10,000 growth technique that can produce food and wood. Everyone has a house to live in and plenty of food to eat. Everyone now, no one has to worry about food and clothing, even children can go to ninja school for free. Every day there are many idle medical ninjas treating everyone. Even if you occasionally get some rare diseases, there are still Tsunade-sama who gambles every day in the village and Orochimaru-sama who lives in retirement to overcome them. Medical ninja has become the most sacred profession in everyone's mind. Everyone wants to be a medical ninja. And all the repetitive and boring work is done by the automated puppets invented by Tsunade. Now Tsunade is making a fortune just by selling automated puppets, and is the richest among all the ninja villages. Now, ninjas are no longer tools of war and are freed from killing each other. Ordinary people no longer have to work in the fields all day long. People go to learn, travel, create, and play. Everyone has their own hobbies, everyone is a genius in their own field. As he walked, Baileahu listened to Gang Zisha's story. It has to be said that the ninja world described by Gang Zaitetsu is the almost perfect ideal world in Obaru's mind. But there is still one thing that is not ideal in this world, and that is that money has not been abolished. Even if you don't have to worry about food, clothing and shelter, some rare things, such as the Sand Village's fully automated puppets, still require a lot of money to obtain. But it doesn't matter. One day, those fully automated puppets will depreciate to the point where they can be obtained almost for free. In today's world, nothing can be called precious. If so, they are like-minded partners, friends, and lovers. According to Gang Zisha, this series of changes all originated from the fact that Obara used his powerful strength to defeat the 5 Kage, and then pushed them forward with his own strength. Now everyone lives a prosperous life and has no desire to start a war. So the ninja world hasn't started a war for a long time. We're here, Lord Hirahu, this is Konoha today. After everyone knew that Lord Hirahu was coming, they spontaneously came to the gate of Konoha village to welcome you. As soon as Gang Zisha finished speaking, the strange yet familiar Konoha village appeared in front of Baileahu. The strange thing is that this Konoha village no longer has any trace of the previous Konoha village. There are tall buildings everywhere, with strange-shaped cars and puppets shuttling between them. It's dazzling and overwhelming. What is familiar is that the faces of the Hokage on the Hokage wall are still hanging on it. It shows that this is the former Konoha village, which was full of low wooden houses. In Baileahu's eyes, people, some familiar and some unfamiliar, spontaneously gathered in front of the gate of Konoha village, looked at Baileahu and clapped their hands. One by one, they clapped their hands until they turned red but refused to stop. Someone suddenly shouted in the crowd, "Hiroshi, I know, those high-ranking officials don't understand you, they oppose you, they regard us common people as ants who can kill or kill at will. But we understand you, we will always stand behind you." Real world. In the dim and damp cave, Baiju stared at Baileahu in a daze. After falling into the illusion, Hirahuna's confused and dazed expression changed for the first time. Clear, crystal tears appeared in the corners of Bailuhu's eyes, which were covered by the Rinnegan pattern. Slippet fell on the cheek and dripped onto the ground, making a slight tick-tock sound. Baizetsu became a little curious at what kind of illusion could make Beiruo, a guy who was not moved at all when his sister died, cry like this. Since he wanted to know, Baizetsu decided to go and ask directly. In another quiet cave, White Zetsu poked his head out from the roots of a big tree and looked at Uchiha Madara, who was sitting in front of the outer path demon statue with some curiosity. That guy, Bailuahu, cried in the illusion. I'm a little curious about what kind of illusion it was that could make him cry like this. Hearing White Zetsu's question like a curious baby, Uchiha Madara turned his head and looked at White Zetsu. I don't know either. Listening to Uchiha Madara's words, White Zetsu was stunned. You don't know, Madara-sama? You personally cast that illusion, how could you not know? Seeing White Zetsu questioning, Uchiha Madara sighed. This illusion is the one I'm going to prepare for the Moon Eye project in the future. It will allow all those affected by the illusion to see what they want to see in their hearts, because everyone sees the illusion plot differently, so people who are under the illusion will only see what they want to see. After hearing Uchiha Madara's explanation, White Zetsu suddenly realized. I see. Then, White Zetsu seemed to realize something, and hurriedly asked Uchiha Madara, Master Madara, since this illusion allows people to see what they want to see, what if Barahu is immersed in the illusion and doesn't want to come out? After all, that illusion allowed him to see what he wanted to see the most. Hearing White Zetsu's question, Uchiha Madara curled up the corners of his mouth and revealed a sneer. No. Hearing Uchiha Madara's decisive answer, Baizetsu was stunned. Huh, why? Because the illusion I used on him was special. The illusion of the Moon Eye project will only make people sink into endless beauty, and the illusion I cast on him will tear apart all the beauty he saw before in the end. Only after showing people the beauty, should you tear that beauty apart alive before showing it to them. That would make him heartbroken, isn't it? Let him accept my plan in endless pain and torture. Project Moon Eye. Let all people abandon their bodies and let their spiritual will live in the beautiful illusion created by the Rinnegan. In this way, there will be no more war, pain, and suffering in the world. Even the human race will be extinct. The crowd that came spontaneously to greet Bailuhu dispersed. Hokage followed Gang Zaitetsu into the Konoha village. There were so many cool creations everywhere that Bailuhu was dazzled. By the way, Lord Bailuhu, please accept this. Just as Bailuhu was looking around, Gang Zisha, who was leading the way in front, suddenly took out a scroll. After being unsealed, a puppet almost as tall as Bailuhu appeared in front of him. This is? Bailuhu curiously touched the puppet's streamlined body. The exquisite parts made Bailuhu feel like his eyes had been opened. This is the latest model of fully automatic puppet sold in Sand Village. Not only can it help its master with chores, it can also play with people. And most importantly, it can help people pass on messages. Gang Zisha smiled and patted the puppet's shoulder. Almost everyone in Konoha Village has one of these puppets now. It will be very inconvenient for Lord Barahu to be in Konoha Village without a puppet. We collected funds to buy this puppet. Please accept it, Lord Bailuhu. Looking at the smile on Gang Zisha's face, Bailuhu was stunned. It would be very inconvenient in Konoha Village without this puppet. Does this puppet's status in Konoha Village mean the same as the mobile phone in the previous life? Thanks. Seeing that Bailuhu accepted the puppet, the smile on Gang Zisha's face became even more intense. Then, Lord Bailuhu, it's time for us to part ways. If you want, you can use the puppet to contact me. Then goodbye. Looking at Gang Zisha's departing back, Bailuhu stretched out his hand and gently injected chakra into the puppet's body. Instantly, the puppet's expression lit up. Sand Scorpion K380 is at your service. Binding the chakra characteristics, welcome to use it. Listening to the mechanical voice of the puppet, Bailuhu sighed in his heart. Should I say as expected, this puppet is very similar to a mobile phone. Master, you can call me Little Scorpion. If you have any requests, you can tell me directly. Listening to this familiar yet unfamiliar voice, Bailuhu looked at the endless stream of people coming and going and pursed his lips. Little Scorpion, tell me, where is there a place to live? After hearing Bailuhu's question, the screen on Xiaoxi's face changed for a while and then an emoticon popped up. Xiao Xia, oh master, you can live in any room in Konoha Village that is marked as unoccupied. Upon hearing Xiaoxi's answer, Bailuhu was stunned. That's right, this Konoha Village is really not the same Konoha Village as before. I randomly chose a room on the side of the road that showed no one was living there. The furniture inside is fully available, and it can be said that you can move in right away. Xiaoxi followed Bailuhu into the room. The expression on the monitor changed and he asked Bailuhu a question. Little Scorpion, *3 Master, how long do you plan to live here? About a month. After entering the room, Bailuhu was not in a hurry to clean up the room. Instead, he came to the window and quietly looked at the scenery outside. After hearing Bailuhu's answer, Xiaoxi began a dazzling series of operations on the display screen on his face. After a long time, another emoticon popped up. Zioxy, Omega, / Master, this house has been registered in your name, and if you still want to live here after a month, just tell Zioxy. If you are not satisfied with this room during your stay and want to change rooms, remember to tell Zioxy. Bailuho listened to Zioxy's voice and responded absent-mindedly. Just as Bailuho was looking at the scenery outside the window boredly, a green figure walking upside down outside attracted his attention. 1, 2, 3, come on, 1, 2, 3, burn your youth. It's Matt Day, and he's still the same. Looking at Might Dai's appearance, Bailuo smiled in his heart. Night gradually falls. The constant flow of traffic on the road has become much less frequent. Neon lights lit up one after another, making Konoha at night as bright as day. In the dark room, Bailuo lay quietly on a big bed, while Xiao Xia squatted in the corner, quietly waiting for Bailuo to come. The call of what he saw and heard that day made Bailuo feel dazed and like in a dream. It would be great if the real world could be the same as here. Unfortunately, illusions are just illusions after all. Just when Bailuo was tossing and turning in sleep, a strong sense of crisis made the alarm bells go off in Bailuo's heart. Without hesitation, Bailuo jumped off the bed. Boom! The next moment, the concrete wall of the house was smashed through. The big bed in the room that made Bailuo feel comfortable was torn into pieces. Amidst the flying wooden boards, a green figure stood proudly. The moment he saw the figure clearly, Bailuo's pupils couldn't help but shrink. That familiar green tights, those familiar thick eyebrows. There are also well-developed muscles from years of exercise. Who else could be coming if not Mighty Dai? But the moment he saw clearly that it was Mighty Dai, Hirahu was at a loss. In this fantasy world, everyone can live a good life, probably including Might Dai. But why? Why is Matt Dai so hostile to himself? Hirahu, although I am sorry to say this, you shouldn't be here. Amidst the shattered wooden boards, Might Dai walked slowly towards Barahu with a stern look on his face. Hirako looked at Might Dai, who was slowly approaching him, his expression somewhat bewildered. May I know why? Hearing Hirako's question, Might Dai paused slightly, then his thick eyebrows raised. The reason is simple, because you made everyone sad. Before Bailuo could react, he realized what that sentence meant by making everyone sad. Might Dai's figure instantly became blurred. The speed of the explosion can actually make the air make a sharp friction sound. Boom! Hokuroku instinctively opened his 3-Magatama Sharingan. Under the gaze of the Sharingan, Might Dai's figure became clear. However, while his eyes followed Might Dai's movements, Obaru's body could not. He could only watch as Might Dai kicked him in the waist with violent power and speed. Bump! For a moment, Bailuo felt that his spine was about to break under this fierce kick. The kicked kidney turned into a puddle of mud. Bailuo's body even crashed directly through the wall of the house. He rolled several times on the street before he was able to get rid of the force on his body. He stood up somewhat awkwardly, and the blood vessels in Bailuo's body began to dance like tentacles, quickly repairing his injuries. Looking at Might Dai, who was approaching slowly again, Bailuo put away the confusion on his face. His expression became extremely calm again. Who are you talking about? In response to Bailuo's question, Might Dai did not give a direct answer. Instead, he asked Bailuo a question. Hey, Bailuo, do you know why I work so hard? Hearing Might Dai's question, Bailuo couldn't help but feel confused again for a moment. For what? All along, Hiruzen knew that Might Dai was working very hard to practice physical skills, even though this effort seemed completely in the wrong direction to Bailuo. However, Bailuo didn't know why Might Dai was working so hard. He even practiced the 8 Gates ninjutsu, which could send him to the hospital. Sure enough, you don't know. Might Dai clenched his fist, and the next moment, he punched out like a dragon, swinging wildly towards Bailuo. However, this time, Hirahu did not allow Might Dai to attack him. Even if the muscles in Obi-Wan's body cannot keep up, the agile vascular tentacles in his body can keep up with Might Dai's speed. Every time Might Dai threw a punch, it was gently caught by the vascular tentacles of Hiruzen that stretched out from the wound. Matt Dai waved his fists and tears streamed down his face. Because of me, I want to gain everyone's recognition through my own efforts. In the past, before the Senju cells were transplanted into everyone's body, everyone will come to me for help with something. And now, no one will come to me anymore, because things that used to require my help can now be done by themselves. Even if I can't do it myself, that fully automatic puppet can do it. Now I have been forgotten in the corner by everyone. Before he knew it, Might Dai's punches were getting faster and faster, and blood began to fill his body. This is the characteristic of opening the 3rd gate, the life gate, of the 8 gates of ninjutsu. Bump! Finally, Might Dai broke through the obstruction of the vascular tentacles with one punch. However, the fist was stuck tightly by the vascular tentacles. Looking at Might Dai's tearful expression at this moment, Bailuo's eyes were calm. The clear boy's voice echoed in Mighty Dai's ears. Why do you care so much about what other people think? Even if others don't recognize you, even if they suppress you, despise you, and don't understand you, You can also live well with your own strength, right? Looking at Hiroko's calm, almost indifferent expression, Might Dai seemed to have given up something. He just said to Bei Liohu with a feeling of despair, "That's because you haven't experienced those things, right, Bei Liohu? I was insulted and beaten by my drunk father. I was fired by my boss because I accidentally offended a customer while working outside to pay for tuition, and so on. They told me with their actions how refreshing it is to receive the envious gazes of others. You're the second best genius in the class, you haven't experienced this. What I want is not the abuse and contempt of others, nor living in obscurity in the corner among the crowd. I just want other people to admire me, or even look at me in reverence." Listening to Might Dai's story, Bai Luo pursed his lips tightly. Matt Dai's perspective was distorted. His definition of happiness is the admiration and honor of others. In the past, he could rely on his brute strength to gain envy or gratitude from others. However, even if he tried to do these things again now, all he would get would be sensational ridicule and silent disregard. People no longer need him, but he is unwilling to be lost among the crowd. So he chose to kill the leader of the revolution, Baileahu, before the revolution was complete. Kill this hateful man who makes it impossible for his ideals to be realized. Luckily, when I made the decision to kill you, I gained a companion once again. Matt Dai's body became redder and redder. This time, I must protect my companions. The fourth gate, the gate of injury, open. The fifth gate, Duman, open. The sixth gate, Jingman, open. Watching Might Dai open the 8 gates one after another, Bei Liohu opened his eyes wide, unable to maintain his composure any longer. "Matt Dai, that's enough, stop it. If you keep going like this, even if you don't die, you'll be confined to a wheelchair for the rest of your life." However, Might Dai simply ignored what Hiroko said. For Might Dai, even if he sits in a wheelchair for the rest of his life, there are fully automatic puppets to take care of him, so he is not afraid at all. Might Dai gritted his teeth, and strands of blood burst out from his capillaries. The 7th gate, the gate of shock, open. Perhaps, Might Dai still has a certain fear of death. In the end, he did not open the 8th door. However, even the 7th gate has an astonishing effect on Might Dai's abilities. Might Dai easily pulled out his fist that was stuck in the vascular tentacle. Then, it moved at a speed that even the 3 Magadama Sheri-nan could not see clearly. A punch pierced Bailuhu's heart. The speed was so fast that Bailuhu only felt a flash before his eyes and a pain in his chest. "The biggest heart in my body is gone." Cough. Blood flowed out of his mouth and nose unconsciously, but Bailuhu didn't care. He just stared deeply at Mighty Dai who had pierced his heart. "About your ideals. I'm sorry, but is this really your ideal? You know, gaining the admiration of others means stepping on them." Looking at Bailuhu's calm and indifferent expression, Matt Dai was furious. "What do you know? What do you know? What do you know?" The fist was quickly pulled out of Bailuhu's body, and then several big holes were poked in Bailuhu's body. "I want to stand out. I want to be the best. I want out other people's praise and recognition." Bump! Might Dai punched Hiroko and sent him flying. Amidst the splattering blood, Bailuhu's body fell to the ground like a broken doll. The broken blood vessel tentacles struggled and squirmed like earthworms beside Bailuhu. Looking at the now furious Might Dai, Obi-Wan laughed. For the first time, Bailuhu gave a mocking smile to this best friend with whom he grew up. "There are many ways to make others respect you, but how come your dull brain only has one way to become a superior person? To be the best means you have to step on others. Those who are stepped on by you will resist you and envy you, but they cannot leave you. Now that they don't need you anymore, and they don't want to be your stepping stone anymore, you're furious, you're angry, you want to kill me, the one who made them leave you?" Looking at Bailuhu's mocking smile, Might Dai became angry. The fist with the sound of breaking wind directly shattered Bailuhu's shoulder. Looking at Hirahu, who only had half of his body left and still wanted to taunt him, Might Dai clenched his fists and wanted to continue. However, the raging blood directly burst through his blood vessels, turning Might Dai into a bloody man. Matt Dai's body has reached its limit. The 8 gates in the body closed one by one uncontrollably. In an instant, Might Dai fell beside Hiroko as if he was paralyzed. Seeing Might Dai falling to the ground with his skin red, Bailuhu sighed in his heart. "Why bother, Matt Dai? Can't you just live a good life and do something you like? As I recall, Mighty, you like to practice taijutsu, right? Your body is all muscle. You can teach people how to lose weight. I believe there will be many people who will follow you to exercise." Might Dai, who was standing by, bit his lip as he listened to what Hiroko said. The voice is dry and hoarse. "It's too late, Birahu." Hearing Might Dai's voice, Hirahu was stunned. Might Dai ignored Bailuhu's request and continued, "Bailuhu. Since you chose this path, you have been the enemy of the whole world. You shouldn't have started a revolution. My companions will never forgive you." Just as Might Dai finished his words, a voice that was very familiar to Bailuhu, with a crying tone, came into Bailuhu's ears. "Hirahu, leave me alone, do what you want to do." The familiar voice instantly made Bailuhu shudder and look towards the source of the sound. "It's my elder sister Hirumai." At this time, Hirumai, with her slightly bulging belly, was tied up with ropes and kneeling on the ground. And beside her, there are Danzo, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Mito Kato En, Utane Koharu, Hayaga Hayashi, Uchiha Fugaku, Abarame. And so on. The patriarchs of the bloodline boundary families and powerful people were looking coldly at Hirumai, who was kneeling on the ground, and Hirumo, who was lying in a pool of blood. Hirahu, Hiromi, you and your sister can die in peace, starting from the moment you distribute the bloodline boundaries of the Senju clan to everyone in the ninja world. There is no place for you in this ninja world anymore. Looking at those so-called companions of Might Guy, Hirahu closed his eyes. I'm sorry, sister. The only person I feel sorry for in my life is you. His consciousness was sinking into darkness, and uncontrollable emotions were surging in Bailuhu's heart. Helplessness, pain, sorrow, anger, like an overturned seasoning bottle, spread out a colorful despair in Bailuhu's heart. Once you choose to embark on this path, it means becoming an enemy of all bloodline families and those in power. In other words, it is to be against the world. Be the enemy of greed and desire in people's hearts. The next moment, Bailuhu opened his eyes, which became extremely firm again. In the midst of determination, tears of blood and pain slowly flowed from his eyes. The three Megatama in the Sharinan spun wildly, and then formed a shape like three crossed sickles. Mangekyo Sharinan, activate. Left eye, convince people with reason. It can amplify the power of its own ninjutsu several times. The degree of amplification depends on Bailuhu's own mental strength. Right eye, see the big picture from the small details. Possessing powerful insight and dynamic vision, he can see through the gene chains in the cells of the enemy and manipulate the recombination of the gene chains in his own cells, thereby obtaining the same bloodline limit as the enemy. Even when his chakra amount is greater than that of the enemy, the power exerted by the bloodline limit will be stronger than that of the enemy. Both eyes merge, Susanoo. The chakra giant formed outside the body using one's own chakra is invincible. The size of the giant depends on the amount of chakra output by Hiriko. As the Mangekyo Sharinan formed, Obaru also released the yin seal on his forehead. The next moment, the vascular tentacles began to grow and wriggle wildly under the stimulation of chakra. It formed a huge group of tentacles. However, looking at this huge group of tentacles makes one scalp tighten. Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others did not look nervous, and were even talking and laughing. Billy Yahoo! While the others were talking and laughing, Danzo stood up and reached out to grab the hair of Oyomi, who was kneeling beside them. The disgusting palm mercilessly tore at Hirumai's snow-white long hair. Billioha, stop resisting, surrender, you can't defeat so many of us, and, do you want to watch your sister Beirume die? Hirumai, whose head was forcibly lifted by Danzo, looked at Hirumo, who had transformed into a huge group of tentacles, and tears flowed down her face. The voice whispered faintly, Bei Liuhu. However, the next moment, contrary to Danzo's expectations, a thick tentacle ignored his words and lashed at him. Call! The moment the tentacle hit Danzo, he instantly left, leaving Hirumai alone kneeling in the same place. Just when the tentacles were about to smash Hirumai into a pulp, they stopped. Then he carefully wrapped up Hirumai and rolled her into the ball of tentacles. Looking at the tentacles that swept away Hirumai, Danzo quickly formed seals with both hands, and while forming seals, he said to the people watching the show nearby, it seems that Hirumai is determined to fight us to the end. Let's attack together. Listening to Danzo's words, the people around him nodded and began to prepare for battle. Uchiha Fugaku Sharinan, Susanoo, Hayaga Hayashi Bin, Bagwa 64 palms. Abarame Ryoma, bad parasite. Boom! The dark red vascular tentacles flapped around frantically. The huge Susanoo cut off the thick tentacles one by one with the sword. One after another, ninjutsu of wind, fire, thunder and water shot towards the tentacle group. However, for the huge tentacles that can continue to grow, those ninjutsu attacks are just tickling themselves. Only Susanoo, which is as big as the tentacle ball, can block the front, barely resisting the whipping attack from the tentacles. At the core of the tentacle, the lavender diamond-shaped yin seal had already transformed into a series of mysterious runes, imprinted on Bailuhu's forehead. Compared to the fierce battle outside, Hiriko was more concerned about the sister in front of him, who was snatched back from Danzo. Be humble and beautiful. Even if reason told Higurashi that everything before his eyes was fake, it was all an illusion cast on him by Uchiha Madara. But Bailuhu had to admit it. If he really spread Hashirama Senju's cells to civilians on a large scale, I'm afraid the final result will still turn out to be like this. If everyone had the Sharingan, then there would be no need for the Uchiha clan to exist. Because all humans are Uchiha, and the Uchiha are all humans. Those noble families who rely on the superiority of their bloodlines will fight desperately against Bailuhu. Because if the Bailuhu succeeded, they would be like all the others whom they had reduced to paupers. But Bailuhu wants world peace and wants everyone to live together equally. He wanted to pull down the god who was trampling on everyone else from the altar. Then, one day, he will be the enemy of the world, enemy of the bloodline boundary family. He is hostile to all the high-ranking officials of the ninja village. He is the enemy of the ninjas under the command of the ninja village. Become enemies of the people who are manipulated by the top leaders with rumors and gossip. I keep moving forward in the loneliness that no one understands. The tentacles squirmed and brought Hirumai to Hirumu. And all of this was just Bailuo's attempt to create a world where his fragile sister could live happily. Elder sister. His lips moved, and Bailuo wanted to reach out and gently touch the sister in front of him with long, smooth hair. However, what stretched out was a dirty tentacle with traces of blood flowing. Looking at his tentacles, Bailuo was silent for a moment, then put down the tentacles and gave up the idea. Bailuo. Just when Bailuo gave up touching Bailume gently opened her eyes. She has the same red eyes as Bailuo when she was a child. Looking at the Hiruzen in front of him, only the head and collarbone still barely retained their human appearance, and had not completely turned into a tentacle monster. Looking at the Mangekyo Sherinan in Okuru's eyes that seemed to be composed of 3 sickles, she followed the thick tentacles under her feet and approached Bailuo with a determined expression. As Bailume approached, Bailuo curled the corners of his mouth and revealed a smile. Even though he knew that the sister in front of him was fake, when Bailuo saw Bailume approaching, he still felt happy from the bottom of his heart, because he owed this sister so much. However, the next moment, Bailuo's smile froze on his face. Zheng! A snow-white knife, 2 fingers wide, pierced through the center of Bailuo's eyebrows and came out from the back of his head. Hirumai's expression was firm, but the hand holding the long sword was shaking constantly. The moment the brain was pierced, the huge tentacles stopped moving. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the inactive tentacles and said with a sigh, "It seems that Hirumai succeeded. She is such a determined girl. What a pity." Danzo on the side coldly continued what Sarutobi Hiruzen had not finished saying. "It's a pity that she can't tell who is a friend and who is an enemy." In the space covered by tentacles, Bailuo felt the coldness and pain on his forehead. Looking at Bailume's determined eyes, he showed confusion in his dying moments. Seeing the question that seemed to be persisting in the end, Bailume trembled and let go of his hand. At this moment, she felt heartbroken when she saw Bailuo's gradually dimming eyes, but she didn't dare to go forward and hug Bailuo. He just avoided Bailuo's gaze and said tremblingly, "Stop, Bailuo. If you really want everyone to live happily, Birahu, stop it. Look outside, Konoha has been destroyed by you. The people who greeted you yesterday morning are now homeless once again." He looked out through the gaps between the tentacles. Konoha village had already been destroyed by the attacks of the huge tentacles. There were corpses and crying people everywhere. Bailuo opened his mouth with difficulty. He wanted to say that revolution requires blood. However, looking at his sister who was crying and accusing him, as well as the corpses and suffering people outside, he couldn't say these words. In the silent heart, an inexplicable voice was rolling in Bailuo's heart. "You see, people's desires and stupidity are something you can never erase. They have no way of understanding your lofty ideals. They only see their own short-term benefits. You bring them benefits, and they will make you their king. You will believe in the myth you dethrone the gods. They will insult and spit on you. If you hurt their temporary interests, they will fly into a rage and regard you as their enemy. You can't save them from their selfishness, their short-sightedness, or their self-enslavement. Their actions deserve their suffering. And you, Bailuo, you actually wanted to save them. You won't succeed, because by saving them, you are actually making an enemy of them." Listening to this inexplicable voice, Bailuo felt confused. Since I can't save them, what should I do? For the first time, Bailuo asked this question in his mind. And soon, the mysterious voice gave Bailuo the answer. "You've known the answer all along. Bailuo, what did you like most in your previous life? Games, novels, short videos? After being frustrated in reality, do you like to immerse yourself in your own world to heal your scarred heart? Escape is shameful, but it's useful, isn't it? Everyone has a different definition of happiness, so you can't make everyone happy. Some people just like the feeling of power, of being able to control other people's lives and deaths. Some people like to live their lives lazily by themselves and don't like to be dominated by others. Since everyone has a different definition of happiness, wouldn't it be better to let them all indulge in their own happiness? Let them all sink into the illusion of happiness." In a dark and damp cave, Bailuo slowly opened his eyes. The purple samsara eye pattern in the eyes slowly dissipated. In the scarlet Sherinan, 3 sickle-like megatama were intertwined and rotating. Bai in the cave saw Hiruzen wake up and hurried to report to Uchiha Madara. Looking at the disappearing white Zetsu, Bailuo was silent for a moment. Soon, the old-faced Uchiha Madara appeared in front of Beiruo again. Looking at the Mangekyo Sherinan spinning in Hiruo's pupils, Uchiha Madara curled the corners of his mouth and a smile appeared in the corners of his eyes. "Nice eyes." Realizing Uchiha Madara's arrival, Hiruzen raised his head and looked at the pair of 3 Magatama Sherinan in Uchiha Madara's pupils. "I want to know how you are going to achieve peace in the ninja world." After Uchiha Madara's explanation, Obito wholeheartedly agreed with Uchiha Madara's Moonai plan. Although I still felt something was wrong subconsciously, but at this moment, he has undoubtedly become Uchiha Madara's most powerful helper to complete his plan. The day after Uchiha Madara told Higurashi about the Moon Eye project, Byakuya slowly walked to the front of the outer demon statue. Look at Uchiha Madara, who was sitting on the stone chair. Looking at Barahu, who was slowly approaching, Uchiha Madara opened his eyes. Barahu, Baizetsu told me about your strength before. Your ninjutsu is strong, but your taijutsu is weak. As Uchiha Madara spoke, Higurashi felt that the scene around him suddenly changed. It turned into endless grass. The Uchiha Madara in front of him had transformed from an old man to the vigorous and energetic appearance of his youth. For our plan, I will teach you all the Uchiha clan's ninjutsu, and improve your physical skills in this illusion. Come on, show your Sharingan, copy all these ninjutsu. Then, let's fight to our heart's content. Fire style, great fire extinguishment. Call. In the illusion, Uchiha Madara performed various types of fire techniques that were extremely violent. Hiruzen opened his Sharingan and frantically copied Uchiha Madara's ninjutsu and movements. However, even with the Sharingan's copying ability, in the illusion, they only competed in ninjutsu and taijutsu. Byakuya was also tortured badly. Even in an illusion, Uchiha Madara would not show mercy to Obito. Your body movements are too stiff, you need to learn how to use the opponent's force to your advantage. The taijutsu copied by the Sharingan is not for you to use rigidly, you must learn to adapt to circumstances. The moves are too fancy, there are only 3 key words to taijutsu: fast, accurate, ruthless. Bang! For the umpteenth time, Hiruzen was knocked to the ground by Uchiha Madara. Staring with a pair of Sharinans, just when Obito was about to stand up and fight again in defiance, the illusion disappeared. Let's stop here for today's training. Also, don't use your precious Mangekyo Sharingan lightly. As the illusion disappeared, Uchiha Madara closed his eyes slightly, feeling a little tired. Byakuya looked at Uchiha Madara, who was sitting in front of the outer path demon statue. He pursed his lips and finally asked a question. Madara, how did you evolve the Rinnegan? Hearing Hirahu's question, the old Uchiha Madara opened his eyes again. It's simple that I implanted Hashirama Senju's cells in my chest. If you also want to implant Hashirama cells, then go find White Zetsu. He himself is a degraded Hashirama cell. Looking at the already old Uchiha Madara, Hiruzen said nothing more. Instead, he directly opened his Mangekyo Sharingan. Mangekyo Sharingan, see the big picture from the small details. If the ordinary Sharingan can copy ninjutsu and taijutsu, Okuriko's Mangekyo Sharingan is able to copy bloodline limits. After deeply engraving the genetic chain between Uchiha Madara and the head of Hashirama on his chest into his mind, Byakuya left. He could see that Uchiha Madara was very tired after performing the illusion, and he, Beiruohu, was brutally tortured by Uchiha Madara for such a long time in the illusion. The mental fatigue is even worse. Every day after that, Hokage would look for Uchiha Madara, and the two of them would enter an illusion and let Uchiha Madara have a good fight. During this period, there were many times when Oboro was eager to propose studying Uchiha Madara's body. He even tried to seduce Uchiha Madara by prolonging his life and restoring his youth. However, they were all rejected by Uchiha Madara. And the reason why Uchiha Madara rejected Higurashi was also very straightforward. He didn't trust Byakuya. Ever since Hashirama Senju attacked him from behind, Uchiha Madara no longer trusted anyone. This straightforward rejection made Byakuya feel deeply regretful. Although it is a bit regrettable, Hiruzen has already obtained the genetic chain of Uchiha Madara and Hashirama's cells in his chest. However, after a series of studies, Hirahu discovered that the relationship between Uchiha Madara's own cells and Hashirama's cells was not fusion, but grafting. The two were crudely stitched together, and although they looked merged, they were actually still clearly distinct. Just like when an orange is grafted onto a grapefruit, the fruit produced is an orange. The roots of the Uchiha tree and the branches of the Senju Hashirama tree produced a fruit called the Rinnegan. This makes people want to fuse blood following the boundary. Hirako, who reverted to his ancestral Otsutsuki roots, found it difficult. Because the appearance of the Rinnegan in Uchiha Madara is not essentially a degeneration or atavism. Instead, they evolved eyes that were similar to their ancestors. Evolve into the Rinnegan and degenerate into the Rinnegan. The results appear to be the same, but their essence is completely different. The essential difference between grafting and fusion made Byakuya feel a little confused. But with the genetic chain of Hashirama's cells, a direction for Oboro's fusion has been found. Before, it was just a simple replica of the Rinnegan, but now, Hokage is trying to merge the Uchiha bloodline limit and the Senju Hashirama bloodline limit together, forming a bloodline boundary close to that of the Six Paths Sage. However, this requires trial and error in time. During this period, Okuriko cloned another pair of Rinnegan and installed them on Uchiha Madara. After installing the Rinnegan, Uchiha Madara only gave one evaluation to Obito. Although these eyes are the Rinnegan, they are much weaker than the Rinnegan that I evolved myself, but performing the Samsara naturalization technique should be enough. Hearing Uchiha Madara's comment, Bailuwa smiled and responded, "Do you need me to use the reincarnation technique to revive you after you die of old age?" After hearing Bailuwa's response, the old Uchiha Madara glanced at Bailuwa and said, "No, I can't trust you whose life I can't control. After that, I will find another person to complete the plan of resurrecting me. At that time, you only need to assist him." Upon hearing that he couldn't replace Obito's role, Hiruzen rolled his eyes in frustration. Time passed slowly as Bailuwa practiced and studied. 1 year later, in a cave not far from the heretic golem, several thick vascular tentacles were wriggling in the dark cave. I saw countless eyes cloned from the tentacles. All of these eyes are Obaru's own Mangekyo Sharingan. The ability of the eyes is exactly the same, even the sickle-like kaleidoscope pattern is exactly the same. As the tentacles squirmed, these gurgling eyes gradually moved closer. The fusion began under Bailuo's control. That's right, Hiruzen is now trying to upgrade to the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. As countless eyes merged into one, an eye that was essentially no different from the previous one appeared on the tentacle. The Mangekyo Sharingan in Obaru's eyes and the Mangekyo Sharingan on the tentacles looked at each other for a while. Then he frowned. The Mangekyo Sharingan on the tentacle, which was formed by the fusion of countless clones of itself, seemed to be no different from the previous one. The pupil power is just slightly stronger than those clones before the fusion, but it will still be damaged after using the kaleidoscope pupil technique. If the eye technique is used too many times, you will become blind like other Mangekyo Sharingan. Although for Okuriko, even if he became blind due to excessive use of the Mangekyo Sharingan, he could still clone his own Mangekyo Sharingan to create an alternative eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. However, the irreversible damage that occurs when using the eye technique means that the evolution of the Mangekyo Sharingan is not complete. A healthy organism has the ability to heal itself unless it encounters irreparable trauma. So is the pupil power consumed by using the kaleidoscope eye technique a huge trauma? The eternal Mangekyo Sharingan told Obito that it was not the case. The reason why Okuriko suffered irreparable damage when using his Mangekyo Sharingan technique is simply because his Mangekyo Sharingan has not evolved completely. Looking at the cloned Mangekyo Sharingan in front of him, which has just a little more pupil power than his own, an equation suddenly popped up in Bailuwa's mind. 1 × 1 = 1. He wants to evolve his Mangekyo Sharingan into the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Then you can't multiply from 1 to 0. I need a variable that is also the Mangekyo Sharingan. It can be anyone's Mangekyo Sharingan, except your own. But Uchiha Madara's Mangekyo has evolved into the Rinnegan. It has absolutely no reference value for the stage-by-stage evolution of the Mangekyo Sharingan. So I have to get out, and it would be best if I could return to Konoha and join the Uchiha clan. Just as Barahu was thinking, Baizetsu poked his head out from the exposed tree roots in the cave. "Hirahu, Lord Madara wants to see you." Listening to White Zetsu's words, Bailuwa turned around and asked, "Today's taijutsu training has been completed. Is there anything else that Madara wants to talk to me about?" Hearing Bailuwa's question, Baizetsu shook his head. "It should be related to the samsara eye. I don't know the details." Seeing this, Obaru retracted the vascular tentacles and the cloned Mangekyo Sharingan on them. He left the cave he used for research and came to the cave where the heretic golem was stored. Uchiha Madara still looked the same as before, sitting in front of the outer path demon statue with an old and haggard figure. As if he heard the approaching footsteps of Beiruo, Uchiha Madara slowly opened his eyes. The purple samsara eye glowed brightly in the darkness. "Hirahu, White Zetsu reported to me that Nagato went to the battlefield between the Hidden Rain Village and Konoha." Seeing Uchiha Madara mention this news, White Zetsu nodded. "That's right, Yahiko wants power, so he plans to find a powerful ninja on the battlefield to become his apprentice." Hearing Baizetsu's words, Bailuwa's mouth twitched. What a ridiculous idea. As an invader, Konoha will not pass on its power to the invaded civilians of the Rain Country. Hearing Birahu's comment, Uchiha Madara said calmly, "That's why I called you here, because it's ridiculous." Hearing Uchiha Madara's voice, Hirahu raised his head and looked at Uchiha Madara. "What do you want me to do, Madara?" Hearing Hirahu's question, Uchiha Madara curled up the corners of his mouth and forced a smile on his old face. "Bailuwa, by now, you have almost mastered all my skills. I want you to cause a scene on the battlefield of the Rain Country. Then let the little fellow who got my eye worship you as his master. Remember to protect my Rinnegan until he grows up." Listening to Uchiha Madara's words, Hirahu narrowed his eyes. "I see. At this point in time, there shouldn't be many people in the Uchiha clan who have opened the Mangekyo Sharingan. Even if he had it, he would hide his Mangekyo Sharingan tightly. Since there is no rush to return to Konoha now, it would be a good idea to teach Nagato to leave a way out for himself to defect again after sneaking into Konoha." The heavy rain washed away the poisonous fog in the air and also mercilessly hit the people in the war. Blood, poison, rain, mixed into a spider web-like stream trapped all the people on the battlefield who were struggling like moths on the brink of life and death. Orochimaru gasped and looked at Hanzo, who was standing proudly on the huge salamander in front of him. The hoarse voice ruthlessly stated the established facts. No, Jiraiya, prepare to retreat. Jiraiya gritted his teeth and looked at the arrogant Hanzo of the salamander in front of him, with resentment and anger surging in his heart. Hanzo, standing on top of the salamander, looked at the three people in front of him with different expressions, and somehow recalled that a year ago he and Cho had teamed up to fight against a young man named Hokuro. I lost that battle miserably. After investigation, it was discovered that the ninja named Hirako was just a medical ninja in Konoha village. For some unknown reason, Salamander Hanzo spoke. Perhaps you, Konoha, will win this war, although this is not due to the efforts of the three of you. In order to make themselves lose in front of Konoha village in a more graceful manner, and also to allow the Hidden Rain village to repair its relationship with Konoha village and quickly restore trade channels after the war. But thank me for my magnanimity, I have spared you and allowed you to keep your lives and return to Konoha alive. When Hanzo's magnanimous words reached Jiraiya's ears, they somehow turned into a mocking gloating. Jiraiya's resentment and anger exploded. He raised his head with the help of Tsunade and looked at Hanzo of the salamander with fiery eyes. He roared angrily, I don't need your fake pity. Stop talking, Jiraiya. Seeing that Jiraiya still wanted to fight bravely, Tsunade hurriedly stopped him. Looking at Jiraiya with fire in his eyes, Hanzo of the salamander began to mutter in his heart. Did this kid's brain get damaged by my detonating talisman before? I've already told you to spare your lives and just let you go quickly. Why are you still arguing with me? If the fighting continues, both Konoha and Rain Village will only suffer more casualties. After taking another careful look at Jiraiya's gritted teeth expression, Salamander Hanzo suddenly felt that he understood. Maybe these three children don't want to return to Konoha village in disgrace. After all, being defeated is not an honorable thing. Really, Konoha village actually brainwashed them to this extent. After figuring out why Jiraiya didn't retreat, Salamander Hanzo cleared his throat and spoke slowly. You are very strong that not only have you survived until now, but you are also able to fight against me. Then I will give you some time. Let you become stronger before coming to me. Go away quickly, don't come to me again. So annoying, these three guys are just like Xiao Qiang. After saying these words, Hanzo paused and continued, in exchange for sparing your lives, tell me your names. Tisk, Jiraiya. Jiraiya answered Hanzo's question somewhat unhappily. Tsunade, Orochimaru. After hearing the names of the three people, Hanzo of the Salamander was eager to give them nicknames. He has already nicknamed Cho of the Sand Village the Puppet Old Woman. At this moment, he wanted to give the three people in front of him a similar nickname. Just call them the three idiots of Konoha who have been brainwashed by the will of fire. No, if I really tell others about this nickname, Jiraiya, Orochimaru and Tsunade will probably fight me to the death. In order to allow the three of them to return to Konoha village smoothly, Salamander Hanzo thought that he should show a little respect to the three of them. Yoshi, I've memorized your names, Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru. From now on, I, Hanzo of the Salamander, will call you the three ninjas of Konoha. At this moment, the names of the three ninjas of Konoha spread throughout the battlefield from the mouth of Hanzo of the Salamander, including, among the three pairs of eyes in a corner of the battlefield, the three ninjas of Konoha. They must be very powerful, right? Yahiko lay on the ground, his eyes fixed on the three figures standing proudly in front of the Salamander Hanzo. For a moment, he thought those three figures were really cool. If only one day, Konan, Nagato and I could be like those three towering figures. Although judging from strength alone, those three people may not be able to defeat Brother Baileahu, but they have no choice now, right? Thinking of the day when Hokuro disappeared, Yahiko felt as if his heart was pricked by a needle, and it hurt for a moment. It was my fault that I failed to protect my sister Hirume, so it was only natural for my brother Hiroha to leave. In the cold battlefield, apart from the names of the three ninjas echoing, there were many people who did not care about the conversation between Hanzo of the Salamander and Jiraiya. A woman knelt in front of a dead body that had already gone cold. He held the corpse's hands tightly with both hands, crying bitterly not far from Yahiko. God, please save Ling, Weavyuwu. The woman's voice reached Yahiko's ears, making Yahiko, who was still a little confused at the time, notice her. That person named Ling is dead, right, just like Sister Hirumai. But can the gods save her? Can they save people who are already dead? Just when Yahiko was confused, a familiar figure appeared beside him and the woman. The gods cannot hear your prayers. A white figure wrapped in bandages appeared on the battlefield like a ghost, but when he passed by the woman, he just left these words indifferently. Yes, Brother Baileahu. Hearing this familiar and clear voice, Yahiko excitedly turned around and looked towards the source of the voice. Then I saw the white figure as I wished. Hiriko didn't care about Yahiko's gaze at all, and looked at Jiraiya and his three companions and Salamander Hanzo who were still in a standoff. Since Uchiha Madara wants to make a big scene on the battlefield, then there is no need to hold back. Hanzo of the Salamander, in the original work you will kill Yahiko, severely injure Nagato's legs, and seriously threaten the Rinnegan. Then for the safety of the Rinnegan, please die. Baileahu used self-hypnosis to find reasons for his soft-heartedness and kindness. In the scarlet pupils, the three Megatama spun wildly, and finally turned into a pattern that looked like three crossed sickles. Blood slowly flowed out of his eye sockets. Mangekyo Sheri-nan, Suzanu, dark red, rib-like skeletons were formed under the support of Bailuhu's chakra, transformed into a human figure that looked like a skeleton. Then, fill it with flesh and blood and put on armor. A huge dark red giant stood proudly on the battlefield. A long spear appeared in Suzanu's hand. Suzanu didn't delay, grabbed the spear, and threw it with all his might. In an instant, the salamander under Hanzo's feet felt a chill on its scalp. After giving titles to Jiraiya, Tsunade and Orochimaru, Hanzo of the salamander didn't have time to do anything. His body was pierced by the dark red spear that made a sound of breaking wind. He was nailed to the small mountain in front of him. This sudden change immediately caused an uproar on the entire battlefield. Yahiko, Konan, Nagato, Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru all looked at the dark red fish behind Hanzo with horror. Sex giant. And inside the giant's body, there was Hiriko with blood flowing from his eyes. Hanzo, the salamander that was nailed to the top of the mountain, turned his head with difficulty. He looked at the dark red giant behind him. The heart inside his body had already been stabbed into pieces by this terrifyingly thick spear. But this did not stop Salamander Hanzo from giving his attacker an ugly nickname before his death. I am Hanzo of the Salamander, and I wish to call you Despicable Assassin. Although, for Hanzo of the Salamander, even if he faced Hiruzen head-on, he would be killed in one shot. But unfortunately, Baileahu chose to launch a sneak attack which was not in line with martial ethics. Salamander Hanzo breathed his last with a face full of stubbornness and defiance. At the moment when the salamander died, the rain ninjas of the rain country seemed to have lost their backbone. Under Konoha's attack, the army was defeated. It is conceivable that the following battle will have nothing to do with the rain ninja. All that happened was that Konoha and the Sand Village were fighting each other for the meager resources of the rain country. The war is still going on. Under the corpse of Salamander Hanzo, who died with his eyes open, Baileahu turned around and looked at the three people who were slowly approaching him: Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru. The three people had different expressions. Aren't you planning on returning to Konoha? Orochimaru said in a hoarse voice. Since you left Konoha, a bunch of people have appeared out of nowhere, proclaiming that you are the medical master among medical ninjas, and hope that you will return to Konoha as soon as possible. Hearing Orochimaru say this, Obaru touched his chin. Who would benefit the most from spreading his name like this, and who in Konoha village is the best at using public opinion? Baileahu didn't want to mention any names, but he already had an idea in his mind. No, I don't want to go back to Konoha yet. Hirahu shook his head and rejected Orochimaru. If he really returned to Konoha at this time, the third Hokage would probably issue a transfer order. I can only go to medical class 007 again. If things really come to that, either Hiruzen will have to defect from Konoha or work honestly. Even if he wanted to return to Konoha, he would have to wait until the end of the Second Ninja World War. When Kakashi, Uchiha Obito, Namikaze Minato, and Shinkuna appear, Obito will want to return to Konoha to see them. Really, that's a shame. It was not until this time that Tsunade, who was supporting Jiraiya, came to Hokuriko's side. Looking at the three Megatama slowly rotating in Bailuhu's scarlet pupils, Jiraiya had a complicated expression. Hirahu, your eyes. Seeing Jiraiya and Tsunade approaching, Hokage curled the corners of his mouth and had a mischievous idea in his mind. You read it right, Sheri-nan. I am the descendant of Uchiha Madara who was stranded outside Konoha village. The full name is Uchiha Biriko. Listening to Hiraho's new self-introduction, Tsunade and Jiraiya looked as if they were meeting Obito for the first time, with disbelief written all over their faces. Even Baizetsu, who was peeping nearby, began to feel conflicted. He was thinking whether he should tell Uchiha Madara exactly what Hiriko said. Although Uchiha Madara has become that old, he is still strong and healthy. If he accidentally angered Uchiha Madara, White Zetsu would probably have a miserable ending. After much thought, Baizetsu's inner loyalty prevailed. I plan to tell him later that Uchiha Madara suddenly had a grown-up son. Well, I'll tell him later. You are the descendant of Uchiha Madara. Isn't Uchiha Madara the old enemy of Grandpa? Tsunade opened her eyes wide and scanned Hiruzen up and down again. Then, as if he had thought of something, he took a step back and said in a panic, Don't get me wrong, Baileahu. Grandpa and Uchiha Madara are enemies, but I can't be your enemy. If you want to fight, go fight Jiraiya. Hearing Tsunade's heartfelt words, Jiraiya on the side couldn't help but complain. Really, Tsunade, how can anyone attract enemies to their teammates like you do? Seeing Tsunade and Jiraiya fighting together, Orochimaru hurried forward, grabbed them both, turned his head, and looked at the Sheri-nan in Okuniki's eyes with some deep meaning in his expression. Since you don't plan to return to Konoha, then we'll see each other later. Then Orochimaru dragged Jiraiya and Tsunade away from the battlefield where people were suffering. However, just as the three were about to leave, three small figures caught up with them. "You are Konoha's ninjas, right? Please accept us as your disciples. We want to end this war, bring peace and happiness back to everyone." Seeing three ignorant little brats from the rain country running out, Tsunade, Jiraiya and Orochimaru were all stunned for a moment. What to do? Tsunade looked at Orochimaru and Jiraiya beside her in confusion, looking at Yahiko, Nagato and Konan's determined eyes. Orochimaru pursed his lips, and his cold voice sounded like a slippery poisonous snake whispering in his ear. "Kill them. Such young children appearing on the battlefield, death is the best fate for them. If you continue to live, you will experience things more cruel than death." Jiraiya frowned as he listened to Orochimaru's suggestion, while Tsunade remained silent. What Orochimaru said was true. There are many baits crying in traps on the battlefield. The baits were all children abducted from nearby residents by some unscrupulous ninjas. Those children were trapped in the trap with no one to feed them or give them water, so dying of starvation or thirst was the least they could do. If the child's parents find him, the most tragic outcome would be for the whole family to go to heaven together. For the children on this battlefield, a quick and clean death is the best destination. Orochimaru, you are too extreme. Jiraiya glared at the gloomy Orochimaru, then looked at the three children in front of him. "I'm sorry, we ninjas have our own missions, so we can't teach you." After saying that, Jiraiya took Orochimaru away. Seeing this, Tsunade hurriedly followed. At this time, Jiraiya still had some hope. Perhaps these three children will be lucky enough to survive on the battlefield. Along the way, Orochimaru asked Jiraiya in a hoarse voice, "Why don't you do it?" And Jiraiya was silent for a moment, then answered in a calm voice, "They will survive the battlefield, I believe so." Orochimaru had reservations about Jiraiya's inexplicable blind self-confidence. Seeing that his idol was about to leave so mercilessly, Yahiko immediately wanted to chase after him. But the next moment, a familiar voice but he called them. "What are you doing here? This is a battlefield. It's very dangerous." Hearing the hint of worry in that familiar voice, Yahiko stopped chasing Jiraiya. He lowered his head, not daring to turn around to look at the expression on Baileahu's face. "Brother Baileahu." Nagato turned around and looked at Hirako, who was standing behind the three people. Yahiko wants to have power. He wants to become the god of the rain country. Because, as long as he has the power of a god, he can stop the war in the rain country. Listening to Nagato explaining the current goal of the three of them, Hiruzen looked at Yahiko, who had his back to him. He showed a helpless smile. "I see. There are no gods in this world. But instead of falling into despair and praying to gods, why not just become gods yourself and pull people out of the quagmire of despair? Those who wish for world peace are not bad people." Moreover, when Hirumai died, Yahiko and the others were just children. As children, what can they do in the quagmire of war? The land of rain is a country that cries all year round. He borders Konoha, Sand Village, and Iwagakur. Rather than respecting the territorial integrity of the rain country, the three countries are more likely to regard the rain country as a strategic buffer zone. If there is any conflict between the ninja villages of the three countries, the fight will be fought on the territory of the rain country. As for how the rain country was destroyed, it had nothing to do with the three countries. Looking at the three people who were extremely awkward at the moment, Baileahu understood that if he did not let them take back the oath they had made before, then they will most likely go find Jiraiya. Then he let Jiraiya know that Nagato possessed the sage's eye, and finally trained the three of them as the children of prophecy. In the original work, Hiruzen did not know what Jiraiya taught them, but the strength of the three of them who grew up under Jiraiya's teaching did not increase much. Looking at Yahiko's back, Hiraho sighed, "I really can't do anything about you stubborn kids." However, facing Hiraho's relaxed tone, Yahiko bit his lips tightly. "No, a vow is a vow. It's us who failed to protect Sister Hirumai." Hearing Yahiko's stubborn temper, Hiraho hesitated for a moment. Then he said slowly, "How about changing the oath? As the price for my teaching you ninjutsu, how about you become a god one day and bring world peace?" Hirako's words were like a sharp blade, breaking through the psychological defense that Yahiko had built up with great difficulty. Clear tears flowed from the corners of his eyes. Yahiko wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes in a daze. He turned around with a trembling body and looked at Baileahu, who was only slightly older than the three children. Gritting teeth. "It's a deal." Hearing Yahiko's agreement, Nagato and Konan breathed a sigh of relief. Then he smiled. This time, Hirako brought Yahiko, Konan and Nagato to the uninhabited mountains and forests of the rain country. In order to avoid the war, Baileahu had to choose here. During the journey, Baileahu also gained a preliminary understanding of the strength of the three people. Nagato possesses the Rinnegan and is of the Uzumaki clan's bloodline, so needless to say, to Hirako's surprise, Konan has developed paper jutsu. Although he is still only able to play with paper airplanes, it is still a very remarkable bloodline limit. She also gave this ability to manipulate paper a nice name, Shiki Paper Dance. but compared to the other two, Nagato and Konan, who have already developed their own special abilities, Yahiko seemed a little awkward being sandwiched between the two of them. He does not have any bloodline boundaries and is just an ordinary child from a civilian family. Even though he has outstanding leadership and mobilization abilities, his strength is still at the bottom among the three. This is it. Coming to the rock wall of a mountain, Bailuaha used water escape again to dig a hole in the stone wall in front of him. Soon, a faint fire lit up in the cave. After a long journey, Yahiko, Nagato and Konan were all very tired. After eating the grilled fish, I fell into a deep sleep. Bailuahu looked at the sleeping faces of the three of them and thought about what lessons he would teach them tomorrow. Hiriko felt that it was time to teach them some powerful ninjutsu. At the same time, in the cave where the heretic golem is stored, Uchiha Madara still sat on the stone chair in front of the outer path demon statue as before, quietly waiting for the person to inherit his will. Madara-sama. A white zetsu poked its head out from the exposed roots in the cave. That fellow Birahu went out and proclaimed himself to be your descendant, Master Madara, ruining your image as a great magician who has been single for 70 years. As White Zetsu finished speaking, the white-haired Uchiha Madara opened his eyes. After thinking for a moment, I understood why Bailuo did this. To cover up why I went from being a commoner to a member of the Uchiha clan with bloodline limits, Uchiha Madara knew very well that Obito's ability was to obtain other people's bloodline limits. In today's ninja world, the high-level officials in the ninja villages are controlled by large and small clans. What those ethnic groups are most proud of is undoubtedly the bloodline that possesses special abilities. Once the true ability of Hiriko is revealed, those clans at the pinnacle of power in the ninja world will definitely take action. Destroy Bailuahu, the thief who could steal their noble blood. At that time, the illusion of being an enemy of the world will be staged in advance. So in order to protect Bailuahu, a subordinate with unlimited potential, not only was Uchiha Madara unable to expose Hiriko's lies, he also had to help Hiriko cover up his lies. White Zetsu, take my sickle to Beiruohu and tell him that I, Uchiha Madara, acknowledge him as my descendant. Listening to Uchiha Madara's words, White Zetsu, who had an IQ of 250, was stunned. After watching Uchiha Madara throw the sickle that he usually used as a crutch to him, he could only hold the sickle in disappointment and dive into the roots of the trees underground. Through the connecting network of tree roots, Baizetsu easily found Birahu, who was also in the cave. It was already late at night and Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan had all fallen into a deep sleep. Looking at Beiruohu, who was fiddling with the bonfire from time to prevent the flame from going out, Baizetsu put down the sickle in his hand. Hirahu, Lord Madara has acknowledged you as his descendant, so the sickle is given to you. Seeing Baizetsu appear in front of him out of nowhere, Humuluhu nodded, thank you for your hard work, Baizetsu. White Zetsu felt a little embarrassed by Obito's answer. After all, he had just said bad things about Obito in front of Uchiha Madara. He could only scratch his green hair embarrassedly, and then dived underground again. Seeing White Zetsu disappear, Beiruo looked at the sickle he left behind. During the year that he had been with Uchiha Madara, Obaru had heard about him from Uchiha Madara. This is the blade he used during his battle against Hashirama Senju at the Valley of the End. At that time, the sickle was linked to the Uchiha fan with a chain. After the battle, after Uchiha Madara faked his death, he separated the sickle and the Uchiha fan. In Okunaki's impression, Uchiha Madara has always used the sickle as a crutch. Now I am willing to give it to myself. It can be seen that Uchiha Madara also does not want Hiriko's abilities to be exposed to the sight of those big families. Picking up the sickle that was almost as tall as a person, Bailuahu spun it twice. It feels like a perfect fit. Looking at the sickle in his hand, a smile appeared on Bailuahu's lips. I have already decided that this sickle will be my main weapon from now on. Compared to the soft bandages and vascular tentacles, the sharp and hard sickle is indeed more suitable as a weapon. The next morning, Hiriko brought Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan to a stream in the forest. By the clear stream, Bailuahu looked at the three pairs of eyes in front of him that were full of expectation, and slowly spoke. You should have mastered the three most basic ninjutsu of ninjas: substitution technique, instant body technique, and transformation technique. With your current level, you are probably already a genin who just graduated from the ninja school. Next I will teach you how to control chakra. Among them are treading water, climbing trees, and the offensive ninjutsu, the Raiznan. At this point in time, Minato Namikaze, who invented the Raiznan, is probably still playing with other kids in his open crotch pants. Therefore, it can be said that it was no pressure for Hiriko to teach this ninjutsu. Moreover, this ninjutsu can grow with Nagato, Yahiko, Konan, and others. There are many forms that can be changed, and even Naruto, who has no theoretical knowledge of ninjutsu, can learn it. Not to mention Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan. The threshold for cultivation is low, it does not require much brain power, and has high growth attributes. Is there anything more cost-effective than Raiznan, the protagonist's exclusive ninjutsu? Under the careful teaching of Bailuahu, Soon, 3 years passed by. During this period, after Yahiko, Konan and Nagato learned the Raise-nan, Obaru taught them some fire-style ninjutsu and water-style ninjutsu. And Obito heard from White Zetsu that in the outside world, the confrontation between Konoha and the Sand Ninja was becoming more and more brutal. But the war cannot affect the 4 people hiding in the deep mountains and forests, right? Fire-style, great fireball technique. Beside the stream, Yahiko had a serious expression on his face that he quickly formed seals with his hands and then took a deep breath. Call. A fireball almost as tall as a person came out of his mouth, stayed on the river for a few seconds, and then slowly dissipated. Nagato, who was standing by, saw Yahiko practicing fire release and immediately became interested, and began to quickly form seals with his hands. Fire style, great fireball technique. Suddenly, a fireball several times larger than the previous one appeared on the river. Yahiko looked at Nagato's fireball, then compared it with his own fireball, and immediately lowered his head in disappointment. Over the past 3 years, the gap in strength between them has become increasingly obvious. The same water and fire jutsu, when used by Yahiko and Nagato, are like 2 different ninjutsu. Seeing Yahiko's visible disappointment, Konan slowly walked over and comforted him softly. Yahiko, it's okay, one day you will catch up with Nagato. Take this. It will make you feel better. And the teacher asked me to ask you to come back for dinner. Looking at the 1,000 paper cranes in Konan's hand, Yahiko put aside the question about ninjutsu training. After accepting the paper crane, he showed a big smile to Zionin. Zionin, thank you for your gift, I will cherish it. After saying that, Yahiko peeked to the side, and Nagato, who was curious about what gift Konan gave to Yahiko, made a face. Nagato, let's have a competition, let's see who can get back to the teacher and eat first. Having said that, he ran away in a flash. Seeing this, Nagato said disdainfully, childish ghost. Although he felt that Yahiko's behavior was just like that of a child, Nagato still ran away excitedly like Yahiko, trying to compete with Yahiko for who would be the first to eat the food made by Hiriko. 3 years have passed. Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan, who were originally children, have grown into young adults. The height is also approaching that of an adult. Seeing Nagato and Yahiko, who were already adults in height but were still fighting for this inexplicable first place like children, the much grown-up Konan couldn't help but smile knowingly. Wait for me. Looking at the 2 people who were about to disappear, Zionin shouted and hurriedly chased after them. As they ran, the 3 of them couldn't help but think of this. If only this moment could last forever. Running and jumping, the 3 of them happily arrived under a cloud of smoke. In the blazing flames, Bailuhu was roasting a strange creature. It was a pig, all its hair stripped off and its blood drained, and it was placed over the flames, being turned by Bailuhu from time to time. The most peculiar thing is that the pig not only has a pair of wings like an eagle, but also a pair of reincarnation eyes that are constantly dissolving. This is obviously the product of Bailuhu's experiment. After a while, the Rinnegan dissolved into a pool of mincemeat, but Bailuhu was still grilling with a calm expression. When the 3 of them came to Bailuhu, they were somewhat accustomed to seeing this strange-looking creature. But when he saw the Rinnegan on the pig, Yahiko couldn't hold it anymore. Teacher, can you please not put those cloned Rinnegan on strange creatures? When you do this it always makes me feel like I'm eating Nagato's flesh. Don't you agree, Nagato? Hearing Yahiko talking about himself, Nagato looked at Yahiko in confusion and said, I don't think this pig looks like me. Listening to Yahiko's complaints, Hirohu glared at Yahiko and said unhappily, you should be grateful to the experimental animals, and then squeeze everything of value out of them. Giving it to you as food is already the least efficient way to utilize it, and at most it just looks a little weird, but it's not poisonous. Over the past 3 years, Hiriko has never given up his research on bloodline limits. Under the research and development of Hiriko, Uchiha stem cells have been successfully fused with Hashirama Senju stem cells. However, the fusion of the 2 did not produce any qualitative change, and the Sharingan did not evolve into the Rinnegan. This made Hiriko hesitate to use his own body to fuse Hashirama's cells. They only dared to use some small animals for experiments, and this strange-looking pig in front of them was one of the experimental subjects. It not only has Uchiha stem cells, but also Hashirama cells. Obaru even cloned a pair of Rinnegan specifically for it and installed them on it. However, the experimental results were not good. The cloned Rinnegan kept collapsing and dissolving from the moment it was attached to its body. Just like when Obaru installed the Rinnegan on himself before. Perhaps the Hashirama cells that Hiriko obtained from Uchiha Madara were themselves degraded cells. Or maybe some key factor was missing. In any case, countless experimental failures made Bailuhu feel anxious. The products of the failed experiment were given to Yahiko, Nagato and Konan as food. This was already an act of frustration on Beiru's part. Biriko still looks like she was about 12 years old. Yahiko sighed helplessly. They could only sit aside and watch quietly as Bailuhu roasted the pork and then used a knife to divide the meat among the 3 of them. Yahiko felt very uncomfortable during this meal. After dinner, Bailuhu planned to return to the cave to do experiments as usual. but he was stopped by Yahiko. At this time, Yahiko, Nagato and Konan were already much taller than Hirako. Seeing Yahiko blocking his way, Hirako raised his head with a questioning look on his face. "What's wrong, Yahiko?" Looking at the teacher in front of him who was much shorter than him, Yahiko gritted his teeth and said, "Teacher, I want to become stronger. Please tell me how to become stronger." Seeing this, Baileahu raised his eyebrows. "Is it because Konan and Nagato are both stronger than Yahiko that you feel a sense of crisis now? But that's just fine. You want to become stronger." Seeing Yahiko's serious expression, Hirako smiled. "Maybe others can't do anything about your request. But who asked you to ask me for help? Do you want to have strength that is no less than the bloodline limit? I will teach you." When Yahiko heard Obito's call, his eyes suddenly lit up. Yuu, who had been trying to pursue his dream for days but lacked the strength, was suddenly thrown into the air. "Really? Thank you, teacher." Looking at Yahiko's happy eyes, Hirahu also curled up the corners of his mouth happily. "By the way, since you want to teach, then call Nagato and Konan as well. I will teach you three equally." Hearing what Hirako said, Yahiko was stunned that when he heard that Hirako agreed to teach him. Yahiko thought that it was a unique secret that would only be taught to him. "I didn't expect that Baileahu would teach the three of them together. Wouldn't that be the same as studying as usual?" As if seeing Yahiko's hesitation, Hirako smiled and said, "Don't worry, the ninjutsu I'm going to teach you this time will definitely benefit you the most, Yahiko." After hearing Hiraho's assurance, Yahiko happily ran to call Nagato and Konan. Before Nagato and Konan arrived, Higurashi also grabbed some teaching tools from the nearby woods. When Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan came in front of Hokuto, they saw 6 snakes placed on the stone table in front of Hokuto. Seeing this, Yahiko became confused. "Teacher, what are you going to teach us?" Nagato and Konan also looked curiously at the things that Hirako had placed on the stone table. "Today I will teach you my unique secret technique, blood replacement." That's right, regarding the fusion of blood, even Baileahu himself is still studying the complicated and cumbersome gene chain, so he can only teach the 3 people the more low-level blood replacement. But this is enough for Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan. The 2 snakes in front of you are the ones I caught from the forest. One is a large, non-venomous python, and the other is a small, but poisonous snake. Having said that, Hirahu paused, and took out a glass bottle filled with black viscous liquid from his loose white coat, as well as 2 snakes, one large and one small, just like the ones in front of Yahiko and the other 2. "This time I'm going to teach you how to make a non-venomous python as venomous as a venomous snake." As he spoke, Birahu demonstrated in front of the 3 people how to transform a python. Under the incredulous gazes of Yahiko and the other 2, Hirako unscrewed the glass bottle containing the sticky black liquid. The black viscous liquid in the glass bottle is actually the virus that Baileahu usually uses to transform the gene chain of stem cells. Soon, large groups of viruses wrapped around the small poisonous snake under Baileahu's control. After a series of wriggling and extraction, the viruses brought the extracted stem cells to the python and wrapped the python in the same way. They started replacing the python's stem cells. The small venomous snake seemed to have been squeezed dry and fell to the ground limply. Soon, the python's stem cells were replaced by Baileahu. Under the catalysis of medical ninjutsu, the python soon grew venom sacs like those of small poisonous snakes and hollow fangs that could inject toxins into prey. In order to take care of Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan who came to study, Hirako even changed his movements so that they could see more clearly. Soon, looking at the python spewing venom, Yahiko opened his eyes wide. This is, "Teacher, can this ninjutsu be used on humans?" Looking at Yahiko's excited expression, Hirahu smiled deeply. "That's right. This ninjutsu can also be used on humans. It is a ninjutsu that allows civilian ninjas to possess bloodline limits. However, the big families in the ninja world who are proud of their bloodline boundaries will not allow this ninjutsu to exist. I teach you because I have been with you for 3 years and I believe in you. Yahiko, Nagato, Konan, you can use this ninjutsu after you go out, and you can also teach this ninjutsu to others, but you must not say that this ninjutsu was taught by me." Looking at Hiruzen's deep expression, Yahiko also calmed down and realized how much change this ninjutsu would bring to the ninja world. "I understand, teacher." Yahiko, Konan, and Nagato looked at each other solemnly. "We will never tell anyone the source of this ninjutsu." Looking at the serious expressions of the 3 people, Baileahu narrowed his eyes and felt a little relieved. "Okay, you can start practicing. And, Yahiko, if you want to have the same bloodline as Nagato, discuss it with Nagato and come to me after the discussion." After saying this, Hirako handed 3 glass bottles filled with pitch black viscous liquid to Yahiko and the other 2. After the 3 of them took the glass bottle, they looked at each other. Then Nagato raised his hand and asked Obito, "Teacher, what is the name of this ninjutsu?" Hearing Nagato's question, Hirako was stunned for a moment, then replied, "Kiyara no Jutsu, Yoshi." After hearing the name of the ninjutsu, the 3 of them enthusiastically imitated Obaru and formed seals with their hands. "Ghost Bud Luo Jutsu." At the loud shouts of the 3 people, the viscous black liquid in the glass bottle was controlled by chakra. Two snakes, one big and one small, squirmed and wrapped around the three people in front of them. Bailuahu also looked at the three people performing the Gia Luo technique with anticipation. To be honest, this version of the Kisara technique is a simplified version of Hiriko's. The virus captures and extracts the stem cells on its own. If the original cell extraction technique was difficult, the three of them would probably have to spend half a day just looking for stem cells in the venomous snake's body. Soon, the results of the three people's first experiment came out. Under the expectant gazes of the four people, the sticky black virus squirmed away from the vicinity of the two snakes in front of them. Then, Bailuahu's expression changed from expectation to confusion. The 6 snakes that were originally in front of the 4 people had long disappeared, replaced by 3 strange-looking snakes. In front of Yahiko, the python and the poisonous snake disappeared, and the python's tail was replaced by the poisonous snake's head. The 2 snakes in front of Nagato turned into a cross shape, with 2 heads and 2 tails, and the bodies in the middle connected together. In front of Zionin was a 2-headed snake with its entire body shaped like a Y. After a while, the 2 heads of the 2-headed snake looked at each other and started biting each other. After dozens of seconds, the 2-headed snake, whose body was in the shape of a Y, died from its own venom. Teacher, is this considered a success? Yahiko asked weakly. But it was obvious that Hiriko was in a state of panic at this time, and it took him a long time to react to Yahiko's question. I've already taught you the Gui Luoye technique, so you can go down and practice it first. Hearing Yahiko's question, Hirahu answered half-heartedly. Then he picked up 3 strange-looking snakes and fell into deep thought. Seeing that Hiriko was lost in thought again, Yahiko sighed helplessly, then looked at Nagato and Konan. Let's go to the side and practice ninjutsu, don't disturb Hiriko-sensei. Nagato and Konan responded upon seeing this. After a while, the 3 of them left Bailuahu. After staring at these strange-looking snakes for a while, Bailuahu finally understood why they looked like this. The reason is that the stem cells were transplanted, but something else was also transplanted. The 2 snakes were turned into something resembling a chimera. If we have to make an analogy, they are like conjoined twins in the human world, and half orange and half pear in the cat world. After figuring out why the 2 snakes became like this, Bailuahu lost interest in studying them. He simply threw aside the snakes that had been yelled at by Yahiko and the others. Snap, snap, snap. Very good ninjutsu. Just then a gloomy and hoarse voice came from the woods next to it. Hearing this long-lost voice, Obito turned around and looked at Orochimaru, who walked out of the shadows. I was wondering why there are so many snakes recently. So it's you, Orochimaru. Listening to Hiruzen's calm voice, Orochimaru smiled grimly. The snake you just caught to teach those 3 kids is my spirit animal, what do you think? Looking at Orochimaru's voice that made people's backs cold, Hirahu narrowed his eyes. What's the matter with you coming to see me? I should have said that I will not return to Konoha village until the war is over. In response to Hiruzen's slightly wary voice, Orochimaru smiled. I didn't come to you just to ask you to return to Konoha village. The other half of the research materials in Senju Tobirama's office are in your hands, Uchiha Birahu. Hearing Orochimaru's confident voice, Obito was stunned. How did you know, Orochimaru? The other day, the clothing manipulation ninjutsu and Sharingan you displayed really impressed me. Orochimaru licked his lips, and the shadow of Okuniki was reflected in his orange-yellow snake eyes. Clothes and bandages are both fabrics. I've had my doubts since you revealed your identity as a member of the Uchiha clan. Although you were wearing a mask that day, most of the Uchiha clan used ordinary ninja tools and fire escape techniques. It is rare to see a ninja using clothing as a weapon. Hearing Orochimaru's confident words, Oburu pursed his lips. So you suspected that I took the research materials of Senju Tobirama, and then you came directly to question me? Seeing that Bailuahu's hostility was growing stronger, the talks were about to break down. Orochimaru smiled evilly. Don't worry, I will give you something you can't refuse in exchange for Senju Tobirama's manuscript. Seeing this, Bailuahu raised his eyebrows. Tell me about it. The confrontation between Konoha and the Sand Village in the Land of Fire is becoming more intense. As the intensity of the battle increased, the casualties among the ninjas became more and more serious. To be frank, the war lasted for more than 4 years only because of the death orders issued by the top leaders of Konoha and Tsunagakur. In order to have an oasis with abundant rainfall, Tsunagakur is holding on tightly to the rain country, a land that is slightly more fertile than Tsunagakur. The top leaders of Konoha obviously also understand the principle of the lips and the teeth are interdependent. He desperately wants Tsunagakur to withdraw from the territory of rain country. Because if Tsunagakur occupied the rain country today, who knows if they would be drooling over the vast fertile land of Konoha tomorrow? Konoha and Tsunagakur are staying in the rain country because of land issues. However, by now the war was underway and, except for the ambitious village leaders, the rest of the lower-class people were already living in misery. As a tool of war, only 1 in 10 ninjas survive. So, the high-ranking officials of Konoha, who were eager for power and war, and Obito, who also longed for power when he was weak, came together. That is the bloodline limit of transplantation, but it is different from the Uchiha clan bloodline transplanted by Hirako. The Konoha high-level officials chose the bloodline of Hashirama Senju, the founder of Konoha village, because when Konoha village was established, all the bloodline families witnessed it. Senju Hashirama is very strong, much stronger than the Uchiha clan. The huge amount of chakra, the wood style that can suppress the tailed beasts and even absorb their chakra, and the recovery ability that is so powerful that it is almost immortal. They all attracted the greedy gazes of the senior executives. Thus, a vigorous research plan was launched with the permission of Sarutobi Hiruzen and others. However, the bloodline limit of the Senju clan is not the same as that of the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha clan's bloodline limit is like a seed. As the spirit is stimulated, it will grow, bloom, and bear fruit. But the blood boundary of the Senju clan has been towering trees since the beginning. It is easy to transplant a seed, or even a sapling, from one place to another. It's so simple that even a child can do it. But transplanting a towering tree, its huge branches and leaves, and its intricate root system will make the transplanter extremely bald. Not to mention, in Konoha village, their research in the field of human cells is completely blank. They only know that the cells that make up the human body are the smallest units. But they don't know the difference between cells, what white blood cells are used for, what red blood cells are used for, what stem cells are used for, and they don't even know the internal structure of cells. To a certain extent, Obito, who possesses knowledge of biology from his previous life, has left Orochimaru, Danzo and other Konoha high-ranking officials far behind in the field of research on bloodline limits. So after several failed cases of Hashirama's cell transplants, Orochimaru and the Konoha high-ranking officials have set their sights on Senju Tobirama's research manuscripts. It's funny to say, but the precedent of human experiments was set by Tobirama Senju. After the battle between Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama in the Valley of the End, Uchiha Madara was defeated and faked his death, and Senju Hashirama was also seriously injured. In order to study the bloodline limit of the Uchiha clan, Senju Tobirama hid Uchiha Madara's body. But unfortunately, Uchiha Madara pretended to be dead, and what was left in Senju Tobirama's hands was just a shadow clone disguised as a corpse. Not long after that, Hashirama Senju died from a hidden injury he received during the battle with Uchiha Madara. Although I didn't see it with my own eyes, I can guess it based on the fact that Obito didn't find Hashirama Senju's body in Konoha. There is a high probability that Tobirama Senju hid the body of his brother Hashirama Senju. It's just like studying Uchiha Madara, that it doesn't make sense to want to study why his brother's bloodline is so strong. Now, the body of Hashirama Senju was passed by Tobirama Senju to the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Now that the final battle of the Second Ninja World War is approaching, in order to win the battle, they had to start studying the bloodline limit of Hashirama Senju. The first person to study Hashirama's cells was Tobirama Senju. After several transplant failures, Orochimaru believed that the failure was caused by the missing research manuscript of Senju Tobirama. In order to retrieve the manuscripts stolen by Tobirama Senju that were stolen by Okuniki, Orochimaru went to the Land of Rain and found Okuniki, who was living in seclusion in an uninhabited forest. When Orochimaru saw Okibo teaching Yahiko, Nagato and Konan the ninjutsu called Kimetsu no Kisara, he was absolutely certain that Okibo was of the same kind as him. But for the same kind, fighting often does not get them what they want. Compared to fighting, Orochimaru is sure that there is something that will definitely make Obito obediently hand over Senju Tobirama's research notes with both hands. How about a part of Hashirama Senju's body tissue? It's definitely enough to exchange for Senju Hashirama's research notes. No, there's even some left over. A hoarse and cold voice sounded in Bailiahu's ears, and the terms of the exchange made Bailiahu fall into deep thought. He also has Hashirama Senju's cells, but they are all degraded white Zetsu cells. The only cells of Hashirama that had not degraded were the small piece stitched on Uchiha Madara's chest, and the body of Hashirama Senju in Konoha's hands. But Uchiha Madara did not trust the brainwashed Okumo, and felt uneasy because he felt that Okumo's life was not in his hands. Therefore, he chose to refuse Hirako's repeated requests to study his body. Up to now, the closest thing to Hashirama's cells that Okuro has in his hands is the one he replicated using the Mangekyo Sharingan. But Hashirama's cells are obviously not something simple. The replica of Hashirama's cells in Hirahu's hand is like a sugar-free cola without the soul. Not to mention the fusion with the Uchiha bloodline limit and the evolution into the Rinnegan. Okay, I promise you. At the moment the transaction was completed, both of them showed satisfied expressions. Come with me, Orochimaru. Hokage smiled slightly and motioned Orochimaru to follow him and return to the cave where he was doing experiments to get the notes of Tobirama Senju. Bailuho had read these notes over and over again a long time ago. He has memorized all the ninjutsu recorded above. Therefore, it is of low importance in Beiruo's heart, so he does not carry it with him like the precious bloodline limit stem cells. Instead, it was thrown into a corner of the laboratory. Soon, under the leadership of Bailiahu, the two of them arrived at a stone wall on a cliff, one after the other. As Baileahu quickly formed seals with his hands, a huge rock slowly moved away. The deep and dark cave behind appeared in front of Orochimaru. Seeing this, Orochimaru smiled grimly, then followed Hiriko into the cave. This cave is very narrow at first, but it becomes open after walking for a distance. Various petri dishes and experimental equipment appeared in Orochimaru's eyes. This made Orochimaru raise an eyebrow. These experimental equipment are quite old. Are you using them for experiments? Listening to Orochimaru's critical words, Okihiko's eyes twitched, and he skillfully took out a pile of Senju Tobirama's notes from the drawer of the laboratory table. After giving it to Orochimaru, he replied unhappily, "Not everyone is like you. The research equipment has the village's support behind it." Orochimaru licked his lips with a smile. After confirming that the handwriting on the bottle was that of Senju Tobirama, he honestly took out a glass bottle and handed it to Obito. The glass bottle was filled with nutrient solution, in which a slightly dry finger was floating up and down. After opening his Mangekyo Sharinan, Obito confirmed that the genetic chain of the finger inside was exactly the same as that of the piece of flesh on Uchiha Madara's chest, and then he put it away with satisfaction. The smooth transaction made Obito look at Orochimaru more favorably. Even though Orochimaru did not return to Konoha to report immediately after the transaction, but instead looked left and right in the laboratory, Obito did not say much. This is the eye of the immortal? Finally, after passing by a can of nutrient solution, Orochimaru's eyes were firmly attracted by the cloned Rinnegan placed in the nutrient solution. Seeing Orochimaru's envious look, Hirohu put the finger and the jar away and explained, "It's just a failed clone. After being installed on a living creature, it will dissolve for unknown reasons after a while." However, after hearing Obito call it a failure, Orochimaru seemed to become even more excited. "How about you install it for me, Birahu? Just treat it as an experiment." The desire on Orochimaru's face was about to overflow. Let Baileahu feel that if Orochimaru's desire were satisfied, he would definitely destroy his own laboratory. If the cloned Rinnegan is lost, it can be cloned again, but if the laboratory is lost, some valuable research data will be lost. Okay, go out and study it further. Hiriko agreed to Orochimaru's request straightforwardly, and walked out of the laboratory with the pair of cloned Rinnegan in the laboratory. Orochimaru licked his lips and followed closely behind Hiruzen with an expectant look on his face. For researchers like Hiruzen and Orochimaru, the more people they have to do experiments together, the better. Because a person's energy and wisdom are ultimately limited. One more person is equivalent to one more smart brain and experimental assistant. If other people have made any research results, Obito or Orochimaru will take the initiative to bring good things to exchange for the results. It is equivalent to that when one person succeeds, other researchers will also benefit. This is also the reason why Obito so easily handed over the Kisara technique to Yahiko, Nagato and Konan, and so easily agreed to Orochimaru's request to install a cloned Rinnegan for him. Soon, the two left the laboratory and came to a forest not far from the laboratory. As soon as he arrived in the forest, Orochimaru couldn't wait to put on the replica Rinnegan. "Ah, chakra is coming up. I can feel that no one can defeat me at this moment." Orochimaru excitedly felt the chakra in his body growing rapidly under the stimulation of the Rinnegan. However, the next moment, the burning and stinging sensation in his eye sockets was like a basin of cold water, turning Orochimaru's extremely excited mood into ice cold. "What is going on?" Orochimaru's hoarse voice was filled with shock and confusion. "Why, the immortal's eye is dissolving?" At this moment, Orochimaru felt black and white snowflakes floating in his sight. Like an old television that has lost its signal, the brain gradually loses visual signals. As the black and white snowflakes became more and more obvious, the scenery in front of Orochimaru became more and more blurred, until it turned completely into darkness. The Rinnegan dissolved, just like in countless previous experiments. Soon, Orochimaru reinstalled his original eyes. He stroked his chin and looked at the pool of Rinnegan dissolving into minced meat on the ground and began to ponder. "How do you feel, Orochimaru? Are there any after effects?" Hiriko, who was standing nearby, looked at Orochimaru, who seemed to be thinking about something, raised his eyebrows and walked forward to ask. "This eye feels like it evolved from the Uchiha clan Sharinan." After hearing what Orochimaru said, Hirohu blinked and explained, "To be precise, the Uchiha clan Sharinan evolved from the Samsara eye." "Orochimaru, I believe you have heard of that legend." The Sage of Six Paths gave his sage eyes and sage body to his sons, Ashura and Indra, respectively. Indra inherited the sage's eye, and his descendants are the Uchiha Sharinan, and there is also the dragon blood eye that is guarded by the Uchiha clan. Ashura inherited the body of an immortal. His descendants are the Senju clan and the Uzumaki clan. Hiriko recited the names of the bloodline limit families one by one like they were familiar to him. Orochimaru beside him frowned as he listened. "The Rinnegan you clone should not be a failure, but an incomplete one. There should be one thing missing, and that is strong emotion." After listening to Orochimaru's words, Okuniki was stunned. A flash of lightning lit up in Okuniki's mind as Orochimaru spoke. However, Orochimaru did not notice Hiroko's expression and continued with his own analysis. Senju Tobirama wrote about it in his research notes on the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha clan became stronger because of the outburst of strong emotions, and the emotions that are most likely to explode are undoubtedly anger and hatred. If the Sharingan can really evolve into the Sage's Eye, the Samsara Eye, it should contain strong emotions. But I didn't feel any emotion in the eyes of the Samsara that you cloned. There was only emptiness. But after coming to his senses, Hiruzen ignored Orochimaru. Instead, he quickly took out the finger of Hashirama Senju that Orochimaru had given him from his arms and began to compare it with the Hashirama cells he had replicated. In his eyes, the Mangekyo Sharingan opened without hesitation, and a stream of tears of blood slowly flowed out from his eye sockets. While inside Bailuhu's body, the clone Byakuya also opened up a 365-degree perspective, staring intently at the finger floating in the nutrient solution. Bailuahu understood where the problem lay. Chakra, the problem lies with the chakra. Under the dual gaze of the Byakugan and the Mangekyo Sharingan, the chakra on that small section of Hashirama's finger was incredibly active. It was like telling Hirohu that Hashirama's chakra was alive and had a soul. Let's take a look at the chakra produced by Hashirama's cells that were replicated by Hirohu. It's lifeless. Push it and it will move. At most, it is only slightly better than the degraded white Zetsu cells, but not much better. At this moment, tens of thousands of alpaca horses galloped through Bailuhu's mind. The problem with cloning the Rinnegan has been found. That is the reincarnation chakra of Indra and Ashura. No wonder the cloned Rinnegan on Uchiha Madara's body not only did not dissolve but was also used well by Uchiha Madara. Because Uchiha Madara is the reincarnation of Indra, and Hashirama Senju is also the reincarnation of Ashura. Uchiha Madara transplanted cells from Hashirama Senju, and at the same time possessed Indra Chakra and Ashura Chakra, and then he evolved the Rinnegan. Only now did he realize that the problem with chakra was the fatal flaw caused by Okuniki's blind belief in the biology of his previous life on the path of science. For a moment, the things that I couldn't figure out before suddenly became clear in the lightning that ran through my mind. But as he thought more and more clearly, Bailuhu's expression became uglier. What science needs are results that can be replicated. But can things like the soul or even the reincarnated body be copied? The answer is obvious: it is impossible. Although each leaf on the tree looks roughly the same, the patterns on each leaf are unique. Similarly, everyone's soul, thoughts, personality and even fingerprints are unique. So let's review how chakras are formed. It is a combination of the special cellular energy inherited from the Otsutsuki and one's own spiritual energy. It's chakra. Cells can be replicated, but how can the spirits of Indra and Ashura be replicated? Not to mention a person's spirit, it also contains his memories, his thoughts, and his emotions. If you want to replicate something so mysterious, Bailuhu can answer with certainty, it's impossible. Even if the memories, personality and emotions of Indra and Ashura were really replicated, and it was implanted into Bailuhu's body. But, was the Bailuhu at that time still the Bailuhu? Or was it that Bailuhu at that time was just reborn by the bodies of two long-dead ghosts? Hirohu withdrew the piece of Hashirama's finger in a daze. At this moment, he seemed to feel a darkness before his eyes. It's as if this is the channel by which everything in this world can become stronger. It's all destined. People who are born with a silver spoon in their mouth are naturally better than those who are born in poor families. The way up is blocked. Orochimaru, who was standing by, looked at the distraught Hiruzen and felt a sense of empathy. Because in his pursuit of eternal life, he would also occasionally reach a dead end. When he was banging his head against the wall frantically in the dead end, he was in the same mental state as Bailuhu is now. Since the road we are taking is blocked, how about trying another road? I think you are a great researcher for being able to clone such a powerful Rinnegan. Would you like to return to Konoha and study Hashirama's cells with me? There are the best research equipment there, and I promise that you will never be sent to the battlefield again. Orochimaru extended an invitation to Hiruzen in a hoarse voice. Listening to Orochimaru's words of persuasion, Obito closed his eyes and thought. Now that we have figured out the loophole in cloning the Rinnegan, there is no point in continuing to hide in the mountains and forests and work behind closed doors. Let me think about it, Orochimaru. Orochimaru smiled with satisfaction after hearing Obito's answer. At least this time Obito's answer was to consider it, instead of not returning to Konoha village until the war stopped, right? I will come to see you again in 3 days, Bailuhu. Give me the answer then. After saying that, Orochimaru left instantly. Looking at Orochimaru's rapidly departing back, Obito felt Hashirama's fingers in his arms. After a moment's silence, he made up his mind. Only by becoming stronger can you have a foothold in this world. It's time to go back to Konoha and take a look. Also, let's put aside the issue of fusing Hashirama Senju's bloodline boundary for now. Just wait for the results of his and Orochimaru's research to appear. If I succeed, I will give myself a pair of Samsara eyes. If I fail, then merge and create your own unique bloodline limit. At night, when Yahiko, Nagato and Konan returned to the cave where they had lived for 3 years, they saw Hiruzen, who had created several shadow clones and was busy cleaning up the laboratory. Seeing this scene, Yahiko, Nagato and Konan were suddenly startled. A bad premonition lingered in my heart. In the end, it was Zionin who walked forward with a serious expression, looked at Bailuvu, and opened his mouth. Teacher. Are you planning to leave us? Hearing Konan's voice that seemed like she was about to cry, all the shadow clones stopped what they were doing and looked at Yahiko and the other two. Soon, Bailuvu's real body emerged from a group of shadow clones and came in front of the 3 people. Yahiko, Nagato, Konan. Bailuvu read out the names of the 3 people in a low voice. I'm going to the Leaf Village. Do you want to come with me? Hearing Obito's question, the ominous premonition in Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan's hearts was immediately realized. The 3 of them looked at each other in bewilderment after hearing Bailuvu's question. However, in response to Hiriko's invitation, Konan and Nagato said in unison, "We listen to Yahiko, we go wherever he goes." After hearing what Konan and Nagato said, Hirohu turned his gaze to Yahiko. Looking at the teacher who had taught him for 3 years, Yahiko pursed his lips. Teacher, I want to stay in the rain country. The rain country is a crying country, I think. No, my ideal is to become the god of this country, make it stop crying. Cruel scenes flashed through Yahiko's mind one after another. A battlefield littered with corpses. A crying child squatted beside the corpse of an adult. And the tiny mummies in the trap. The expression gradually changed from hesitation to determination. Looking at Yahiko's resolute look, Hirohu smiled with relief. Well, you are worthy of being my disciple, I will support you. Anyone who helps people live a happy life is not a bad person. At this point, you have already learned most of my ninjutsu and abilities that if you continue to stay by my side, you will not grow much. Hirohu smiled, stood on tiptoe, and patted Yahiko's already very tall shoulders. If you have any problem, please send me a message and I will come to help you. Hearing Hiruzen's words that sounded like a farewell, Yahiko nodded solemnly. Yes, I will write a letter to you, teacher. It was late at night, and Yahiko and Konan were already fast asleep. But Nagato did not fall asleep, instead he quietly turned over the quilt, tiptoed out of the quiet bedroom. In the laboratory, Bailuvu was still busy all night sorting out experimental materials. Seeing Biriko busy and sweating, Nagato gently knocked on the half-open door of the laboratory. Boom boom boom. Hearing the knock on the door, Bailuvu put down the work at hand and looked towards the door. Seeing that Nagato was a little timid at this time. What's wrong, Nagato? Seeing the questioning expression on Bailuvu's face at this time, Nagato raised his head and looked straight at Bailuvu. Teacher, I heard everything you said to Yahiko today. What I said to Yahiko? Hirohu tilted his head and thought for a while, and soon remembered that it was he who promised that if Yahiko and Nagato had talked well, he could come to find him. At that time, I will transplant the Uzumaki clan's bloodline limit in Nagato to Yahiko to enhance Yahiko's strength. Really? Have you discussed this with Yahiko? Hearing Hiriko's question, Nagato suddenly became discouraged. No, in fact, Yahiko never discussed this matter with me. As he said that, Nagato mustered up the courage to look at Hirohu. But teacher, I want Yahiko to have the same blood as me. Hearing Nagato's request, Hirohu stroked his chin. As if thinking of something, the corners of his mouth curled up. An evil smile. Yahiko, I will help you realize your wish. Now go back and rest. Yahiko looked at Hiriko, who seemed to be thinking something, and suddenly revealed an evil smile, and nodded in confusion. Soon, Bailuvu was the only one left in the laboratory. I lived with Yahiko and the others for 3 years. It is impossible to say that there is no emotion. At this time, Hiruzen was about to leave the rain country and return to Konoha. The ones I am most worried about are Yahiko, Nagato and Konan. It remains to be seen whether they can gain a foothold in the rain country, a country full of bandits and wars, with their strength. Since Bailuvu noticed that there was doubt in his heart. So let's use practice to answer this question. Yahiko, Nagato and Konan will be given a training test later. By the way, give Yahiko the bloodline of the Uzumaki clan. Late at night, 4 in the morning. This is the darkest time of the day. Unless you are a night owl, most ordinary people have fallen into a deep sleep during this time period. Among them was Nagato, who had just talked with Hiriko. Just as the 3 of them were sleeping peacefully in the bedroom, suddenly, a fierce murderous aura locked onto them. Then the next moment, the whole cave began to shake. In an instant, the 3 of them jumped up in shock at the stimulation of murderous intent. What happened? As the 3 people woke up in an instant with dazed looks on their faces, pieces of rubble fell from the top of the cave. The cave is about to collapse. Boom! Amidst a roar that was so loud that it shook the earth, Yahiko, Nagato and Konan fled in a panic from the cave where they had lived for 3 years. After leaving, when the 3 looked back again, they found that the entire mountain was cracked. Faintly, in the cracks of the mountain, there was a huge monster frantically banging against the rock wall inside the mountain. Finally, with a roar that emitted a huge airflow, the entire mountain was knocked open by it. It was only then that Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan saw clearly the guy who had destroyed their home. A body as huge as a small mountain. Its body is like a turtle, its head is like a lion, and its claws are like the sharp claws of an eagle. This creature looks like a hodgepodge of several different types of animals put together and linked together. Roar! The four-legged creature howled towards the sky, and the Sharingan in its pupils turned slightly, staring directly at the three people who escaped from the cave in a panic. This is the teacher's experiment. When they saw the four-legged creature howling towards the sky, a feeling of expected understanding and helplessness flashed through the minds of the three people at the same time. During the 3 years of following Baileahu in training, they watched Baileahu personally transform one creature after another. Some are strong, some are weak. This made them a little worried. What if the modified animals like Baileahu wanted to devour their masters one day? When they asked Baileahu this question, Baileahu would often smile and tell them not to worry. They say these experimental animals are very gentle. Well, their worries came true. When the four-legged creature saw Yahiko and the other two, it acted as if it had seen its enemies. After breaking free from the small mountain that trapped it, it rushed over like mad. Disperse quickly! Seeing that the four-legged creature was crushing towards him like a giant turtle, Yahiko shouted hurriedly. Hearing Yahiko's voice, Konan and Nagato, who had lived with Yahiko for many years, instantly understood Yahiko's intention. The three of them ran quickly in 3 directions. Fortunately, the monster was not very fast. Although his speed was slow, he was full of momentum and stared directly at Yahiko, who had previously shouted to disperse. Yahiko! Seeing the four beasts chasing after Yahiko at an unstoppable speed, Konan's heart suddenly became confused. At this moment, they no longer had time to think about why Baileahu had not appeared yet. Seeing Yahiko in danger, Konan turned around. Shiki-maki dance. Countless pieces of paper flew and spun around Zionin. It cut towards the monster like a sharp paper knife. Da-da-da! Countless rapidly rotating papers scratched across the thick-skinned shell of the Sabusiang, but only left a faint white mark. Seeing this, the Sabusiang immediately stopped chasing Yahiko. The blood-red eyes in his eyes were shining brightly, and he opened his bloody mouth and aimed at Zionin. Seeing that the four beasts behind him stopped chasing Yahiko, Yahiko also stopped anxiously and shouted to Konan, "Let me hold this big turtle back, you go find the teacher right away." Listening to Yahiko's words, Konan, who was manipulating the paper, hesitated for a moment. However, at this moment, the turtle-like creature opened its huge mouth and inhaled madly. Countless fragile papers were swept by the strong wind and flew directly into the mouth of the four-legged beast. With its deep lung capacity, the Sabusiang was able to destroy Konan's Shikigami dance in just the first confrontation. A large amount of paper stained with chakra went directly into the stomach of the Sabusiang. What a powerful lung capacity! Yahiko couldn't help but click his tongue as he watched the creature swallow all the papers and close its mouth. As expected of the teacher's creation. However, as the teacher's students, we must not embarrass the teacher. While saying words to encourage his companions, Yahiko quickly made seals with his hands. I couldn't help but recall the scene when Bailuo was teaching me. When facing a giant monster, use your small size to dodge its attacks, then counterattack. Never confront it head-on. And when dealing with a tin can that has strong defense and is covered in armor, you might as well use a slam to shatter the fragile flesh inside the can into pulp. If the opponent is huge and wearing heavy armor, the use of a sudden attack will be of little use, so use the ninjutsu of alternating hot and cold. Use the principle of ductile brittle transition temperature to pry open the armor on his body, just like this. Crack! Under Bailuo's operation, a piece of iron in his hand was quickly heated and then cooled. Finally, frost appeared on the iron piece's body. This is what happens when the temperature drops. Finally, Bailuo gently broke the iron sheet. Without much effort, the iron sheet broke into pieces. Recalling what Hiriko had taught him, Yahiko looked firmly at the creature rushing towards Konanzu, and angrily roared out the ninjutsu he had prepared. Fire style, great fireball technique. A fireball almost as tall as a person came out of Yahiko's mouth. Yahiko gathered the chakra in his body madly and used it to perform ninjutsu. Nagato, who was standing by, saw Yahiko performing fire release, and he also remembered Okuniki's teachings. He quickly formed seals with both hands, water style, water dragon bullet. Following closely behind the fireball, a water dragon several times larger than the fireball poured towards the four-legged creature. Ouch! The bulky Siberian monster was unable to dodge the two men's ninjutsu attacks and could only use its own shell to absorb the two ninjutsu, one fire and one water. For a moment, the alternation of fire and water made the Sabusiang feel a pain in its shell. It feels like the shell is about to crack. The pain made the Sabusiang scream to the sky. Seeing that Yahiko and Nagato's attacks were effective, Konan's eyes lit up. She felt that she could win and there was no need to trouble teacher Hiriko. Then a dumpling quickly appeared in Zionin's hand. I saw Zionin running towards the Sabusiang with the dumpling in his hand. Raise non. The azure ball in Conan's hand accurately hit the shell of the Sabusiang that was burned black by the fire release. In an instant, the shell shattered and bright red blood spurted out from the wound of the monster like a fountain. Good job, Conan! Yahiko's eyes lit up, and with the cooperation of the three, they successfully broke through the Sabusiang's seemingly desperate defense. Hearing Yahiko's voice, Conan turned around and gave Yahiko a big smile. However, when Yahiko was about to respond to Conan's smile, the creature stretched out its neck and turned 180 degrees. The bloody mouth swallowed Zionin in one gulp. Yahiko, who was originally about to smile and encourage Conan, suddenly had his smile frozen on his face. Conan! Yahiko screamed in horror. Even if the combined attack of the three of them broke the thick turtle shell of the Sabusiang, for the Sabusiang, this injury was nothing compared to his huge body. After swallowing Conan in one gulp, the Sabusiang turned its attention back to the shouting Yahiko. The three-magadama Sherinan in his eyes flashed slightly, and the next moment, he opened his bloody mouth again. It was about to swallow Yahiko. Damn it, Conan! Yahiko gritted his teeth and jumped up at the sight of the monster's ridiculously large mouth. The figure quickly drilled into the mouth of the Sabusiang, went straight through the throat of the Sabusiang, and slid along the esophagus to the stomach. For a moment, Yahiko's action stunned both Sabusiang and Nagato. Baileahu, who was secretly watching their fight from the side, was even more confused. Yahiko? Conan? Looking at the only creature left in the field staring at him, the Rinnegan in Nagato's eyes trembled. All along, the happy memories of being with Yahiko and Conan flashed through my mind. This hurt Nagato at this moment. In an instant, an inexplicable feeling surged into Nagato's heart, and his hands began to form seals rapidly and unconsciously. Psychic. Seeing Nagato forming hand seals, Obaru's pupils contracted. The figure quickly jumped out from the bushes and slashed Nagato on the back of the neck with a knife. Plop. Seeing Nagato lose consciousness and fall to the ground, Hirahu breathed a sigh of relief. Really? You can summon something like the Outer Path Demon statue, Nagato? The four-legged creature squatting nearby also quieted down under the control of the Sherinan illusion. He started to vomit by picking his own throat. After a while, a pool of smelly gastric juice mixed with the vomit of the unconscious Conan and Yahiko was vomited out, and then the Sabusiang lifted the summoning technique and disappeared without a trace. Conan was swallowed whole by the Sabusiang under the control of Hiriko, while Yahiko entered the Sibixian's stomach on his own initiative. The two of them didn't stay in the monster's stomach for long before they were vomited out. He only suffered some minor injuries from stomach acid corrosion. Looking at the three unconscious people, Hirahu resigned himself to using water jutsu to wash Yahiko and Conan clean. Then he started busy transplanting Uzumaki blood into Yahiko. Time passes by unknowingly. While in a coma, Yahiko only felt waves of tingling and numbness sweeping over his whole body. It was as if countless tiny insects were frantically drilling in and out of the skin and flesh. To be honest, after 3 years of ninja training, Yahiko is not afraid of pain. No matter how painful the training was, he could complete it with gritted teeth. However, this tingling sensation made Yahiko, who was in a coma, extremely unbearable. This is a feeling that is completely different from pain but no less than pain. But his body was in a state of unconsciousness, making Yahiko completely unable to move. Finally, Yahiko opened his eyes and sat up. Before my eyes is the dawn when the sun is just beginning to peek out. Next to them were Conan and Nagato who were still sleeping, and Hiriko who was watching the three of them. The tingling sensation in the body disappeared without a trace after Yahiko woke up, and was replaced by extremely abundant chakra. You're awake, Yahiko. Hearing Yahiko's exclamation, Hiruzen looked directly at the orange-haired boy in front of him. For some reason, looking at this boy with a determined expression, Hiruzen always thinks of Naruto in the original work. The reflections of the two people are so similar. Teacher. Hearing Hiriko's call, Yahiko turned around and looked at Hiriko, who looked a little serious at the moment. There's something I want to tell you. Looking at Hiriko's expression at this moment, Yahiko also became serious. Seeing this, Bailuhu spoke slowly. The lab animal's going berserk this time is a test for you guys. Your assessment results are excellent. Hearing Hirahu's voice, Yahiko was stunned, and his eyes widened involuntarily as he looked at Hirahu. Seeing the expression on Yahiko's face, Beiruo smiled instead. To be honest, I never thought you could penetrate the thick turtle shell of Sabusiang. As long as you can hold out against the Sabusiang for a while, I will let you pass the exam. Yahiko, who had come to his senses at this moment, complained in fear, "What? It's actually a training test. Can't the teacher tell us before the test?" Listening to Yahiko's unromantic words, Bailuhu said unhappily, "Does the enemy need to tell you before he kills you? You are the leader of 3 people, so you should know that this kind of thing is impossible. Also, compared to the test results, there is another thing you should know, and that is about Nagato." After hearing what Hirahu said, Nagato, who was lying on the ground and was about to open his eyes and sit up, closed his eyes silently again. I planned to pretend to be asleep and listen to what Obaru wanted to talk to Yahiko about. Hiroko knew that Nagato was pretending to sleep, but he did not expose it. Instead, he continued to talk to Yahiko. Last night, Nagato asked me to transplant his Uzumaki bloodline into your body, and I agreed. Hearing what Obito said, Yahiko frowned tightly, feeling a little worried. Nagato is such a jerk. Teacher, will the blood transplant do any harm to Nagato? Hearing Yahiko's concern for Nagato, Hiroha smiled and said, don't worry, it will only make Nagato a little weak, and he will be better in 2 days. And what I'm telling you is not just about blood transplantation. Things, and Nagato's samsara eye. Hearing Obito's call, Yahiko was stunned for a moment, then listened carefully. Yahiko's Rinnegan is an eye known as the Sage's Eye. In other words, the last guy who possessed the Rinnegan was the legendary ancestor of all ninjas, the Sage of Six Paths. The power of the Rinnegan is very strong, so strong that it can kill most ordinary ninjas in seconds. However, Yahiko, who controls the Rinnegan, is very weak. Once Yahiko explodes with the true power of the Rinnegan due to his emotional excitement, you should know the consequences of running out of chakra, Yahiko, without me telling you. Listening to Hiroha's solemn warning, Yahiko murmured, the cells were squeezed dry, the flesh turned into dry bones and died. Hearing Yahiko's voice, Hiroha walked forward and patted Yahiko on the shoulder. In the future, do things more carefully. Don't do stupid things like sacrificing yourself for the sake of others. Don't rush in just because you see your companion sacrificed. And don't do anything that will irritate Nagato. Yahiko, your life doesn't just belong to you. Your companion should also have a role in your life. Hearing what seemed like a parting instruction from Hiroha, Yahiko was silent for a moment, then raised his head and looked into Hiroha's dark eyes. Teacher, I have a question. Hearing what Yahiko said, Hiroha smiled, sat next to Yahiko, and said, ask. As your teacher, I have the obligation to answer your questions. After a moment of silence, Yahiko spoke in a tangled voice, Teacher, in the past 3 years, you have only taught us how to use ninjutsu, how to become stronger, and how to defeat the enemy, but you have never told me how to restore peace to the Rain Country. Teacher, I want to know what you think of war, and how to put an end to it if it starts. Hearing Yahiko's unexpected question, Obaru was stunned. My eyes drifted away to where a small pointed sun had just appeared from the horizon. If you want to know the answer to that question, listen. Listen to everyone's voice. Remember, don't let your ears be blocked by the loudest voices. When the time comes, you will naturally know how to achieve peace. Hiroha did not express Uchiha Madara's views, even though he recognized Uchiha Madara's ideals and plans from the bottom of his heart. But Hiroko still hopes that Yahiko can use his own brain to think about how to achieve peace. The prerequisite for achieving peace is to have the power to punish those greedy people. Even though the method Yahiko came up with to achieve peace in the end was different from the ideals and plans of Hiruzen and Uchiha Madara, Baileahu also admitted it. Those who pursue peace are not bad people. If in the end, Hiroko and Yahiko had different ideas and methods, we'll just have a fight when the time comes. Whoever wins will follow his method. After all, in this world of ninja, it all comes down to who has the bigger fist. But this is better than those who gain power through selfish means. Hearing Hiru's advice, which was neither an idea of peace nor a method to achieve peace, Yahiko took a deep breath. Then he looked at Baileahu seriously. Thank you, teacher, I know what to do now. Hearing Yahiko thanking him as if he had found his target, Hiroha was stunned. After a long while, he dazedly responded, yeah, because Hiroko neither told Yahiko who to trust nor told Yahiko what to do to achieve peace. Yahiko himself found his target in an instant. Seeing that Hiroko didn't seem to understand anything, Yahiko was so excited that he took Hiroko's hand. I understand, teacher, I will listen carefully to their voices. Listening to the conversation between the two, one excited and the other confused, the two people who were pretending to be asleep curled their lips. The two people who were already asleep knew nothing. 3 days later, Orochimaru once again arrived at the deep forest as promised. Then he saw Hiroko, who was carrying his luggage and preparing for a long journey, and Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan, who came to see him off. It looks like you've made your decision. Seeing that Hiroha was about to go on a long journey, Orochimaru happily revealed a gloomy smile. Yes, Baileahu nodded, I will go back to Konoha with you. A wise decision. Orochimaru licked his lips and looked at Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan who came to see him off behind Hiroha. Why don't you return to Konoha with your disciples? Hiroha slowly walked towards Orochimaru and glanced at the 3 people behind him who were waving their arms vigorously. They are the children of the Rain Country. They were born in the Rain Country and will live in the Rain Country. Orochimaru could not deny Hiroko's inexplicable emotion and said, is that so? Hearing Orochimaru's response that he didn't care much about, Obito didn't say much, but just followed Orochimaru's figure and walked away. After a long time, the 3 people who had been waving their arms vigorously finally stopped. This was the second time that Yahiko and his friends had parted with Hiroko, but the moods when we parted twice were completely different. For the first time, I felt panic, anger, guilt, powerlessness, and helplessness. The second time, the three people's hearts were filled with anticipation for a new life and a slight reluctance. Hey, Konan, Nagato. Putting down his waving arms, Yahiko came to his senses and looked at the two people in front of him seriously. Konan, Nagato. These two are his companions who wander and live with him, and they are also the most important family members to him. I want to set up an organization whose goal is peace. The full name of the organization is Dawn of the Dawn. Abbreviation, Xiao. The three of us are the original members of Akatsuki. Listening to Yahiko's words, Konan and Nagato looked at each other, then looked at Yahiko again. We'll help you, Yahiko, because Yahiko, you are our most important family member. Hearing Konan and Nagato's promise, Yahiko smiled widely. Then let's go, our destination is a small town not far from here. Go and listen to everyone's views on peace. A few days later, Hiruzen and Orochimaru arrived at the gate of Konoha village. At this time, the gate of Konoha village was already surrounded by circles of onlookers and a group of fanatical fans holding plagues. What's going on? The gathered crowd stunned Baileahu, but when he saw the name on the plaque, the doubts in his heart immediately turned into clarity. Welcome the war hero, Heitake Sakumo, to the Leaf Village. Looking at the crowd blocking the entrance of Konoha village, Orochimaru smiled coldly. It seems that we are unlucky today, and ran into Konoha White Fang. Listening to Orochimaru's hoarse voice, Baileya was a little confused. Why did you touch his Konoha White Fang just unlucky? Orochimaru glanced at Hiriko and explained, those people are obsessed with Heitake Sakumo to the point of blindness. Look, they must have blocked the place where the procedures for entering the village are handled, just so that Heitake Sakumo can complete the procedures as soon as he returns to Konoha. As for the other ninjas, they can only go through the procedures to return to the village after Heitake Sakumo returns to Konoha. The two approached the gate of Konoha village while talking. Baileahu looked towards the corner of the gate and saw that it was indeed the case. The Chunin who was originally guarding the gate and processing the entry and exit procedures for the ninjas coming in and out of Konoha was now trembling as he was surrounded by a group of fanatical villagers in 3 layers on the left and right. Some ninjas who wanted to go through the formalities were squeezed out of the encirclement by the villagers. All I could do was wait helplessly outside for the fanatical crowd to disperse. Some unconvinced ninjas squeezed in, but were quickly thrown out by Heitake Sakumo's fans. Seeing this, Orochimaru could only stand on the periphery of the crowd with Hiruzen and be a spectator. Soon, with the appearance of a white-haired figure, the whole crowd became excited. Ah, look, it's Master White Fang. Master White Fang, I want to give birth to a monkey for you. Konoha White Fang, Heitake Sakumo walked to the gate of Konoha village, looked at the villagers who were blocking the village, and waved to his crazy fans with a gentle smile on his face. Soon, surrounded by the crowd, he completed the entry procedures into the village and left this important entrance and exit of Konoha village. Looking at the crowd following Heitake Sakumo closely and leaving, Hiruzen touched his chin thoughtfully. He felt that Heitake Sakumo was not so much a hero famous on the battlefield as he was a star who was hailed as a star in Konoha village. Let's not talk about his strength for now, but his reputation is obviously exaggerated. Orochimaru, who was standing by, saw that the crowd had mostly dispersed, so he took Hokage forward and went through the procedures for entering the village. Seeing Hiruzen staring at the crowd and following Heitake Sakumo's back, Orochimaru understood. Hiruzen, Konoha is not what it used to be. People are getting agitated lately, so you'd better not provoke Heitake Sakumo. Also, Hiruzen, you're back in Konoha after such a long absence. Aren't you going to say hello to your friends? Hearing Orochimaru's suggestive voice, Obaru's eyes twitched. Then, as expected, I saw an upside-down green figure slowly walking towards me from the side. The person who came was Matt Dai. Next to Matt Dai, there was a 4-year-old green kid, babbling along beside him. Is Might Guy, the son of Might Day, already 4 years old at this time? Seeing Might Dai and Might Guy, Obara silently blocked their gazes with Orochimaru's figure, and whispered in a venomous voice, no, that's not necessary. Seeing Hiriko's expression as if he had met his natural enemy, Orochimaru blinked and said nothing more. He just chuckled in a hoarse voice and walked towards the Hokage's office with Hiriko. After Hiruzen successfully completed the mission he had casually accepted before, he and Orochimaru separated for a short time. I'll pick you up from your house at 8 a.m. tomorrow morning to go to the lab. Orochimaru said this gloomily and left. It was already noon, and Baileya, who looked at the time, decided to eat outside before going back. So, I came to the Ichiraku ramen stall which I hadn't seen for 3 years. Boss, give me a bowl of char siu ramen. Okay. Sitting in front of the stall, Baileya, who looked around with wandering eyes. Compared to 3 years ago, Ichiraku ramen has not changed much. It's just that the boss has changed from a young man to a slightly greasy middle-aged man. Your char siu ramen, please enjoy. Baileya separated the chopsticks and put his palms together. I'm starting. Just when Baileya was about to start eating, a figure suddenly sneaked into the curtain of Ichiraku ramen. Kakashi, who was only 4 or 5 years old, looked around very vigilantly. When he saw that only Hiruzen was there, he breathed a sigh of relief and slowly sat down on the chair. "Boss, I'd like a bowl of miso sasha ramen." "Okay." While ordering, Kakashi did not forget to look around. Only after he no longer saw the troublesome green figure did he slowly relax his vigilance. At first, I looked at Ichiraku ramen owner busy cooking ramen with a dazed look in my eyes. Soon, a big bowl of ramen was served. "I'm starting." Kakashi rolled his eyes and prayed, then took off his mask and slurped the noodles. Hiriko, who was sitting next to him, couldn't help but glance at the young Kakashi who was eating noodles with big mouthfuls. Kakashi was only about 4 years old at this time, and there was still some baby fat on his face, making him look chubby. Well, a very ordinary nose and mouth, looks the same as a normal person, no abalone lips or rabbit teeth. Perhaps it was because Obaru's gaze was too explicit. Kakashi on the side instantly became alert and moved his seat one step away from Obaru. Then he quickly finished the ramen in front of him. In a short while, he stuffed his mouth full of noodles, like a hamster with dead eyes, which made Baileahu want to laugh. "Eat slowly, I won't steal your ramen." Baileahu pursed his lips, wanting to laugh, but forced himself to hold it back. Since Kakashi discovered that Okuro was secretly glancing at him, Okuro stopped pretending and just looked at Kakashi eating ramen openly. This direct gaze made Kakashi feel uncomfortable for a moment. "Why are you staring at me? I'm warning you, my father is the hero of Konoha, Hatake White Fang." Facing Hiruzen's burning gaze, Kakashi, somewhat lacking confidence, brought up his father's reputation, hoping to scare away the ungrateful man in front of him with the reputation of Konoha White Fang. Hearing Kakashi's words, Hirahu was stunned for a moment, then he looked away, looked at the half-eaten ramen in front of him, and murmured, "Konoha White Fang." By the way, from the gate of Konoha, Obaru had already noticed that Hatake Sakumo's reputation was abnormally high. It stands to reason that generals who have performed well on the battlefield and have made outstanding military achievements would not have a very high reputation among the people. On the one hand, it is to prevent paparazzi from causing trouble and assassination by enemy spies. On the other hand, the generals it takes such a high reputation. Your strength is always your own and will not increase just because of other people's bragging. Similarly, your strength will not decline because of other people's belittlement. Seeing that Hirahu looked away thoughtfully, Kakashi quickly finished the remaining ramen in front of him. Pulling up the mask, Kakashi was about to leave the place where he had hurriedly filled his stomach. However, the sound of the two voices made Kakashi and Hiruzen tremble at the same time. "Baileahu, I knew it. When I saw the corner of your clothes at the door, I knew it must be you who came back." "Kakashi, there's no point hiding at Ichiraku Ramen." Two green figures, one big and one small, stood in front of the Ichiraku Ramen shop. A raging flame burned in each of their pupils. "Let's fight it out, Kakashi. Let's burn our youth, Baileahu." Hearing the two people's voices, Baileahu's face darkened. Instead, Kakashi looked at Hirahu with some surprise, as if he had not expected that this man who was only a few years older than him had the same experience as him. After hearing his father's words, Might Tai's burning gaze shifted from Kakashi to Hiruzen, who was sitting quietly beside him. He opened his eyes wide and looked in disbelief at Baileahu, who was wearing a white robe. "You are my father's lifelong enemy, my best friend in training, and the one who burned his youth with my father?" Listening to the noisy voices of Might Dai and Might Guy, Baileahu's face darkened, but the corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a stiff smile, and he looked at the two people, one big and one small, wearing green tights behind him. "Hey, Might Dai, how about we make a bet?" Hearing the long-lost voice of Baileahu, Might Dai blinked and said excitedly, "Okay, what's the bet?" "It's simple. Just a taijutsu show. If I win, you have to pretend you don't know me from now on. And if you win, I will help you practice taijutsu for the next month. How about that?" After being brutally beaten by Uchiha Madara, after practicing physical skills for a year, Obito was eager to practice the results of his physical skills training. Listening to the content of the bet between the two, Kakashi on the side opened his dead fish eyes wide, opened his mouth, and wanted to remind Obito, who was in the same situation as him. The guy in the green tights is not easy to deal with even with his physical skills. But looking at the confident expressions of Hiruzen and Might Dai, he swallowed the words of warning. I watched helplessly as the two of them squared off in front of Ichirola. "The rules are simple." Hirahu sneered and clenched his fists. "I don't know how to use ninjutsu, and Might Dai, you are not allowed to use the 8 gates of ninjutsu. It's been a long time since I last saw it burning, Baileahu." Might Dai excitedly assumed a fighting stance, with one fist placed on his lower back and the other hand extended forward, making a gesture of invitation to Hiruzen. The atmosphere between the two gradually became tense. Even the owner of Ichiraku Ramen, who was in the store, came out to watch the duel between Hiriko and Might Dai. "Let's fight it out." Baileahu's eyes became fierce, so as not to be disturbed when doing experiments in the future. "This battle is crucial." The next moment, a dry leaf fell to the ground with the breeze. Hiriko and Might Dai moved at the same time. As the two men quickly stepped forward, Obaru's moves were very fierce, his movements were fast and accurate, and a bloody smell from the battlefield rushed towards the three onlookers and their opponent Might Dai. Might Dai relied on his tall stature and strength to defend against Beiruo's attack even though he was a little slow. Wow, is this the battle between my father and his old enemy? I feel my blood boiling. Watching the two men's battle, Mighty's eyes sparkled as he watched the fight. Kakashi noticed something strange in their fight, and then turned to look at Might Dai. Hey, Might Dai, where did your father's old enemy, Beiruo, do his missions before? Hearing Kakashi's question, Might Dai quickly said to Kakashi, I remember my father said that Hirako has been on the battlefield of the Rain Country in the past few years. After hearing Might Dai's answer, Kakashi's dead fish eyes showed an expression of, as expected. It is true. Seeing Kakashi's look of seeing through everything, Might Dai scratched his mushroom head with a questioning look on his face. Kakashi, did you see anything? Tell me about it? Next to Might Dai, the owner of Ichiraku Ramen also looked at Kakashi with curiosity. Seeing the two men humbly seeking advice, Kakashi sighed helplessly, looked again at the place where Hiruzen and Might Dai were fighting, and began to explain. You two watched their movements carefully. Hiroyuki's attack was fierce, and every move was aimed at the vital points. Even if Might Dai's father occasionally counterattacked, he could resolve it by using the opponent's force to counterattack. The moves are fast, accurate, and fierce. This is a physical skill that can only be developed through countless fights on the battlefield. In the illusion, Obito and Uchiha Madara were practicing physical skills. If one was not careful, Uchiha Madara would really pierce the heart or chop off his head. Broken limbs are common. Even if Baileahu was in an illusion or in reality, he would not die from such an injury. But the pain of being on the verge of death will torment Baileahu for a long time. If one wants Uchiha Madara to reset the illusion and heal the injuries on Hiruzen, the easiest way is to injure Uchiha Madara as well. And the more serious the injury, the better. Compared to Hirako, who just returned from the battlefield, Might Dai, your father's moves are too old-fashioned and he doesn't know how to be flexible. Although I can hold out for a while with my own strength, I am about to lose. As if responding to Kakashi's words, Oburu seized the moment when Might Detective's defense was opened and rushed forward. The slightly sharp fingertips pressed against Might Dai's neck. You lose, Might Dai. Hearing Bailua's slightly bland voice with a hint of unquestionableness, Might Dai raised his hands helplessly and made a head gesture. Hey, you won. Hearing Might Dai's somewhat helpless voice, Obi-Wan withdrew his fingertips that were pressing against Might Dai's neck. He said calmly, don't talk to me now, we are already strangers. Seeing what Hirako did, Kakashi's eyes suddenly lit up, and he was eager to make a bet with Might Dai. Used to get rid of the annoying Might Dai. Hearing the calm voice of Hirahu, Might Dai felt as if an arrow had pierced his heart for a moment. But soon, a very clever idea came into Might Dai's mind. Might Dai just gave Hirahu a big smile. Nice to meet you, I'm Mighty Dai, please give me your guidance. Yes, since the bet is that after Bailuo wins, he will pretend to be a stranger. Then if we just get to know each other again, can't we become good friends from strangers again? For a moment, Might Dai gave a thumbs up to this extremely clever idea. Might Dai, who was watching the game on the side, gave a thumbs up to his father's amazing performance and also recorded the scene, to prevent Kakashi from using this method to get rid of him in the future. Having said that, Might Dai walked forward and patted Bailua's slightly thin shoulder with a laugh on his face. From now on, I, Mighty Dai, will be your good brother, Baileahu. At this moment, Okuniki's originally clear big black eyes turned into dead fish eyes like Kakashi's. This guy Might Dai doesn't take the bets seriously at all. In the howling cold wind, in front of the Ichiraku ramen shop, behind Hirako stood Might Dai, who was laughing heartily, and behind Kakashi stood Might Dai, who, for some reason, was laughing just like his father. Two pairs of dead fish eyes stared at each other. At this moment, a kind of friendship called sympathy was lingering in the hearts of Hiruzen and Kakashi. Hey, Bailuhu, hey, Bailuhu, hey, Bailuhu, hey, Kakashi, hey, Kakashi, hey, Kakashi. On the streets of Konoha village, Hirako and Kakashi were walking side by side. Might Dai and Might Dai, father and son, followed Kakashi and Hiruzen relentlessly. Senior Baileahu, I have a question. After strolling together for a long time, Kakashi finally couldn't help it, looked at Hirako beside him, and asked, Senior, do you know how to get rid of Might Dai and his son? Hearing Kakashi's question, Obito looked at Might Dai and Might Dai, who were following them like followers, with a look of despair. Then he looked at Kakashi again, raised an eyebrow, and replied, Do you think I look like someone who has a way to get rid of them? Kakashi glanced at Might Dai, who was following behind Hirako, and said in a somewhat stiff voice, That's true. However, although the two said that there was nothing they could do, they both tensed their bodies silently. It was like being chased by a hungry monster. As long as one of Hiruzen and Kakashi stays with Might Dai and Might Dai, it can satisfy the hunger of Might Dai and Might Dai. The other person can escape. The next moment, coincidentally, Kakashi and Hiraho both ran forward at an astonishing speed. Seeing the two men running away, Might Dai and Might Dai hurriedly chased after them. Kakashi, I have to say, your instant body movement technique is really great, but you are still a long way behind me. Just go back and play with Might Dai and the others. With the help of the instant body flickering technique, Hiruzen looked at Kakashi, whose gap with him was getting bigger and bigger, and smiled with glee. Seeing the distance between the two getting bigger and bigger due to the gap and hard power, Kakashi clenched his fists, feeling unwilling to give up. Hateful. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration came into Kakashi's mind and was firmly grasped by Kakashi. Kakashi took out a book with a yellow cover from his arms and threw it towards Hiruzen. When he saw the book, Baileahu instinctively took it and then looked at the cover. Intimate Paradise. Looking at the cover, Baileahu's speed slowed down unconsciously. Did Jiraiya start writing pornographic books at this time? Seeing that Hirahu was slowing down, Kakashi was secretly delighted and began to step on the accelerator and accelerate madly. After a short while, he surpassed Baileahu and made a face to him. Goodbye, lecherous Hirako-sama, just play with Might Guy and might die. Seeing that Kakashi had surpassed him, Hiruzen was stunned and threw the paradise in his hand to the side of the road. Start running seriously. However, the four people who were chasing did not notice that next to the fallen Intimate Paradise, there was a man named Sakumo Hatake who disguised himself as a tree to get rid of those crazy fans. At this moment, Hatake Sakumo watched his son throw a book to Hirahu, and then Hirahu threw it to the side of the tree he disguised himself as. Hatake Sakumo had never seen Kakashi take out this book at home. Driven by curiosity, Hatake Sakumo removed the disguise of the tree and bent down to pick up the yellow-covered Intimate Paradise at his feet. The moment the book was opened, a golden light shot up into the sky, blinding Hatake Sakumo's eyes. At this moment, Hatake Sakumo felt both relieved and a little ashamed and shy, with a hint of anger brewing in his heart. Kakashi has finally grown up and now looks like an adult. But Kakashi, if I, as a father, remember correctly, Kakashi, you are only 4 years old now. Hatake Sakumo solemnly put away his paradise, then used the body flickering technique and chased madly in the direction of Kakashi and Hiruzen. Kakashi, who gave you that yellow-covered book? Ah, look, Hatake Sakumo is here. Master Konoha White Fang, I'm your fan, please give me an autograph. For a moment, as Hatake Sakumo set off, the entire Konoha village gradually became excited. In the evening, after finally getting rid of Might Die and Might Guy, Hibiki returned exhausted to his long-lost home. At this time, the house, which had been uninhabited for 3 years, was already covered with a layer of dust. Baileahu dragged his almost exhausted body to quickly clean up and then lay down on the bed and fell asleep. In his sleep, Baileahu also dreamed that Might Die, Might Guy, Kakashi and Hatake Sakumo, who were waving yellow-covered books, were chasing him. It's really terrible. Time passed slowly, and it was the next morning. Not long after Hirahu finished his breakfast, Orochimaru came to his door. Looking at Hiruzen, who was no different from usual, Orochimaru spoke in his usual hoarse voice. Let's go, Baileahu, I can't wait any longer. Looking at Orochimaru, Higurashi nodded, and then the two of them left Higurashi's room. The place designated by the Konoha village top brass for studying Hashirama's cells is a flat-roofed building not far from the Hokage's office building. This location is quite convenient for Sarutobi Hiruzen, who is proficient in telescope techniques, to monitor. It is also convenient for the Umbu to monitor nearby. Looking at the bushes outside the building, there were a few people squatting quietly. Seeing a masked figure, Baileahu seemed to be thinking about something. Right now, Hashirama's cells are still in the animal experiment stage. Orochimaru led the way while explaining the current progress of the experiment. As you enter the laboratory building, a pungent smell of disinfectant hits you in the face. All the researchers coming and going wore white coats and masks. But there has not yet been any successful example of animal experimentation. But the higher UPS can't wait any longer and want to conduct human experiments right away. 3 days. We only have 3 days. Orochimaru sighed and took Obito into a laboratory. There are densely packed little white mice housed inside, and next to them are the Hashirama cells that the experimenters have painstakingly extracted. Orochimaru took out a syringe containing Hashirama cells, took out a lucky little white mouse from the cage, and injected the cells into it. A few minutes later, in the sight of Orochimaru and Hiruzen, they saw the little white mouse screaming in pain. Soon, countless tiny wooden thorns covered with blood pierced the body of the little white mouse. After struggling in pain and despair for a few more minutes, the little white mouse died unwillingly. This is the type of Hashirama cell developed by our laboratory. So far, it has the longest survival time after injection. Orochimaru handed a glass bottle filled with crimson liquid to Higurashi. Mangekyo Sherry non-activated. Baileahu looked at the dark red plasma in the glass bottle. Various human cells are wandering around in the plasma full of energy. Looking at the bottle of human cell mixture, Baileahu fell silent. After a long while, Oburu finally said to Orochimaru, Orochimaru, have you ever thought that there are also different types of cells in the human body? The functions of various cells should be different depending on their type. Listening to Obito's words, Orochimaru pursed his lips and sighed. Of course I have considered what you said, but now is wartime, and all the medical ninjas who can sense human cells are busy on the front lines, and the Byakugan of the Hyaga clan stationed in Konoha village can only observe cells. They cannot see the internal structure of cells. Listening to Orochimaru's complaining words, Obito understood. I see. So you found me, a wandering medical ninja? The white eyes can observe cells, but cannot observe the inside of cells in detail. Before obtaining this pair of Mangekyo Sharinan, Hirako uses chakra to manipulate viruses to transform cells, and then observes the organs formed by cell differentiation to see whether the genes he has modified are correct. Now with the Mangekyo Sharinan, we have the means to directly observe cells and the genetic chains inside cells. Even after gaining the ability to see things from the smallest details with his right eye, Hirako can freely change the genetic chain of cells in his body, thereby replicating the bloodline limit of his enemy. However, if one wants to modify cells outside the body for transplantation to others, they still need to be modified through viruses. Not to mention that given the power of Hashirama's cells, Obito would not dare to put Hashirama's cells into his body for transformation at will. Directly unscrew the glass lid containing the plasma. Chakra flowed into the plasma through the fingertips. Some Hashirama stem cells were picked out. Under Orochimaru's expectant gaze, Obito used chakra to wrap a small, agate-like stem cell ball. Then the drug was injected into a lucky mouse in the cage. Byakugan has already mastered the blood transplant process. Under the gaze of the Mangekyo Sharinan, this time, Obito was not only observing the stem cells. He was still staring at the overly active Ashura chakra on Hashirama's stem cells. After the stem cells entered the body of the mouse, the activity of the Ashura chakra in it increased dramatically. Under the influence of chakra, Hashirama's stem cells began to multiply wildly and disorderly like cancer cells. Then, a portion of the interpillar stem cells turned into fibrosis, while the other portion continued to divide and multiply madly within the fibrotic cells, plundering the nutrients from the body of the little white mouse. Soon, the little white mouse sensed something strange in its body and began to struggle, screaming. With the support of stem cells, the fibrotic intercolumnar cells soon tore the skin and flesh of the mouse again. This time, the mice survived even shorter. He only held on for a few tens of seconds before his nutrients were drained away by Hashirama's cells and he fell to the ground. The tiny fibrotic cells appear externally like thorns piercing the skin and flesh. Watching this scene, Orochimaru raised his eyebrows. Their goal is to keep the mice transplanted with Hashirama's cells alive. This wave of Byakugan is reverse research and development. But even so, Orochimaru is full of confidence in Obito. Since you can shorten the time it takes for the mice to die so quickly, then you should know how to prolong the time it takes for the mice to die. Listening to Orochimaru's words, Obito frowned and responded faintly. Well, there are some clues. After throwing away the body of the dead mouse, Byakugan used chakra to extract some cells from the plasma in the glass tube. This time, Byakugan specifically avoided stem cells. Stem cells are a very special type of cells in the human body. They are able to break the limit on the number of divisions. That's right, the number of times most cells in the human body can divide is limited. There are only two types of cells in the human body that have no limit on the number of times they can divide: stem cells and another well-known type of cancer cell. As we all know, cells in the human body are depleted, and stem cells gradually decrease over time in a person's body. When the differentiated new cells can no longer support the functioning of the internal organs, the person will die of old age. So as long as a certain number of stem cells is maintained in the body, the person will not age. Lifespan will directly become infinite. Therefore, for Obito, who can control the cells in his body through the Mangekyo Sharinan, his lifespan is actually unlimited. And this time, Byakugan wants to take advantage of the division restrictions that most cells in the human body have. Some Hashirama cells other than stem cells were randomly selected and injected into the mice again. Under the observation of the Mangekyo Sharinan, Hashirama cells were once again catalyzed by Ashura Hakura. It began to divide and proliferate wildly. This time, however, there were no stem cells involved that could divide indefinitely. The intercolumnar cells in the mice stopped reproducing and differentiating after reaching their limit of division. Just when Byakugan thought that the experiment was about to succeed, a cell quietly appeared. Found out. It seemed that Ashura's will was struggling unwillingly. It also seems to be a necessity amidst chance. An error occurred during the division of a Hashirama cell. It discards the telomeres on the chromosomes that control the number of times it divides. Hashirama cancer cells appeared. The moment cancer cells appeared, all of Hashirama's cells began to polarize. Ordinary cells that lost their number of divisions became the same as white Zetsu cells and Hashirama cells that were copied by Hiruzen. It became a lifeless ordinary cell that could not produce Ashura chakra. Cancer cells, on the other hand, are particularly favored by the Ashura chakra. Under the catalysis of chakra, it multiplies like crazy and then turns into fibrosis at a speed that makes ordinary cancer cells feel ashamed. The tiny wooden thorn once again pierced through the poor little white mouse's body, causing it to follow in the footsteps of its two predecessors. But this experiment was not without results. At the very least, after transplanting Hashirama's cells, it lasted for an hour before it was devoured by Hashirama's cancer cells. Looking at the corpse of the little white mouse that had survived for a full hour, Bailuhu fell silent. Ashura chakra is more difficult to deal with than you might imagine, but Orochimaru on the side had shining eyes. The mice that had been transplanted with Hashirama's cells by him could only last a few minutes at most. When Bailuhu arrived, the record of several minutes was extended to 1 hour. At this moment, Orochimaru felt that success was waving at him. During these 3 days, Orochimaru and Obito conducted experiments almost non-stop. Soon, Konoha will have a decisive battle with Tsunagakure in the Land of Rain, and the third Hokage and Danzo are pushing the issue a little too hard. However, thanks to Hiroho's research and development, the survival time of mice transplanted with Hashirama cells gradually increased from 1 hour to 3 hours. However, even after surviving for such a long time, not a single mouse successfully survived after receiving the Hashirama cell transplant. The reason is that the research directions of Orochimaru and Obito are actually essentially different. Orochimaru simply wanted to successfully transplant Hashirama cells, even if the experimental results showed that Hashirama cells had degraded and became similar to White Zetsu's cells and Senju's cells. Obito already had this kind of cell, but he didn't want to give it to Orochimaru. Since it was so difficult to get Konoha's experimental equipment and funds for free, Obito would feel really sorry for himself if he didn't fulfill his own experimental goals. However, Hiriko's experimental target was not the degraded Hashirama cells. Instead, it is the Ashura chakra formed by the fusion of Hashirama's cell energy and unknown will. Ashura is clearly a dead person who died thousands of years ago. His will can still float in this world and even created 2 reincarnations of Ashura, Hashirama Senju and Naruto Uzumaki. Therefore, the research goal of Beiruo is whether Ashura chakra still contains the will of Ashura. If so, can Ashura's will be communicated? If not, then does the current Ashura chakra have its own set of operating rules like an automatic program? If possible, Hiroho wanted to find a loophole in this set of rules and find a way to indirectly use Ashura chakra. In addition, Biriko has another research goal regarding Ashura chakra. That is the Ashura chakra, whether it is the external manifestation of the Ashura soul will. To put it simply, Hiroho wanted to confirm whether there was a soul contained in Ashura's chakra. If so, Hiroho also wants to integrate his soul and will into his chakra. However, as Okuro continued his experiments, while setting up obstacles for Ashura chakra to kill the mice, Okuro also discovered some of these strands of Ashura chakra scattered in the body of the little white mouse of will, while some do not. And even if the will exists, it is pitifully weak. If you must say it, it's equivalent to a newborn baby. Even if you have a full set of memories, emotions, and will. But as a baby, his will is also in chaos and confusion. Unless someone catalyzes it, the baby will not grow up no matter how large the chakra is. This discovery also made Hiriko understand that chakra is the soul, but the soul is not chakra. To put it simply, the soul contains chakra, but the soul is not just chakra. After studying Ashura's chakra, Obito used the Mangekyo Sharinan to look at his own chakra. One can clearly see that one's own chakra also contains one's own will, but this will is very weak compared to Ashura chakra. It is a level that even babies cannot reach. After figuring this out, Bailuhu also understood the next direction of his cultivation. Incorporate more of your own will into the chakra so that the chakra can be controlled as easily as your own arm. Also, he gave up the Rinnegan, which was a fusion of Ashura chakra and Indra chakra, and instead developed his own bloodline limit. Bailuhu will not allow the messy will of other people to exist in his body. Like Naruto, in addition to Ashura chakra, there are also 9 tails, Minato Namikaze, Kushina Uzumaki, and so on in his body. Bailuhu felt suffocated just thinking about it. I'm afraid that even when Naruto was using the toilet, there was chakra carrying someone's will watching him. Doesn't Naruto feel like he won't be able to pee? Anyway, Bailuhu felt that if he had the wills of so many people in his body, he would definitely not be able to pee. 3 days passed quickly. Orochimaru's expression gradually changed from hope to numbness. Even with the arrival of Hiriko, the lifespan of the mice was extended from a few minutes to several hours after the injection of Hashirama's cells. But there was still not a single mouse that actually survived. Of course, this is also due to the differences in their research directions. But it must be said that Ashura chakra also contributed to a large extent. Although not very intelligent, Ashura chakra seems to be very resistant to entering the bodies of other animals. Once Hashirama's cells enter the body of the mouse, the Ashura chakra will become active. Within 3 hours, it will find a Hashirama cell that has divided incorrectly and turned into a cancer cell. Then it multiplies and divides wildly. Drain the nutrients from the host's body. In the end, the host died tragically under the fibrotic cells of Hashirama. At the same time, it also put an end to Orochimaru and Hiruzen's experiments. There is no time. Just as Orochimaru was thinking about how to continue prolonging the life of the little white mouse, A figure pushed open the door of the laboratory, looked at the two people in the laboratory and said in a deep voice, "The decisive battle is about to begin. Now, conduct human experiments immediately." Bailyuhu looked at the person who opened the door and he raised his eyebrows. "Hey, isn't this Danzo?" Before Obi-Wan could react, Orochimaru came to Danzo with some dissatisfaction. He said in a hoarse voice, "Danzo, the animal experiment of Hashirama's cell transplantation has not yet passed, and you are in a hurry to start human experiments. You are wasting your experiment." Hearing Orochimaru's somewhat heartbroken voice, Danzo raised an eyebrow. The face that was wrapped in bandages showed no expression. He just said indifferently, "Orochimaru, this is the order of the third Hokage. Experimental subjects, there are plenty of those things, no need to cherish them so much." Hearing Danzo say this, Hirahu opened his mouth but didn't know how to refute. On the battlefield, a person's life is the least valuable thing. Since it is worthless, people naturally have the confidence to squander it. As Danzo finished his words, a large group of people were escorted by UMBU members to the laboratory. Some of them volunteered, and some were forced to do so, but all in all, they all volunteered to participate in the experiment. Looking at the dejected crowd coming to the laboratory in small numbers, Danzo glanced at Orochimaru and Hiruzen. The voice said indifferently, "Get started, let me see the results of your experiment." Soon, with the help of other researchers, those who volunteered to come here were transplanted with undegraded Hashirama cells. Watching the researchers inject undegraded Hashirama cells into the people who volunteered to participate in the experiment one by one, the corner of Bailuhu's eye twitched. He really didn't expect that after Danzo came in, he would ask Orochimaru, Obaru and other researchers to conduct human experiments without saying a word. He was caught off guard. At this time, Bailyuhu could already imagine what a tragic situation this laboratory would be in 3 hours later. Ajura Chakra is not a vegetarian. Orochimaru, who was standing next to Higurashi, was also a little unhappy. He still thought it was a waste of experimental materials. Danzo knew that Hashirama's cell transplant would result in the death of the recipient, but he still did it. Since the transplant is for civilians who do not have bloodline boundaries, animal experiments should be carried out first. The formal experimental procedure is to wait until Hashirama's cells can be stably transplanted into animals before conducting human experiments. This made Orochimaru frown at Danzo's behavior, but because this was the order of his teacher, the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, Orochimaru could only stand aside and watch silently. After the transplant was completed, a group of people stood there trembling under the gaze of the UMBU. A minute passed. 2 minutes passed. 3 minutes passed. As time passed, half an hour passed quickly. The originally noisy crowd gradually quieted down. Many experimenters who had transplanted Hashirama's cells secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Before transplanting Hashirama's cells, many of them had asked the researchers. Before their transplant, some mice that had also received Hashirama's cells could only survive a few minutes at most. Now a full half hour has passed. Maybe the researchers will break through the technical barriers within these 3 days and increase the success rate of Hashirama's cell transplantation to 100%. And even if there is failure, it may not be my fault. Thinking of this, many people felt relieved. Even Danzo, looking at the people who were safe and sound, began to have some ideas. Since those civilians were able to successfully transplant Hashirama's cells, maybe I can do it too? Thinking in his heart, Danzo secretly glanced at Orochimaru and Obito standing next to him. When he saw the indifferent expressions of Hiruzen and Orochimaru, as if everything was not over yet, he suppressed his restless thoughts, quietly looking at the crowd below. Soon, a scream was heard from the crowd. The crowd suddenly became excited and quickly moved away from the screaming person. It was as if that person had some extremely terrifying infectious disease. In an instant, a large open space was cleared. The man in the open space was covering the place where Hashirama's cells were injected, and fell to the ground trembling. His name is Andong Zhong. He is an old man who is already over 40 years old. In this war-torn ninja world, being in your 40s is considered a long life. His wife died in childbirth, and his only son died on the battlefield of the Rain Kingdom, sacrificing himself for the will of fire. He smoked and drank all day long, and owed a large sum of money at the casino 2 days ago. In the end, he was sold directly to Danzo by the casino owner there. That's why he appeared here to undergo the Hashirama cell transplantation experiment. At this moment, Anton Zhong's pupils trembled. Before the experiment, Danzo told him that if the experiment was successful, he could not only be exempted from the money he owed to the casino, you can also get a large sum of money from Danzo. But at this moment, Anton Zhong no longer had the mind to imagine the wonderful life after his experiment was successful. He felt something inside his body greedily devouring his energy. And the swallowing speed is getting faster and faster, and that thing is getting bigger and bigger. Rip! A thick, bloody wooden thorn broke through his flesh and rushed out. A sharp pain instantly swept through Anton Zhong's mind. Hashirama's cells moved quickly, and the next moment densely packed thick wooden thorns stretched out from Anton Tadashi's body. After a while, Anton Joan was buried in the dense thorns like a sea urchin. But Anton Joan is not dead yet. He could only whine weakly as he was wrapped in the wooden thorns. The body was pierced with bloody holes by sharp wooden spikes, until the heart, lungs, and other important organs were pierced by the splinters. Anton Zonke lost his breath. His dilated pupils stared unwillingly at Danzo's cold face outside the gap between the wooden thorns. After seeing that Anton Joan was no longer moving, Danzo coldly gave orders to the umbu around him. Keep an eye on these people, don't let them escape. The umbu around swallowed their saliva as they listened to Danzo's instructions. Be alert to these civilians in the encirclement. No, Soon, the second person who failed the experiment appeared. He was a middle-aged man, and at this moment, he was crying and trying like a madman to break through the encirclement of the umbu and get out, but he was stopped by the umbu. A piece of wood splinter protruded from his abdomen. Bailiahu closed his eyes and turned away. He didn't want to watch any further. Even if Bailiahu was usually tasked with eliminating bandits, he would still give those scums a quick death. Instead of watching the robbers lying in a pool of blood and wailing, the next moment, more and more experimenters discovered abnormalities in their bodies. They wailed madly. Blood and wooden thorns began to splatter everywhere, which made Obara start to doubt whether he had done the right thing by hiding the degraded white Zetsu cells. He and Orochimaru have different research goals. I just borrowed Kanaha's experimental equipment to do my own experiments. Bailuhu was paralyzed in anxiety, but the wailing of fear behind him still rushed into his ears. Danzo came too suddenly, and the time between the notification and the human experiment was too short. Hirako had no way of producing the white Zetsu cells in such a short time. Do I have to say that my experiment suddenly succeeded? If I do this, it will definitely arouse the suspicion of Orochimaru and Danzo. In the worst case, it might even implicate Uchiha Madara, who is behind him, although Uchiha Madara recognized Hokuro as his descendant. But now the Uchiha Madara who was about to die of old age can't be the backup of Obito. 3 hours later, the laboratory fell silent. It was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. All the experimental subjects transplanted with Hashirama's cells were wiped out. No one survived. The umbu looked at the bloody experimental scene in front of them and swallowed their saliva from time to time. The swallowing sounds were so loud and harsh to the ears of those who were still alive. Hashirama cancer cells. Ashura chakra. Cancer. Terminal illness. Well-deserved reputation. In the dead silence, there were two people who were not shocked by the scene of failure before them. One is Danzo, and the other is Orochimaru. Orochimaru's eyes flickered, revealing a sense of heartache. These were people who volunteered to participate in the experiment, but they were wasted in an experiment that was destined to lead to their death. Danzo, on the other hand, had a look of indifferent calm. Perhaps to him, human life is nothing more than this. Umbu, clean up the scene and get the next group of people over. After hearing Danzo's order, although the umbu's movements were a little unnatural, they still obediently cleaned up the bloody experimental scene. There's a next batch? Hokage felt a chill in his heart and turned to look at Orochimaru and Danzo. Wait, Orochimaru, Danzo has already had some ideas after the human experiment just now. Give me some time, and I will definitely be able to successfully transplant Hashirama's cells. As he spoke, Bailiahu sighed secretly in his heart. It seems that Danzo will not give up until he gets the degraded cells of Hashirama. Fortunately, the degraded version of Hashirama's cells was not particularly powerful. There is nothing special about it except its ability to recover almost as quickly as regeneration and absorb other people's chakra. If we have to say there is something special about the degraded version of Hashirama's cells, it should be that they can reduce the cost of using the Mangekyo Sharingan. But that is just a relief, and is definitely not the price of cancelling the use of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Hearing Obito's voice, Orochimaru licked his lips and said, Danzo, if you continue the experiment now, you will only consume precious experimental subjects. Stop the human experiment first. Hearing the dissuasion of Hiruzen and Orochimaru, Danzo narrowed his only eye that was exposed dangerously. He looked deeply at Orochimaru and Hiruzen. The two men had different reasons for stopping Danzo, but they all discouraged it from the standpoint of experiment. And, to be honest, this experiment has consumed all the volunteers. If the experiment continues, the next people to participate in the human experiment will be those who do not volunteer. Orochimaru sincerely believed that continuing the experiment would be a waste of test subjects, and the reason given by Bailiahu. All kinds of thoughts were swirling in Danzo's mind. The most likely possibility is that Obito has already researched something, but has been hiding it from Orochimaru. Only now, after seeing this bloody scene, did he, driven by his conscience, want to exchange the experimental results for the lives of the next experimenters. Thinking of this, Danzo smiled coldly in his heart. Bailiahu, don't you want to save the lives of the next experimenters? I won't let you succeed. It has to be said that Danzo was quite shrewd and resourceful to be able to reach the position of leader of the umbu training department. He planned to take advantage of the failure of this experiment to sow a psychological shadow in Bailua's heart, so that he can control Hiruzen in the future, a researcher who was even stronger than Orochimaru. Continue. Danzo ignored Orochimaru and Hiruzen's calls. Seeing Danzo giving the order, the Umbu below naturally did not dare to say anything more. After hastily cleaning up the piles of wood thorns and a mixture of flesh and blood, he hurried out. Bailuahu closed his mouth and said nothing more, saying that just now was already his limit. Now that Danzo was determined to continue his human experiments, he couldn't stop him. Soon, the Umbu ninja who went out came back. Danzo, Orochimaru, and Hokage all looked over. However, the many experimenters that were imagined did not appear. Following behind the Umbu personnel was a single figure wearing a Hokage robe, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen, Danzo immediately frowned. That's enough, Danzo. Let's stop the blood transplant experiment here. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, spoke directly to Danzo while holding a pipe in his mouth. However, Danzo did not accept the third Hokage's call to stop. He just said coldly, "Tell me the reason for stopping the experiment." "The reason is that you're taking it too far, Danzo." The third generation also looked at Danzo coldly, even though such shameful human experiments were approved by Sarutobi Hiruzen. "But we can't let this kind of mess know about it to everyone in Konoha. Now, the entire Konoha village is in panic, fearing that they will be captured and experimented on. If I, the third Hokage, don't make a statement to stop the experiment, I will not be able to stay in the position of Hokage. I went too far, I think you are too soft-hearted." Danzo's words were sharp, and he knew that things would end up like this. Such a big thing as human experimentation is bound to not be hidden from some people's eyes. Not to mention that this was a human experiment approved by the third Hokage. If the experiment succeeds, it will be found out. If it fails, Sarutobi Hiruzen will face impeachment. By then, the worst thing that could happen would be that he would lose his position as the third Hokage. In serious cases, they may even be sent directly to Konoha prison. Do you know what kind of crisis Konoha is facing now? The decisive battle with Tsunagakure is imminent, and they have the third Kazekage, who is known as the strongest Kazekage of all time. And where's Heitake Sakumo on our side? His strength is at best that of an elite jonin. Even the shadow-level side can't touch it. What do you want him to use to fight the third Kazekage? The reputation you've blown up for him. Listening to Danzo's heroic voice, which sounded as if he was disappointed in his classmates and also cared about Konoha. If Hiriko didn't know who Danzo was, he would have probably been deceived by Danzo. I really thought Danzo was a good person who cared about Konoha. Hearing Danzo's series of righteous words, Sarutobi Hiruzen was stunned for a moment. For a moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen was in a dilemma. If he continued the experiment, the big families and civilians in Konoha village would not allow him to continue staying in the position of the third Hokage. If the experiment is not continued, Konoha's top combat power will appear to be insufficient on the battlefield. It remains a question whether the elite jonin Heitake Sakumo can defeat the third Kazekage. While thinking, the third Hokage's eyes wandered, and when he saw Obito beside Orochimaru, his eyes lit up. He found a way out. That is Bailuahu. When Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade fought against the ninja demigod, Salamander Hanzo, it was Obito who took action and directly ended the life of Salamander Hanzo. The third Hokage was certain that Obito must have strength comparable to, no, even stronger than, that of a Kage. Just let Hiriko assist Heitake Sakumo on the battlefield. Then why worry about not being able to defeat the third Kazekage? Thinking of this, Sarutobi Hiruzen was certain. Then he looked at Danzo with sharp eyes. "Danzo, I am the Hokage." For a moment, Danzo was deeply offended by Sarutobi Hiruzen's words. Danzo's expression changed constantly, and after a long time he snorted coldly. He then walked away from the laboratory. In the laboratory, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Obito and Orochimaru, who were standing aside as if they were watching a show. "Orochimaru, Hiruzen, come with me to the Hokage's office." Hokage and Orochimaru looked at each other, then followed behind Sarutobi Hiruzen. In silence along the way, the three arrived at the Hokage's office. "Orochimaru, Hiruzen, perhaps doing this would be a little unfair to both of you, but..." In the office, Sarutobi Hiruzen turned around and looked at Orochimaru and Hiruzen behind him, his expression showing deep apology. "Please put down your experiments and follow Heitake Sakumo to win this battle for Konoha." Although when Sarutobi Hiruzen said this, both his expression and voice revealed deep sincerity. But in Bailuahu's opinion, it couldn't be more fake. Because when Bailuahu looks at people, he never looks at what they say, but rather at what they do. The third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, in Obaru's eyes, is a man who talks nice words but can do nothing. Moreover, the true strength of the third Hokage was not at the level of a village kage, but an elite jonin. The reason why he could serve as Hokage for so many years safely and securely was all thanks to his manipulation of public opinion. Its true strength is hard to describe. Although it is very rude to say this, I still have to ask, Hokage-sama, what do you intend to give in exchange for my fighting on the battlefield? Hiruzen was not moved by Sarutobi Hiruzen's sincere tone and expression, but calmly looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was wearing the Hokage robe in front of him. Orochimaru, who was watching the conversation between the two, said calmly, Teacher Hiruzen, if you want me to go to the battlefield, I won't refuse. After all, you are still my teacher. But I had already discussed this with Okuniki when I asked him to return to Konoha. I will not let him go to the battlefield again. Listening to Orochimaru's words, the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen gritted his teeth. Nowadays, money is of little use to a ninja with the strength of a kage. As for ninjutsu, don't forget what Baileahu's last name is. Uchiha. One of the most basic abilities of the Uchiha clan's Sharingan is the ability to copy ninjutsu. As long as someone performs ninjutsu in front of Obito with his Sharingan open, not to mention ninjutsu, even bloodline limits can be copied for you. Since money and power are useless, then, Hirahu, if you win this war, I will make you a special jonin. That's right, this is the method that Sarutobi Hiruzen came up with. Right. You have to know that at this time, Hiriko's rank among ninjas was still a genin. I don't care about money. The power that Sarutobi Hiruzen cannot give. So what about rights? You should know that the status of the special jonin in Konoha village is between the level of Chunin and jonin. All their salaries and benefits are paid according to the normal jonin level. Hearing the conditions given by Sarutobi Hiruzen, Hiruzen's eyes twitched. Especially for the jonin, although their level has been improved, to put it bluntly, they are still just the lowest level workers. Just a high-level worker. Especially the jonin have no real power. There are no subordinates who can be ordered around. Having the title of special jonin will only earn you envious and jealous looks in Konoha village. After all, a special jonin, to some extent, is almost equivalent to becoming a jonin through the back door. Looking at Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes full of expectation and sincerity, without saying anything more, Hirahu turned around and was about to leave the Hokage's office. Apart from the sincerity in his expression and voice, Sarutobi Hiruzen lacked sincerity in other aspects. Does he, Barahu, care about people of ninja level? Hiriko even wished that he could be a genin for the rest of his life so that he could be used to confuse those ninjas who were not so smart, make them look down on themselves or even despise themselves. In this way, Baileahu can kill them by surprise. And what is the relationship between Obaru and the third Hokage? There is no special relationship. If you insist, the third Hokage even watched Danzo kill Uchiha Kagami, the leader of Obito's team. Not scolding Sarutobi Hiruzen already showed Obito's good manners. Bang! It seemed that Hiruzen was about to ignore Sarutobi Hiruzen's request and leave the Hokage's office. Sarutobi Hiruzen made a move that shocked Orochimaru for 100 years. Sarutobi Hiruzen knocked his head directly on the Hokage's desk. He bowed to the back of Baileahu as he was about to leave the office. Birahu, please. You are really the only cage-level ninja in Konoha village. Baileahu paused as he was leaving. Just as hope was rising in Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart, Hiriko opened the door of the Hokage's office and walked out. After leaving, he was kind enough to close the office door. The staff coming and going outside were not allowed to see Sarutobi Hiruzen sitting in the doge's seat at this time. In the Hokage's office, Orochimaru looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen lying on the table. He shook his head and was about to say a few wise words, but considering that Sarutobi Hiruzen is his teacher, Orochimaru swallowed the famous saying that was about to come to his lips. He could only watch in silence as Sarutobi Hiruzen stood up as if nothing had happened and straightened his Hokage robe. Orochimaru, you didn't see anything just now. The corners of Orochimaru's mouth twitched, and he wanted to laugh but held it back. I could only reply in a hoarse voice, yeah. The two were silent for a long time in the Hokage's office before Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly spoke. Orochimaru, you were the one who invited Hirahu back. Find a way to have him follow Hatake Sakumo to the Rain Country battlefield. Listening to Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, Orochimaru looked deeply at the teacher in front of him whom he respected. I'll try my best. After 3 days and 3 nights of sleepless experiments, Baileahu rubbed his temples with a headache. It was almost dusk when I came out of the Hokage's office. The third Hokage, to be honest, was a qualified politician but not a qualified leader. At this time, Hiriko had already foreseen what would happen after he rejected Sarutobi Hiruzen today. There will be some people who will try their best to return to the battlefield of the Rain Kingdom. Konoha village is Sarutobi Hiruzen's territory. If Sarutobi Hiruzen wants, he has 10,000 tricks to force Obito to go to the battlefield of Rain Country again. The thought of this made Baileahu feel overwhelmed. At this point, if he wanted to avoid Sarutobi Hiruzen's oppression, he could only find a powerful figure to protect him. Thinking of this, Baileahu came up with a plan in his mind. It's time to return to our roots. An ordinary morning. The entire Konoha village had an atmosphere of impending storm. Boss, what kind of flowers are suitable to give to old friends? In a remote flower shop, Baileahu looked at the enthusiastically blooming flowers all around and couldn't help pinching his nose. My nose feels a little itchy. If you are visiting an old friend, I recommend giving him a bouquet of peonies. Then let's have 9 peony flowers. The flower shop owner skillfully wrapped the pink peony flowers and handed them to Baileahu. Baileahu took the flowers and left the hidden flower shop. Not far from the flower shop is the Uchiha clan's territory. The Uchiha clan is one of the 2 major clans that founded Konoha village. Although his power has been somewhat reduced by Tobirama Senju and Hiruzen Sarutobi, but he still firmly grasps the responsibility of Konoha Guard. The force that Hokage chose to fight against Sarutobi Hiruzen was the Uchiha clan. Perhaps it is because he feels a little regretful about the extermination of the Uchiha clan in the original work, or maybe he just didn't understand the thoughts of some Uchiha people. Hiriko once again came to the Uchiha clan's territory. Looking at the gorgeous peony flowers in his hand, Baileahu felt a little emotional. I haven't seen Uchiha Dalan for a long time, and I don't know how he is doing now. Thinking this in his mind, Hokage walked into the Uchiha clan's territory, which looked like a village within a village. As soon as he entered the tribe's territory, Baileahu felt many hidden gazes passing over him, but Baileahu ignored it. The fact that he is a descendant of Uchiha Madara has spread through Orochimaru, Tsunade, and Jiraiya. Now he was entering the Uchiha clan territory as a member of the Uchiha clan. They shouldn't have stopped themselves. After entering the Uchiha clan's territory, Hokage walked directly towards a building with a clear goal. Uchiha Dalan's home. This is the destination of Baileahu's trip. Speaking of which, it has been 4 years since Hiriko last saw Uchiha Dalan. I don't know how Uchiha Dalan is doing in the Konoha Guard after he got married. Boom boom boom. Arriving at the door of Uchiha Dalan's house, Baileahu knocked gently on the door and waited there. Soon, a series of hurried footsteps were heard behind the door. Who is it? Hearing the baby voice coming from behind the door, Baileahu was stunned. I am Uchiha Dalan's teammate, I came to visit him today. The door was opened a crack, and inside was a child who looked 80% like Uchiha Dalan. After hearing what Baileahu said, the child looked at Baileahu warily. You're lying, none of my dad's teammates in the guard team have white hair like you. Hearing the child's voice, Baileahu smiled and said, I was your father's teammate before he joined the guards. When the child heard Baileahu's voice, he was stunned for a moment. After a long time, he chose to call his father directly. Dad, there's a guy outside who claims to be your teammate coming to our house. The child closed the door and left hurriedly with his short legs. Seeing this, Baileahu waited quietly for a while. Soon, a bearded figure wearing an apron appeared and opened the door. It is you, Baileahu. Looking at the person who opened the door, Baileahu was stunned. Is this still his former high-spirited teammate Uchiha Dalan? At this time, Uchiha Dalan was wearing an apron that was a little white from washing, and his face looked haggard and pale. Seeing Baileahu's stunned expression, Uchiha Dalan smiled gently. Come in and sit down, Baileahu. Following Uchiha Dalan into the room, Baileahu looked around. There were many useless pots and pans carefully stacked in the corner of the room. Make the whole house look messy but not dirty. It can be seen that Uchiha Dalan is living a very difficult life at this time. You've really changed, Dalan. I almost didn't recognize you at first. Sitting in the living room with Uchiha Dalan, Baileahu said with some emotion. On the other side, Uchiha Dalan, upon hearing what Baileahu said, smiled bitterly. People always have to grow up. It's you, Baileahu. After so many years, you haven't changed at all. Looking at Hirahu, who was still about 12 years old, Uchiha Dalan felt a strange sense of eldership rising in his heart. But soon, Uchiha Dalan threw this thought out of his mind. Baileahu is about the same age as me. It is not okay to treat Baileahu as a junior anymore. Just when Uchiha Dalan was distracted, Baileahu looked at the child hiding behind the door next to him, who was 60% similar to Uchiha Dalan. For years have passed, and you have children now. Dalan, what's your child's name? How old is he? When the little brat heard Baileahu mention him, he hid even more secretly. Seeing his son being so shy, Uchiha Dalan sighed, as if he was having a headache about his son's education. His name is Uchiha Shisui, and he is 3 years old. Hearing what Uchiha Dalan said, Baileahu's eyes suddenly lit up. Baileahu did not forget that his trip was not only to cling to the Uchiha's thighs, but also to avoid the third Hokage. In addition to setting a trap for himself, Sarutobi Hiruzen also needs to find an Uchiha member who can open the Mangekyo Sharingan, in order to be able to evolve the variables of the eternal kaleidoscope. The 3-year-old Uchiha Shisui in front of him was one of the targets of his trip. In the original work, Uchiha Shisui activated his Mangekyo Sharingan during the Third Ninja World War. The ability is to change other people's thoughts silently. Baileahu didn't know how to evaluate this ability. Changing mindsets may be important for a country or a force, but it is not very important for most ordinary people. Even for some friends who suffer from procrastination, what they think and what they do are two completely different things. Seeing that Bailuha noticed his son, Uchiha Dalan pursed his lips and said, "Bailuhu, there is something I want to ask you." Hearing this, Bailuhu turned around and looked at Uchiha Dalan with the corner of his mouth raised. "That's right, I have something to ask of you." Hearing that both of them had something to ask of each other, Hirahu and Uchiha Dalan smiled at each other. "You go first, Dalan." Uchiha Dalan poured a cup of tea for Bailuhu and took a deep breath, as if he had made up his mind. "Then I won't be polite, Bailuhu. I want to ask, what is the current situation of the battlefield in Rain Country?" Hearing Uchiha Dalan's question, Bailuo was stunned. "Why are you asking about the Rain Country, Dalan? Aren't you doing well in the security team?" Hearing Bailuhu's question, Uchiha Dalan opened his mouth, seeming to find it difficult to speak. But after looking at Uchiha Shisui hiding behind the door of the room and Hirahu with a confused look on his face, Uchiha Dalan let go of the inexplicable feeling of pride in his heart. He gritted his teeth and sighed. "Hirahu, I want to return to the battlefield and complete the mission." Uchiha Shisui's mother, who was also Uchiha Daro's wife, died while giving birth to Uchiha Shisui. Uchiha Dalan's position in the Konoha Guard is not an easy one. The guard team maintains the basic order and defense of Konoha village, and if we have to make an analogy, Uchiha Dalan's career is equivalent to the urban management in his previous life. The official position is not high-ranking, but it is a rather offensive job. In addition, the 3rd Hokage and other Konoha high-ranking officials intended to exclude the Uchiha clan. The entire security team is not having a good time. Every day, the security team receives complaints like snowflakes. Just because of some trivial matters, some Konoha villagers made a big fuss in the guard team. The Uchiha top brass were really troubled by all those complaints, so they simply dismissed some of the security personnel who had received too many complaints. Among those who were fired was Uchiha Dalan. Perhaps it was because Uchiha Dalang had the temper of a spoiled brat when he was raised by Uchiha Jing when he was a child. Uchiha Dalan has the most complaints. After being dismissed from the security team, Uchiha Daro, as a ninja, did some small business, but he could not bow down to others and could only earn enough money to barely support his life. Not to mention, he also has to support his child, Uchiha Shisui. Today, the savings he had accumulated while in the police force are running out. You know, the money Uchiha Shisui needed to go to the ninja school was a huge sum of money. Now, with nowhere else to go, Uchiha Dalan once again thought about becoming a ninja and going to the battlefield to earn mission rewards. Most of the ninjas' missions are life-threatening, but the reward is so generous. "That's it. So, Birahu, please, you have been on the battlefield for the past 4 years, so please tell me what is happening on the battlefield now." Beiruo stroked his chin and listened to Uchiha Dalan's request. "Okay, but then I would like you to introduce me to the person in charge of your Uchiha clan." Hearing what Bailuo said, Uchiha Dalan nodded decisively, "No problem." Although during these 4 years, Hiriko had not been to the battlefield many times, he had been hiding in the mountains and forests to practice and teach Yahiko and others. But thanks to the Master of Reconnaissance, Baizetsu, Higurashi also has some understanding of the battlefield in the Rain Country. In the present Rain Country, the warrior Mifune of the Iron Country was defeated by the salamander Hanzo and has fled back to the Iron Country in disgrace. But, Hanzo of the salamander also died at my hands. Now the native ninjas of the Land of Rain are no longer a force to be reckoned with. When Uchiha Dalan heard Obito casually say that he killed salamander Hanzo, he gasped. Even though he had never been to the battlefield, he had heard of Uchiha Dalan. Salamander Hanzo is known as the demigod of the ninja world. Bailuo simply said that he was killed by me. So how strong is Bailuo? Uchiha Dalan felt that he could no longer look directly at his former teammate in front of him. You know, in the past, Hirahu even had to let Might Guy carry him on his back to travel quickly. Although at that time Obito called it saving energy and exercising Might Guy's muscles at the same time. But he still looked down on Hiriko a little bit because he was a ninja but looked so weak. Uchiha Dalan remained calm on the surface, but he smiled bitterly in his heart. With his current strength, he would probably die if Bailuo poked him with a finger. On the other hand, Obaru, who was describing the battlefield developments in the Land of Rain, did not notice what Uchiha Dalan was thinking. He just kept talking to himself. But on the battlefield of Rain Country, there are only Tsunagakur who want to occupy the territory of Rain Country, and Konoha who want to drive Tsunagakur out of the territory of Rain Country. The ninjas of Konoha and Tsunagakur are now at loggerheads. The showdown will take place in 2 days. Dalan, if you want to get involved, it's best to avoid the days before the decisive battle. Because the days of the decisive battle are the days when the ninjas suffer the heaviest casualties. Listening to Hiriko's analysis of the battlefield, Uchiha Dalan's mood gradually changed from bitter to firm. Thank you for your reminder, Bailuo. Uchiha Dalan made up his mind and looked firmly at Uchiha Shisui who was hiding and Hiriko who was drinking tea nearby. I have decided to go to the battlefield during these few days of the decisive battle. Hearing Uchiha Dalan's decision, Bailuho paused holding the teacup, with a puzzled expression. Why? Even though Uchiha Dalan had been told about the dangers of the decisive battle with Tsunagakure in the next few days, Uchiha Dalan still had to go to the battlefield in these days. Do you think you don't have enough lives? Hearing Hirahu's question, Uchiha Dalan took a deep breath. Fortune and honor are sought in danger. If this continues, we won't have enough money to pay for our children's tuition. Uchiha Dalan calculated that if he could successfully survive the battlefield this time, the reward for this kind of war-level mission is enough to pay for Uchiha Shisui's tuition to graduate from the ninja school. Even if he died, the pension given to him by the Uchiha clan in Konoha would be enough for Uchiha Shisui to live peacefully until adulthood, which is 12 years old. By then, Uchiha Shisui should be able to grow into a ninja who can stand on his own. Uchiha Dalan imagined thinking of the wonderful life in the future. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Looking at Uchiha Dalan so immersed in the imagination of a better life, Bailuho sighed in his heart. He chose not to dissuade, because Bailuho believes that everyone should have the right to choose their own destiny. I have already told Uchiha Dalan the pros and cons of going to the battlefield. If I forcibly interfere with Uchiha Dalan's choice at this time, not only will I not get Uchiha Dalan's understanding, but it will cause Uchiha Dalan's resentment towards me. Respect the destiny chosen by others. Let go when it's time to let go. Even if you cannot understand, do not choose to intervene forcefully. This is the philosophy of life that Bailuho believed in his previous life. Time passes slowly. Hokage and Uchiha Dalan chatted for a long time, from their respective embarrassing moments when they were a trio to various interesting things in the guard team. The originally haggard Uchiha Dalan's face gradually became rosy. Looks very excited. The two of them were chatting happily, and Uchiha Dalang even wanted Uchiha Shisui to worship Hirako as his godfather. It's a pity that both Higurashi and Uchiha Shisui rejected this unreliable proposal. It's getting late today, Birahuda. Don't you want to meet the ruler of our Uchiha clan? I'll take you there now. Uchiha Dalan glanced at the time and was surprised to find that it was already late, so he quickly stood up and was about to take Bailuho to the elder's residence. Well, please, Uchiha Dalan. Bailuho followed Uchiha Dalan and stood up and walked out. However, when Uchiha Dalan just opened the door, he was shocked by the scene in front of him. In front of Uchiha Dalan's shabby door, an old man with a cane was already waiting there. Great Elder, what are you doing here? The man who came had white hair and beard. He was the Great Elder of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Take. Seeing Bailuho coming out closely following Uchiha Dalan, the Great Elder smiled and squeezed his old face into a chrysanthemum. Ha ha ha, let me see our Uchiha clan's returning wanderer. As he said this, he wanted to go forward and touch Bailuho's hair. It seems that he treats Bailuho as a child. Kid, you must have suffered a lot outside. You even opened your Mangekyo Sharingan. Don't be afraid. In Konoha village, we, the Uchiha clan, are here to protect you. No one will dare to bully you anymore. Facing the old hand stretched out by Uchiha Take, Bailuho did not dodge. Instead, he smiled and let Uchiha Take touch him all over. For a moment, even his voice in response to Uchiha Take was muffled, as if he was a real 12-year-old child. Thank you, Grandpa Elder. Grandpa Elder, I want to return to live with the Uchiha clan. I wonder if it is possible. Barahu blinked his big eyes and looked at the Great Elder Uchiha Take. This malicious act of cuteness made Uchiha Dalan on the side speechless. If Uchiha Dalan remembered correctly, Obito's real age was already 22 years old. The same age as me. He is so old, but he still wants to act cute. Although the sound of Barahu clamping made Uchiha Dalan shudder, Uchiha Zu enjoyed it very much. Okay, Uchiha Take smiled and stroked his beard repeatedly. Since little Bailuho wants to come back and live here, I will prepare a place for him to live. Having followed Uchiha Madara, a guy who doesn't understand the ways of the world, little Hiraho must have suffered a lot for so many years. As he said this, Uchiha Take glared at Uchiha Guja, who was squatting in the bushes and standing guard next to him. What are you looking at? Didn't you hear that Xiao Bailuho wanted to come back and live here? Go and prepare Xiao Bailuho's house. Uchiha Guja was lectured by the Great Elder Uchiha Zu. He shrank back and shook his shoulders. He did not dare to refute and hurriedly left to find a vacant house. Seeing the Great Elder so majestic in the Uchiha clan, Bailuho deliberately revealed a gleam of admiration in his big, blinking eyes. Seeing the adoration in Bailuho's eyes, the Great Elder Uchiha Zu immediately laughed and said, Little Bailuho, if you have any needs, just tell me. I will definitely satisfy you. Hearing what Uchiha Take said, Bailuho's heart moved, and an extremely aggrieved expression appeared on his face. Grandpa Elder, actually, I don't want to go to the battlefield of Rain Country anymore. But the Sandaime Hokage wants me to go to the battlefield. The battlefield is too scary. Listening to the soft and tender voice of Obito, Uchiha Take clenched his cane. The smile on her face became even brighter, like a chrysanthemum. Don't be afraid, little Bailuho. If that old man Sarutobi Hiruzen wants you to go to the battlefield, he should also consider the strength of our Uchiha clan. From now on, I officially declare, little Bailuho, that you are the fourth elder of our Uchiha clan. I wonder if that old bastard Sarutobi Hiruzen has the guts to touch the elders of our Uchiha clan. Hearing Uchiha Take's voice, Bailuhu was stunned. Uchiha Dalan, who was standing nearby, was even more shocked. He said at a loss, "Great elder. This doesn't conform to the rules of our Uchiha clan." Hearing what Uchiha Dalan said, Uchiha Zu immediately put away his chrysanthemum-like smile and glared at Uchiha Dalan fiercely. What symbol does not comply with the regulations? Little Birahu is the descendant of Uchiha Madara, the most authentic pure-blooded Uchiha. If I say that little Birahu is the fourth elder, then he is the fourth elder. Looking at Uchiha Take angrily retorting to Uchiha Dalan, Bailuhu's mouth twitched. At this moment, Uchiha Kasuke, who had just left to prepare a house for Hiraho, came back. "Great elder, the house is ready." Seeing that the room was ready, the elder immediately took Bailuhu's hand with great enthusiasm and said, "Okay, lead the way." The Uchiha Kasuke nodded, yes. Soon, Hiraho, Uchiha Dalan and Uchiha Take, led by Uchiha Kasuke, arrived at a courtyard. This courtyard is much larger than Bailuhu's previous home, and it's right next to Uchiha Take's house. Looking at the huge courtyard in front of him, Uchiha Take nodded with satisfaction. "Xiao Bailuhu, if you need anything in the future, come find me in the yard next to it. I will definitely fulfill your wish, little Bailuhu." After saying that, Uchiha Take nodded to Uchiha Chinai, who was standing respectfully beside him, and said, "You go back and stand guard." "Yes." Uchiha Chen handed the courtyard key to Beiruo and disappeared. "Rest well, little Birahu. The Uchiha clan will always be your home." Seeing that Uchiha Chen had disappeared, Uchiha Zu, leaning on his crutches, said this and then left the courtyard in sync. Only the confused Uchiha Daro and the maliciously cute Hiriko were left. At this moment, both Uchiha Take and Obaru had only one thought in their minds. "I have a thigh to lean on." Hiriko needs the Uchiha clan's voice in Konoha's high-level position so that he can stay in Konoha and wait for Uchiha Shisui to open the Mangekyo Sharingan, so as to obtain the variables to open the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan himself. And Uchiha Take needs a strong Uchiha clan member who is at the level of Kage, no, even one who is beyond the level of Kage, to serve as the backbone of the Uchiha clan in Konoha. Although both parties did not understand each other's purpose, they hit it off immediately. At this moment, both Uchiha Take and Obaruko believed that after today, Sarutobi Hiruzen no longer dares to easily control them. Because the Uchiha clan has a Kage-level strongman in charge, they are fully capable of becoming independent and forming their own ninja village. Uchiha Dalan stared blankly at the great elder Uchiha Take as he left, then he looked blankly at Biraho, who had stopped acting cute and was touching his chin thoughtfully. A lot of question marks emerged in my mind. "Bailuhu, what are you going to do next?" "Go back and move your things." Bailuhu was very satisfied with this big yard. After saying that, he prepared to bring his daily necessities. And Uchiha Dalan behind Biraho had an incredible look on his face. "Hey, are you really planning on becoming the fourth elder of the Uchiha clan?" "Why not?" Bailuhu smiled and asked Uchiha Dalan back. "Since the great elder wants me to become the fourth elder of the Uchiha clan, then I will naturally obey your orders." Having said that, Bailuhu left the courtyard, planning to go home to pack his luggage and then move here. Seeing this, Uchiha Dalan scratched his head in confusion, and did not follow Beiruo. Instead, he planned to turn around and go home to sort out his ninja tools. After that, I prepared to go to the Hokage office building to sign up for the final battle. On the way home, Bailuhu gradually relaxed. With the identity of the fourth elder of the Uchiha clan, he can block many of Sarutobi Hiruzen's methods, because a clan elder will not fight personally unless he has no choice. When he thought about being able to do experiments safely in the future, a smile appeared on Bailuhu's lips involuntarily. Because what Bailuhu himself desires is not an exciting battle, but to be able to live in peace. Even if Bailuhu is very powerful, who likes to live a life with their head hanging on the belt. However, when Barahood just walked out of the Uchiha clan's territory, a figure stopped him. The man had pale skin and long, shiny black hair. The purple eyeshadow announced his identity, Orochimaru. Bailuhu, long time no see. Seeing Hokage, Orochimaru gave a sinister smile. I don't know whether that smile is sincere or false. Seeing Orochimaru, Hiroho blinked and began to wonder what Orochimaru's intention was in looking for him at this time. You know, just yesterday the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen ordered Danzo to stop the human experiments on transplanting Hashirama's cells. It can't be said that it's been a long time, Orochimaru. After all, we just met yesterday. Listening to Obito's meaningless conversation, the evil smile on Orochimaru's lips became even more intense. Ha ha ha, Bailuhu, since we've met, I'll get straight to the point. During the human experiment earlier, I heard you say that you had some inspiration and that you might be able to make the transplant of Hashirama's cells a success. I wonder what the inspiration was. Hearing the undisguised desire in Orochimaru's voice, Higurashi raised an eyebrow. I suddenly understood. It seems that Orochimaru still has not given up on the transplant of Hashirama's cells. No, or rather, Orochimaru never gave up. Although as long as the experiment is conducted enough times, a degraded Hashirama cell will appear sooner or later, but I don't know how many lives that would cost. If possible, Highberry didn't want them to sacrifice so many lives for the degraded Hashirama cells. You should know that in the original work, Danzo and Orochimaru were stopped from conducting experiments by the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. The two of them quietly began the experiment again. In order to obtain enough experimental subjects, more than 60 baby kidnapping incidents occurred in Konoha village. At the end of the experiment, they successfully obtained the degraded version of Hashirama's cells, and only one of the more than 60 babies survived. His name is Jia. Maybe the name A is unfamiliar, but his other name sounds very familiar. That is the acting captain of Team 7, Yamato. When Heite Kakashi was injured, he temporarily replaced Kakashi as the captain of Naruto, Sakura, and Sai. Thinking about the plot in the original work, Byakuya made a decision in his heart. He decided to tell Orochimaru about the degraded version of Hashirama's cells. Because even if Obito didn't say it, Orochimaru and Danzo could pile up the degraded version of Hashirama's cells by killing people. Telling Orochimaru would be equivalent to indirectly saving the lives of more than 60 babies. It adds one more merit. Moreover, Byakuya himself believed that knowledge should not be in the hands of only a few people. Otherwise, he would not have taught Yahiko and the others the technique of Kagerura. Maybe one day, Orochimaru will give Higurashi a surprise in return. Because Orochimaru is the only person in the ninja world who believes in science. Hey, Orochimaru, have you ever thought about why the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, was so strong, even so strong that it didn't make sense? Since he had already decided to tell Orochimaru, Obito naturally had no intention of hiding it. While slowly walking towards his home, Obito talked to Orochimaru about Hashirama Senju. I am a descendant of Uchiha Madara. My ancestor Uchiha Madara mentioned his battle with Senju Hashirama in his notes. As he walked, Byakuya lied with an expressionless face. About the battle between Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, part of it was learned by Oburu from the original work in his previous life, and the other part was told by Uchiha Madara himself when Oburu was training with him. There are no notes at all. However, this did not prevent Hiriko from telling Orochimaru the information he knew. Although my ancestor Uchiha Madara didn't say it explicitly, I can still feel it. Senju Hashirama is too strong. No matter how my ancestor Uchiha Madara grows, he can always suppress my ancestor. It's as if Senju Hashirama was born invincible. Orochimaru, who was standing by, frowned slightly as he listened to Obito's words, feeling a little confused. Isn't it natural that you are born strong? You know, some bloodline limits can make people very strong from birth, right? And however, Hiroha did not wait for Orochimaru to figure out the problem and continued speaking. I only figured this out when you, Orochimaru, brought me the real Hashirama cells. There's something wrong with Hashirama Senju's chakra. The chakra cultivated by the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, was not Hashirama Senju's own unique chakra, but Ashura chakra. Hearing this, Orochimaru was shocked. The news about the god of ninja, the sage of six paths, was no longer a secret in Orochimaru's mind. Orochimaru naturally knew the story of the love-hate relationship between Indra and Ashura. After hearing what Birahu said, combined with the statement that Indra and Ashura would be reincarnated after death and then fight each other again, Orochimaru pursed his lips and continued what Obito said. Senju Hashirama, his real identity is not Senju Hashirama, but the reincarnation of Ashura. So, Senju Hashirama was born so strong that it makes no sense, so strong that he transcends all bloodline limits. That's right. Hiriko nodded and continued, it is not difficult to simply transplant Hashirama's cells. The difficulty lies in how to transplant Ashura's chakra as well. Orochimaru, if you don't pursue the power of wood release, you can try to remove Ashura's chakra and then transplant Hashirama's cells. But I guess if we do this, the successfully transplanted Hashirama cells can only plant one type of tree. Listening to Obito's suggestion, Orochimaru stroked his chin and thought about the feasibility of the experiment. As they walked, the two chatted about the transplantation of Hashirama's cells. Soon they arrived at the door of Byakuya's house. Looking at the familiar door in front of him, Byakuya took out the house key from his loose white robe with ease and opened the door directly. However, the scene that appeared in front of Byakuya the next moment made Byakuya's face turn gloomy. The room, which had been tidied up by Byakuya, was now in a mess. It was as if a robber broke in and ransacked the room, turning it into a mess. Even the secret door of the laboratory that Byakuya dug out at home when he was a child was opened. From time to time, the sound of someone rummaging around could be heard coming from the laboratory. It seems that the person who broke into Byakuya's house has not left yet. What's wrong, Byakuya? Don't you want to invite me into your house and sit for a while? Orochimaru, who was standing outside, saw Hiruzen stop, teased him, and then looked into the room. Seeing this messy scene, he immediately raised his eyebrows. At this time, Byakuya already had a suspect in his mind. That was Danzo. Because Hokuro had just returned to Konoha a few days ago, he had contact with very few people. Among these people, only Danzo had the ability and motivation to commit such robbery. After hearing the sound in the laboratory, Bailuaho rushed into the laboratory quickly. Sure enough, the invaders were caught right in the act. However, that person was not Danzo as Hirako suspected, but a masked Umbu. The next moment, Bailuo directly untied the seal of the blade wrapped around his arm. A sickle that was almost as tall as Bailuo appeared in Bailuo's hand. The sickle whizzed in Bailuo's hand and slashed directly at the masked Umbu in front of him. Bite! Sensing the whistling sound of the weapon, the Umbu quickly took out his kunao and started to defend himself. However, the powerful blow of the sickle from Hirako almost knocked the kunao out of the Umbu's hand. Seeing that the sickle was blocked, Hirako did not fight with the Umbu head-on. He directly used the recoil force of the weapons to flexibly turn the sickle, and then rotated the sickle again to slash at the Umbu. Ding, ding, ding. The Umbu gritted his teeth and danced wildly with his kunao in his hands, defending against Bailuo's scythe attack that seemed to be spinning in circles. His palm was shaken to the point of losing consciousness by the repeated clashes of weapons. However, what made the Umbu feel fortunate was that the battle between the two took place in Hirako's laboratory. The laboratory space was small, and Hirako's earth-shattering ninjutsu could not be performed at all. After all, Bailuaho still felt a little sorry for this laboratory that he had dug out himself. It would be a shame if it were ruined. On the contrary, the Umbu did not have so many concerns. At this moment, Hirako rotated the sickle tightly in order to suppress the Umbu. It makes it impossible for him to use ninjutsu smoothly under his physical attack. And just as the Umbu was concentrating on defending against the huge sickle spinning in Bailuo's hand, an extremely thick vascular tentacle pierced Bailuo's skin and moved in the blind spot of the Umbu's vision. After seizing the opportunity, he attacked instantly like a poisonous snake and directly pierced the kidney of the Umbu. At that moment, the Umbu who was engaged in a fierce battle with Hirako felt a chill in his lower back. A wave of pain struck the Umbu's nerves. This directly distorted the Umbu's movement in defending against Hiruzen's sickle. The next moment, Hirako's sickle directly broke through the Umbu's defense. The sharp tip of the sickle pressed directly against the Umbu's neck. Bailuo walked forward with an indifferent expression and directly took off the mask of the Umbu. Sure enough, it was a very unfamiliar face. After all, Danzo would not come in person for such a trivial matter as stealing research materials. He would only send his own assassins to steal. This person should be Danzo's man. Birahu, what are you going to do? It was not until this time that Orochimaru also came to the small laboratory dug out by Obaru. Orochimaru looked at the various strange animals kept in the laboratory and showed an interested look. The tentacle that pierced the Umbu's blood vessels was slowly pulled out of the Umbu's body. In an instant, blood gushed out, and the Umbu squatted down, trembling, holding his kidneys, temporarily losing his combat effectiveness. Seeing this, Bailuaho picked up the sickle that was almost as big as himself. He knocked the Umbu unconscious with the hilt of the sword. Orochimaru, I'm going to the Konoha guard department, please do as you please. Hirako sealed the sickle on the bandage again and was about to leave by dragging the Umbu. Seeing this, Orochimaru licked his lips, looked at Bailuo's back and said with a smile, Bailuo, are you worried that I will steal your research results? Bailuo paused and said without turning his head, there are no experimental results in this laboratory. After saying that, Hokage left the laboratory and headed towards the Konoha guard department with the Umbu. And Orochimaru stayed in the laboratory, watching the various this strange animal showed a curious desire to explore. Bailuaho was not lying, there were indeed no experimental results in this laboratory. All the valuable experimental results were brought with him by Bailuo when he went to the Rain Country 4 years ago. Now that Obaru has returned to Konoha and is doing experiments with the support of Konoha, this laboratory in the basement of his home has been abandoned by Obaru. But it was not completely abandoned. At least when Bailuo returned here, he still kept a lot of experimental animals in the laboratory that he was not convenient to carry with him. By the way, there is also a book in the laboratory containing some long-winded complaints written by Bailuo in Chinese. After all, for a long time, Bailuo could only think hard and solve the problems he encountered in the experiment by himself. I want to talk to someone about my troubles, but I can't find anyone with the same level of knowledge as me. In the laboratory, Orochimaru watched Hiruzen leave. With shining eyes, he looked at the strange animals around him. After looking for a while, Orochimaru's attention was on the experimental table. There was a notebook lying there openly on the table. Orochimaru, feeling a little curious, walked forward and flipped through the book. Seeing the contents inside, Orochimaru fell into deep thought. Each symbol is square, a type of writing that I have never seen before. Just when Orochimaru stared at the square words for a long time and couldn't make sense of them, a bug made a buzzing sound and landed next to Orochimaru's hand as he was flipping through a book. The moment he saw the bug, Orochimaru's expression twisted. Bugs! Without even having time to close the notebook in his hand, Orochimaru quickly slipped out of the laboratory. He ran out of Bailuo's house at a very fast speed and closed the door. After leaning his back against the door of Hiroho's house for a while, Orochimaru slowly breathed a sigh of relief. Although Orochimaru is fearless, there is still one thing in this world that can be his nemesis. That's a bug. These include cockroaches, mosquitoes, flies and parasites of the Oil Maiden clan. Although sometimes Orochimaru can suppress his nausea and slap the bugs to death, there is no need for that now, right? Shaking off the goosebumps caused by the insects, Orochimaru whistled as if nothing had happened and left Hokuro's house. It was as if the person who was just scared away by the bug was not himself. Umbu Training Institution, the Root Organization. A bug flapped its wings and landed on a slender, pale finger. Abarame Ryoma looked at the parasite that had landed on his finger. After a while, he nodded, put away the bug, and walked towards Danzo's office in the base. Master Danzo, Liu Ming's mission has failed. After hearing the report from Abarame Ryoma, Danzo raised his head and stopped reviewing the documents in his hands. Ryoma, did your parasite get any experimental data from Bailuhu's laboratory? Seeing Danzo looking at him, Abarame Ryoma lowered his head and said, my parasite found some documents in the underground laboratory of Bailuhu's house, but the words written on them are not familiar to us. It's a very strange, square-shaped text. After hearing what Ryoma Abarame said, Danzo was certain that the files discovered by Ryoma Abarame's parasite were important experimental materials hidden by Obaru, because there is no need to write ordinary information in code. You know, even writing some daily words in code is quite brain-intensive. After all, translating secret codes into text is a rather troublesome task. With that in mind, Danzo took out a pen and a scroll from his desk and handed them to Abarame Ryoma. Copy all the information you saw when you sent the bad bug. Seeing Danzo handing him a pen and a scroll, Abarame Ryoma responded, and after taking the scroll, he copied the words that Yoshibamushi saw bit by bit, just like a child's doodles. Soon, the scroll was filled with densely written words. Seeing the square characters on the scroll that did not belong to any country, Danzo frowned. It seems that it will take a long time to decipher this text. Hiriko hurried to the Konoha Guard department carrying the Umbu whose kidney was pierced by the vascular tentacles and who was then knocked unconscious by a sickle. Perhaps it was Uchiha Take, the great elder of the Uchiha clan, who greeted him. Not long after Baileahu stepped into the guard department, a figure came up to him with a cheerful face. You must be the fourth elder, Baileahu. I have heard of your name for a long time. I am the second elder of the Uchiha clan, and I am in charge of the Konoha Guard department, Uchiha Tatsumai. Uchiha Tatsunobu is a middle-aged man with a calm expression. At this time, he saw Hirohu coming to the Konoha Guard department, so he walked up to him and took Hirohu's hand and shook it up and down. As if he had seen a savior, he forced a smile from his originally serious expression. I have heard about your deeds on the battlefield of Rain Country. The Uchiha clan is lucky to have a talent like you, fourth elder. Uchiha Tsunai, as the second elder, is in charge of the Konoha Guard department. In addition to having to deal with the complaints from the unruly people below who come in like snowflakes every day, he also needs to fend off the inexplicable exclusion from the Konoha high-level officials in the eyes of the Uchiha clan. It can be said that we live in dire straits every day. Seeing that the Uchiha clan finally had a cage-level strongman, Hirohu, he wished he could immediately hand over his position as the minister of Konoha Guard to Hirohu so that he could go home and relax for a few days. Seeing Uchiha Tsunai being so enthusiastic, Baileahu blinked. Although he felt a little sorry for the second elder Uchiha Tsunai, Baileahu still put the Umbu he was carrying in front of Uchiha Tsunai. He interrupted Uchiha Tsunai's endless flattery. Second elder, I need your help with something. This person broke into my house today and turned my things upside down. I wonder if there was someone behind him directing him to do this. Although Hiriko was certain in his heart that this was ordered by Danzo, he still had to go through the necessary procedures. As long as he gets the opportunity to attack Danzo openly, Bairuohu will make Danzo pay the price. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Tsunai's gaze shifted from Baileahu to the ordinary Umbu ninja at Baileahu's feet. Don't worry, I promise to make him tell me what color his pants are. Uchiha Chen has already patted his chest and made the promise. In order to get the recognition of the Uchiha clan by the cage-level powerful figure Hirohu, Uchiha Takeru and Uchiha Tatsu have put in a lot of effort. Perhaps they just understand that in this ninja world, in the face of absolute strength, everything else is just a mirage. Just the mid-moon. Then I'll leave it to the second elder. Uchiha Chen handed the Umbu over to another Uchiha clan member, then smiled and led Hirohu to his own minister's office. As they walked, he smiled and said, "We are all family, there is no such thing as asking for a favor or not." During the conversation, the two entered the minister's office. Baileahu looked around and saw that the desks in this office were piled with various files and documents. Except for a few case files, most of them are complaints and requests and instructions from Konoha's top brass to the guard department. Fourth elder, you should rest here for a while. The interrogation may take some time, but it will be over soon. Uchiha Chen was watching Baileahu walking around the office, and the smile on his originally serious face never stopped. Even when Baileahu looked through the contents of the documents on his desk, he never got angry. because to Uchiha Tatsunobu, Hirako, the cage-level strongman of the Uchiha clan, is much more important than those files that complain about him all day long. However, not long after Hirako and Uchiha Tsunade sat down, a pair of hurried footsteps arrived at the office door. After opening the door, Uchiha Takehara wiped the sweat from his forehead, his expression still a little terrified. Second elder. The man you asked us to interrogate just now committed suicide. After hearing what Uchiha Takehara said, Uchiha Chen stood up directly, and the smile on his expression disappeared. Committed suicide? How did he commit suicide? Baileahu on the side also looked over, and felt that it was both reasonable and unexpected. Uchiha Takehara swallowed, and the expression on his face gradually changed from lingering fear to confusion, because he didn't know how the Umbu committed suicide. That's right. When we were about to ask him why he invaded the home of the fourth elder Baileahu, his head suddenly exploded. After hearing what Uchiha Takehara said, the second elder Uchiha Tatsumi's expression gradually became confused. He had seen all kinds of suicide methods, but he had never seen such a method of suicide that directly exploded himself. Take me to the scene. Hearing this, Bailuo stood up and looked at Uchiha Takehara. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Takehara looked at the second elder Uchiha Tatsui with some hesitation. Bringing outsiders into the interrogation room is against regulations of the Konoha Guard Department. However, facing Uchiha Takehara's hesitant look, Uchiha Chen glared at him fiercely. Why are you in a daze? Hurry up and take the fourth elder to the interrogation room. Yes. Hearing the rebuke from the second elder Uchiha Tatsumi, Uchiha Takehara quickly lowered his head and said respectfully, Elder Baileahu, please follow me. After saying that, he left the office of the Minister of Konoha Security Department. Seeing Uchiha Takehara leaving, Baileahu hurriedly followed him. Soon, the three of them arrived at the interrogation room one after another. At this time, there was a large circle of people gathered in front of the interrogation room. From time to time, they whispered and looked into the interrogation room. It seems that human nature of eating melons is fully demonstrated in them. All gone, there's nothing to see here. Seeing the grand scene in front of the interrogation room, Uchiha Takehara hurried forward and pushed the crowd away. Seeing Uchiha Takehara driving them away, a large group of onlookers reluctantly dispersed. The crowd left, and Obito called out, and Uchiha Tsunade and Uchiha Takehara then entered the interrogation room. As soon as he entered, Baileahu was shocked by the scenery inside. All I saw was shocking streaks of blood on the originally white walls of the interrogation room. Broken bones, brain matter and blood were splattered everywhere. Baileahu even saw a bursting eyeball in the corner of the cabinet next to him. One can imagine how shocking the scene was when the Umbu's head exploded in the interrogation room. Where's that guy's body? Uchiha Chen, who was following behind the two of them, had also witnessed such a tragic scene. He couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and asked Uchiha Takehara, who was standing beside him. Second elder, we placed his body in the next room. Hearing Uchiha Tatsumi's question, Uchiha Takehara quickly answered. Let's go and take a look. Baileahu took a deep look at the bloodstains on the wall, then followed the second elders Uchiha Tsunade and Uchiha Takehara to the next room. As soon as they entered the room, the three people's attention was attracted by the corpse covered with white cloth in the middle. Seeing this, Baileahu stepped forward and reached out to lift up the thin white cloth. Under the white cloth, a headless corpse suddenly came into view. Judging from the clothes the corpse was wearing, this person was none other than the Umbu that Hokage had brought to the Konoha Guard Department. Seeing the corpse, Baileahu frowned and pressed his temple. Danzo was really ruthless. A well-trained Umbu just said no and that was it. Most people can't die by having their head exploded. Only the control of the sealing technique would have turned it into what it is now. Looking at the headless corpse, the second elder Uchiha Tsunade seemed to be thinking about something. The man with the exploding head was obviously coming for Baileahu. Moreover, behind the other party is a sinister person who likes to manipulate others secretly. Then, should we, the Uchiha clan, still help Obito to fight against the dangerous person? What if it's just a matter between Okudama and that sinister person? If our Uchiha clan rashly gets involved, will we suffer any losses? Uchiha Tatsumi's gaze wandered between Hirako and the headless corpse. After a long time, thinking about the situation where he was excluded when he was in the upper echelons of Konoha, Uchiha Chen gritted his teeth. Baileahu, we can start from the identity of this corpse and find out who is behind him. Uchiha Chen has thought it through and he is determined to stand by Baileahu's side. Because Uchiha Chen felt that he had foreseen the future. It would be impossible for the Uchiha clan to stay in Konoha village forever as they were ostracized by the Konoha high-level officials. If the group wants to survive, it is necessary to establish another ninja village. If you want to build a ninja village from scratch, you must have a leader of the village, Shadow. In Uchiha Tatsumai's heart, regardless of what kind of personality Hiroho has and whether he is suitable to be the Kage of a village who leads the Uchiha clan, Hiroho's Kage level strength is enough for the Uchiha clan to make friends with him. After hearing what Uchiha Tsunai said, although Hiroho understood that the Uchiha clan wanted him, a Kage level strongman, to protect them, he was still moved for a moment by Uchiha Tsunai's unconditional support. No, there's no need to investigate further. Bei Liuwu touched his chin, turned around and looked at Ujibo Tsunai. Do you know where the base of the root organization, the Umbu Training Institution, is? Continuing to track down the identity of this Umbu would only lead Danzo to continue killing people to protect himself. At that time, whoever is found by the Konoha guard will commit suicide. Hiroko has no intention of playing the I investigate you commit game with Danzo. Instead, he prepared to attack Huanglong directly. Hearing Birahu's question, Uchiha Chen pondered for a moment. Our Konoha Guard Department and Umbu are two organizations with different powers. Under normal circumstances, we don't ask about the affairs of the Umbu and the Root Organization, nor do we have the right to ask. But I do know a Root Organization's base. It is a stronghold located in the Forest of Death. However, the Death Forest is always deserted and desolate. If an ordinary person gets into trouble in there, nothing can help him. Bei Liuwu, are you really going? Yeah, I'm going. Hiroko nodded, then turned, and was about to leave the Konoha Guard Department. Uchiha Chen had already glanced at Uchiha Takehara, who was scratching his head next to him, and said, "Follow him and see." The Forest of Death is the place where the assessment for promotion from Genin to Chuyunin takes place in the original work. A white figure jumped between the trees. The scenery around me was receding madly. Soon, the place that Uchiha Chen had told Baileahu appeared in front of Baileahu. The scenery in front of me is an ordinary forest. At first glance, there is no entrance to the Root Organization's base, but Baileahu had no intention of looking for it. The scarlet Sharinan in his eyes began to spin wildly, and the three original black Megatama turned into sickle-like black lines. Dark red bones like ribs are formed around Baileahu's body. Manjikyo Sharinan, Susanoo, the huge skeleton giant was completely formed, and under the control of Baileahu, it swung its claw towards the open space in front. He directly lifted up a large area of soil mixed with stones in front of him. The weak have their own code of conduct, and the strong have their own code of conduct. In Hiroko's opinion, Danzo, a guy who was not as strong as himself, dared to secretly come to his house to steal research materials. It's simply seeking death. And Hiroko didn't bother to play any tricks with Danzo. Since you have come to my house to steal, I will come to my house and have a fight with you. Under the powerful force of Susanoo, the ground was directly lifted up, revealing the underground passage underneath. For a moment, the alarm of the root base resounded through the sky. Konoha is a restricted area, no outsiders are allowed to approach. In an instant, as if a hornet's nest had been disturbed, a group of ninjas like bees jumped out of the base. Most of them wore masks and the same uniform. Seeing this group of people coming out, Baileahu said coldly, "Let Danzo come out to see me." Hearing the arrogant tone of Baileahu, the group of ninjas were immediately enraged. "Asshole, is Lord Danzo someone you can meet whenever you want?" However, the next moment, the ninja who was speaking was slapped aside by the bone claws of Susanoo. It's like swatting a fly away. Seeing such an overwhelming scene, many ninjas in uniform were silent for a moment. But to Hiroko's surprise, none of these ninjas escaped back to the base to report to Danzo. Even some people are so scared that they have started to tremble. I say it again, let Danzo come out. Baileahu's expression turned cold. This group of ninjas are the death squads trained by Danzo. Perhaps their future is to join Konoha Zumbu and become a unit directly under the Hokage. But now, their lives are still in the hands of Danzo alone. Seeing this, Hiroho no longer held out for luck that he raised the huge bone claws of Susanoo again and then slapped the group of ninjas fiercely. However, the next moment, a flapping insect flew past the corner of Baileahu's eyes. Susanoo's huge bone claw also paused in midair. No, to be precise, it didn't stop in midair, but was blocked in midair by a group of bugs. Instructor Ryoma. It's a Barame Ryoma. A group of Root Organization ninjas looked at the figure slowly walking out of the passage with great excitement. A Barame Ryoma. He is Danzo's right-hand man and also an instructor who trains Umbu members. The bloodline limit of the Abarame clan is the parasitic bug, because they will use their bodies as insect nests to breed parasites. Therefore, the Abarame clan will also cover themselves tightly, because their bodies beneath their heavy clothes and sunglasses were already riddled with holes. Add to that the parasites that scurry around, and it would be a little shocking to anyone who saw their bodies. At this time, Abarame Ryoma put his hands in his pockets. He looked through his sunglasses at the reserve Umbu around him and said in a steady voice, "You leave first, and then report what happened here to the Hokage. The battle here is no longer something you can get involved in." Yes, the surrounding ninjas quickly responded and then scattered like birds and beasts. Hiroko didn't pay any attention to the ninjas who went to complain to the Hokage. Instead, he looked at Abarame Ryoma in front of him with a cold expression. Under Suzanu's huge bony claws, a swarm of buzzing parasitic insects blocked the powerful blow. This made Bailuo feel a little unbelievable. It felt like a punch on cotton. Although it feels soft to the touch, I can't hit it anymore. Abarame Ryoma, you are one of Danzo's subordinates, right? Tell me why you invaded my house. Although both sides knew the reason for the invasion, Bailuo still wanted to question it. In response to Obaru's questioning, Abarame Ryoma was silent for a moment, then slowly raised a sarcastic smile. Don't be ridiculous. Lord Danzo would not invade the homes of you commoners. And do you have any proof that Danzo-sama invaded your home? Also, let me advise you that if you leave me now, you can still save your life. If you want to continue fighting, you must be prepared to die. Hearing Abarame Ryoma telling lies with his eyes open, Hirahu laughed in anger. Do you think that a researcher like me who does experiments every day is easy to bully? Do you think I can't do anything to you if you don't leave any evidence pointing to Danzo? During the conversation, the Mangekyo Sharinan in Obaru's eye spun rapidly, and a stream of blood and tears slowly flowed out. Suzanu's skeleton giant is improving rapidly. Soon, a huge half-giant wearing armor enveloped Bailuo's figure. The Yin seal, released. The purple diamond seal on the forehead turned into several mysterious runes and were imprinted on Bailuo's forehead. A huge amount of chakra filled Bailuo's body. Under the control of Okuniki, the huge Suzana giant made hand gestures. Chakra emanated from Okuniki, moving along a mysterious route on Suzana's body, and finally gathered at Suzana's throat. Fire style, Suzanu, Great Fire Extinguishment. This is a ninjutsu performed by Suzanu. A huge flame gathered at Suzanu's throat and was then spewed out. The flames with an astonishing range directly turned into an overwhelming wall of fire, emitting a scorching breath and pressing towards Abarame Ryoma madly. For a moment, the swarm of parasitic insects that had previously blocked Suzana's claw were directly submerged by the fire escape and turned into ashes. Psychic. Abarame Ryoma didn't care that the parasitic insect he had carefully cultivated was burned to ashes, and quickly summoned a giant insect. Holding a bug, he flew into the sky. Fire ninjutsu of this scale is no longer something the bugs in his body can withstand. The scorching and huge flame shot up into the sky, burning the entire sky and causing it to distort. Uchiha-chen stopped flying through the jungle and looked up at the giant spewing flames in the forest. This is the ability of the Mangekyo Sharinan, Suzanu. Uchiha-chen's eyes were sparkling with tears of excitement. Finally, after many years, he saw this tall giant again. Seeing that Uchiha-chen had stopped, Uchiha Takehara beside him also stopped and asked, "Second elder, do you want to continue to approach?" "No need." Uchiha-chen had already waved his hand to signal them to stop. "If we get too close, we will only hinder Bailuo. Just take a look here. Our Uchiha clan's strongest ability, Suzanu." Boom! Under the sweeping flames, the parasitic insects around Bailuo were directly wiped out. The aftermath of the fire release even directly caused a forest fire. Call! Bailuo let out a breath. The huge Suzanu Titan turned back into a skeleton. This attack is very powerful, but it also consumes a lot of chakra. Before fusing with Hashirama's cells, it is better not to easily release such a large-scale attack. In the sky, Abarame Ryoma, riding on a giant flying insect, barely avoided this fire attack. Looking at the forest below that was burned into a wasteland by the fire escape, he couldn't help but wipe away a cold sweat. Fortunately, I dodged quickly, otherwise I would have had no chance of surviving with just this one blow. As Hiruzen cast his cold gaze towards Abarame Ryoma, Abarame Ryoma's scalp suddenly tightened, and the huge insect he summoned flew higher. "Hirahu, you can't beat me, give up." On the eve of the decisive battle with Tsunagakur, it won't be good for anyone if you and I start a feud. Although he was very scared in his heart, Abarame Ryoma still shouted stubbornly. However, from his shouting, Hirahu could tell that Abarame Ryoma still seemed to have confidence. Looking at Abarame Ryoma roaring in the sky, Beiruo sneered and quickly formed seals with his hands. "What happens in Konoha and Tsunagakur is none of my business." Psychic. Abarame Ryoma isn't the only one who has psychic creatures. Bailuo also had some, but those summoned beasts were just the products of his own failed experiments. Although some experimental creatures failed in the experiments on it, their own fighting capabilities were still very strong, so they were kept by Bailuo as his summoned beasts. This time the psychic creature has bat wings, a lion head, deer horns, and a lizard body. A strange creature created by Bailuo based on the Western dragon. How can a time traveler not dream of being a dragon-riding warrior? What, you said there are no dragons in the ninja world? If there is no dragon, then make one and ride it. This dragon was created by Obaru when his Chuyunibia disease broke out in the laboratory. But as soon as he created Bailuo, he regretted it. This dragon only has the appearance of a dragon and the ability to fly. It doesn't have any of the abilities a dragon should have, such as breathing. Even if Bailuo genetically edited its bones into hollow bones of birds. But because of his weight, his flying time is still not long. After flying for a while, I was so tired that I had to land on the ground to rest. Although it has disadvantages such as a short flight time, this does not prevent Bailuo from using it in battle. With a slight selection of the Mangekyo Sherinan in his eyes, Obara used illusion to directly control the western dragon in front of him. Then, Bailuo stepped directly on the dragon's back and catapulted into the sky. Fuck! Seeing Obito flying directly on a strange creature, Abarame Ryoma was shocked. He immediately controlled the huge flying insect under him and hid. At the same time, Abarame Ryoma quickly formed seals with both hands. While forming seals, he sighed to Bailuhu, I've said it before, you can't beat me that you forced me to use this move. I hope a research talent like you can survive this move. Secret technique, worm-eaten. Hearing Ryoma Abarame sigh, Hirako quickly discovered that something was wrong. The rate at which his chakra was consumed suddenly increased several times. There was a tingling sensation on his back, as if something was devouring Bailuo's chakra and trying to break through the skin's defenses and enter Bailuo's body. Feeling something was wrong, Bailuo frowned and his Byakugan opened. A 365-degree field of vision appeared directly in Bailuo's mind. Sure enough, a small group of parasitic insects were lying on his back, devouring his chakra and trying to drill into his body. And the location of the bug is also very subtle. It was the part of the back that Bailuo's hands could not reach. Seeing that Bailuo was looking a little awkward at this time, Abarame Ryoma, who was hiding from Bailuo's pursuit in front, was suddenly delighted. Hirahu, I've told you before that you can't beat me. Surrender early and join Danzo-sama's army and I'll spare your life. How about that? Don't accuse me of bullying you researchers. However, Abarame Ryoma's pride did not last long, and he was no longer happy. I saw tiny vascular tentacles emerging from the skin on Bailuo's back, directly crushing to death the insects that were frantically devouring Bailuo's chakra and trying to drill into Bailuo's body. Then, the vascular tentacles rushed towards Abarame Ryoma's face like spears. Seeing this scene, Abarame Ryoma, who had previously clamored to call Hiruzen to join Danzo's army, chose to keep silent. This time, Abarame Ryoma was really panicked. Large-scale swarms of insects can be restrained by Beiruo's fire style, while small-scale parasitic swarms of insects will be directly crushed to death by the vascular tentacles. This researcher named Hirako is simply the natural enemy of the Abarame clan. The slender vascular tentacles waved in the air like flexible venomous snakes. Abarame Ryoma said no more and concentrated on dodging the bone claws and vascular tentacles of Susanna that were swung at him from time to time. I prayed madly in my heart that the third Hokage would come soon. As for why he didn't pray for Danzo to save him, because Abarame Ryoma knew Danzo's character very well. At this time, his lord Danzo should have already slipped away. The two were chasing each other and escaping. As time passed, more and more vascular tentacles were extended by Bailuo. Abarame Ryoma didn't even have time to wipe the sweat from his forehead. He quickly commanded the insects under him to make a sharp turn and avoid the whistling vascular tentacles. At this time, Bailuo also frowned. As the pursuit time prolonged, he clearly felt that his mount's physical strength could no longer sustain. We must resolve the battle as quickly as possible. Looking at Ryoma Abarame's movements in front of him, which were as nimble as a fly, Beiruo narrowed his eyes. Flexible snake-like vascular tentacles extend from Bailuo's back. They are woven together in an intertwined manner. Question: how do humans kill flies that move flexibly? Answer: use a fly swatter. An enormous fly swatter gradually took shape under the weaving of the vascular tentacles. Then, under the control of Obaru, he slapped Ryoma Abarame, who was riding a huge flying insect in front of him. The whistling sound of breaking through the air rang in Abarame Ryoma's ears. Tentacle again. Riding on the flying insect, Yuri immediately controlled the flying insect and started to show off her movements. However, when he turned his head and looked at the attacking tentacles, cold sweat instantly broke out. Because this isn't just any tentacle, this is a tentacle woven into a fly swatter. The moment he saw the fly swatter clearly, Abarame Ryoma's eyes widened behind his sunglasses. No, it's too close, it's too late to dodge. Abarame Ryoma roared in his heart, frantically urging the flying insects under him to escape the attack range of the fly swatter. However, there was no use. Bang! The fly swatter whizzed through the air, making a startling sound. Without any surprise, the fly swatter made of dark red tentacles directly hit Abarame Ryoma and the huge flying insect under him. With just one strike, the huge flying insect and Abarame Ryoma were knocked to the ground together. Abarame Ryoma, who fell to the ground, felt as if his waist was about to be broken by that blow. By the time a fly senses the attack of a fly swatter, it is often no longer able to escape the attack range of the fly swatter. Seeing Ryoma Abarame and his mount flying insect fall to the ground, Hirahu sighed. It's over. If nothing unexpected happens, Danzo should have fled to other places, and it would be difficult to catch him again. And the Abarame Ryoma in front of him, who had lost his ability to fight. Just think of it as a lesson for Danzo. This saves him from worrying about his research materials every day. The vascular tentacles woven into fly swatters spread out one after another, pointing their sharp tips like spears at Aberame Ryoma who was struggling to get up. The next moment, the vascular tentacles began to surge, like long spears, piercing through Aberame Ryoma's body. Stop! Just as the vascular tentacles were stabbing Aberame Ryoma's body into pieces, an old figure came from a distance. Along with the voice, there were dozens of masked umbu, densely scattered around Barahu. Hearing that old voice, a disdainful smile appeared on Baileahu's lips. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, dressed in a spotless white Hokage robe, slowly walked out from behind a group of umbu. On the way to the scene of the battle between Hiruzen and Aberame, the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen was watching the battle between Hiruzen and Aberame with the telescope technique. Finally, he arrived just in time for the battle to end. Because if he came too early, he might really be dealt with by Hiruzen and Aberame Ryoma together. And the timing is just right. Sandaime, you're too late. Aberame Ryoma is already dead. The vascular tentacles behind Hiriko casually threw the tattered body of Aberame Ryoma aside, and turned to look at the majestic Sandaime Hokage in front of him. The stem cells of the Oil Girl clan are in hand. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Okuniki's half-smile, which seemed to be mocking something. Feeling a slight headache, he took out his pipe from his arms, intending to take a puff to relieve his stress. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't say anything, but the umbu around Sarutobi Hiruzen would not tolerate such provocation from Obaru. Bold. Dozens of umbu drew their kunao and took fighting stances, staring intently at Hiriko who was fiddling with his vascular tentacles in the center of the encirclement as if bored. Facing so many umbu, Hiriko remained calm and showed no fear at all. He also touched the Western Dragon, the experimental subject that was carrying him flying next to him, and asked it to release its spiritual power. Tell me, Birahu, what's going on? Why did you invade the root base? Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep breath of the smoke, looked at Hiruzen, and asked the biggest question in his mind. They were fine a few days ago, why did they suddenly start fighting? And the fight took place at this critical moment of the final battle with Tsunagakur. Hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's question, Hiruzen tilted his head as he looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Good man, so you are completely unaware of all the shit that Danzo did? Sarutobi Hiruzen, are you really unaware, or are you pretending not to know? I thought you knew, Sandaime. The sarcasm on Baileahu's face became more and more intense. Why would I invade the root base? Just ask your good partner Danzo and you'll know. This time, Hiruzen really wronged Sarutobi. Because ever since Sarutobi Hiruzen stopped Hashirama's cell transplantation experiment, Danzo never told Sarutobi Hiruzen that he was secretly continuing the Hashirama cell transplant experiment in secret. When Sarutobi Hiruzen heard what Obito said, he showed a look of astonishment. Sarutobi Hiruzen really understands Danzo, the friend who grew up with him. I feel itchy every few days if I don't do something bad. Even if Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't know the whole story of this incident, it was highly likely that Danzo had done something bad again. You, go call Danzo. After randomly sending an umbu to call Danzo, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Hiruzen again and said, are you really not considering going to the Rain Country battlefield anymore? Hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's question that sounded like a plea, Hiruzen put away the sarcasm at the corner of his mouth. He said expressionlessly, give up, Sandaime-sama, I didn't become strong just to become your war mercenary, but to end this endless war. Well, hearing Hiruzen Sarutobi's rejection without any hesitation, he sighed. He was a little worried about Heitake Sakumo's safety. After all, Heitake Sakumo's strength is not much higher than his own. The third Kaze Cage on the opposite side is a true cage-level warrior. While Hiruzen Sarutobi and Okuniki were looking at each other in silence, the umbu that Sarutobi Hiruzen had sent out to call Danzo came back. The umbu knelt on one knee in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen, his face full of shame. I'm sorry, Sandaime-sama, Danzo-sama has a mission now and happened to leave Konoha village and has now gone to the land of rain. Hearing the words of the umbu, Sarutobi Hiruzen smacked his lips, feeling that it was somewhat expected. If Danzo really dares to come and confront Hiruzen, that would be really a loss of face. When Hiriko on the opposite side heard the report from the umbu, he also had an expression that showed he had expected it. Given Danzo's personality, it would be natural for him to slip away at this time. After hearing the report from the umbu, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt even more pressured for a moment. Just at this time Uchiha Chen had arrived with Uchiha Takehara. Seeing the confrontation between Hiruzen Sarutobi and Hiruzen Sarutobi, the two of them stood directly behind Hiruzen. It was as if he was saying, Third Hokage, if you don't give us an explanation today, you won't have a good life in the future. For a moment, the depressing atmosphere was as if Sarutobi Hiruzen was being roasted on a fire, making Sarutobi Hiruzen extremely uncomfortable. Cough, cough. Sarutobi Hiruzen cleared his throat, glanced at the corpse of Aberame Ryoma behind Hiriko, and his expression returned to seriousness. Hirahu, although it was Danzo who invaded your home first, you also killed one of his men. To be honest, your reaction is too intense. How about this? Hiruzen asks you and Danzo to each take a step back. I won't hold you accountable for invading the root base and killing Abarame Ryoma, and you don't need to hold me accountable for Danzo entering your house. After hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's words of compromise, before Obaruko and Uchiha Tatsuya could say anything, Uchiha Takehara behind them glared at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sandaime Hokage, Lord Hirako is now the fourth elder of our Uchiha clan. Since Lord Hirako is the elder of the Uchiha clan, he should have the same rights as the Konoha high-ranking officials. Danzo of the Root Organization invaded the home of the fourth elder of the Hiraho. Can we regard this as a provocation to our Uchiha clan? The second elder Uchiha Chen beside Barahu had secretly given Uchiha Takehara a thumbs up. Well said. Uchiha Chen was secretly happy. He had long wanted to deal with those old guys who did nothing but cause trouble for the Konoha guard department every day. Hearing Uchiha Takehara's thorny words, before Sarutobi Hiruzen could say anything, the Umbu beside him stopped working. Uchiha brat, don't be so shameless, just accept the mediation of the Hokage himself, don't force us to deal with you. At this time, Bailuha was also amused by what the Umbu said. Does it mean that people with great power can do whatever they want? But I'm sorry, in this world only those with strong power can do whatever they want. Take care of us, then come on, let's see who takes care of whom. Hirahu immediately opened his Sharingan and stared coldly at the opposite side. Under the gaze of the Crimson Sharingan, the Umbu suddenly lost his previous momentum. He even shrank back a little. Okay. Seeing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen stepped forward and blocked Hiruzen's view of the Umbu. Now is the moment of the decisive battle between Konoha and Tsunaga Court. That you can't fight among yourselves now. As he said this, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the Umbu beside him and said, from now on, the position of Shimura Danzo as the Hokage's assistant will be cancelled. This matter ends here. After saying that, Sarutobi Hiruzen turned around and left the battle scene. The Umbu watched Sarutobi Hiruzen leave and could only respond silently with their heads down. Yes. All of these Umbu were trained by Danzo. It is hard to tell whether their hearts are towards Danzo or Hokage. But no matter whether they are sincere or not, on the surface, they will obey the orders of the Hokage. Watching Sarutobi Hiruzen and a group of Umbu hurriedly leaving, Uchiha Chen sighed. It's like this again. Hearing Uchiha Chenai sigh, Bailia looked at him curiously. Is it like this again? Hearing this, Uchiha Chen smiled and explained, every time we had a conflict with the Konoha high-level officials, it was always smoothed over by the third Hokage. None of the actual problems have been solved, and Uchiha Chen frowned out. Even if the fault lay with the Konoha high-ranking officials, he felt that Sarutobi Hiruzen's punishment on those Konoha high-ranking officials was merely symbolic. There has never been any punishment that would cause serious harm to those senior executives. Even if this incident was caused by Danzo's fault for being the first to go to Obaru's house and steal research materials. But Sarutobi Hiruzen's punishment was only to make Danzo lose his position as Hokage's assistant. The position of the leader of the Root Organization still belongs to Danzo. This is not just the case with the conflict between Hiruzen and Danzo. Even if Uchiha Tatsu had a conflict with Mito Kato-en, Sarutobi Hiruzen would unconditionally stand by Mito Kato-en. It was as if these Konoha high-ranking officials formed an interest group. They exclude and suppress anyone who does not belong to their group. Bailuha glanced at Uchiha Tatsuya, who seemed to be hesitant to speak, and understood the implication of his words. Let's go, second elder, Uchiha Takehara, since the Hokage has said so, we can only go back. All the important things were carried by Bailia. Danzo would not find any important research materials if he entered Okuniki's house. And since Hirako also killed Abarame Ryoma, let's just consider this matter even. Soon, Bailuha returned to his home again and planned to continue moving. After Uchiha Chenai and Uchiha Takehara heard that Bailuha was going to move, they decided to go with Bailuha to help him move. When he returned home, Higurashi did not see Orochimaru. However, there was nothing missing in the laboratory. It seemed that Orochimaru was bored staying in the laboratory alone, so he left. With the help of Uchiha Tatsumai and Uchiha Takehara, the move went very quickly. Soon, all kinds of daily necessities of Hiruzen were moved to the Uchiha clan's territory. The sun gradually set, coating the entire Uchiha clan territory with a layer of gold. Uchiha Takehara put down the last box and looked at Bailu, who was busy at the side, and said, Fourth elder, all the things have been moved here. Hearing Uchiha Takehara's call, Bailia walked out of the room and smiled at Uchiha Takehara. Well, thank you for your hard work, come in and have dinner together. Looking at Bailuha wearing an apron and holding a spoon, Uchiha Takehara scratched his hair and felt a little embarrassed. No, that's not necessary, it's just moving things, it's not very hard. Just when Uchiha Takehara was about to refuse timidly, the second elder Uchiha Chen walked out of the house behind Bailuhu. Looking at Uchiha Takehara's appearance, he stroked his beard and laughed. Takehara, the fourth elder asked you to come for dinner, so come, are you afraid of your grandfather Uchiha Taikara, the first elder? Hearing that Uchiha Chen had directly revealed his inner thoughts, Uchiha Taikara quickly waved his hands. I doubt I'm not afraid of that old stubborn man. Hearing Uchiha Taikara's lack of confidence in his voice, Bailuwu smiled. I just said hello to the great elder Uchiha Taikara. Let's have dinner here today. After all, Uchiha Take's residence is right next door, so Hokuriko and his family can be considered neighbors. Yeah. Okay. Hearing that Hiroho had already greeted his grandfather, Uchiha Take had no choice but to follow the two into the house. The next day, at the gate of Konoha village, a bustling crowd of people crowded here. These people are all ninjas who are about to go to the battlefield for the final battle, and the families who sent these ninjas to the battlefield. Shisui, after I leave, you and Grandma should live a good life together. Remember not to make Grandma angry. Uchiha Dalan smiled and touched Shisui's hedgehog-like head and smiled. Also, if you encounter difficulties that you cannot solve, remember to go to the fourth elder Bailuwu. Since I'm his former teammate, he should help you. Uchiha Shisui looked at Uchiha Dalang and blinked. Dad, where are you going? Hearing Uchiha Shisui's soft voice, Uchiha Dalan's heart tightened for a moment. Biting his lip, Uchiha Dalan hugged Uchiha Shisui. Just the thought that I might die on the battlefield. Mixed emotions such as regret, attachment, reluctance, etc. surged in my heart. Dad is going to a very far place. Shisui has to be a good boy, then he will come back. Hearing Uchiha Dalang's trembling voice, Shisui seemed to understand something, but also seemed to understand nothing. Yes, Dad, I will wait for you to come back obediently. Next to Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Daro, Heitake Sakumo looked at the two father and son hugging each other with some jealousy. Then he looked at Kakashi Heitake, who was standing next to him with dead eyes and never gave him a good look. Taking a deep breath, Heitake Sakumo tried his best to make his voice calm yet magnetic. Kakashi, I'm about to go to the battlefield. Aren't you going to give me a hug? Kakashi rolled his eyes and glanced at Heitake Sakumo, who was trying to get a hug next to him. How old are you? You still want a hug, aren't you ashamed? Hearing this, Heitake Sakumo silently covered his face. He didn't know if something had happened to his education. In any case, ever since he confiscated Kakashi's paradise of intimacy, Kakashi had become indifferent to him. By the way, Kakashi, what if I, your father, died on the battlefield? This hug is followed by another hug. Hearing Heitake Sakumo's extremely aggrieved voice, Heitake Kakashi's heart skipped a beat. But looking at Heitake Sakumo's pitiful appearance, Kakashi suppressed the desire to rush up and hug Heitake Sakumo. Because of this trick of playing miserably and pretending to be pitiful, Heitake Sakumo has used it on Heitake Kakashi countless times. Kakashi swore in his heart that he would never be fooled by Heitake Sakumo again. It would be great if you died on the battlefield, that way no one would stop me from watching Make Out Heaven. Listening to Kakashi's cold and ruthless words, Heitake Sakumo felt suffocated for a moment. With the last hope in his heart, Heitake Sakumo looked at Kakashi again. Kakashi, books like Intimate Paradise are for adults to read. You are only 4 years old, you are not old enough to read that book. Listening to Heitake Sakumo nagging forever, Kakashi rolled his dead fish eyes, turned around and left the Konoha gate. To be honest, Kakashi already regretted sending Heitake Sakumo to the battlefield. It would be better to read more books at home with this time. Seeing Kakashi leave without any reluctance, Heitake Sakumo sighed, then looked at Uchiha Daro and Uchiha Shisui, father and son, who were hugging each other with some envy and jealousy. Then Heitake Sakumo shouted, "All right, team assemble, time to go." Hearing Heitake Sakumo's voice, Uchiha Dalan resolutely let go of Uchiha Shisui's body, and then followed Heitake Sakumo and walked out of Konoha village. After this departure, Uchiha Dalan will never come back. 1 month later, in the Uchiha clan territory, Bailuwu has been staying at home for a whole month. After deciding to only fuse Hashirama's cells and not Ashura's chakra, Hiriko's research progressed rapidly. Now, with the help of the Mangekyo Sharinan, the Uchiha clan's bloodline limit has been able to perfectly merge with Hashirama's cells. This fusion is a combination of strengths and weaknesses at the genetic level. More massive chakra, with recovery capabilities comparable to rapid regeneration, and the wood release technique, which is quite powerful. Bailuwu stretched out his hand and clenched his fist. The combat effectiveness has increased a little, but not much. However, what really surprised Hiriko was not the above-mentioned ability, but the ability of Hashirama's cells to absorb chakra. This ability is obviously somewhat flawed, because only by sticking closely to the opponent can one absorb the opponent's chakra. However, once this ability is completed and strengthened, that is the ability to directly absorb and digest the ninjutsu launched by the enemy. Even if Hiruzen wanted, he could return the enemy's ninjutsu to them intact. The method to complement this ability. Bailuwu licked his lips and recalled Bailuwu's ability in the original work, Dark Escape, Sucking Holes. That is a typical ability to absorb ninjutsu. However, this ninjutsu has a high lower limit and an extremely low upper limit. It is just a fusion of two chakra attributes, and the suction hole cannot absorb it. But even so, It is better than the current situation where you need to stick to it to absorb chakra. The cells are much better. You can get it as an optimization and supplement to your own bloodline limit. After realizing that staying at home would be useless and he wouldn't achieve anything, Bailehu decided to go out for a walk. Pushing open the door, Bailehu took a deep breath of fresh air, and then saw a child running towards him with drums and gongs beating, running and shouting at the same time. Hey, take Sakumo is back. We have won the war against Tsunagakur. Hey, take Sakumo is back. We have won the war against Tsunagakur. Hey, take Sakumo is back. We have won the war against Tsunagakur. Everyone was excited when the news was spread. It's finally over. This war lasted for 4 years. On the other side of Bailehu's courtyard, the great elder seemed to have heard the good news from the child. Walking out of the door, he watched with a smile as the Uchiha clan members hugged each other and cried. In this war, the elite main forces of the Uchiha clan did not go to the battlefield. However, the Sand Village's harassment and assassination of the Konoha village were unambiguous, and all of these were blocked by the Uchiha clan alone. It is conceivable how much contribution and sacrifice the Uchiha clan made in this war. Defending a home is much more difficult than attacking. I can finally breathe a sigh of relief. Behind the great elder Uchiha Takehara walked out and looked at the boiling crowd with the same joy on his face. In a messy but not dirty room, Uchiha Shisui watched his grandmother's old face smile like a chrysanthemum. Shisui, your father will be back in 2 days. Are you happy? The old silver hair sparkled in the sunlight. Hearing his grandma say this, Shisui nodded vigorously and smiled widely. Yeah, happy. After the good news of the end of the war, we still have to live our lives one day at a time. As time passed, Uchiha Shisui did not see his father. What they got was just Uchiha Daro's relics in the hands of an umbu, and a cold I'm sorry. That day, Shisui's grandmother cried all day and then fell ill. Uchiha Shisui looked at his grandmother lying on the bed, feeling a little helpless. He is just a child under 3 years old, what can he do? But soon, he remembered what his father said to him when he left. If you encounter difficulties that you cannot solve, remember to go to the 4th elder Bailehu. Thinking of this, hope reappeared in Shisui's eyes. So, on the afternoon when his grandmother was drowsy, he left home, went straight to a huge courtyard, and knocked on the door with his little hands. Here I come. Soon, Bailehu's voice was heard from inside the door. After opening the door, Bailehu raised his eyebrows when he looked at Uchiha Shisui who came to him. Shisui, what do you want? Seeing the surprised look in Bailehu's eyes, Uchiha Shisui gritted his teeth and knelt down in front of Bailehu with his small body. Please save grandma. Seeing this, Bailehu smiled and said, okay, but I have something to ask of you later, and you have to agree to it. Okay, I'll agree to whatever conditions you give me. Uchiha Shisui agreed with a serious expression. Then, before Hirako could say anything, he was led by Uchiha Shisui and ran towards a room not far away. Soon, Bailehu came to this small house which was messy but not dirty again. As soon as he entered the door, Bailehu saw Grandma Shisui lying on the bed. The old man was thin, and his exposed fingers looked like dried chicken claws. Seeing this, Bailehu stepped forward and touched the old man's chest. The bright green light representing medical ninjutsu lit up. Shisui, go open the window and ventilate it. Yes. Watching Uchiha Shisui open the window, Hirako looked at the old man in front of him and pondered for a moment, then took out a bottle of nutrient solution containing stem cells from his arms. The old man in front of me can be said to be about to die of old age. The stem cells in the body have been completely exhausted, and the remaining body cells cannot support the functioning of the internal organs for long. If other medical ninjas were called in to deal with this kind of normal death, they might be helpless. But fortunately, the person Uchiha Shisui called was Hirako. Since the stem cells in the elderly's body have been exhausted, it would be better to replenish them with some stem cells. One of Okuriko's goals in returning to Konoha was to obtain another pair of Mangekyo Sharingan, a variant of his Mangekyo Sharingan. According to the original work that Hiruzen read in his previous life, the person who has the greatest hope of opening the Mangekyo Sharingan now is Uchiha Shisui. In order to get Uchiha Shisui's pair of Mangekyo Sharingan, all he had to pay now was some stem cells. This is a negligible price to pay. After Uchiha Shisui opened the window and returned to his grandmother has regained consciousness. The fingers that were originally dry like chicken claws became full again. The whole person seems to be 20 years younger. No, it should be said that Bailehu added 20 years of life to her grandmother. Seeing this, Uchiha Shisui rushed over in surprise and went straight into the old man's arms. Hey, Shisui, come down quickly, grandma can't stand your tossing and turning. Although the old man said that he couldn't bear it, he actually hugged Uchiha Shisui with a smile. Holding Uchiha Shisui, the old man looked at Hirako, who looked only about 12 years old, and smiled. Child, you saved my life, right? Do you want to stay and have a meal? I have nothing to give you as a reward, old woman. Hearing this, Bailehu shook his head. No, I am Uchiha Dalan's former teammate. Now I should take care of his family a little bit. Hearing Bei Liua's words, the old man was stunned. If Dallin were alive, he would be 22 years old this year, but, taking a look at Bai Luo's body, which was now a child of about 12 years old, the old man felt that he couldn't understand it. Boom! Just as the old man was trying to push the age of Bai Luo, who was still about 12 years old, back 10 years, an inexplicable aura-like fire rose from the Hokage building. It then quickly spread to the entire Konoha village. This is, the Byakugan in Barahu's body quickly opened and shifted his gaze to the source of the breath. However, Byakugan's sight was blocked by a barrier, causing Bai Luo to frown immediately. Just as Bai Liu was wondering what this was, the old man next to him jumped up regardless of his weak body. Shisui, kid, quick, hide. This is the breath of the Nine Tails. The Nine Tails is going to go berserk again and destroy Konoha village. The old man's wrinkled hands tightly grasped Hiruzen and Uchiha Shisui. He had to drag these two people, who were about the same age as children, into the cellar in the corner of the room. Hearing what the old man said, Bai Liu immediately understood. This is the breath of the nine-tailed fox. Previously, when Uchiha Madara controlled the Nine Tails to attack Konoha village, it must have left an indelible psychological trauma on the old man. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so frightened just by sensing the breath of the nine-tailed fox. Shisui, take grandma and hide. I'll go outside and check the situation. Hirahu broke free from the old man's hand, quickly went outside, and looked in the direction of the Hokage building. At this moment, some of the old people who survived Uchiha Madara's attack on Konoha all hid themselves trembling, and all the ninjas looked in the direction of the Hokage's office with serious expressions. The Hokage's office, inside the barrier. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the old-looking Uzumaki Nito lying on the bed, smoking his pipe intermittently in annoyance. Hokage-sama. A medical ninja who had been treating Uzumaki Nito for half a day walked up to the third Hokage with an embarrassed look on his face. Lord Mito is about to die of old age, not suffering from any disease. Please, third Hokage, choose the next Jinchuriki as soon as possible. Call. Sarutobi Hiruzen exhaled the smoke from his mouth and looked at Uzumaki Mito, who was lying on the hospital bed. Uzumaki Mito is a ninja who has practiced the yin seal. Like Hiriko and Tsunade, his appearance is forever frozen in his youth. But now, the yin seal on Uzumaki Mito's body can no longer maintain her youthful appearance. Her long red hair was scattered on the white hospital bed, and her wrinkled face and fingers were exposed to the air, announcing her limited life. Konoha village enters emergency combat readiness. Increase the number of sealing teams and be on guard against the Kyubai's rampage at any time. Also, call Orochimaru and Jiraiya. Yes, Sarutobi Hiruzen issued clear and concise orders one after another. All the Hokage ninjas in Konoha village were mobilized, hurriedly preparing for battle. Even Utane Koharu and Mito Kato hurried over when they sensed the Nine Tails aura leaking out. As soon as Sarutobi Hiruzen left the barrier that sealed the Nine Tails aura, he saw two people waiting anxiously outside the barrier. How is Uzumaki Nito's condition? Hearing the two people's anxious questions, Sarutobi Hiruzen left in a hurry after leaving only one sentence. Prepare for the next Jinchuriki. After hearing what Sarutobi Hiruzen said, Utane Koharu and Mito Kato felt a chill in their hearts. In the ninja world, there are several extremely powerful wild animals, namely the one-tail to the nine-tail. Each tailed beast has astonishingly huge chakra and combat capabilities. In order to prevent them from wantonly destroying human villages and towns in the wild, the Jinchuriki were born. Each Jinchuriki has a tailed beast sealed within his body. Once the tailed beast breaks the seal within the Jinchuriki's body, it will escape. This would mean that the life of this Jinchuriki has come to an end. Likewise, the death of a Jinchuriki will cause the tailed beasts to escape. What Uzumaki Nito encountered was the latter situation. Her lifespan is almost over. Now it's just the leakage of the tailed beast's aura caused by the aging of the body. Once she dies of old age, the nine-tailed fox will break the seal and bring disaster to Konoha. The only plan now is to make preparations early, subdue the Nine Tails at the moment of Uzumaki Nito's death, and seal it again in the body of the next Jinchuriki. When Sarutobi Hiruzen hurried into the Hokage's office, Orochimaru and Jiraiya were already waiting there. Orochimaru, Jiraiya. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the two of them seriously and said, "You two should have known that Uzumaki Nito was about to die. You two should leave immediately and go to the land of whirlpools to find the next Jinchuriki." After saying this, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Jiraiya and Orochimaru, frowned and said, "Also, you two go talk to Tsunade and see if she can still continue to carry out the mission. If Tsunade is still addicted to gambling, you should find another medical ninja to replace Tsunade. Remember, you only have 1 month." Hearing this, Jiraiya and Orochimaru looked at each other and then hurriedly left the Hokage's office. Watching Orochimaru and Jiraiya leaving the Hokage's office, the third Hokage glanced at the documents on the desk. He puffed on his pipe and sighed. It's a troubled time. Inside a casino full of lights and wine. Everywhere there are dazzling neon lights and scantily clad bunny girls moving among the crowd. The noisy crowd gathered around a table as if they were watching someone's fun. Big or small? I choose big. Tsunade brushed her long light golden hair, her face flushed slightly, but her expression was extremely serious as she looked at the dice shaking in the hands of the dealer opposite her. As Tsunade made her choice, the people watching also made their own judgments. Then I choose small. I choose small too. Seeing this, the dealer's mouth twitched, and then he stopped shaking the dice and shouted loudly, buy it and leave it. Seeing this, the group of gamblers quieted down and waited for the dealer to lift the lid covering the dice. Okay, the answer is revealed. The lid was opened, and 3 dice with only 1 dot on them were displayed in front of everyone. Cheers broke out instantly. I got it. I got it. I finally won back my money in this casino. Woo. Mommy doesn't have to worry about me running around naked on the street anymore. However, among the extremely excited crowd, Tsunade's originally blushing face now turned dark. I just don't believe it. Let's try again. I'll bet big. Bang. Tsunade pushed out the pile of chips in front of her and said angrily to the dealer beside her. The dealer's face also looked very unhappy. He really didn't expect that someone's luck could be so bad. The dealer even had the idea of cheating to help Tsunade win the game. Because Tsunade's bad luck has become well known, as long as others choose to gamble with Tsunade, they are guaranteed to make a fortune. The money earned by those gamblers was not paid by Tsunade, but by their dealer. So as long as Tsunade keeps losing, then the banker will have to keep paying. Because of Tsunade's luck of always losing, other gamblers in the casino even gave her the nickname of a big fat sheep. Looking at the excited gamblers around him and Tsunade with a gloomy face, the dealer hesitated in his heart, wondering whether he should help Tsunade cheat once so that she could win the game. Seeing the dealer's changing expression, Tsunade became impatient and urged him, what's wrong? Keep rolling the dice. If I don't win a hand in your casino today, I won't leave. Hearing Tsunade's words that she would not leave until she won a hand, the dealer's face became even uglier. Just when the dealer made up his mind to cheat to help Tsunade win, a bunny girl came up to the dealer, swaying her short tail. She whispered something to the dealer in a sweet voice. Suddenly, the dealer smiled happily. Ahem, Lady Tsunade, your fellow ninjas are waiting for you outside. It seems they have something important to discuss with you. The dealer cleared his throat, moved closer to Tsunade, and spoke these words to her politely in his magnetic bubbling voice. He was even close to saying that as long as Tsunade went out, he would be Tsunade's exclusive gigolo. However, facing the temptation of the dice dealer, Tsunade was not moved at all. Ninja companion, I have long stopped being a ninja, so how can I find a companion? Dealer, keep rolling the dice. Hearing Tsunade's unromantic answer, the dealer clenched and unclenched his fists. Just as the dealer was about to go berserk, 2 figures walked up to Tsunade uninvited. Tsunade, gambling is not a good habit. Seeing Tsunade's face flushed and about to pass out drunk in the casino, Jiraiya hurried forward, supported Tsunade and said, I want you, a lecherous immortal, to take care of me. Tsunade stood up and tried to push away Jiraiya who was approaching her. But as soon as she stood up, her steps began to stumble. With the idea of not wanting to give Orochimaru an advantage over Jiraiya, Tsunade tried her best to control her body and fell into Orochimaru's arms. Orochimaru looked at the drunken Tsunade in his arms, and looked at the dealer beside him with a slightly apologetic look. Sorry to trouble you, we will take her away now. Hearing Orochimaru's hoarse voice, the dealer quickly breathed a sigh of relief. No trouble, take care, the 3 of you. Orochimaru nodded to the dealer, then left the casino with Tsunade and Jiraiya. Seeing the 3 people leave, the gamblers in the casino who were counting on the big fat sheep to make a comeback suddenly felt disappointed. The dealer, however, looked at the bunny girl beside him with great energy. Quick, put up a sign at the door. It says on the sign that fat sheep and dogs are not allowed in. Seeing the dealer's energetic look, the bunny girl next to him nodded repeatedly. Soon, she took out a sign from the studio and hung it on the door. The next day, early morning, the glaring sunlight made Tsunade frown, and then she slowly woke up. Just as I sat up, 2 figures pushed the door open and walked in. Tsunade, how was your rest yesterday? Jiraiya held a bowl of porridge and looked at Tsunade who had just woken up with concern. It was as if Tsunade had just recovered from a serious illness. Seeing that the people coming were Jiraiya and Orochimaru, Tsunade rolled her eyes. Nothing, and, why are you 2 here? Jiraiya handed the porridge in his hand to Tsunade and smiled. We came here specifically to find you, Tsunade. The 3 ninjas of Konoha cannot do without you, the princess. Seeing the porridge in her hand, Tsunade wolfed it down without hesitation. After finishing the meal in one go, he put the empty bowl aside and said, don't give me that crap, Jiraiya, you should know. I no longer have the basic ability to be a medical ninja. Hearing Tsunade say this, Jiraiya sighed. I know that you suffer from hemophobia, but Tsunade, Konoha is facing an unprecedented crisis now. If we don't handle it well, the 9-tailed fox will go berserk. For the sake of our will of fire. Bump! Before Jiraiya could finish his words, Tsunade punched the wall with her slender fist. The huge force directly punched a big hole in the wooden wall cloth. Don't mention those words in front of me. Tsunade's face was gloomy. She looked at Jiraiya who was obviously stunned in front of her, gritted her teeth and spoke word by word. The will of fire, the will of fire, the will of fire. One by one, do you really think becoming a Hokage is a good thing? It's the same with rope trees, it's the same with breaking. They risked their lives for the so-called will of fire and the Hokage, and then they died on the battlefield as they wished. Strands of blood oozed out from Tsunade's hands as she pounded the wall. Feeling the pain in her fist and the blood flowing on it, Tsunade's body began to tremble. Blood, blood. As the scene of Duan's death replayed in her mind, Tsunade's eyes went dark and she passed out. Looking at Tsunade, who had lost consciousness again in front of him, Jiraiya sighed, then silently bandaged the wound on Tsunade's fist, and gently covered her with a quilt. Orochimaru, who was standing aside, looked at Jiraiya with a depressed expression, touched his chin, and a figure emerged in his mind. Looking at Tsunade's condition, she can't go on the mission. Let's find someone else to form a team. With his knowledge, it should be more than enough for him to replace Tsunade as the medical ninja in our team. Hearing Orochimaru's mumbling and looking at Tsunade, who was unconscious, Jiraiya felt a long-lost hope in his heart, and then turned to look at Orochimaru beside him. Orochimaru, can the person you mentioned cure Tsunade's hemophobia? Looking at Jiraiya's pleading expression, Orochimaru pondered for a moment. I don't know. Go ask. Orochimaru was also a little uncertain whether Hiruzen could cure Tsunade's hemophobia. However, what is certain is that with Hiruzen's attainments in medical ninjutsu, he is more than qualified to replace Tsunade. Afterwards, Orochimaru and Jiraiya left the inn and headed towards the Uchiha clan's territory. Soon, the two arrived in front of the Uchiha clan's territory. Jiraiya couldn't help but widen his eyes at the sight before him. Wow, it's like a village within a village. Is this the Uchiha clan's territory? I've never seen this before. Compared to Jiraiya, Orochimaru walked very calmly to Uchiha Kasuke, who was basking in the sun in front of the Uchiha clan's territory. He said in a hoarse voice, "We would like to visit the 4 elders of your Uchiha clan. Please register." Uchiha Kasuke looked at Orochimaru and Jiraiya with a wary expression, but still wrote down the visit and messages sent by Orochimaru and Jiraiya in the registration book. Okay, you two go in, and remember not to cause trouble in there. After registering in front of Uchiha Kasuke, Orochimaru and Jiraiya entered the Uchiha clan's territory as they wished. But with the Uchiha's slightly hostile looks, Jiraiya began to feel a little uncomfortable. Orochimaru, let's hurry up. I feel like this group of Uchiha doesn't seem to welcome us. Compared to Jiraiya's discomfort, Orochimaru didn't care about these gazes at all. He took Jiraiya and headed straight to the courtyard where Barahu was. The two men walked up and knocked on the door. Soon, Higurashi opened the door and raised his eyebrows when he looked at Orochimaru and Jiraiya outside the door. What a rare visitor, Orochimaru, Jiraiya. I never thought you would come to see me together. Come in and talk. After saying that, Hokage brought Jiraiya and Orochimaru into the house. Baileahu's room was very simple, with nothing else except some necessary furniture. It is so simple that it can be said to be bare. Baileahu, we came to you this time because we have something to ask of you. Sitting on the sofa in the living room, Orochimaru spoke to Hiruzen in a concise manner. Jiraiya, who was standing by, heard what Orochimaru said and quickly interrupted. It's not one thing, to be precise, it's 2 things. Hearing what the two said, Baileahu smiled. You want me to help you, fine, but what can you pay me? Hearing Obito's call, Orochimaru raised the corners of his mouth with confidence. Hirahu, you are indeed very powerful. Ordinary money, power and ninjutsu are probably not worth your attention, but as far as I know, Baileahu, you don't have a summoning beast yet, right? Hearing Orochimaru say this, Jiraiya next to him reacted immediately and clapped his hands in sudden realization. That's right, since you don't have a summoning beast yet, I'll let the toads of Mayaboku Mountain sign a summoning contract with you as a reward. After saying that, without further ado, he summoned the toads from Mount Mayaboku and had the toads sign a contract with Hiruzen. Seeing this, Baileahu did not stop it. The summoning contract with the toads of Mayaboku Mountain is indeed a very attractive reward for Higurashi. Mayaboku Mountain, Ryakai Cave, and the Wet-Boned Forest. They are the 3 holy places in the ninja world. There you can learn their unique Sage Mode. So how powerful is Sage Mode? Let's put it this way, with the enhancement of the Sage Mode, Uzumaki Naruto, the protagonist of the original work, can fight against Nagato, who is about to be sucked dry by the Outer Path statue and the Rinnegan. Although Uzumaki Naruto failed in the end, the Sage Mode barely increased his strength to the level of Kage. In this mode, the caster's ninjutsu, taijutsu, genjutsu and perception can be greatly enhanced. Spiritual, come out, Fukazaku Toad. With a cloud of white smoke rising, a toad holding a katana and standing on its palms appeared in front of Hokage, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya. This toad left a deep impression on Baileahu. It was the Fukazaku Toad who, when Hirahu was still very weak, cut off the black mole on Hirahu's forehead with a knife in order to support Jiraiya. Senman Fukazaku, please see if Baileahu can sign a spiritual contract with you. When Jiraiya saw the Fukazaku Toad come out, he immediately looked at it with expectation. As soon as Fukazaku Toad came out, he saw Jiraiya's big face, and immediately pretended to be serious and twirled the beard on his chin. He looked at Birahu, who was beside Jiraiya. At this time, 10 years had passed since it shaved off the black mole on Bailuhu's forehead. Fukazaku had long forgotten that he had once shaved off the black mole on Bailuhu's head. Therefore, it looked at Bailuhu seriously. After a long time, Toad Shinseku seemed to sense something and shook his head. No, there is an evil aura about him. It is impossible for us toads from Mayaboku Mountain to sign a contract with an evil person. After saying that, Fukazaku immediately cancelled the summoning technique. Only Jiraiya was left scratching his head, feeling slightly embarrassed. Well, Bailuhu, do you want to change the conditions? Jiraiya looked cautiously at Hiriko, who was touching his chin beside him, and said with a humble expression. However, Bailuo was thoughtful about Fukazaku words. The smell of evil. Does it refer to the aura of the Uchiha clan in himself, or the temperament of a researcher? Putting Fukazaku words aside for the moment, Hokage ignored Jiraiya, who looked expectant, and instead looked at Orochimaru, who was beside Jiraiya. The voice said calmly, I can promise you that I will be your teammate temporarily. In exchange, Orochimaru, if you find the Ryokai cave one day in the future, remember to ask me to explore with you. Forget about Mayaboku Mountain, and Biriko doesn't like toads. As for the slugs in the wet-bone forest, it's impossible to go now that Tsunade suffers from hemophobia. Then the only hope is the Ryokai cave that Orochimaru will find through his experimental experiments with his men in the future. When Orochimaru heard Obito's request to go to Ryokai cave with him, he smiled confidently. It's a deal. 3 days later, at the border of Whirlpool Country, the white robe on Bailuhu fluttered in the breeze. He, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya stepped onto a seaside pier together. The land of whirlpools is located to the east of the land of fire. The entire country is made up of small islands in the ocean. The fishy and salty sea breeze blew into his nostrils, causing Bailuhu to frown, and then he silently covered his mouth and nose with the bandage wrapped around his body. Made a simple mask. According to the information, the most suitable person to be the next Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails is a member of the Uzumaki clan. Orochimaru led Jiraiya and Hiriko towards the town while explaining, with their strong vitality and ancestral sealing techniques, their clan is simply the perfect choice for Jinchuriki. Although the Uzumaki clan has been on good terms with Konoha for many years, their members are very rare and they are hidden on an island in the Whirlpool Country. Even if we are from Konoha who are on good terms with them, it is very difficult to find them. After saying this, Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Hokage stepped into the town. Just when Hiruzen, Orochimaru and Jiraiya were ready to stay on the island for a few days to look for the member of the Uzumaki clan, a beam of fire shot up into the sky in the town. The crowd began to scream in terror and fled frantically. A red-haired child fell in front of Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Hiruzen in a panic. Just as Jiraiya was about to step forward to help the child up, Orochimaru noticed the detonating tag on the child's body. In an instant, Orochimaru was startled and pulled Jiraiya, who was about to move forward, back to his original position. The next moment, the detonating talisman exploded. Blood rain mixed with the red-haired child's broken limbs and arms splashed everywhere. This scene is very common on the battlefield, but now the war is over. Bailuhu narrowed his eyes, looked towards the place where the fire was coming out in the town, and pursed his lips. Orochimaru, the information you found is not very accurate. The child who was just killed by the detonating talisman must be a member of the Uzumaki clan. Orochimaru looked at the turbulent town, his face slightly darkening. It looks like someone got there first. Jiraiya in front of Orochimaru and Hiruzen had already lost his patience. He couldn't wait to rush to the place where the commotion was happening. Roaring madly in my heart. Damn it, when will we find the Son of Destiny? When will this endless battle end? Jiraiya gritted his teeth and rushed towards the chaotic scene in the town regardless of everything. From a distance, he saw an old man with a white beard confronting two ninjas. The forehead protectors worn by the two ninjas indicated that they were ninjas from the hidden Cloud Village. Stop! Jiraiya shouted loudly. At this time he was still some distance away from the two people who were confronting each other. However, the two Cloud ninjas simply ignored Jiraiya's shouting. One of the ninjas even threw a specially made kunai directly at the old man with white hair and beard in front of them. Seeing the kunai flying towards him, the old man dodged it quickly and efficiently. However, just when the old man thought he was safe, the shurikens with strange shapes suddenly turned in the air and flew towards the old man again. In Jiraiya's sight, the huge shuriken pierced straight through the old man's back. The old man trembled all over and then fell to his knees. Damn it! Jiraiya hurried forward and stood in front of the old man. Oh, are the people from Konoha finally here? I thought you guys from Konoha would ignore the Uzumaki clan. He saw Jiraiya, one of the famous 3 ninjas of Konoha, standing in front of him. Yamamoto Takeshi smiled at Jiraiya while holding a square-shaped shuriken. Yamamoto Takeshi, his bloodline limit is magnet style, while Troy beside him has bloodline limit is storm style. Naturally, the two had heard of the famous 3 ninjas during World War II. However, they boasted that they were not any weaker than the Sunin. Seeing Jiraiya coming, the two of them were eager to fight. Compared to the slightly talkative Yamamoto Takeshi, Troy on the side started to make hand seals quickly and efficiently. Storm release, light fang. In an instant, a laser shot out from Troy's mouth. The laser shot out at the speed of light, piercing Jireya's chest before he could even react. Jiraiya saw the opponent forming hand seals and then spitting out lasers, and it took less than a second. So fast. Jiraiya gritted his teeth as his chest was pierced, but fortunately, that ninjutsu did not seem to damage any important internal organs. Not even caring about the injury on his chest, Jiraiya took a small step back, his eyes fixed on Troy, who had used storm release before, and quickly formed seals with his hands. Ninja technique, lion's hair technique. As Jiraiya formed seals with his hands, his long white hair stood up behind him like explosives. Then, under Jiraiya's control, strands of long white hair shot out towards the two people opposite like spears. Seeing this, Takeshi Yamamoto beside Troy threw the shuriken in his hand directly. Magnetic escape, magnetization technique. Jiraiya easily knocked away several square-shaped shurikens with his long hair. But soon, Jiraiya discovered the abnormal condition of his body. If Jiraiya wanted to maintain control over his long hair, he could only keep his hands in the position of forming seals. However, at this moment, there was an inexplicable force between Jiraiya's hands that wanted to separate Jiraiya's hands and make Jiraiya cancel the hand seal. And this force is growing stronger. Water style, water wall. Next to Yamamoto Takeshi, Troy easily used the resistance of the water to block Jiraiya's long hair attack. Seeing Jiraiya sweating profusely while trying to maintain the seal, he suddenly laughed sneerfully. I thought the three ninjas of Konoha were some powerful and terrifying monsters, but it turns out they are just a few big and small cats. You must be Jiraiya, one of the three ninjas. It's your bad luck to meet a team of us that we will remember to visit your grave on this day next year. Water escape, big blast of water. The raging water came straight out of Troy's mouth. Jiraiya realized that he could no longer form seals with his hands, so he decisively gave up using the lion's hair technique, picked up the old man behind him and jumped to avoid the water-style ninjutsu. Seeing Jiraiya dodge, Troy sneered, "You've been hit by Yamamoto Takeshi's magnetization technique, Jiraiya, your life is over." As if foreshadowing Troy's words, Yamamoto Takeshi made a seal with both hands and shouted again, "Magnetic escape." As Yamamoto Takeshi shouted, the shurikens and kunai scattered around the three people trembled and floated up as if attracted by something. Then they all shot towards Jiraiya angrily. Seeing the shurikens and kunai that were as dense as raindrops, Jiraiya was about to put his hands together and start making seals. But there seemed to be an inexplicable repulsive force between his hands, preventing Jiraiya from closing his hands no matter what. At the moment when shurikens and kunai were about to hit him like raindrops, Jiraiya's face was ferocious and he was furious. He just jumped up, and during the moment he stayed in the air, he put his feet together and made a seal. Ninjutsu, Needle Jizo. In an instant, Jiraiya's long white hair stood up again, wrapping Jiraiya and the old man beside him into a white hedgehog. The next moment, dense shurikens and kunai arrived. Ding, ding, ding. The long white hair that wrapped the two men like hedgehogs easily blocked all the kunai and shurikens. When Yamamoto Takeshi saw this, he was surprised. He didn't expect that Jiraiya could still fight in this situation. However, this is just a clever trick. Those who have been magnetized are like grasshoppers in autumn, they can't jump for more than a few days. Magnetic escape. Yamamoto Takeshi exerted his strength again and he wanted to use his magnetization technique to pry open Jiraiya's prickly hedgehog shell. When Yamamoto Takeshi exerted his strength, Jiraiya clearly felt a repulsive force appearing between his feet again. He was forced to spread his legs apart. In an instant, the long hair that was originally as long as a hedgehog softened. Troy, who was standing by, saw Yamamoto Takeshi forcibly dispel Jiraiya's ninjutsu, and immediately smiled and started to form hand seals again. It seems that the title of Sunin is just that, let me get to know you today. Storm release, light fang. Jiraiya's heart sank when he heard the name of the ninjutsu. This ninjutsu is as fast as the speed of light. In addition, since he cannot use ninjutsu now, he wants to take the old man next to him. Avoiding it is quite unrealistic. Also, what on earth is that magnetic escape technique? Jiraiya roared in his heart. This is not how the Sand Village's magnetic release is used. Also, why would magnetic escape seal one's ability to perform ninjutsu? Just when Jiraiya was feeling a chill in his heart, a clear voice came like a divine soldier from heaven, pulling him back to reality. Water style, mist hidden technique. Just when Jiraiya was being brutally beaten by Troy and Yamamoto Takeshi, Hokuriko and Orochimaru also arrived at the scene. Seeing that the laser formed by storm release was about to hit Jiraiya, Hiruzen raised his eyebrows and spewed out a large amount of smoke from his mouth, enveloping Jiraiya and the old man beside him. However, when Jiraiya saw the ninjutsu released by Obaru, his heart sank to the bottom. Hirahu, what are you doing? The mist hidden technique is not a defensive ninjutsu, it can't defend against storm release. Looking at the white fog in front of him, Jiraiya's alarm bells started ringing wildly, and he looked around with his hair standing on end. It was as if a laser suddenly shot in and poked a bloody hole in his body. However, Jiraiya waited for a long time, but the expected laser did not dissipate. As the white mist slowly dissipated, Troy's face turned pale as he looked at Jiraiya, who was unharmed. Storm Release, this is a bloodline limit mixed with water and mines. As for Storm Release and Light Fang, they are the ninjutsu with the fastest attack speed and the most lethal force in this bloodline limit, because this ninjutsu is to spit out a laser with powerful killing power directly from the mouth. But now, this extremely lethal laser was actually blocked by the mist exhaled by Bailu. Jiraiya, you take him to the back. Orochimaru and I will take care of these two Kumo ninjas. Hiruzen and Orochimaru jumped in front of Jiraiya, and they looked at Troy and Yamamoto Takeshi with serious expressions. Take care. Jiraiya picked up the two old men beside him, knowing that staying here would be useless. On the contrary, he would be a drag on Hokage and Orochimaru, so he decisively took the injured old man beside him and left the battlefield. The Byakugan in Hiruzen's body watched Jiraiya and the old man from the Uzumaki clan leave. I felt a little impressed that the haze anti-laser function is well-deserved. Troy and Takeshi Yamamoto did not pursue Jiraiya, who was fleeing, because Hirako and Orochimaru were standing in front of them. Watching Jiraiya running away, Yamamoto Takeshi curled his lips. Tisk, he escaped. Troy, I'll deal with the white-haired brat, you deal with the guy with the purple eyeshadow on his face. Hearing Takeshi Yamamoto's order, Troy snorted in dissatisfaction. Just push the difficult stuff to me. But despite his complaints, Troy still stood obediently in front of Orochimaru. Seeing this, Orochimaru stuck out his long tongue, licked his lips, and smiled sinisterly. It seems that you have already assigned your opponents. Billahu, do you want to exchange opponents with me? Because the guy you're facing looks pretty tough. Hearing Orochimaru say this, Obito smiled and said, thank you for your concern, Orochimaru, but there's no need to change opponents, because I've seen through his attack methods. Hearing Hirako's overflowing self-confidence, Yamamoto Takeshi felt that he was being looked down upon. That white-haired brat, I hope you'll have this confident attitude in the future. Magnetic escape, magnetization technique. Yamamoto Takeshi quickly formed seals with his hands and took out one square shuriken after another that looked like windmills. Veins bulged on Yamamoto Takeshi's arms, and the shuriken flew out of his hand under his great strength and shot towards Barahu. Seeing this, Hirako directly unsealed two shuriken from the sealed scroll tied under the bandage. The deep red Sharingan in his eye sockets opened, and his sight was directly locked onto the two square shurikens flying towards him. Then, Hirako also exerted force with his arms and threw out the shuriken. Ding, ding. The two shurikens collided rapidly in the air, then bounced off and stabbed into the ground. Hirako stared with a pair of scarlet Sharinans, looked at Yamamoto Takeshi who was about to take out the square shuriken and chuckled. Give up. I told you, I've seen through your tricks. Seeing that Hirako accurately intercepted his attack in the air with shuriken, Yamamoto Takeshi's expression turned grim. His magnetic escape technique is different from that of the Sand Village. The magnetic escape technique of the Sand Village uses magnetism to control iron sand, gold sand, and other sands. But Yamamoto Takeshi's magnetic escape technique is simply the manipulation of magnetic force. Over the years, he racked his brains to develop magnetic escape, but he could only develop his own magnet-like ability. Like repels, like opposites attract. Using this principle, he attached his magnetic chakra to a specially made square shuriken. Once the square shuriken comes into contact with the enemy, he will transfer the magnetic chakra attached to the shuriken to the enemy. Using the principle of like repels like, he will gather the same-sex magnetic chakra at the position of the enemy's hands. Prevent the enemy from casting hand seals and performing ninjutsu. In addition, magnetic escape has the natural ability to attract iron objects. The shurikens, kunao and other iron blades he throws later will automatically lock onto the enemies attached to the magnetic chakra. Shuriken and kunao will deflect even if they miss the target, and will keep hitting the enemy until they die. But the premise of all this is that he attaches the magnetic chakra to the enemy. In Hokage size, the magnetic chakra on Yamamoto Takeshi and the magnetic chakra in the square shuriken were clearly visible. Mangekyo Sharingan, see the big picture from the small details. The three Megatama in Baraha's pupils were spinning wildly, and finally formed three patterns that looked like sickles connected together. Then a tear of blood flowed from the corner of Bailuhu's eyes. Under Bailuhu's control, part of the cell structure in the body changed. These cells abandoned the Uchiha and Senju genetic chains and instead transformed into a genetic structure exactly the same as Yamamoto Takeshi in front of Hirahu. In an instant, a special chakra appeared in Bailuhu's body. Hirahu curled up the corners of his mouth as he sensed the special chakra in his body. Is this magnetic escape? It feels really good. To be honest, you have great abilities, but you don't seem to know how to use them. The clear sound of Baraha reached Yamamoto Takeshi's ears. For some reason, I looked at Bailuhu in front of me with tears of blood flowing from his right eye. A great fear arose in Yamamoto Takeshi's heart. This feeling is like the top students crushing the poor students. His calm demeanor and strategizing eyes put Yamamoto Takeshi under tremendous pressure. I can't use it, but you can use it? At this moment, Yamamoto Takeshi felt like he was about to collapse, but he still held his mouth strong and tried to boost his morale. Want to not fall behind. Looking at Yamamoto Takeshi's stubborn expression, Bailuahu was no longer interested in continuing to mock him. Well, I'll show you the true use of magnetic escape. Bailuahu directly took out a coin from his white robe that the shop owner had given him as change after he bought snacks in the town. Is this a coin? Seeing Bailuahu's actions, Yamamoto Takeshi was at a loss. The next moment, Bailuahu directly pinched the coin between two fingers. Strands of magnetic chakra coiled around Bailuahu's arms, turning into star-like arcs of electricity that attracted attention. Magnetic escape, electromagnetic cannon. As the magnetic chakra rotated counterclockwise, it spun wildly between Bailuahu's fingers and the coin sandwiched between them. A conductor thrust appeared. In an instant, pushed by this force, the coin broke free from Bailuahu's fingers and turned into a ray of light. Whoosh puff. Spots of lightning were still dancing on Bailuahu's fingertips. The body of Yamamoto Takeshi in front of him twitched, and then he slowly fell down weakly. His head had long disappeared, and a large amount of blood was gushing out from the broken neck like a fountain. Just when Hokage used the electromagnetic cannon to kill Yamamoto Takeshi in one move, Orochimaru was fighting with Troy on the other side. Shadow Snake Hand. Storm Release, Light Fang. Countless snakes emerged from Orochimaru's sleeves and quickly bit Troy. Troy was not afraid of the snakes at all, but he spit out lasers from his mouth and cut the hissing snakes into sections. Seeing this, Orochimaru revealed a gloomy smile, twisted his body into flexible movements that the human body could not make, and rushed directly towards Troy. Seeing Orochimaru coming, Troy's face became serious and he quickly formed seals with his hands. Storm Escape, encourage the lock. The dots of water formed by the previous water escape technique were flowing under Troy's feet. This ninjutsu with a mysterious name caused Orochimaru's rapidly advancing figure to pause. Looking at Orochimaru's paused figure, Troy smiled, and then he dipped his hands directly into the water under his feet. Watching Troy's actions, Orochimaru's pupils contracted. Is this the environment Troy created using water escape technique? In an instant, several lasers formed by storm release followed the water flow and shot straight towards Orochimaru. The laser was extremely fast. No, it should be said that when Orochimaru saw the laser, it had already hit him. Several lasers shot out from the water under Orochimaru's feet, and like spears, they opened several bloody holes in Orochimaru's body. However, when Troy looked at Orochimaru's body again, he frowned. I saw that the corpse had turned into a piece of dead wood. That was just a substitute, not the real person. This made Troy alert instantly. You are Orochimaru, one of the three ninjas, right? I have to say, your snake-type ninjutsu is indeed very strange and varied, but its attack capability in direct combat is very weak. After taking a quick glance around and not finding Orochimaru, Troy chose to taunt. Those stinking snakes are no match for storm release. It would be great if the taunting could anger Orochimaru and make him reveal his true colors. Unfortunately, all around Troy was still quiet. It seemed as if Troy was the only one standing on the water, performing a one-man show like a clown. Asshole, Orochimaru, get out here. Unconsciously, the white fog around Troy gradually became thicker, and the obstruction of his vision made Troy gradually become irritable. Gradually, the rustling sound of the snakes wriggling reached Troy's ears. It was only at this time that Orochimaru showed mercy and slowly spoke. Your storm release is indeed very powerful. A hoarse and gloomy voice floated left and right in the fog. But unfortunately, Hiriko told me how to defend against your storm release from the very beginning. Now you are like a frog that has fallen into the snake's mouth. Listening to Orochimaru's words, which were clearly stating reality but were extremely infuriating, Troy felt resentful and formed seals with his hands rapidly. Storm Escape, encourage the lock. Laser beams intertwined in the water under Troy's feet to form a web of light that spread rapidly in all directions. However, once those storm release lasers try to emerge from the water, they will be swallowed up by the thick fog. Orochimaru, who was hiding in the thick fog, was now madly summoning large groups of snakes. Under the cover of thick fog, snakes were climbing on the big trees and eaves that protruded from the water. He was ready to take action against Troy, who was surrounded by the snakes. After a long time, Troy gave up this ninjutsu, listened to the hissing sounds of more and more snakes coming from all around, and smiled an evil smile as if his evil plan had succeeded. Orochimaru, the laser will indeed be blocked by the thick fog, but who told you that I only know this kind of laser ninjutsu? Listening to Troy's voice, which sounded as if his evil plan had succeeded, a bad premonition arose in Orochimaru's heart. Soon, that bad feeling became reality. Just as the snakes were crawling darkly, trying to attack Troy, Troy simply pulled his hand out of the water beneath him. Stand up and start making seals again. Storm Release, Thundercloud Cavity Wave. A thick, dark, deep mini cumulonimbus cloud appeared around Troy. It then spread directly to the surroundings, gradually replacing the white mist generated by the mist concealment technique. This is? When the deep black cloud approached Orochimaru, he reached in and stirred it with curiosity. Wet and numb. It is several times thicker than ordinary fog, as if water droplets could condense from it at any time. In addition to the water droplets, there are also bits of lightning mixed in. The next moment, the originally tingling and faint lightning suddenly increased several times. A sharp pain directly attacked Orochimaru's nerves. Ah! Hiss, hiss. The group of snakes that were originally planning to launch a surprise attack on Troy under the cover of thick fog were electrocuted and their spiritual powers were cancelled. The open space around Troy was cleared with one move. As the black cumulonimbus clouds slowly rose into the sky, the surrounding vision instantly became clear. This allowed Troy to immediately see Orochimaru, who was twitching from the electric shock in front of him, and Hiruzen, who had just dealt with Yamamoto Takeshi. That loser Yamamoto Takeshi can't even beat a kid. After looking down on the headless corpse of Yamamoto Takeshi, Troy showed his strength to Orochimaru, who was paralyzed by the electric shock, and the confused Hiruzen got a wild smile. I should thank you. If it weren't for your help with the mist hidden technique, I wouldn't be able to use this move easily. Now let me show you. The power of nature. Storm escape, storm ghost dragon. Baileahu looked at the dark and gloomy sky, and a sense of familiarity came over him. This move seems to be the same move as in the original book. In the sky, the dark and gloomy cumulonimbus clouds slowly formed a huge vortex under the guidance of Chakra. The dull and majestic thunder rumbled in the vortex, as if the mighty power of heaven could be brought down at any time. Hiroshi, stop him quickly, we must not let this ninjutsu be used. Orochimaru dragged his body, which was paralyzed by the electric shock, and shouted loudly to Obito, who was still in a daze beside him. Seeing this, Baileahu ignored the vague sense of familiarity and took out another coin from his white robe. The coin between his slender and pale knuckles was pointed at Troy, who was still laughing wildly, and the magnetic chakra was spinning counterclockwise wildly between his fingertips and the coin. Magnetic escape, electromagnetic cannon. A ray of light flew out from Baileahu's hand and headed straight for Troy's face. However, Troy sneered at the light coming straight towards him. In an instant, the gloomy sky brightened. Under Orochimaru's slightly horrified gaze, a dragon head made of lightning poked its head out from the gloomy and dark cumulonimbus cloud. Instantly, thunder rolled down and headed straight for the electromagnetic cannon beam in front of Troy. The two collided with a loud bang in the air. At this moment, whether it was Hiruzen, Orochimaru, or Troy who performed this ninjutsu, the scenes in front of their eyes were silent. It's not that there is really no sound, but because the sound is so loud that it directly breaks the thin eardrums in their ears. Light burst out in the air. When Hiriko realized that he had lost his hearing, he quickly used medical ninjutsu to repair his eardrum. The next moment, the sound of thunder hitting rocks poured directly into his mind, mixed with Troy's wild laughter. Boom boom boom. Ahahahaha. Under Troy's control, the location where the lightning struck gradually approached Hiruzen and Orochimaru. Looking at Orochimaru's extremely shocked eyes, Troy felt his heart was sublimating. Let me take a good look at you guys. Look at the ugly appearance of you high-handed fellows when facing death. The chakra in Troy's body was being consumed crazily and was about to run out, but he didn't care at all. The coordinates of the next lightning strike were directly set on Orochimaru. At this moment, the breath of death made Orochimaru's hair stand on end. No, I will die. If I can't dodge this attack, I will really die. Cold sweat instantly broke out from Orochimaru's forehead. The speed of this lightning strike is 300,000 kilometers per second. There is no possibility of dodging it just by relying on your speed. Die. Troy had a ferocious expression, and flashes of lightning appeared in the thick dark clouds. Looking at the cumulonimbus clouds in the sky, at this moment, Orochimaru's mood suddenly calmed down. Die. Orochimaru was already prepared to face it. But when this moment really came, Orochimaru still felt a little unwilling. A humble life has no meaning in its existence. Only when life reaches eternity can it have meaning. Now is not the time to hide those ninjutsu of Tobirama Senju. Spiritual summoning, triple Rashomon. 3 huge doors of different shapes stood in front of Orochimaru. At the same time as the giant gate was formed, thunder from the sky also fell. In an instant, the lightning broke through the first and second Rashomon with unstoppable force. Even the third Rashomon only lasted for a moment before being pierced by the lightning. But it was this moment that gave Orochimaru hope of survival. Substitution technique. Boom! A wooden stake was broken by lightning, but Orochimaru's real body had already dodged away. Tisk, it's just a last-ditch struggle. Seeing that Orochimaru successfully avoided the lightning, Troy looked at Orochimaru with disdain and locked onto his figure again. In the sky, the next thunderbolt was brewing. The breath of death once again enveloped Orochimaru. This made Orochimaru frightened again. Hello, save me. The strong sense of crisis made Orochimaru no longer care about his dignity, and his eyes turned directly to Hiriko next to him. Seeing this, Troy sneered, too late. After saying that, Troy was about to let the thunder strike again, but at this moment, Mangekyo Sherinan, Suzanu, a huge dark red spear, with a whistling sound, pierced directly through Troy's chest. Troy, who was having so much fun playing with Orochimaru, didn't even notice the spear with the whistling sound. Or maybe his ears had been half deafened by the thunder. Call, Baileahu wiped the blood and tears from his face. The spear that pierced Troy and the skeleton of the Susanoo beside him slowly dissipated. The scenery in front of me has begun to become blurry. It looks like I'll have to get a pair of cloned Mangekyo Sherinan later. Troy looked at the big hole in his chest and opened his mouth, but no sound came out. Only streams of blood foam overflowed from his mouth. Plop! Troy's body fell to the ground, struggled a few times and then died. The deep and thick cumulonimbus clouds in the sky slowly dispersed. Spots of light fell on the ground. It was so thrilling that I almost died. Looking at Troy's corpse, Orochimaru sighed with lingering fear. Hiroha walked forward, and his vascular tentacles gently extended out, emitting a bright green light in front of Orochimaru. The other vascular tentacle reached into Troy's body, rummaged around, and then rolled up a piece of flesh and blood and returned to Baileahu's body. Soon, Orochimaru's body, which was paralyzed by lightning, regained consciousness under the palm magic. Even the eardrum that was half punctured and could only hear sounds vaguely was repaired. Is your hearing normal, Orochimaru? Orochimaru stood up and heard Obito's call clearly. No problem, Baileahu, this is not a place to stay for long, let's retreat first. Listening to Orochimaru's fluent and hoarse responses, Oboro nodded. Then, together with Orochimaru, he quickly chased in the direction where Jiraiya fled. 10 minutes later, one after another, figures appeared at the scene of the death of Takeshi Yamamoto and Troy. These people are all ninjas from Kumagakure. And arriving at the battlefield where both of them died together with the third Raikage AI. Looking at the two men, one had a big hole in his chest and the other was missing his head. 2 lines of hot tears could not help but flow down from the corners of AI's eyes. Yamamoto Takeshi, Troy, you are the heroes of the Hidden Cloud Village. Don't worry, I, the third Raikage, will definitely avenge you. Listening to the solemn oath of Lord Raikage, the Cloud Ninjas nearby remained silent. This time, it was they, the Union, who initiated the campaign to wipe out the Uzumaki clan and seize the sealing technique. Although the words of revenge from their boss, the Raikage, sounded a bit hypocritical, they could not resist the unity of the Hidden Cloud Village. Troy and Takeshi Yamamoto are both very popular in the village. Even if it was their Cloud Village that started the war first, trying to seize the Uzumaki clan's hostages and sealing techniques to seal the Eight Tails. But the Uzumaki clan had the audacity to fight back and killed Yamamoto Takeshi and Troy. So in the eyes of the Raikage, this is a provocation to his Hidden Cloud Village. And the third Raikage also had the confidence to turn black into white. Because he is very strong, even strong enough to wrestle with the Eight Tails. As for those ants who are not strong yet want to disobey him, the third Raikage had the temper of not letting go of provoking an ant. Since there are bugs getting into the mess between him and the Whirlpool clan, he might as well just kill them all.